Li Chengdan, a mere handyman of the Golden Elixir Sect, possessed mediocre talent and had been stuck at the second level of qi refinement for several years. Upon awakening his system, he discovered the ability to extract the cultivation experiences of others, thus embarking on his journey of cultivation. In the Xintian continent, at the Qingqing sect, a thunderous explosion erupted from the Alchemy Hall, sending the handymen into a frantic dash for safety. As the echoes of the explosion subsided, the 19-year-old Li Chengdan, undeterred by the splattered remnants of medicinal concoctions, swiftly maneuvered to a corner of the hall, seizing an available alchemical furnace before any of the other handymen could. Casting a nervous glance at the private room within the Alchemy Hall, Li Chengdan theatrically added firewood to the furnace towering before him and rekindled the flames, diligently tending to it, as though a mere handyman at the second level of qi refinement could conjure elixirs from the residual dregs within the furnace. The hall was bustling with other handymen akin to Li Chengdan. Some were transporting medicinal materials in and out, others feigned cleaning the furnaces, while a few reignited the flames of abandoned furnaces, causing clouds of black smoke to billow. Yet, all eyes were surreptitiously drawn to the private room emanating thick, ominous smoke. The Alchemy Hall's main area was communal, while the private rooms were the exclusive domain of the alchemists, reserved solely for those who had attained the rank of alchemist. The recent explosion had originated from the smoke-filled chamber. Among the 3 resident alchemists, Master Chen, known for his volatile temper and lackluster success rate, had failed to produce a successful elixir 7 times that day alone. The furnace had exploded thrice, claiming the lives of 6 handymen and injuring countless others. Inside the private room, the air was filled with cries of despair and pleas for help, echoing like the lamentations of tormented souls from the depths of hell. Outside, the handymen busied themselves, pretending to be occupied, too fearful to glance in that direction. Today's fortune, minor auspiciousness, smooth sailing, with a slight surplus. Li Chengdan mused as he gazed at the flames before him. Casting one more glance at the system interface, he sighed in relief. Today's fortune seems favorable. As a mere handyman at the second level of qi refinement, I should remain unscathed. Having traversed from the Blue Star as an extraterrestrial demon, Li Chengdan had only arrived in this world 2 days prior, and the system's functions had just been activated, enabling him to assess his daily fortune. Satisfied with the minor auspiciousness, he attentively maintained the furnace fire. At that moment, a diminutive youth burst into the Alchemy Hall, his eyes darting anxiously around the scene. With dozens of furnaces occupied by handymen, there was scarcely any room remaining. Even the tasks of sweeping and wiping tables were being shared among several handymen. In the midst of his panic, he spotted Li Chengdan in the corner, tending to a robust fire, and his expression brightened as he rushed towards him. "Chengdan, brother, let's work together." The small youth plopped down beside Li Chengdan, casually snatching some firewood from his hands. Seeing the newcomer, Li Chengdan shifted slightly. "Brother Fanlei, don't rush to add more wood. Too much fire will cause the dregs in the furnace to carbonize, and it might explode." Fanlei nodded, glancing at the surrounding furnaces before staring incredulously at Li Chengdan's. Remarkably, Li Chengdan's flames blazed the brightest, the furnace glowing a fierce red, while the dregs within remained unscathed. In contrast, the other handymen's furnaces flickered weakly, surrounded by ominous black smoke, reminiscent of an impending explosion. "Chengdan, you truly are a disciple of the spirit chef. Your control over the flames is remarkable. You should be the one to assist Master Chen," Fanlei exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Although Li Chengdan's cultivation was lacking, his talent for flame control was somewhat renowned among the handymen, garnering the attention of many alchemist apprentices. Yet, due to his only being at the second level of qi refinement, should he reach the 4th level, even alchemists would compete for his assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Chengdan moved closer and covered Fanlei's mouth. "Are you trying to get me killed, Brother Fanlei? Are you not aware of Master Chen's luck in alchemy? Today, for some reason, he has already had 3 explosions. He won't stop. It's said he's attempting to refine the solidifying yuan pill to break through to the late stage of first-tier alchemy, having prepared a dozen medicinal materials. We might not find peace for a while," Fanlei replied with a bitter smile, casting a wary glance toward the private room. Master Chen, one of the 3 resident first-tier alchemists, was infamous among the handymen for his foul temper and low success rate. Explosions were a common occurrence for him, and there were nearly as many handymen who had perished under his watch as there were who had survived. For handymen like them, explosions were not a source of fear. At worst, they could feign fainting and enjoy a few days off. What truly terrified them was the prospect of Master Chen unleashing his wrath with a whip after a failed attempt, a fate that could easily lead to death. "Then we are doomed. Those above the 4th level of qi refinement will be in trouble," Li Chengdan sighed, shaking his head. The elevation of a first-tier alchemist's rank required not only an increase in the success rate of elixir production, but also an expansion of the variety of pills they could create. Master Chen had been stagnant at the mid-tier level for years, unable to improve his success rate or the number of elixirs he could produce. Now, as he sought to break into the late stage, if he failed to refine the solidifying yuan pill, he would not relent, and his relentless pursuit would likely continue for an extended period. Nevertheless, this had little bearing on Li Chengdan, as he was merely a second-level qi refinement practitioner unqualified to serve an alchemist. You lot, what are you all dawdling about? Get in there and clean the private room. If you delay Master Chen's alchemy, I will make you regret it. At that moment, a balding, unsavory-looking middle-aged man stormed into the hall, a whip in one hand and a burlap bag in the other. The handymen in the hall exhibited a range of reactions upon seeing the lecherous middle-aged man. They split into two groups. One group, grinning and proficient, swiftly exchanged shards of spirit stones for a knowing glance before departing, while the other group, heads bowed in despair, received lashes from the middle-aged man as he brandished the bag, driving them into the smoke-filled private room. Fan Lei quickly shifted behind the alchemical furnace, whispering a warning to Li Chengdan. You better hide too. Liu Kun has a small temper. You offended him yesterday. Be cautious of his retribution. The balding middle-aged man, Liu Kun, was the overseer of the Alchemy Hall, known for his greed and penchant for bullying the handyman. After a verbal altercation with Li Chengdan the previous day, his vindictive nature would surely not let Li Chengdan off lightly. And you too? Liu Kun soon approached Li Chengdan and Fan Lei, shaking the now half-full bag of spirit stones before them, the clinking sound echoing. At the sound of the pleasing clatter of spirit stones, Li Chengdan tossed some firewood into the furnace and calmly addressed Liu Kun, Manager Liu. With both of us at the second and third levels of qi refinement, we aren't yet qualified to serve an alchemist, are we? However, if you insist, we could oblige. The status of an alchemist was exalted, often surpassing that of foundational practitioners within the sect. Even serving them tea or water required a cultivation level of at least the fourth level of qi refinement. Otherwise, any perceived disrespect could bring severe consequences, even for Liu Kun. Liu Kun's expression darkened at Li Chengdan's words, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over him as he pointed at the roaring furnace. What are you doing with the furnace fire so high? Do you think you are a spirit chef? The furnace contains impurities. Cleaning requires high temperatures. Li Chengdan retorted, tossing another handful of firewood into the furnace, causing the flames to surge dramatically, consuming the half-sized furnace. Strangely, this intense flame did not produce a wisp of black smoke, and the dregs within emitted no foul odor. Instead, the ferocious flames forced Liu Kun to retreat several steps. Ah, you enjoy playing with fire, do you? Liu Kun sneered, glancing back at the private room. At that moment, the billowing black smoke from the room began to dissipate, as handymen emerged, carrying the injured and deceased from the earlier explosion. The injured attendants were mostly maimed, with severed limbs and blood-soaked bodies. A few of the deceased were so mangled that not a shred of unblemished skin could be found. Liu Kun, summon a competent fire attendant. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, clad in a blue long robe, stood at the entrance of the private room. He gazed upward into the alchemy hall, and quickly spotted Liu Kun, whose bald head shone brightly in the corner like a beacon. Upon hearing the call, Liu Kun cast a fierce glance at Li Chengdan, then let out a cold chuckle as he jogged over to the mustachioed man, offering a respectful bow while exchanging a few words. After listening to Liu Kun, the mustachioed man paused, then glanced toward Li Chengdan's direction. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded, seemingly in agreement with something, and Liu Kun merrily returned. What a tragedy! At this juncture, Fan Lei peeked out to observe the attendants being carried away. Upon seeing Liu Kun return with a cheerful demeanor, his expression shifted. Brother Chengdan, you must be cautious. Previously, several attendants at the fourth and fifth levels of qi refinement had slipped Liu Kun some broken spirit stones and had already fled. It was evident that the manpower available to satisfy Chen Chen's alchemical needs was woefully inadequate. There were few attendants at the fourth level of qi refinement in the alchemy hall, and even fewer skilled in fire control. Given Liu Kun's demeanor, it seemed he intended for Li Chengdan to take the lead. After all, while Li Chengdan possessed commendable fire control skills, his overall strength was lacking. Yet, it appeared that Chen Chen had no other options. Li Chengdan tossed another handful of firewood onto the blaze, rose, dusted off his clothing, and with a confident smile, declared, "No worries." Seeing Li Chengdan's assured demeanor, Fan Lei's expression changed as he glanced at the fiercely blazing alchemy furnace, momentarily taken aback. "Brother Chengdan, are you doing this on purpose?" It was then that Fan Lei noticed that while the corner occupied by Li Chengdan was secluded, it was entirely surrounded by walls. The flames from the furnace leapt high, their reflections dancing off the walls, making it impossible for anyone to overlook them. Brother Chengdan, your fortune is upon you. The fire you've ignited is splendid. Master Chen has tasked you with controlling the flames. You must perform admirably. Liu Kun approached Li Chengdan, wearing a smug grin, one hand on his hip while the other gave a thumbs up, his eyes glinting with mischief as he looked at Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan did not refuse, nor did he offer any rebuttal. Under Liu Kun's slightly astonished gaze, he proceeded directly toward the private room. Master Chen, my strength is ultimately insufficient. If I were to manage the flames, I fear I may fall short. It would be wiser to have Manager Liu assist alongside me. His 6th level Qi refinement strength and extensive experience in the Alchemy Hall would surely enhance your success rate. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, Li Chengdan immediately bowed respectfully to Chen Chen at the threshold. Chapter 2. Experience Extraction. Liu Kun, the little rascal, trailed behind Li Chengdan, originally intending to watch him enter the private room before turning to leave, planning to return later to retrieve Li Chengdan's remains. However, he was caught off guard when Li Chengdan unexpectedly sought to drag him into the fray. Could it be that the steward truly expected a mere 2nd level Qi refinement attendant like him to assist Master Chen, thereby becoming the laughingstock of the other alchemists? Li Chengdan promptly turned around, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Kun. Well, it's settled then. Liu Kun, you shall accompany him. I have witnessed his mastery over fire. Indeed, he is worthy of his background as a spiritual chef, yet ultimately, he remains merely a 2nd level Qi refinement practitioner with limited spiritual power. Chen Chen nodded in agreement. And after speaking, he turned to enter the private room. Logically, Li Chengdan was not qualified to assist Chen Chen with fire management, given his lowly strength as a mere 2nd level Qi refinement practitioner. Yet, among the entire Alchemical Hall's attendants, there were few who had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, and even fewer who possessed the skill to control fire. Just moments ago, while standing at the entrance of the private room, Chen Chen had caught sight of Li Chengdan confidently managing flames in the corner of the hall. The fire he commanded was vigorous and well-controlled. Even with the residue from the herbal concoctions, not a wisp of dark smoke escaped, showcasing his adeptness in fire management. As a 1st-level alchemist, Chen Chen, despite his irritable temperament and average alchemical skills among his peers, was nonetheless capable of discerning the fire management abilities of a mere attendant. This was why he heeded Liu Kun's suggestion to allow a 2nd-level Qi refinement attendant to manage the flames for his alchemical process. Master Chen, Liu Kun, witnessing this, rushed into the private room to catch up with Chen Chen, hoping he might rescind his decision. Liu Kun was well aware of Chen Chen's fearsome reputation, and today marked Chen Chen's first attempt at refining the solidifying essence pill. Who could predict whether the furnace might explode next? He merely wished to witness Li Chengdan's misfortune without inviting his own. What? You introduced him to me, yet you lack confidence in him? Chen Chen, standing beside the desk in the private room and inspecting the array of herbs laid out before him, did not even glance back, his tone tinged with displeasure. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Liu Kun wore a mournful expression and waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. I shall merely stand by. If my junior brother exhausts his spiritual power, I will step in. First, ignite the furnace and warm it up. Chen Chen continued to sort through the herbs, meticulously dividing and preparing each ingredient. Li Chengdan also entered the private room. Compared to the hall, the private room was remarkably opulent, spacious, and adorned with exquisite decorations. The furniture crafted from high-quality fragrant wood. Within the room, several attendants cautiously served nearby, maintaining a safe distance from the alchemical furnace due to the earlier explosion. At the center of the private room stood a 3-meter-tall brass alchemical furnace, surrounded by various types of spirit wood. Li Chengdan skillfully approached, gathering firewood and neatly arranging the spirit wood beneath the furnace. After adding a ladle of water to the furnace, he turned to Liu Kun and said, Steward Liu, ignite the fire spell. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's command, Liu Kun's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at him, but choosing to remain silent. I am merely a 2nd-level Qi refinement practitioner, Li Chengdan shrugged, adopting a helpless expression as he gestured towards the firewood. The ignition spell is one of the fundamental techniques, but the prerequisite for learning it is to be at least a 3rd-level Qi refinement practitioner. Observing Li Chengdan's demeanor, Liu Kun glanced at Chen Chen, who had already begun to prepare herbs for alchemical refinement. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly executed a hand gesture, casting a flame towards the alchemical furnace. The firewood ignited rapidly outside the furnace. Li Chengdan, not idle, continuously added fuel to the flames, quickly rendering the furnace a brilliant red. Once the furnace glowed fiercely, Chen Chen began to deliver the herbs in batches, standing opposite Li Chengdan, wielding his spiritual energy to initiate the alchemical process. Liu Kun, we are short on firewood. Fetch more. Li Chengdan remarked, settling beside the furnace, intently monitoring the flames and incessantly adjusting the wood, while reminding Liu Kun. Hearing this, Liu Kun's expression darkened considerably. When had he, a mere servant supervisor, become a subordinate to the laborers? Yet, witnessing the diligent efforts of Chen Chen and Li Chengdan, he clenched his jaw and turned to gather more wood. It's out of water, Liu Kun, add more. Liu Kun, we need more firewood. Liu Kun, switch to a different type of spiritual wood, quickly, quickly. To Liu Kun's surprise, Li Chengdan's commands did not cease from the moment he took his seat. Although Liu Kun was deeply displeased, he dared not ignore Li Chengdan's orders. With Li Chengdan unable to leave the furnace to manage the flames, these trivial tasks fell solely upon him. If the fire were to falter, and Chen Chen's alchemical endeavor failed, the repercussions would not only befall Li Chengdan, but would also ensnare him in misfortune. Thus, he could only glare fiercely at Li Chengdan while dutifully following his commands. Regrettably, it was Liu Kun's suggestion to have Li Chengdan manage the flames for Chen Chen, and now he was left to silently endure the consequences of his own decisions. Ha ha! Liu Kun is truly shooting himself in the foot. Outside the room, a crowd of curious servants had gathered to observe, and many found amusement in Liu Kun's perspiring efforts. Wait a moment, why is this going so smoothly? At that moment, one servant sniffed the air and detected a faint aroma of medicinal fragrance. Chen Chen's alchemical skills were widely recognized as poor, typically failing more often than succeeding. Yet, this time, a hint of fragrance emanated from the furnace, although subtle. It was a promising sign indicating that the herbs were indeed being refined, significantly increasing the chances of success. After all, the one managing the flames was a junior alchemist. While his innate talent was lacking, he was considered top tier among the servant disciples in flame control. Fan Lei then stepped forward, pointing at Li Chengdan. As fellow servants in the alchemical hall, they were all well aware of each other's capabilities. Li Chengdan had joined the alchemical workshop at the tender age of 13. And now, 6 years later, while his progress had been slow, he had consistently assisted alchemist apprentices in flame management. After 6 years, his skills in flame control had earned him a stellar reputation among them. What a pity, one servant remarked with a sigh. The junior alchemist is nearing 20. The rules of the alchemical hall dictated that if one did not advance to the 4th layer of qi refinement by 20, they must depart. Li Chengdan was now 19. Still at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, and given his aptitude, the prospect of achieving the 4th layer before turning 20 was exceedingly daunting. Once one departs from the alchemy hall, they are relegated to the status of mere laborers, facing a more arduous existence and an even steeper path to advancement. While the toil of the alchemy hall's laborers is indeed demanding, it is far less strenuous than the likes of fetching water or cleaning excrement. Everyone stepped back. As the moment of truth approached, the flames of the alchemical furnace blazed intensely, enveloping the 2-meter-high cauldron in a rich inferno. This marked the final step in the alchemical process. Failure not only meant the absence of a successful concoction, but could also lead to an explosive disaster. Haunted by the psychological shadow of a previous explosion, all the laborers swiftly retreated, distancing themselves from the private room's entrance and seeking refuge in a secure location. Li Chengdan remained composed, continuously adding fuel to the furnace, his spiritual energy surging as he deftly controlled the flames that danced within. Chen Chen, with unwavering focus, channeled his spiritual energy, meticulously overseeing the final fusion of the medicinal ingredients. Liu Kun, drenched in sweat, hid behind Li Chengdan, ready to seize him in the event of an explosion, hoping that this young man would shield him from the impending blast. Boom! Just as the flames reached their zenith, the alchemical furnace suddenly trembled, and a multitude of steam erupted, causing the lid to rise and emit a series of resounding bangs. Ding! You have successfully established a causal connection with the first-tier alchemist Chen Chen. Successfully extracting general alchemical experience x20, successfully extracting general cultivation experience x100. Would you like to extract fusion experience? As the furnace quaked, a dialogue box unexpectedly materialized before Li Chengdan. Viewing the box, he furrowed his brow, but, without further contemplation, chose to fuse. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully fused general alchemical experience x20 and have been promoted to the early stage of alchemist apprentice 050. Congratulations. You have successfully fused general cultivation experience x100, and your strength has been elevated to the late stage of qi refinement level 2, 0300. Host, Li Chengdan, spiritual roots, pseudo-spiritual roots of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, inferior grade. Bloodline, physique none. Lifespan, 1983. Strength, late stage of qi refinement level 2, 0300. Occupation, early stage alchemist apprentice, 050. First tier spiritual chef, 100200. Cultivation technique. Basic Qi induction method. Martial skills, none. Listening to the system's notifications, Li Chengdan took a moment amidst his fire control to glance at his task attributes panel. His expression gradually transforming into one of exhilaration. Previously, he was merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement level 2. Yet now he had leapt directly to the late stage, equivalent to several years of arduous cultivation. This meant that as long as he established causal connections with others, he could enhance his strength and extract their experiences for his own benefit. Li Chengdan quickly grasped the general utility of his system. Having confirmed his transmigration, he had long been troubled by his slow cultivation speed, fearing that, relying solely on the original host's talents, he might never establish a foundation in his lifetime. However, with the system in place, as long as he established causal connections with others, he could gain experience to enhance his strength. This was an immense boon for him. Bang! Just as Li Chengdan reveled in his excitement, the alchemical furnace emitted a muffled sound. The furnace, engulfed in flames, visibly trembled, even causing the lid to rise slightly. Fortunately, the force was not substantial enough to lead to an explosion. It merely resulted in a thunderous noise from within the furnace. It's over, it's over. The furnace is about to explode. Liu Kun heard a muffled sound and saw the alchemical furnace tremble and shift. In a panic, he hastily concealed himself behind Li Chengdan, gripping his shoulders tightly and completely hiding behind him. Chapter 3. Chengdan, Li Chengdan. As a steward handling menial tasks in the alchemy hall, Liu Kun had experienced more furnace explosions than the average novice disciple. Although it was merely a muffled sound and a slight quiver of the furnace, he immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Liu Kun, you fool. Li Chengdan soon realized he was being constrained by Liu Kun. He tossed a few more pieces of spiritual wood into the furnace and channeled his spiritual energy to stabilize the flames, while simultaneously berating him. However, Li Chengdan was no match for Liu Kun. Controlling the flames had already drained much of his energy, making it impossible for him to free himself from Liu Kun's grasp. You bastard, drag me into this. Then at least shield me from the explosion. As Li Chengdan struggled, Liu Kun also channeled his spiritual energy to firmly restrain him, ensuring he could not move an inch while he remained hidden behind Li Chengdan, awaiting the impending explosion. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds continued to emanate from the furnace, which shook violently. Yet contrary to their expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the muffled sounds diminished significantly. Li Chengdan ceased adding fuel to the furnace, even withdrawing his spiritual energy, allowing the spiritual wood to burn unchecked. Chen Chen maintained a serious demeanor, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace, controlling the refinement of the medicinal materials within. What is happening? No explosion. After a prolonged period, Liu Kun cautiously peeked out from behind Li Chengdan to glance at the furnace. At this moment, the flames outside the furnace had significantly diminished, with the once raging fire completely dissipated, leaving only a flickering flame at the base of the furnace. Inside the room, apart from the aromatic scent of burning wood, there was an unexpectedly rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Upon inhaling this medicinal aroma, Liu Kun's expression darkened. It was unmistakably the scent of a successful refinement. Could it be that Chen Chen succeeded this time? But how could that be? Although Liu Kun lacked the aptitude to become an alchemist, and was not even an apprentice, his years in the alchemy hall had granted him extensive knowledge about furnace explosions. The muffled sounds had clearly indicated an impending explosion. Yet now, not only had the furnace not exploded, but it was also emitting a fragrant aroma, a clear sign of success. Chen Chen glanced at Liu Kun, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he waved his hand to open the alchemical furnace. Look how frightened you are. As the furnace opened, several pale blue pills emerged along with a waft of fragrant medicine. There were only 3 pills in total. One was full and round, radiating a soft blue glow, the majority of the fragrance emanating from this particular pill. The other 2 were noticeably inferior, somewhat darkened, barely taking shape, and hardly qualifying as pills. Let me go? Hurry and congratulate Master Chen. Li Chengdan shook off Liu Kun's grip, using a piece of wood to scatter the pile of kindling beneath the furnace, extinguishing the flames. Heeding Li Chengdan's reminder, Liu Kun regained his composure, quickly adopting a cheerful demeanor as he approached Chen Chen with a bow. Congratulations, Master Chen. Congratulations. Finally, the alchemical refinement was successful. Liu Kun let out a silent sigh of relief. For the successful creation of the elixir indicated that Chen Chen had mastered the refinement of the Gu Yuan Dan. The next step would be to solidify his strength, significantly reducing the probability of a furnace explosion during the subsequent alchemical endeavor. One first-grade elixir was successfully crafted, while the other 2 were barely formed, possessing only half the intended potency. Chen Chen, however, paid no heed to Liu Kun, His gaze remained fixed on the 3 still warm elixirs in his palm. An uncontainable excitement gleaming in his eyes. An alchemist must refine 6 distinct first-grade elixirs to qualify for the advancement to the second grade. Now that he had mastered the Gu Yuan Dan, his abilities had undoubtedly progressed considerably. This half-finished product is for you, a token of reward, Chen Chen declared, his spirits high as he tossed one of the semi-finished elixirs to Liu Kun. It was customary for an alchemist to offer a token of appreciation to the assisting hand during their first successful creation. Despite Chen Chen's fiery temperament, he was equally generous when in good spirits. Little fellow, it seems your background as a spiritual chef is genuine. What is your name? Chen Chen, fully aware that the principal contributor to this success was Li Chengdan, tossed the other semi-finished elixir to him and inquired. Master Chen, I am Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan promptly received the elixir and bowed respectfully to Chen Chen. The Gu Yuan Dan, albeit only a half-finished product with merely half its original potency, was still far superior to the nourishing powder Li Chengdan usually consumed. In forging a connection with Chen Chen, Li Chengdan had reaped considerable benefits. Should their partnership continue, it would prove immensely advantageous in the future. Chengdan, a splendid name, Chen Chen remarked, casting a glance at Li Chengdan. A flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. You have reached the late stage of the second layer of qi refinement? Suddenly, Chen Chen's expression shifted. Astonishment dawning as he regarded Li Chengdan. He distinctly remembered that Li Chengdan had previously only been at the initial stage of the second layer of qi refinement. Remarkably, through assisting with the alchemical process, he had elevated his strength to the late stage of the second layer. Such progress was astonishingly rapid. By mastering the fire for the alchemist, I gained insights and managed to break through my bottleneck. Li Chengdan quickly responded with a bow. Excellent. Focus on enhancing your strength. Should you reach the 4th layer of qi refinement, you will exclusively tend the fire for my alchemy. Had you been at the 4th layer earlier, the success rate of this batch of elixirs would have been even higher, Chen Chen replied, satisfaction radiating from his smile as he regarded Li Chengdan with eager anticipation. Li Chengdan possessed not only a name imbued with auspicious meaning, but also remarkable skill in controlling and mastering fire. In fact, he surpassed all previous fire-handling disciples Chen Chen had encountered. During the recent alchemical process, he had observed that Li Chengdan's flames seemed to intuitively understand the desired essence, transforming at the mere thought of Chen Chen, making the process incredibly seamless. Li Chengdan's contribution to the successful creation of the elixir was at least 50%. Yet, his strength remained insufficient. Do you have the energy for another round? Shall we refine another batch? Chen Chen inquired expectantly as he secured the solitary Gu Yuan Dan. The refinement of the Gu Yuan Dan was exceedingly challenging, and Chen Chen had prepared thoroughly. This success had bolstered his confidence. If he could elevate the success rate of the Gu Yuan Dan to 30%, he would have truly mastered its refinement. However, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the joy on Liu Kun's face immediately faded, and he repeatedly gestured towards Li Chengdan, cautioning that Chen Chen's success this time was merely a stroke of luck, and no one could predict the outcome of a second attempt. In response to Master Chen, Li Chengdan shook his head, lamenting the depletion of his spiritual energy after having controlled the flames for alchemy, particularly for a Dan master. His reserves were utterly exhausted, rendering him incapable of further refining. Indeed, it seemed that his strength fell short. Liu Kun, you must keep a close watch on this lad and nurture him diligently, understood? Chen Chen remarked, surveying Li Chengdan with a sweeping mental gaze, confirming the near depletion of his spiritual energy. With a sigh, he turned to Liu Kun to offer his instructions. Liu Kun, relieved by Li Chengdan's response, suddenly felt a pang of dismay at Chen Chen's subsequent words. He had intended to teach Li Chengdan a stern lesson, but now, with Chen Chen's endorsement, Li Chengdan would effectively become a designated assistant, making it difficult for Liu Kun to impose any discipline. Yes, Master Chen. Although inwardly dissatisfied, Liu Kun acquiesced with a formal bow. Very well, let us conclude for today. I shall return tomorrow. Liu Kun gathered the remaining herbs from the desk into his storage bag before turning to leave. Once Chen Chen exited the alchemy hall, everyone else finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the calamity had departed. Li Chengdan, are you unharmed? Fan Lei entered the private room. Approaching Li Chengdan with a look of concern, Li Chengdan shook his head, assuring him, I'm fine. More than just fine. The lad had actually caught Master Chen's attention and was destined to assist him in alchemy. Liu Kun approached Li Chengdan, casting a sidelong glance and commenting sarcastically. Master Chen is quite fond of this lad, having even gifted him a half-finished Guyuan pill. Guyuan pill? Fan Lei was taken aback, glancing at Li Chengdan in astonishment. The Guyuan pill, a first-tier elixir, possessed effects that vastly surpassed the basic qi-nurturing pills typically consumed by the assistants. Even as a half-finished product, Its efficacy was incomparable to that of the qi-nurturing pill. Li Chengdan realized that Liu Kun was intentionally revealing his own advantages to incite envy among others. Thus, he addressed Liu Kun loudly. What Master Chen bestowed upon me is to aid in enhancing my strength to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement, allowing me to better assist him with the flames. Moreover, did you not receive one as well? Li Chengdan, being relatively weak, could only be regarded as minor among the assistant disciples, even at the late stage of the 2nd layer of qi refinement. He understood that he could not safeguard the half-finished Gyuan pill by mere strength. Hence, he needed to bolster his status and instill caution in those around him regarding the support he had. Liu Kun, upon hearing Li Chengdan's words, remained silent, snorting disdainfully before striding away. Li Chengdan, have you reached the late stage of the 2nd layer of qi refinement? Were you not at the initial stage of the 2nd layer before? Fan Lei, fixated on Li Chengdan, raised his eyebrows in shock. Among all the assistants in the alchemy hall, he shared the closest bond with Li Chengdan and was most aware of his capabilities. Just a short span of 2 hours had passed, and Li Chengdan had advanced from the initial to the late stage of the 2nd layer. Was this speed not astonishing? Brother Fan, I discovered that controlling the flames for the Dan Master is incredibly taxing on spiritual energy, yet it led me to a moment of enlightenment, breaking through my limitations and achieving a slight enhancement. Li Chengdan recounted the prepared explanation to Fan Lei. Fan Lei nodded in understanding, acknowledging that Li Chengdan had been stuck at the initial stage of the 2nd layer for over 2 years, so a breakthrough was not entirely unexpected. However, Li Chengdan, harnessing his spiritual energy to control the flames, astonishingly elevated his strength by 2 tiers in one breath, which is somewhat terrifying. Not only did Li Chengdan not experience an explosion in the furnace, but he also enhanced his power. Is there truly such a benefit for alchemists in wielding fire? Those nearby listened intently to Li Chengdan's words, intrigued. In the realm of cultivation, strength forever holds the foremost position. Controlling flames for alchemy is no simple feat. It demands an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. The first 3 levels of the qi refining stage primarily focus on accumulating spiritual energy, so it is not surprising that some began to analyze Li Chengdan's situation. Should we also take the plunge and try it? Observing Li Chengdan's rise in strength, some individuals began to contemplate. If Li Chengdan could enhance his power by assisting Chen Chen with alchemy, why couldn't they do the same? With this thought, someone immediately pursued Liu Kun, who was leaving the private room. Soon, Liu Kun approached Li Chengdan with a beaming smile. Li Chengdan, since you've just elevated your strength, take a day off tomorrow to solidify it. Thank you, Manager Liu. Li Chengdan replied, nodding in agreement. As a disciple of the lower ranks, he was entitled to 1 day off every 3 months. An extra day of rest was certainly welcome. It appeared that with his newfound strength, some were envious and wished to usurp his role in assisting Chen Chen with alchemy. However, Li Chengdan did not perceive these individuals as a threat, for they lacked the system to extract experience as he did. Subsequently, Li Chengdan and Fan Lei engaged in casual conversation at the alchemy hall, and as the sun set, they parted ways. The residence for the lower-ranked disciples was located at Chu Xiufeng, where each individual had a small room, and 5 rooms formed a courtyard. Each courtyard was named according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Lower-ranked disciples enjoyed 5 years of free accommodation, after which they were responsible for their own housing. The courtyard where Li Chengdan resided was called Gengzi, shared with 4 others. Li Chengdan has reached the late 2nd level. As soon as Li Chengdan returned to the Gengzi courtyard, someone noticed his elevation in strength. In Gengzi, Li Chengdan possessed the lowest power, while the others were all above the 4th level of qi refining, one even having ascended to the 6th level, becoming an outer disciple. Naturally, Li Chengdan's slight change in strength would not go unnoticed. Brother Zhanghu, today I was fortunate enough to gain insight while assisting the alchemist, and broke through. Li Chengdan exclaimed with a grin upon seeing the newcomer. It turned out there was a fortuitous encounter. The speaker was a sturdy young man, carrying a considerable amount of food, whose face was brimming with admiration upon hearing Li Chengdan's words. Fortuitous encounters and epiphanies are rare treasures sought by cultivators. A single instance can lead to immense growth or even a leap in cultivation. Brother Zhanghu, are you preparing to enter seclusion? Li Chengdan inquired, curiously eyeing the food in Zhanghu's hands. As lower-tier cultivators, they had no spare spirit stones to purchase spirit-replenishing pills and could only prepare dry rations for sustenance during seclusion. Zhanghu sighed. I strive to advance to the 6th level of qi refining as soon as possible, like Brother Zhuge Changming. With another year in Gengzi, if I cannot become an outer disciple, life will become difficult. The hardships of lower-ranked disciples only intensify over time. Only by reaching the 6th level of qi refining can one shed their menial status and officially embark on the path of immortality. Zhang, who had attempted to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement countless times, Observing Zhang Hu, Li Chengdan glanced at the tranquil Gungzi courtyard and presented the semi-finished Gu Yuan Dan he had acquired that day. Brother Zhang Hu, this is a semi-finished Gu Yuan Dan. I hope it proves beneficial to you. I am grateful for your care over the years. Zhang Hu, with his straightforward nature, had looked after Li Chengdan diligently during their time at Gungzi courtyard, providing considerable assistance. Currently, Li Chengdan was merely at the later stage of the second layer of qi refinement, making it unwise to consume medicinal pills, especially not a semi-finished one, as taking such substances prematurely before reaching the fourth layer could hinder his cultivation. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, he could enhance his strength without the need for this semi-finished Gu Yuan Dan. Thus it was better suited for Zhang Hu. As Zhang Hu examined the offered pill, his expression shifted. He was but a step away from the sixth layer of qi refinement, and though the Gu Yuan Dan was only a semi-finished product, it could still aid him significantly. However, after pondering for a moment, he hesitated to accept it. Brother Chengdan, this is too precious. Rest assured, Brother Zhang Hu, I have been specifically appointed by the alchemist to manage the fire, and there will be greater rewards when the alchemist successfully crafts pills in the future. Besides, I am only at the second layer of qi refinement. This item is more of a burden to me than anything else. It would be better off with you. If your strength increases, I will also have a reliable support. Li Chengdan insisted, repeatedly pushing the Gu Yuan Dan back towards Zhang Hu. Listening to Li Chengdan's explanation, Zhang Hu squeezed the pill gently in his hand. Then I sincerely thank you, Brother Chengdan. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. With that, he promptly turned and entered his small room, locking the door behind him to begin his secluded training. Li Chengdan also retreated to his own chamber. Having gained a boost in strength and a preliminary grasp of the system's functions, he needed to delve into his studies. Ding! You have successfully established a causal connection with the reincarnated golden core cultivator Zhang Hu, extracting 500 units of general cultivation experience, 100 units of basic martial skill experience, and 3 spiritual veins. Would you like to extract fusion experience? In the late hours of the night, the system's prompt awakened Li Chengdan from his meditative state. Zhang Hu is actually a reincarnated golden core cultivator? Li Chengdan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 5. Spiritual Chef Zhang Hu had always appeared simple and honest at Gungzi courtyard, treating Li Chengdan with great care. To Li Chengdan, Zhang Hu was merely a straightforward peasant who unexpectedly embarked on the path of immortality. Little did he expect that this seemingly unassuming individual was, in fact, a reincarnation of a golden core cultivator. Truly, as a reincarnated golden core cultivator, he had provided an astonishing 500 units of general cultivation experience. And what was the nature of these spiritual veins? Li Chengdan gazed at the system prompt panel. The amount of general cultivation experience was overwhelming, surpassing even that provided by Chen Chen. Furthermore, Li Chengdan had obtained 3 spiritual veins for cultivators at the qi refinement stage. Reaching the third layer marked a significant threshold. Only by opening 9 spiritual veins could one advance to the fourth layer. I shall extract the fusion experience. Li Chengdan concluded his training and promptly selected the option to extract the fusion experience. Ding! Congratulations on successfully extracting and merging the general cultivation experience X500, elevating your strength to the early stage of the third layer of qi refinement. The surplus of 200 points of general experience has been retained for you. Congratulations on successfully extracting and merging the spiritual veins X3, advancing your strength to the mid-stage of the third layer of qi refinement, 399. Congratulations on successfully extracting the general basic martial skills experience X100, enhancing your foundational martial skills to an accomplished level, 20,100. As Li Chengdan opted for the extraction and merging process, a transformation in his aura ensued. Is this truly the mid-stage of the third layer of qi refinement? The speed of cultivation is astonishing. It seems I need not worry about being expelled from the Alchemy Hall in a year's time. Li Chengdan, feeling the surge of power, was filled with joy. However, he soon realized the dilemma. Attaining the third layer of qi refinement requires the opening of 9 spiritual veins, with 3 opened indicating the mid-stage, 6 indicating the late stage, and 9 leading to the advancement to the fourth layer of qi refinement. Therefore, the system's prompt should indicate 39, yet it astonishingly displayed 399, suggesting he could potentially acquire 99 spiritual veins. Could it be that I possess a unique constitution? Li Chengdan opened his character attribute panel for inspection. To his disappointment, he found no distinct qualities. Aside from the change in strength, the only addition was a basic martial skill. His strength was still marked as the mid-stage of the third layer of qi refinement, with nothing particularly special to note. Reluctantly, Li Chengdan chose to continue his cultivation, finally stepping out of his room at dawn. Today's fortune, excellent. Great luck is upon you. and there are many gains to be had. Before leaving, Li Chengdan checked his fortune for the day, and after confirming it was favorable, he stepped out with a cheerful heart. Ah, junior brother Chengdan. You have reached the mid-stage of the third layer of qi refinement? As soon as Li Chengdan emerged, a melodious voice resonated through the courtyard. A young maiden clad in a black martial robe stood in the center of the courtyard, a slender 9-foot blade at her side. The fitted robe accentuated her exquisite figure, compelling one to steal glances. Sister Liu Qing not only possessed an enchanting physique, but was also strikingly beautiful. Li Chengdan found himself gazing at her, only to be taken aback when he noticed. Has she reached the 6th layer of qi refinement? All 5 of them had entered the Shangqing sect in the same year. Yet over 4 years, their strengths varied due to their innate talents. The most gifted among them was Zhuge Changming, who had already reached the 6th layer last year and became a disciple under an outer sect elder, seldom returning to the Gengzi courtyard. Liu Qing, known as the second most talented in the Gengzi courtyard, gained considerable fame among the miscellaneous and outer disciples. Junior brother, your hard work has paid off. In just half a month, your strength has surged to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. You need not worry about leaving the alchemy hall. Liu Qing smiled gently, tossing a few shards of spirit stones to Li Chengdan. I must report to Yufu Peak soon, but alas, I shall no longer have the pleasure of enjoying your spiritual vegetables. Li Chengdan's mastery of fire control and cooking skills stems from the ethereal culinary arts, which are a fusion of alchemical practices and mortal cuisine. This unique background enables Li Chengdan, despite merely possessing the 2nd layer of qi refinement, to secure a position within the alchemy hall. Without hesitation, he accepted the fragment of spiritual stone tossed by Liu Qing, clasped his fists in respect, and declared, as long as my esteemed sister wishes to dine, I am ever ready to cook for her. Liu Qing, renowned for her affluent status, hails from a family reputed to wield significant influence within the inner sect of the Shangqing sect. Furthermore, she possesses an extraordinary innate talent for drawing talismans, making her admission to the Jade Talisman's peak hardly surprising. Such a glib tongue. Liu Qing retorted with a playful eye roll at Li Chengdan, grasping the hilt of her knife, her ponytail swaying as she jestingly teased him before departing from Gengzi courtyard. Determined to improve, Li Chengdan clenched his fist as he watched her walk away. He resolved to elevate his strength to at least the 4th layer of qi refinement before the end of his year-long residency at Gengzi courtyard. Failing to do so would result in expulsion from the alchemy hall, relegating him to the drudgery of menial tasks. Life as a subordinate in the outer sect of the Shangqing sect was arduous, akin to being mere weeds. The plight of laborers was even less favorable. To thrive in a realm where strength reigns supreme, one must attain at least the 6th layer of qi refinement, thus becoming a true disciple of the outer sect. Fortunately, with the support of the system, enhancing his abilities would not pose a great challenge for Li Chengdan. He merely needed to forge connections with others. Casting a glance at the firmly closed door of Zhanghu, Li Chengdan exited the courtyard. Wangxian City, the auxiliary celestial city of the Shangqing sect's outer sect, is where families of outer disciples and various cultivators reside. Among its inhabitants are retired cultivators from the Shangqing sect, their descendants, and many mortals awaiting their chance at celestial destiny. Li Chengdan purchased a jar of wine at the market and proceeded towards the kitchen of a bustling tavern. Increase the flames and refine the control over spiritual energy. One cannot skimp on spiritual energy if one wishes to properly saute the spirit vegetables. At this moment, the tavern's kitchen was in the throes of activity. As Li Chengdan approached, a voice like thunder reverberated throughout the kitchen. The Xinju Tavern is the most prosperous establishment in Wangxian City, its success attributed to the unparalleled culinary prowess of the city's sole second-tier spiritual chef. Familiar with the surroundings, Li Chengdan pushed open the door to the back courtyard, carrying a jar of aged wine. He respectfully saluted the elderly man with white hair seated at the center of the kitchen and presented the wine. Master. The elder furrowed his brow, accepting the jar with a huff. Chengdan, do not address me so. Our master-disciple bond has been severed. Just call me senior brother. You've advanced to the mid-stage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement? As the elder, known as Zhou Fong, uncorked the jar and inhaled the rich aroma. His gaze fell upon Li Chengdan, his brows knitting in surprise. It was a fortunate breakthrough, Li Chengdan replied with a subtle smile, standing respectfully beside the elder. Zhou Fong, the only second-tier spiritual chef in Wangxian City, was also the sole one within the Shangqing sect. His culinary skills were exceptional, producing second-tier spiritual dishes that rivaled first-tier elixirs, earning him great renown within the sect. Upon entering the Shangqing sect, Li Chengdan had the opportunity to assist Zhou Fong and, due to his innate talent, became his disciple. Remarkably, within just a year, he not only attained the status of a first-tier spiritual chef, but also advanced his own cultivation to the second layer of qi refinement. At that time, the outer sect believed that Li Chengdan was a prodigy and thus transferred him to the alchemy hall. Zhou Fang, concerned that their mentor-disciple bond might hinder Li Chengdan's path to immortality, proactively severed their relationship. However, over the years, whenever Li Chengdan had a day off, he would visit the retired Zhou Fang. Having opened his spiritual meridian, he was now on the verge of advancing to the second tier of spiritual chefs. Zhou Fang set aside his wine jar, glanced at the kitchen, and decided to prepare a few dishes to see if Li Chengdan's culinary skills had waned over the years. Chapter 6. Gaining a spiritual meridian indeed. Li Chengdan clasped his hands and entered the kitchen. Instantly, someone made room for him, kindly offering an apron and spatula. Zhou Fang was the only second-tier spiritual chef in Wangxian City, and even within the Upper Clear sect. His culinary skills were exceptional. Yet his eccentric personality and high standards for disciples meant that even renowned chefs from Wangxian City were not qualified to study under him. Had it not been for his advancing age and the unlikelihood of promoting to an outer sect disciple, Zhou Fang would still be presiding over the outer sect kitchen. Li Chengdan was the sole disciple Zhou Fang acknowledged in recent years, and his name frequently resonated in the back kitchen of the Immortal Abode Tavern. However, due to Li Chengdan's cultivation being only at the second layer of qi refining, he had never stepped into the kitchen to showcase his culinary talents. Thus, all the kitchen staff paused their tasks, their gazes collectively fixed upon Li Chengdan. Donning the apron and playfully handling the spatula, a faint smile graced Li Chengdan's lips. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he approached the stove, reached out to gauge the temperature of the iron pot, and glanced at the side ingredients. Stir-fry. Increase the fire a bit more, and add a handful of firewood without worry. With just a single action and a few words. The expressions of the kitchen staff shifted from skepticism to anticipation. The assistant tasked with stoking the fire promptly followed Li Chengdan's instructions, adding a handful of firewood and intensifying the flames, then curiously watching him. As soon as a wisp of blue smoke rose from the pot, Li Chengdan swiftly poured in oil, skillfully using the spatula to ensure the oil coated the entire bottom of the pot. Once the oil was hot enough, he began to add the prepared ingredients one by one. Then, channeling his spiritual energy, he commenced the stir-frying. What exquisite control of spiritual energy. This lad was indeed a master at the first tier of spiritual chefs, and even a glance at his movements allowed the experienced chefs in the kitchen to discern his expertise. Spiritual chefs, originating from alchemists, represent an extension of the alchemical arts. While entry is simple, mastery is exceedingly difficult. Aspiring to become a first-tier spiritual chef is no less demanding than becoming an alchemist. Hence, there exists a saying that one destined to be a spiritual chef is bound to become an alchemist. As Li Chengdan stirred the dishes, his control over spiritual energy was remarkably precise, swirling it within the pot and evenly enveloping each ingredient. A first-tier spiritual chef must master the fundamental techniques of fire control, chopping, and stirring, but the most crucial aspect is to infuse one's spiritual energy into the dishes while cooking, awakening the latent spiritual energy within the ingredients. Allowing ordinary dishes to emit spiritual aura. Only dishes infused with spiritual aura can be deemed spiritual cuisine. Consuming such cuisine enables one to absorb the spiritual energy contained within, significantly enhancing the practitioner's internal energy and boosting their power. Since it is a form of nourishment, there is no concern for pill toxicity, making it a favorite among low-tier practitioners. Yet, despite its apparent simplicity, this task has thwarted many. To this day, the Celestial City and the Shangqing sect boast merely 3 first-tier spirit chefs, one of whom is Li Chengdan. A dish was swiftly prepared, and Li Chengdan promptly plated it before presenting it to Zhou Fang. The rich aura emanating from the dish was astonishing, rivaling that of Zhou's culinary creations. However, as the spirit vegetables floated past him, the expression of one chef darkened considerably. At that moment, he comprehended why Zhou Fang held Li Chengdan in such high regard. In terms of culinary skills alone, Li Chengdan far surpassed them. Even though he remained at the second level of qi refinement, his exquisite culinary abilities would suffice for him to thrive anywhere in the world. Previously, they had assumed Zhou Fang exaggerated Li Chengdan's prowess for the sake of appearances, considering he had been merely a lowly practitioner at the initial stage of the second level of qi refinement. Yet now, Li Chengdan had transformed. He had ascended to the mid-stage of the third level of qi refinement and was poised to challenge the second tier of spirit chefs with the opening of his spiritual veins. Given Li Chengdan's current culinary talents, the path to becoming a second-tier spirit chef appeared rather unobstructed. Zhou Fang observed the dish Li Chengdan had brought forth, inhaled its aroma, and casually took a piece with his hand, savoring it for a moment before contentedly sipping from the wine jug at his side. Not bad, though your skills have grown somewhat rusty. Continue your work, Zhou Fong remarked, gesturing to the other kitchen staff to resume their tasks. Li Chengdan quickly fetched a stool, placing the spirit vegetables upon it, while also bringing Zhou Fong bowls and chopsticks, attending to him as he enjoyed his meal and wine. After a considerable time, Zhou Fong finished his repast, wiped the grease from his mouth, and sighed heavily upon glancing at Li Chengdan. Ultimately, being a spirit chef is not a sustainable path. Becoming an alchemist is the true way forward. Your strength has increased. It should not be difficult to progress to the 4th level of qi refinement within a year. But do not grow complacent. Strive to advance to the 6th level of qi refinement and become an apprentice alchemist. Li Chengdan nodded respectfully at his side. Although Zhou Fong held the esteemed title of a second-tier spirit chef, he remained stuck at the 5th level of qi refinement. Unable to ascend to the 6th and achieve the status of an alchemist, thus resigning himself to the role of a kitchen master at the Xinju Tavern. While spirit chefs are indeed rare, they pale in comparison to alchemists. Nevertheless, the artistry of a spirit chef must not be discarded, at least in future cultivation. One cannot solely rely on elixirs, but must also consider nourishment. This compendium of spirit chef techniques was bequeathed to me by my master, and today, I pass it on to you. I hope it proves beneficial in your future endeavors. Should you encounter any promising young chefs, I ask that you share this knowledge. Zhou Fong stated, retrieving an aged manuscript from his robe. He gently smoothed its creases with his hand, a hint of reluctance in his gesture before handing it over to Li Chengdan. You have mastered the art of spirit cooking entirely. There is little more I can impart. Li Chengdan accepted the manuscript with a complex expression. In his memories, Zhou Fong was a rather eccentric, stubborn old man whose voice resonated like a thunderclap, often wielding a metal spoon to strike pots while berating others. He maintained exceptionally high standards in the kitchen and excelled at preparing spirit vegetables. Yet he was hindered by his constitution, unable to advance or become an alchemist. Upon entering the Confronting sect, Li Chengdan had followed him, fetching water and chopping wood, enduring countless scoldings. Yet he understood that beneath the old man's gruff exterior lay a warm heart, and after taking him on as a disciple, he generously shared all his knowledge. Upon learning of his promotion to the rank of a second-tier spirit chef, elevating his prowess to the 2nd level of qi refinement, he feared that the bonds of master and disciple might jeopardize his path to immortality, and thus chose to sever their relationship entirely. Even though he had remained stuck at the early stages of qi refinement for several years, the stubborn old man still regarded him with pride, boasting about him to others. Ding! You have successfully established a causal connection with the second-tier spirit chef Zhou Fong. Successfully extracted spirit chef experience. Already mastered. Cannot be further extracted or fused. Successfully extracted spirit vein, X1. Would you like to extract and fuse? At this moment, the system notification resonated in Li Chengdan's mind. Glancing at the system prompt, Li Chengdan's expression shifted. He realized that Zhou Fong had imparted all his spirit chef skills to him, and thus, further extraction and fusion were no longer possible. The old man truly harbored no secrets from his apprentice. He chose to extract and fuse with a complex expression. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully extracted and fused Spirit Vein X1. Your strength has been elevated to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, 499. As the system alert sounded, another spirit vein emerged within Li Chengdan, enriching his spiritual power. I have already declared that our master-apprentice bond is severed. Simply address me as senior brother. Zhou Fong's face displayed dissatisfaction, yet he retrieved a set of spirit chef utensils from his storage bag and handed them to Li Chengdan. These are my spirit chef tools. Now that your spirit vein has been activated, you shall find them useful as a second-tier spirit chef. The utensils comprised a set of palm-sized, dark green cooking tools, featuring a stove-like base and a jade pot capable of changing size at will upon the infusion of spiritual energy, Zhou Fong's most treasured possession. Upon sighting the utensils, the entire kitchen staff's eyes brightened, revealing their avarice. The jade pot was an exclusive tool for second-tier spirit chefs, worth a fortune. Upon seeing the utensils, Li Chengdan immediately waved his hands. Master, senior brother, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. I would only let it gather dust. You should keep it. Zhou Fong, however, disregarded Li Chengdan's protests and simply tossed the utensils towards him, indifferent to whether he caught them. Thank you, senior brother. Receiving the stove, Li Chengdan immediately bowed in gratitude. At that moment, a girl with twin ponytails bounced into the kitchen, and upon spotting Li Chengdan, she broke into a radiant smile. Brother Chengdan, you are here too? Chapter 7. Urgent summons. Yuer has arrived. How was school today? Hearing the girl's melodious voice, Zhou Fong instantly donned a kind demeanor, rising from his yellow bamboo chair to embrace the little girl. The child, named Zhou Yuer, was his granddaughter. Her parents had tragically perished during a demon hunting expedition. prompting Zhou Fong to resign from his duties in the outer kitchen to care for her. I learned to read and write today. The teacher had an engagement this afternoon, so we were dismissed early. Zhou Yuer beamed, chattering enthusiastically about her day at school. Zhou Fong listened with a face full of warmth. Li Chengdan watched the heartwarming scene with a smile. When Zhou Fong called out, "Chengdan, I knew you would be here. Come with me to the Alchemy Hall. Today." Chen Chen blew up 3 furnaces, and Liu Kun ended up looking like a pig's head. At that moment, a slender figure burst into the kitchen, heading straight for Li Chengdan. "Brother Fan Lei?" Li Chengdan expressed a hint of surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Without hesitation, Fan Lei seized Li Chengdan and urged him to follow. "You must come with me to the Alchemy Hall. Chen Chen has lost his temper this time. Specifically calling for you. No one else will do." It turned out that yesterday's success in alchemy had significantly boosted Chen Chen's confidence. After a night of reflection, he was convinced that he had mastered the art of crafting the solidifying essence pill and was determined to improve his success rate today. However, to his dismay, he failed miserably, experiencing 3 consecutive explosions in the furnace. Several of the assistants helping with the fire were injured, and Chen Chen himself narrowly escaped harm. Suddenly recalling Li Chengdan, he demanded his presence to manage the fire for alchemy. Unfortunately, Liu Kun had already paid off the other assistants, allowing Li Chengdan to rest, thus leaving the alchemy hall devoid of his presence. Upon learning that Li Chengdan was absent, Chen Chen's fury erupted. He soon realized that this debacle was orchestrated by Liu Kun and dealt him a sound thrashing. Left with no choice, Fan Lei hurried to seek Li Chengdan's assistance. Li Chengdan quickly bid farewell to the surrounding area and departed with Fan Lei. This junior brother is so favored within the alchemy hall. The chefs in the kitchen exchanged envious glances as they watched Li Chengdan being led away by Fan Lei. To be entrusted with managing the fire for an alchemist is no small honor, without the requisite qualifications. Merely gazing at an alchemist's work could result in the loss of one's eyesight. Zhou Fong merely smiled coldly. Can the skills of a first-tier spirit chef in managing the fire be doubted? Though not on par with an alchemist, their fire control abilities surpass those of ordinary alchemists. The elevated success rate of a spirit chef who becomes an alchemist is largely due to their exceptional fire manipulation skills. It comes as no surprise that Li Chengdan enjoys such treatment. Junior brother Chengdan, you've reached the 3rd level of qi refinement and are already in the mid-stage? On their way, Fan Lei finally noticed the change in Li Chengdan's aura. His energy was stable and abundant, and he had surprisingly matched Fan Lei's strength. Just yesterday, Li Chengdan had only ascended to the late stage of the 2nd level of qi refinement. How had his power surged so swiftly? Li Chengdan smiled faintly. It's merely propped up by pills. I fortuitously opened 4 spiritual veins, but my strength is still not solidified. Generally, it is advisable to refrain from consuming pills before reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement to avoid the toxic effects that could hinder cultivation. However, Li Chengdan had not anticipated that by merely giving a half-finished solidifying essence pill to Zhang Hu, he would receive feedback from the system leading to his power enhancement. This rapid increase in strength was bound to raise suspicions, so he simply claimed to have consumed the half-finished solidifying essence pill. Have you lost your mind? Starting to consume pills so early? Thankfully, it's the solidifying essence pill. If it were a nourishing qi pill, the early exposure to pill toxicity could be detrimental to your future cultivation. Fan Lei reprimanded Li Chengdan immediately. Pill toxicity is the bane of cultivators, as once contracted. It is exceedingly difficult to eradicate and could ruin one's path to immortality. Listening to Fan Lei's admonishments, Li Chengdan cast a grateful glance his way. What other options do I have? With only a year remaining, if I fail to advance to the 4th level of qi refinement, I shall be compelled to leave the alchemy hall and endure arduous labor. Upon hearing this, Fan Lei was momentarily taken aback, his anger dissipating significantly. The challenges faced by Li Chengdan were shared by him. If he too could not ascend to the 4th level within a year, he would also be condemned to hard labor. Such toil is indeed grueling, the kind that could lead to death. By the way, senior brother Fan Lei, how many spirit veins have you opened? Li Chengdan promptly shifted the topic, directing his inquiry towards Fan Lei. 5, and I am currently striving to unlock the 6th. With 4 spirit veins remaining, a year should suffice, Fan Lei replied straightforwardly. The 3rd level of qi refinement represents a pivotal threshold for practitioners, serving as a test of one's innate talent. Some prodigies can open 9 spirit veins in merely a couple of months, while others may struggle throughout their lives to unlock even one. Fan Lei could only be regarded as possessing average aptitude. Li Chengdan nodded, continuing to walk while feigning casualness as he softly remarked, "Are there truly only 9 spirit veins?" The 9 spirit veins correspond to the 9 primary meridians of the human body. When filled with spiritual energy, they become spirit veins. It is said that in ancient times, the number of spirit veins in a human body reached an astounding total of 99, but they would not all be opened at once. Rather, it would only be after reaching the 12th level of Qi refinement that one could fully unlock them. Those who succeeded in establishing a foundation with 99 spirit veins were revered as having achieved perfect foundation establishment, though this is merely a legend, Fan Lei said, a hint of yearning in his voice. The ancient era marked the zenith of the cultivation world, a time when prodigies flourished and spiritual energy was abundant. Establishing a foundation did not even require foundation establishment pills. The current cultivation world is a stark contrast, with spiritual energy waning and many ancient legacies now lost to time, leaving behind only a few remnants of legend. Perfect foundation establishment, you say? Listening to Fan Lei, Li Chengdan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he could achieve perfect foundation establishment through the system? Fan Lei patted Li Chengdan on the shoulder and shook his head. Let us not harbor such extravagant hopes. There are only 9 foundation establishment experts in the entire Shanqing sect. To achieve foundation establishment is already our ultimate goal. Fan Lei and Li Chengdan had both entered the Shanqing sect almost simultaneously. In 4 years, the gifted ones had already become outer disciples. And some prodigies had even reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, gaining entry into the inner sect. They remained mere miscellaneous disciples. For them, the dream of achieving foundation establishment was a distant fantasy. Upon arriving, Chengdan Jr. brother, you must be cautious this time, Fan Lei said with a complex expression as he led Li Chengdan back to the alchemy hall. Today, Chen Chen's luck was exceedingly poor, with the sounds of exploding furnaces growing increasingly fierce. Even though Li Chengdan hailed from a lineage of spiritual chefs and possessed strong fire control skills, whether the alchemical furnace would explode depended entirely on Chen Chen. Fear not, Li Chengdan sighed, discreetly summoning the system. Today's fortune, great auspice, good fortune is upon you, and there will be many gains. After glancing once more at his fortune for the day, Li Chengdan stepped into the private room. The alchemical master's private rooms in the outer sect were fixed, and Chen Chen's room was no exception. Master Chen, perhaps you should release Steward Liu. Li Chengdan heard a weak voice pleading for mercy as soon as he entered the room. Then came Chen Chen's furious retort. Do you care for him so much? Would you like me to send you in to accompany him? Following this was the sound of porcelain shattering and a piercing scream echoing simultaneously. Master Chen, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not be angry. Li Chengdan swallowed hard and swiftly stepped into the private room, locating Chen Chen. At that moment, Chen Chen wore an expression of fury. Beside him lay a servant, blood pooling beneath his head where he had been struck. Fragments of teacups littered the floor around them. Several other servants, their bodies marked by lash scars, cowered in a corner, heads bowed. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's voice, they nervously lifted their gazes, exhaling a sigh of relief only when they recognized him. You've arrived? Chen Chen paused, momentarily taken aback by Li Chengdan's presence, and his anger surged anew. Did I not inform you that I would return today? Do you, a mere servant, look down upon me? Oh, how have you advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refinement level 3? Suddenly, Chen Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Li Chengdan, who he distinctly remembered had only recently reached the late stage of Qi refinement level 2. I must express my gratitude for the Gu Yuan Dan gifted by Master Chen. Last night, I succumbed to temptation and consumed it, successfully advancing to Qi refinement level 3, opening 4 spiritual meridians in one go. Li Chengdan replied, clasping his hands in respect. Such remarkable effects from a semi-finished product? Chen Chen's demeanor softened. You truly are unafraid of succumbing to alchemical toxicity at such a young age? Fortunately, it was a Gu Yuan Dan. Had it been another elixir, you might have already fallen victim to its toxins, leaving you with no hope for longevity. Master Chen's alchemical skills are exceptional. I have experienced no adverse effects. With my enhanced strength and newly unlocked spiritual meridians, I can assist Master Chen in refining elixirs, thus repaying your kindness for the gifted Dan. Li Chengdan continued. You have a way with words, young man. Ha ha. Come, let me examine you. Should you indeed be afflicted by alchemical toxicity, I can provide assistance early on to prevent any hindrance to your future cultivation. Chen Chen, pleased by the flattery, stepped forward and grasped Li Chengdan's wrist, channeling spiritual energy to conduct an inspection. Li Chengdan's entire strength stemmed from his experiences in extraction and fusion, not from elixirs. Thus he had no fear of alchemical toxicity. Remarkably, not only was there no trace of toxicity, but even the residual potency of any elixir was absent. Did you truly consume that semi-finished Gu Yuan Dan? Chen Chen inquired, astonished. Li Chengdan nodded earnestly. I would not dare deceive Master Chen. I truly ingested it. Otherwise, my strength would not have surged so rapidly. It seems you have accumulated your strength over time. The Gu Yuan Dan held only half its potency, which merely catalyzed the latent spiritual energy within you, giving you a gentle push forward. Thus, The potency was wholly absorbed by you. As the Gu Yuan Dan is inherently a foundational elixir with minimal toxicity, your rapid advancement, coupled with the unlocking of your spiritual meridians, has catalyzed your good fortune. Releasing his grip, Chen Chen quickly formed his own judgment, a hint of pride illuminating his features. If this news were to spread, who would dare mock his alchemical prowess in the future? Li Chengdan stood as a living testament. If a semi-finished Gu Yuan Dan could yield such extraordinary results, how remarkable would a fully refined Gu Yuan Dan be? Indeed, Master Chen's alchemical skills are commendable. Even a semi-finished Gu Yuan Dan possesses such efficacy. Li Chengdan promptly offered a compliment. Ha! Chen Chen chuckled in satisfaction, waving his hand. From now on, you shall devote yourself to assisting me in refining elixirs. Let us commence immediately. Yes. Li Chengdan clasped his hands and promptly turned towards the alchemical furnace. Upon reaching the side of the imposing furnace, his expression shifted dramatically. The area surrounding the furnace had been meticulously cleaned, yet a fragment of fabric protruded from the crevice of the furnace door, which had been firmly secured. This piece of fabric resembled a corner of a garment, akin to the attire worn by the menial disciples, albeit with a lustrous sheen. Observing this scene, Li Chengdan swiftly concluded that someone had been locked inside the furnace. Liu Kun, with a disdainful snort, glanced at the other menial disciples and commanded, "Release him at once. Do not delay my alchemical work." The disciples hurriedly approached the furnace, expertly unlocking the door and retrieving the battered Liu Kun. At that moment, Liu Kun's face was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, marred by horrific lash marks. He remained unconscious even as he was moved. This fool has ruined several of my elixirs today by enlisting 4 or 5 incompetents who cannot tend to the flames. Chen Chen remarked irritably, casting a scornful gaze at Li Chengdan. Had you not arrived today, I would have set him ablaze myself. Chen Chen's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. It was not uncommon in the realm of alchemy for a disciple to incur the wrath of a master and be sacrificed in the furnace. This was the nature of the cultivation world, survival of the fittest, where the strong could slay the weak without the need for justification. Even a 6th-layer Qi refinement disciple, a menial overseer of the alchemical hall, held no power in the presence of a master alchemist. Cast him aside for all to see. Let the other blind fools witness the fate of those who feign compliance. Disdainfully eyeing the unconscious Liu Kun, Chen Chen waved his hand and turned to gather the necessary materials. With Chen Chen's command, Liu Kun was unceremoniously discarded like a lifeless pig. Observing Liu Kun's pitiful state, the menial disciples exchanged glances filled with sympathy, yet none dared to approach. Li Chengdan sighed silently, picked up a cleaning tool, and tidied the alchemical furnace before moving the spiritual wood beside it. After filling the furnace with clean water, he ignited the flames to warm the furnace. With his enhanced abilities and the awakening of his spiritual veins, his spiritual power had multiplied threefold, allowing him to control the flames with greater precision. Under the ample supply of spiritual energy, the temperature soon became suitable for alchemical work. Chen Chen noticed Li Chengdan's transformation and nodded approvingly. After placing the herbs into the furnace, he began the alchemical process. As before, he discovered that with a mere thought, the fire and temperature responded instantaneously, and this time, the pace was even quicker than the previous day. Compared to the menial disciples who had tended the flames before, Li Chengdan's control over the fire was almost sentient, managing the refining temperature of each herb with exceptional skill. On several occasions, when Chen Chen misjudged the temperature due to his own errors, Li Chengdan adeptly adjusted the firewood to rectify the mistakes. Time and again, just when Chen Chen feared failure, the flames would save the day. The master was indeed correct. A formidable alchemist must be paired with an equally adept fire tender, for otherwise, one's skills would be rendered ineffective. During a brief interlude in the alchemical process, Chen Chen cast a glance at Li Chengdan, filled with delight as he observed his proficient manipulation of spiritual power to control the flames. With the endorsement of Li Chengdan, he felt a surge of confidence, believing that he could even challenge the rank of a second-tier alchemist. This precious Li Chengdan must be firmly held in his grasp. It must not be snatched away by that girl or the old man. Would there be another explosion today? In the alchemy hall, a group of attendants gazed anxiously at the closed door of the private room, occasionally glancing at Liu Kun, who still lay unconscious on the ground. Since Li Chengdan began the fire and Chen Chen commenced the alchemical process, the private room had taken on an eerie silence. Outside, the only sound was the crackling of the spiritual wood burning, with no other noise to be heard. If another explosion were to occur, the last glimmer of hope represented by Li Chengdan would be in peril. Today, even Liu Kun had been soundly beaten by Chen Chen, almost becoming a sacrificial offering to the alchemical furnace. If Li Chengdan were to control the fire and another explosion occurred, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. I wonder. Let us hope that Senior Alchemist Chengdan can continue to create miracles, thought Fan Lei, gazing worriedly at the private room. He had faith in Li Chengdan. But his true concern lay with Chen Chen, whom he deemed utterly unreliable. Is this it? After the passage of 2 hours, the fierce flames upon the alchemical furnace receded, and an enticing fragrance of elixirs wafted forth. Even Chen Chen stared at the furnace in disbelief, uttering incredulously. The furnace shows no abnormalities, no muffled sounds, no disturbances, and it hasn't exploded. He has actually managed to calmly produce a batch of elixirs? Chen Chen glanced at Li Chengdan, understanding that this success was at least 50% attributable to him. Had it not been for Li Chengdan's exceptional control over the fire, he would have failed multiple times while refining the medicinal materials. During the latter stages of the alchemical process, it was entirely thanks to Li Chengdan's unwavering control over the flames that there was no waste of energy, ensuring a smooth progression throughout. With the fire and temperature meticulously regulated, Chen Chen could focus solely on the refinement of the materials, synthesizing their medicinal properties with significantly reduced pressure, resulting in a remarkably effortless endeavor. Li Chengdan ceased his manipulation of spiritual energy, concentrating on arranging the wood within the furnace to regulate its temperature, ensuring it reached the precise heat required for the final stages of elixir creation. With a flourish, Chen Chen lifted the lid of the furnace, his sleeve sweeping aside as he retrieved the formed elixirs. 6. All of them of inferior grade. Chen Chen's excitement was palpable as he beheld the elixirs in his hand. A single batch yielding 6 solidifying essence pills. This success rate is indeed among the elite for a late-stage first-tier alchemist. Master Chen, I will take a moment to recuperate my spiritual energy. Li Chengdan promptly extinguished the furnace flames and, rising, clasped his hands in respect towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded, his gaze still fixed on the elixirs in his hand, his expression brimming with ineffable joy. Chapter 9. Registered disciple Li Chengdan immediately settled into a meditative posture to restore his spiritual energy, while Chen Chen meticulously examined each elixir. Each of the 6 pills exhibited a vibrant azure hue and exuded a rich medicinal aroma, surpassing even the quality of those produced the previous day. Though they were classified as inferior, they were of exceptional quality within that category. If this standard were maintained, the possibility of crafting intermediate or even superior grade elixirs was not beyond reach. After resting for over an hour, during which Chen Chen reflected on the entire process without disturbing Li Chengdan, the latter's spiritual energy was eventually restored. The two then resumed their alchemical endeavors. This time, Chen Chen absorbed numerous lessons, achieving a more harmonious collaboration with Li Chengdan. At times, Chen Chen realized that rather than merely refining pills, it felt more like he was assisting Li Chengdan in his role as an alchemist. Li Chengdan's mastery of fire control was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Chen Chen found himself in awe. Due to Chen Chen's notable improvement in alchemical skills, the process was completed in a remarkably short time, merely an hour and a half. When Chen Chen retrieved the pills, Li Chengdan extinguished the flames and chose to sit quietly beside him, closing his eyes to restore his spiritual energy. Chen Chen, respecting the silence, began to review the process, examining the 5 pills that emerged from the furnace, one of which was a mid-grade first-tier pill. Gazing at the mid-grade pill before him, a fiery gleam sparked in Chen Chen's eyes, his face radiating joy. Among the 3 alchemists in the outer sect, he had always been the weakest, having never successfully refined a mid-grade first-tier pill. Yet now, not only had he succeeded, but he had also crafted the most challenging of all first-tier pills, the solidifying yuan pill. Holding the mid-grade solidifying yuan pill in his hand and casting a glance at Li Chengdan, Chen Chen squinted. This young man, hailing from a lineage of culinary talents and mentored by that fellow from Zhoufang, is destined to become a formidable alchemist. My alchemical skills have significantly improved through our collaboration. Even without his assistance in fire control, I can now independently refine the solidifying yuan pill. However, this young man must not be entrusted to others. He must remain by my side. Even if he becomes an alchemist in the future, he will owe me a debt of gratitude. Carefully placing the pill into a medicinal box, Chen Chen repeatedly pondered how to ensure Li Chengdan stayed close to him. Once Li Chengdan's spiritual energy was replenished, the two resumed their alchemical endeavors. Throughout the afternoon, the door to the private room remained shut, with Liu Kun still unconscious at the entrance, too intimidated to move. Initially, people worried about Li Chengdan, but the alluring fragrance of pills wafting from the room soon transformed their anxiety into envy, which inevitably morphed into jealousy. They understood that Chen Chen had successfully produced pills, and not just once. Now, Li Chengdan had reached the mid-stage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Despite his modest power, his fire control skills had garnered the recognition of an alchemist, ensuring his ascent within the alchemical hall in the future. Chen Chen proceeded to refine 3 more furnaces of solidifying yuan pills, yet he did not manage to create a single high-grade first-tier pill. Nevertheless, each furnace yielded at least 5 pills, and astonishingly, the last furnace produced 4 mid-grade pills, a success rate that would make even a second-tier alchemist envious. Chen Chen was naturally exhilarated. If this news were to spread, who would dare to mock his alchemical prowess again? Just as Li Chengdan was preparing to extinguish the flames and continue recovering his spiritual energy, Chen Chen's voice resounded. Enough. I have exhausted all the materials I prepared. Ding. You have successfully established a causal connection with the late-stage first-tier alchemist Chen Chen, extracting universal alchemical experience x50, extracting spiritual veins x3, extracting experience in the fire control technique of the 5 elements x30, extracting experience in the great fire summoning technique x30, extracting experience in the auxiliary cultivation method of the scented pill technique x30. Would you like to extract and merge? Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed within Li Chengdan's mind. However, this time, Li Chengdan chose not to extract and fuse more spiritual veins. He already possessed 4 spiritual veins, and if he were to merge 3 additional ones, his strength would soar to the late stage of qi refinement, a pace that was indeed excessively swift. Having assisted Chen Chen in successfully concocting such a remarkable number of solidifying yuan pills, he deemed it astonishing enough. If his power were to continue escalating, it would surely attract unwanted attention. Thus, he resolved to conceal his abilities and wait a few days before advancing further. Congratulations, Master Chen, on your promotion to a late-stage pill master. Li Chengdan immediately clasped his hands in respect to Chen Chen. It is indeed reliant upon you. Truly, as expected of Zhou Feng's disciple, your mastery of fire control as a spiritual chef surpasses even my own. Please accept these 3 solidifying yuan pills as a token of reward. Additionally, I bestow upon you the essential techniques and spells required for a foundational pill master. With your talent, you are destined to become an esteemed pill master. Chen Chen retrieved 3 inferior solidifying yuan pills from his medicine box, along with several tomes of techniques and spells, which he tossed toward Li Chengdan. Thank you for your teachings, Master Chen. Li Chengdan responded promptly, bowing deeply as he accepted the pills and techniques. You are quite endearing to me. If only your strength were not so lacking. Do endeavor to enhance your capabilities. In the future, you need not partake in the menial tasks of the pill hall. I will take you on as my registered disciple, dedicated solely to assisting me in pill refinement. How does that sound? Accepting Li Chengdan as a registered disciple was the most prudent course of action Chen Chen could conceive. As long as Li Chengdan continued to strengthen himself and ascend to the 4th stage of qi refinement, he would then be accepted as a formal disciple. This way, Li Chengdan would be under his tutelage, making it difficult for others to covet him. Thank you, Master. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Although Chen Chen's reputation was somewhat tarnished, he was nonetheless a late-stage pill master. With the status of a registered disciple, Li Chengdan's position would naturally ascend as well. Oh, splendid. Chen Chen chuckled heartily, observing Li Chengdan's eagerness. He stowed away the medicine box and left with satisfaction. Pushing open the door to the pill hall's main hall, Chen Chen paused in the center and turned to address the disciples in the room. Li Chengdan, I have taken up your rest today, for the next few days. Cultivate diligently at home and strive to reach the 4th stage of qi refinement. Do not tarnish your master's reputation, understood? Master? Did Li Chengdan become Master Chen's disciple? I must have misheard. Master Chen is publicly endorsing Li Chengdan. The disciples present in the hall were astounded by Chen Chen's proclamation. The greatest opportunity within the pill hall was to be chosen by a pill master as a disciple. Even as a registered disciple, one could escape the identity of a menial worker and enjoy the privileges of an outer sect disciple. However, such occurrences were rare, and few could capture the attention of a pill master, let alone a menial disciple. Even those as advanced as 6th-stage pill apprentice seldom had such an opportunity. Li Chengdan had indeed achieved a remarkable turnaround as a menial disciple. I shall obey Master's decree. Li Chengdan was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Chen Chen to announce their master-disciple relationship in public, effectively informing everyone that he had a protector. Although Chen Chen was known for his fiery temperament, having such a passionate master would likely deter most from antagonizing Li Chengdan in the future. Indeed, Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction, humming a cheerful tune as he elegantly departed. Today, the Alchemy Hall's menial workers not only witnessed Chen Chen publicly supporting the junior disciples, but also observed a rare moment of joy from him, leaving many astounded. Congratulations, Junior Dan Master, on your leap over the Dragon Gate. At this moment, Fan Lei approached Li Chengdan and offered his congratulations with a respectful gesture. Do not mock me, Senior Brother Fan. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Li Chengdan replied with an awkward smile. Upon exiting the private room, he saw Liu Kun still lying on the ground. Manager Liu, Chen has lost his temper. Who would dare to come to his aid? Do not concern yourself with him. He brought this upon himself. Fan Lei disdainfully glanced at Liu Kun, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the downfall of someone who often oppressed them. Let us send him to the medical clinic. After all, he is still the menial manager. Li Chengdan contemplated for a moment before speaking. His decision stemmed not from a sense of compassion, but rather from his current rising status, as he would continue to reside in the Alchemy Hall in the future. If others perceived him as vengeful, it would be difficult for him to maintain his standing in the Alchemy Hall. Sending Liu Kun to the clinic meant his fate would be left to chance, while Li Chengdan could earn a reputation for magnanimity, alleviating the envy of other menial workers towards him. You are Chen's disciple. If you speak up, no one will dare to say anything. Fan Lei, unfazed, immediately summoned 2 second-tier menial workers to carry Liu Kun to the clinic. Junior Dan Master, it has only been a day, and you have already reached mid-stage of the 3rd layer of qi refining? By the time Li Chengdan returned to the Gengzi courtyard, it was already evening. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed a burly man awaiting him. Chapter 10, Cultivation, 4th layer of qi refining. Seeing the newcomer, Li Chengdan was taken aback. Brother Zhang Hu, have you successfully reached the 6th layer of qi refining? The visitor was indeed Zhang Hu, whose spiritual energy surged, noticeably stronger than before, indicating he had finally entered the 6th layer and opened his qi sea. Transitioning from the 5th to the 6th layer is a significant hurdle for cultivators, as one must condense their qi sea to progress. This transition is exceptionally challenging, with nearly 90% of practitioners getting stuck at this stage. Yes, I reached the 6th layer of qi refining at noon today, all thanks to junior brothers Gu Yuan Dan. I intended to inform you immediately, but you were out and delayed in returning. Hence, I reported to the Wei Dao Peak first. I will be stationed there from now on. The outer sect of the Qingyun sect comprises 9 main peaks. The first peak, Chu Xiufeng, is where newly admitted disciples reside and can live there for free for 5 years. Other peaks include Yu Fu Peak for talisman crafting, Danfang Peak for alchemy, Liantian Peak for artifact forging, Zheng Fa Peak for the law enforcement hall, Yanwu Peak for managing outer sect affairs, Chuan Dao Peak for the scripture repository, and the Su Mo Peak for task assignments, along with Wei Dao Peak, known for its perilous nature, primarily tasked with safeguarding the sect's security through the hunting of ferocious beasts, leading to a high mortality rate. However, considering that Zhang Hu is a reincarnated golden core cultivator, Li Chengdan found no surprise in his choice. Brother Zhang Hu, be cautious at Wei Dao Peak. Li Chengdan expressed his concern for Zhang Hu. Do not worry. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. I practice the way of slaughter, making Wei Dao Peak the most suitable for me. However, in the future, it seems that only the disciples Cheng Dan and Long Kuei will remain in the Gengzi Academy, Zhang Hu remarked with a hint of sadness. The relationships among the members of Gengzi Academy were relatively amiable, particularly their bond with Li Chengdan, which was exceptionally strong. When they first arrived at Gengzi Academy, their lives were quite frugal, relying solely on Li Chengdan's culinary skills to help them navigate through the most challenging times. It was even due to Li Chengdan's talents that their abilities advanced remarkably. For years have swiftly passed, and while everyone has found their own paths, the one who provided the most assistance, Li Chengdan, still remains in Gengzi Academy, evoking a sense of nostalgia. As for Long Kuei, who has yet to make an appearance, he possesses commendable innate talent and has already reached the late stage of the 5th level of qi refinement. It is merely a matter of time before he breaks through to the 6th level. The most concerning aspect remains Li Chengdan. Although his strength has seen some advancement, he still lingers at only the 3rd level of qi refinement. Brother Zhang, you need not worry about me, Li Chengdan replied with a gentle smile. Master Chen has accepted me as his named disciple. Even if I do not advance to the 4th level within a year, thanks to Master Chen's connections, I can still find work in the Alchemy Hall. Oh, you have become a disciple of the alchemist? That is splendid news. In that case, I need not fret. Junior brother, strive to elevate yourself to the 6th level of qi refinement and ascend to the alchemy peak. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's reassurances, Zhang Hu finally felt a sense of relief. With Li Chengdan now backed by an alchemist, even if his strength does not improve, he need not worry about his livelihood outside the academy. After conversing with Li Chengdan for quite some time, Zhang Hu reluctantly departed from Gengzi Academy, luggage in hand. Li Chengdan returned to his quarters and began his cultivation in solitude. The 5 elements fire control technique, the scent of elixir method. The fire attraction technique, my esteemed master truly imparts his wisdom generously. Once inside his room, Li Chengdan immediately began to examine the techniques and spells gifted to him by Chen Chen. To his astonishment, he discovered that these methods were extracted directly from Chen Chen's essence. The scent of elixir method? This technique is indeed remarkable. It enhances one's cultivation by absorbing the medicinal power released during the alchemical process. No wonder alchemists need not worry about their strength diminishing despite daily concoctions. After thoroughly reviewing all the techniques and spells, Li Chengdan gazed in wonder at the scent of elixir method in his hands. This is a specialized auxiliary technique, to be used exclusively during alchemical operations, leveraging the surplus medicinal power released from the refining of materials to elevate one's strength. When cultivated to its zenith, even mere respiration beside the alchemical furnace can enhance one's spiritual energy, making it the most potent auxiliary technique for an alchemist. He opted to extract the fusion experience directly. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully fused spiritual veins X3, elevating your strength to the late stage of Qi Refinement Level 3, 799. Congratulations! You have successfully fused General Alchemy Experience X50, advancing to the mid-stage of Alchemist Apprentice, 0100. Congratulations! You have successfully fused the Fire Control Technique Experience X30, raising your Fire Control Technique to the threshold of Proficiency, 050. Congratulations! You have successfully fused the Fire Attraction Technique Experience X30, enhancing your Fire Attraction Technique to the threshold of Proficiency, 050. Congratulations on successfully merging the Supplementary Cultivation Technique, the Aromadan method, and acquiring 30 experience points. Your supplementary cultivation method has now reached the initial stage of proficiency. Host, Li Chengdan's spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elemental pseudo-spiritual roots, inferior quality, bloodline, physique, none lifespan, 1992 strength, late stage of Qi refinement level 3 spiritual veins, 799 occupation, mid-level alchemist apprentice. First level spiritual chef cultivation method, supplementary technique, Aromadan method, level, initial proficiency martial skills, basic martial techniques, entry-level spells, 5 elemental fire control technique, initial proficiency, great fire induction technique, initial proficiency. After hearing the system notification, Li Chengdan meticulously examined his attribute panel and soon realized his lifespan had significantly increased. It appeared that with the enhancement of his strength, his longevity had also improved considerably. In the following days, Li Chengdan remained in seclusion, diligently practicing without venturing outside. The innate talent of this body was disappointingly poor. It seemed that reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement through self-cultivation would take an inordinate amount of time. 3 days later, Li Chengdan opened his eyes with a sigh. He had hoped to enhance his spiritual veins through personal effort, but after 3 days of arduous practice, he understood the futility of his aspirations. His cultivation aptitude was indeed disheartening, as there had been no response in his spiritual veins after 3 days of training. Ding! Congratulations on establishing a karmic bond with the Qi Refinement Level 6 cultivator, Liu Kun, successfully extracting 3 spiritual veins and acquiring 300 general cultivation experience points. Would you like to extract and merge? At that moment, the system's notification chimed again. Liu Kun, Li Chengdan's expression shifted upon reading the system prompt. How could he have forged such a bond for himself? Observing the unique karmic connection on the system interface, Li Chengdan frowned. After 3 days, it seemed Liu Kun had awakened and realized it was he who had assisted him, thus triggering the system. Excellent. A breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Extract and merge. Without hesitation, Li Chengdan chose to proceed with the extraction. Congratulations on successfully merging 3 spiritual veins, acquiring 300 general cultivation experience points. Your strength has successfully risen to the mid-stage of Qi refinement level 4, with spiritual veins totaling 1099. With the merging of experience, Li Chengdan's strength surged to the mid-stage of Qi refinement level 4, and the number of his spiritual veins expanded to 10. It appears that spiritual veins can indeed continue to develop. Li Chengdan immediately focused and began to examine his body. At that moment, he suddenly discovered that within him, in addition to the original 9 main meridians, there was an additional fine, network-like spiritual vein. This network connected 2 of the main veins, and judging by its size, if all other spiritual veins were fully developed, it would mean that Li Chengdan's entire body would be suffused with spiritual veins. Could this be the truth behind perfect foundational establishment? As soon as the spiritual meridians are activated, all the other meridians in the body, aside from the 9 main ones, will transform into spiritual meridians. At present, Li Chengdan feels an abundance of spiritual energy within him, far surpassing that of an average 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. If he were to refine pills for Chen Chen with his current strength, he could control the flames for an entire day without needing to rest. His power has surged too rapidly. He resolved to continue his seclusion. Observing his current prowess, Li Chengdan swiftly made a decision. His rapid advancement has garnered much attention in the pill refining hall, and with Chen Chen providing protection, It would not be inappropriate for him to remain in the shadows for a while longer. A month later, Li Chengdan departed from Gungzi Courtyard and returned to the pill refining hall. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The disciples of the hall were battered and bruised. Many wrapped in bandages, cowering in corners, scarcely daring to breathe. What had transpired? Where was Fan Lei? Li Chengdan, noting the dire situation, seized a servant disciple and inquired. He scanned the area and found no familiar faces. Even the usually cunning Fan Lei was nowhere to be seen, which startled him. Junior brother Fan Lei has just been sent to the medical hall. Master Chengdan, you have finally arrived. You must save us. The servant disciple, initially about to address Li Chengdan as junior brother, glanced at his current formidable presence and swiftly corrected himself. Chapter 11. Pill Master, Luo Yanran in the realm of cultivation. Power is paramount, and the strong command respect. Despite being a registered disciple of Chen Chen, as long as Li Chengdan's strength fell short of the other servant disciples, he would remain a junior brother. However, now that he had reached the mid-stage of fourth-layer qi refinement, his strength significantly eclipsed that of many, naturally placing him in the role of senior brother. What on earth has happened? Is it the master? Witnessing the miserable state of the servant disciples, Li Chengdan's first thought turned to his master, Chen Chen. Among the 3 resident pill masters, Chen Chen had the most irascible temperament, known for his low success rate in pill refining, which made him the most severe in punishment. The other 2 were different. One was a second-tier pill master, gentle in demeanor and rarely angered, yet prone to silent brooding, making him a favorite among the servant disciples. The other was a charming young woman, vivacious and attractive, hailing from a prestigious cultivation family, indifferent to the success or failure of pill refining, and often regarded as a dream figure by many in the hall. Affectionately referred to as the fairy, the servant touched the wounds on his face and said, "No, it is Fairy Luo." Fairy Luo? She is not known for her temper. What could you have possibly done wrong? Li Chengdan understood that she did not strike indiscriminately. Fairy Luo would not strike us. Today, a senior brother accompanied her, and our service was inadequate, hence the punishment. The servant disciple, having uttered a complaint, became anxious as he glanced towards the central private chamber, lowering his voice to address Li Chengdan. A senior brother of Fairy Luo? It appears he is an outer disciple from the pill refining peak. Sent to supervise her pill refining, Li Chengdan deduced the likely cause. Fairy Luo's full name is Luo Yanran, from a renowned cultivation family, rumored to have a foundational elder among their ranks, one of the 9 foundational elders of the Upper Clear sect, holding a relatively high position. Due to her affluent background, alchemy has become a trivial pursuit for her, rendering her indifferent to success or failure. To this day, she remains a mid-level first-tier alchemist, on par with Chen Chen. Her master, the sole 4th-tier alchemist of the inner sect, has long harbored dissatisfaction with her progress in alchemical training. This time, he has evidently decided to take serious measures, dispatching a protector to ensure she concentrates on refining elixirs and enhancing her abilities. The seeming punishment of the servant disciples by the whip is, in truth, a means to compel her to diligently pursue her alchemical endeavors. Brother Chengdan, please assist the fairy in controlling the flame for her alchemy. The servants looked at Li Chengdan with eyes full of hope. A month ago, Chen Chen had caused numerous explosions in the alchemy furnace, leading to a significant increase in casualties among the more capable servants. Most importantly, the injured and deceased were all those who had been assisting Chen Chen with the flame. Even after a month of recuperation, few remained capable of managing the flame. Furthermore, with Liu Kun severely injured and absent, the servants found themselves leaderless, scattered like loose sand. With the pressure mounting from poor flame control in the alchemy furnace, many of the stronger servants had chosen to hide, leaving no one daring enough to assist Luo Yanran in managing the flame. Naturally, her success rate in concocting elixirs diminished, and the servants suffered alongside her. Fear not. I shall take a look. Li Chengdan sighed, offering a few words of comfort to the servants before striding directly into the private room. Inside the chamber, a young master with a complexion as pale as jade stood with one foot planted on the face of a servant. His expression filled with anger as he coldly addressed the frightened young woman before the furnace. Junior sister, if you do not succeed in refining an elixir soon, they shall share in your misfortunes. I do not wish to harm anyone, but your laxity in alchemical practice has allowed even that fool Chen Chen to surpass you. Our master has suffered greatly. Your talent in alchemy is not lacking, and you must restore our master's dignity. Luo Yanran's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, her body trembling slightly as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet the jade-faced master's eyes. Brother, please be gentle. If he is harmed, no one will dare to assist me with the flame. Pure of spirit, Luo Yanran had not endured hardship, with both her grandfather and master being foundational cultivators. Witnessing others being punished because of her made her heart ache with guilt. Fear not. I can simply fetch another to assist you. As long as they can move their hands and feet, they can help manage the flame. The jade-faced master scoffed, kicking the servant out of the private room. At that moment, as Li Chengdan entered the private room, he saw a servant flying towards him and swiftly caught him. He then placed the servant at the door and summoned the others to take him to the medical clinic. Who dares interfere in the affairs of Sun Wang? Sun Wang's expression darkened at this sight, his spiritual energy surging forth, revealing his 10th layer of qi cultivation. With such power, he could easily enter the inner sect of the Shanqing sect, indicating that Luo Yinran's brother was not from the outer sect, but rather from the inner sect. Given his age, it was not difficult to reach the foundational stage before 30. Achieving foundational status by 30 is challenging, while doing so after 50 becomes virtually impossible. Li Chengdan emerged with an air of dignity, bowing respectfully to Sun Wang and Luo Yinran. I am Li Chengdan. Having heard of the esteemed alchemist Luo's endeavors, I have come to oversee the fire. Ah, you claim to oversee the fire? You have concealed your abilities well. Did it not come to light that only a few with the 4th level of qi refinement or above, under the influence of that old dog Chen Chen, are capable of such a task? What merits do you possess to tend to my junior sister's fire? Sun Wang scrutinized Li Chengdan, but discerned no telltale signs. I hail from the lineage of a first-tier spiritual chef, and I possess a modicum of confidence in managing the flames for alchemy. Li Chengdan refrained from disclosing his association with Chen Chen, aware that although Chen was also an alchemist, his background paled in comparison to that of Sun Wang and Luo Yinran. A spiritual chef? How intriguing. It appears there are hidden gems among the servants. Should your fire management prove inadequate, I shall cast you into the cauldron as an offering for my junior sister. Upon hearing of Li Chengdan's identity, Sun Wang immediately tempered his demeanor, gesturing with his robe to indicate that Li Chengdan could proceed to oversee the fire. Li Chengdan returned the gesture with a bow, adeptly approaching the alchemical furnace. The furnace owned by Luo Yinran was even larger than Chen Chen's, towering over 3 meters, adorned with intricate patterns and numerous inscribed formations. Gazing upon this grand furnace, Li Chengdan sighed, beginning to grasp the reasons behind Luo Yinran's low success rate in alchemy. This furnace, while splendid and of exceptional quality, was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary servant. The furnace's immense size demanded a higher temperature, and the consumption of spiritual energy while controlling the flames was significantly greater, imposing stricter requirements upon the fire manager. Although the quality of the produced elixirs would be elevated, the expectations for the one managing the flames were correspondingly high. Had he not ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement and opened 10 spiritual veins, Li Chengdan would not have dared to guarantee his success. Fear not, junior brother. For my senior brother is here. I am merely trying to intimidate you. Observing Li Chengdan lost in thought before the furnace, Luo Yinran stepped forward to offer him reassurance. Yet, her voice trembled slightly, resembling a form of self-comfort. Sister, this furnace is rather large. I must study it for a moment. Please bear with me. Li Chengdan exhaled deeply, circumnavigating the alchemical furnace for a thorough appraisal, and then opened the furnace door to inspect the internal environment. It must be said that this alchemical furnace was a remarkable artifact. However, upon closer examination, Li Chengdan could only curse under his breath. This furnace could likely only be perfectly managed by a cultivator of the 6th level of qi refinement. Should someone else attempt to oversee the fire, Luo Yinran could forget about producing elixirs with her mid-tier 1st-level alchemist skills for a lifetime. Sun Wang observed Li Chengdan's actions, nodding in approval as he plopped down onto a nearby chair. Finally, a knowledgeable individual has arrived. This group of servants deserves a thorough reprimand. Sister, take your time. I shall ignite the flames first. Once the furnace temperature rises, you may commence the alchemical process. After inspecting the furnace and formulating a plan, Li Chengdan addressed Luo Yinran. Indeed, for reasons unknown, upon hearing Li Chengdan's words, it felt as if a weight had been lifted from Luo Yinran's heart, granting her a sense of reassurance as she obediently nodded at him. Li Chengdan swiftly gathered a considerable amount of fire spirit wood, stacking it into several small mounds before filling the furnace with various types of spiritual wood and adding a ladle of clear water. He then performed the grand fire invocation, igniting the spirit woods in various locations. Boom. Soon, the flames surged violently, instantly engulfing the alchemical furnace and turning it a fiery red. Observing the change in color, Luo Yinran promptly seized a handful of herbs and thrust them directly into the furnace. This scene startled Li Chengdan, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he exclaimed, Sister, it's too soon. The furnace is far too large, and the temperature hasn't risen yet. These herbs cannot be refined. Hearing Li Chengdan's urgent cries, Luo Yinran's expression faltered, and she anxiously turned to him. Junior brother, what should we do? Chapter 12. Cultivating kindred bonds as the herbs entered the furnace. Luo Yinran also recognized the issue. Although the furnace glowed a bright red, the internal temperature had yet to reach the high levels necessary for refining the materials. Thus, the herb had been wasted. Realizing her blunder, Luo Yinran cast a guilty glance at Sun Wang, who was now brandishing an iron whip, toying with it in his hands. Should Luo Yinran admit defeat, he would immediately rise to teach Li Chengdan a lesson. It's all right. Just be more careful next time. Li Chengdan sighed, quickly channeling his spiritual energy to stoke the flames. With his infusion of power, a surge of fire erupted, enveloping the herbs and dramatically raising the temperature, initiating the refining process. Simultaneously, he continuously added firewood to the furnace, elevating the flames further. Finally, as the flames began to subside, the temperature of the furnace reached the required level, allowing the fire to continue refining the herbs. Watching his efforts succeed, Li Chengdan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding disaster at the hands of Luo Yinran. Fortunately, having mastered the 5 elements fire control technique, he had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, but managed to salvage the situation. Sister, it's ready. You may proceed, but do ensure to monitor the furnace temperature. I've already drained a significant amount of my energy. Another mishap, and I might find myself on the receiving end of that whip. With a sigh, Li Chengdan cautioned Luo Yinran. Understood. Nodding at his words, Luo Yinran focused intently on the alchemical furnace, gradually entering the state of refining the 5 elements fire control technique. He has already reached a preliminary level. This servant is not to be underestimated. Sun Wang, having set aside the iron whip, recognized that with Li Chengdan's successful intervention, Luo Yinran could now refine the herbs with peace of mind. After all, a servant capable of wielding the 5 elements fire control technique would not falter in the realm of fire manipulation. From here on, he merely needed to observe. As for whether the elixir would be successfully produced, that would depend solely on Luo Yinran's skill. Luo Yinran was also tasked with refining the solidifying essence pill, a concoction that Li Chengdan had assisted Chen Chen in creating multiple times, thus becoming quite adept at it. However, the size of the furnace posed a challenge. Even with Li Chengdan's ample spiritual energy, sustaining it was immensely taxing. Moreover, having already expended a significant amount of energy in the initial steps, he found himself at a disadvantage as the process progressed. Once a few pieces of spirit wood had burned down and the flames stabilized, Li Chengdan employed the scenting technique, beginning to absorb the medicinal power wafting from the furnace, which allowed him to slowly regain some spiritual energy, barely maintaining the operation of the furnace. Every action of Li Chengdan was keenly observed by Sun Wang, and upon witnessing him utilize the scenting technique, Sun Wang's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. The scenting technique? Who exactly is this young man? Although possessing the ability to control fire using the 5 elements technique is commendable, it is equally notable that one is adept in the supplementary skills exclusive to alchemists. Could it be that this individual is a disciple of a certain alchemist? Initially, he harbored concerns that Li Chengdan's cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement would falter in the later stages, and he was prepared to step in and assist Luo Yinran with her alchemical endeavors. He had long since noticed the issues with the alchemical furnace, but hoped that Luo Yinran would grasp the nuances independently. Now, with Li Chengdan's mastery over fire, it was anticipated that Luo Yinran's current endeavor would yield results, given the ample tests and pressure she faced. This trial was sufficient to impart valuable lessons to Luo Yinran. However, Sun Wang did not anticipate that he had underestimated Li Chengdan. With Li Chengdan's guidance and support, although Luo Yinran's process of refining the elixir was fraught with obstacles, she ultimately reached the pivotal moment of concocting the elixir. Li Chengdan cast all the surrounding spiritual wood into the alchemical furnace, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to amplify the flames through the 5 elements fire control technique, enveloping the furnace in an intense blaze. Senior sister, for the final step of solidifying the elixir, I cannot assist you further. You must persevere. Li Chengdan encouraged Luo Yinran. At this juncture, Luo Yinran was firmly on track, harnessing her spiritual energy to catalyze the medicinal ingredients within the furnace, facilitating the elixir's formation. A gentle hum resonated from the furnace, signaling the completion of the elixir. Sensing the changes within the furnace, Li Chengdan immediately withdrew his spiritual energy, reducing the flames. Luo Yinran's expression brightened as she lifted the lid of the furnace, gracefully retrieving the elixirs within. Senior brother, I succeeded. 3 low-grade solidifying yuan pills. A radiant smile adorned Luo Yinran's face as she approached Sun Wang, proudly displaying the elixirs. Not bad. For today, take a rest. I shall return to report to Master, and do not become complacent in the future, Sun Wang remarked in an unchanging tone, his demeanor cold. With a flick of his sleeve, he exited the private room, then paused to turn back, adding, "Make sure to express your gratitude to the one controlling the flames. Let him handle the fire for you in the future." With that, Sun Wang departed the alchemical hall, leaving behind a flurry of astonished glances from the onlooking disciples, before summoning his flying sword and vanishing in a streak of light. At last, the pestilence has departed. As Sun Wang left, the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief. They felt immense gratitude towards Li Chengdan, not merely as a junior brother, but as a senior brother. "We owe you our thanks this time." Luo Yanran, her demeanor now more lively, approached Li Chengdan with a beaming smile, her joy illuminating her countenance. At that moment, Li Chengdan sat before the alchemical furnace, his dantian utterly depleted, his spiritual energy completely exhausted. He gazed at the smiling fairy and shook his head. "Senior sister, if you wish to enhance your elixir success rate in the future, you should consider acquiring a different furnace." Observing the furnace before him, Li Chengdan sighed. Acknowledging its exquisite design and intricate construction, complete with internal inscriptions and formations that facilitated even the refinement of high-grade elixirs with relative ease. However, this apparatus was excessively sophisticated, posing a calamity for anyone tasked with controlling the flames. Fortunately, with his ample spiritual energy and the assistance of the scent-detecting technique, otherwise, not a single fire attendant would be able to cooperate with Luo Yanran in refining the elixir. "Is this furnace truly inadequate? This is truly a cherished possession of my master, and it took considerable effort for him to bestow it upon me." With a tilt of her head, Luo Yanran was filled with confusion. "Ah, so that is how it is. This is a fourth-tier alchemist's furnace, a tool not meant for the grasp of ordinary individuals." "Sister, as you mentioned, this is indeed a fourth-tier alchemist's furnace. Merely maintaining the flame consumes all of my spiritual energy. Thankfully, my foundation is robust, otherwise, if it were entrusted to other disciples, they would likely exhaust their energy halfway through. Surely, you must have realized this by now." Li Chengdan chuckled wryly. To manage the flames for a fourth-tier alchemist, one must at least be a first-tier alchemist, and not just one. His ability to barely control the flames is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's words, Luo Yanran finally understood. No wonder those younger disciples initially managed the fire well, only to falter later. It was the furnace that was the root of the issue. Watching the bewildered Luo Yanran, Li Chengdan sighed. "Since you have already discerned this, why didn't you inquire with those who manage the flames? However, it matters not. In the future, would you be able to assist me in managing the flames for alchemy?" Luo Yanran blinked innocently at Li Chengdan. This time, she recognized that her success in producing pills relied entirely on Li Chengdan. Sun Wang's final reminder was also to warn her against letting Li Chengdan be assigned to others. Li Chengdan shook his head. "Sister, you may be disappointed. I am a registered disciple of Master Chun and can only serve as his flame manager." "Ah, so you are a disciple of Brother Chen Chen." Luo Yanran's disappointment was palpable as she pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. If only Li Chengdan could assist her with the flames, helping her advance to a late-stage first-tier alchemist, her master would not insist on her refining pills. "Sister, your talent for alchemy is remarkable. If you were to use a smaller, more ordinary furnace, it would be just as effective having other brothers manage the flames." Seeing Luo Yanran's despondence, Li Chengdan quickly offered consolation. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully saving the alchemy hall's miscellaneous workers, fostering good relationships, and successfully extracting spiritual veins X20 from the 35 miscellaneous disciples of the alchemy hall. Would you like to extract and fuse?" At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. To Li Chengdan's disappointment, it was not Luo Yanran with whom he formed a bond. Instead, it was the miscellaneous workers of the alchemy hall. Moreover, he had astonishingly obtained 20 spiritual veins. Extract and fuse. Li Chengdan did not hesitate and chose to extract and fuse. He was already aware of the power of spiritual veins. Possessing one more equated to several times the spiritual energy of an ordinary person. To suddenly gain 20 more would mean an exponential increase in his spiritual energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully extracting and fusing spiritual veins X20. You have now opened up 3,099 spiritual veins. Well then, however, if Brother Chen Chen is not present, could you assist me in managing the flames? Luo Yanran looked at Li Chengdan with wide eyes brimming with hope. Known for her ethereal beauty, her eyes now sparkled with spiritual light, captivating those around her. Of course, Li Chengdan swallowed hard, nodding at Luo Yanran. When Chen Chen is around, as his disciple, he cannot assist others, but in his absence, as a mere miscellaneous worker of the alchemy hall, he would certainly be able to help others with flame management. Hooray! Luo Yanran, brimming with excitement, leapt into the air and directly handed the solidifying elixir in her hand to Li Chengdan. "Junior brother, these pills are yours." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a benevolent bond with a mid-stage alchemist of the same realm, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. You have extracted 300 units of universal cultivation experience, 5 spirit veins, 100 units of universal alchemy experience, and 100 units of spell-scenting alchemy experience from her. Chapter 13. Long Kuei. Before Li Chengdan could fully absorb the generosity of Luo Yanran, he was startled by the system's notification. Truly, Luo Yanran was a prodigy in cultivation. The experience she provided was a staggering 300, second only to the reincarnated Zhang Hu of the Golden Core stage. Moreover, he had also acquired 5 spirit veins, the highest among all. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chengdan opted for extraction and fusion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused 300 units of universal cultivation experience. Your current strength has been elevated to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, level 4, 650-700. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused 5 spirit veins. You have currently opened 35 out of 99 spirit veins. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused 100 units of universal alchemy experience. You are now at the late stage of an alchemy apprentice, 0200. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused 100 units of spell-sending alchemy experience. Your proficiency in spell-sending alchemy has reached a novice level, 5200. Gazing at the system notification panel, Li Chengdan was filled with satisfaction. With the influx of cultivation experience, the spiritual energy within him had also returned to its peak. Well then, junior brother, I shan't disturb your recovery of spiritual energy. Farewell. Luo Yanran playfully cast a glance at Li Chengdan, flashing him a radiant smile before departing from the alchemy hall. Once Luo Yanran had left, Li Chengdan too rose and exited the alchemy hall, making his way directly to the medical facility. Fan Lei was injured more severely than Li Chengdan had anticipated, but fortunately, Sun Wang only intended to teach him a lesson and had not harmed his meridians or internal organs. Nonetheless, he would need to rest in bed for several months to fully recuperate. After visiting Fan Lei, Li Chengdan returned to the Gungzi courtyard. Hee, Junior Dan. It seems that henceforth, the Gungzi courtyard will be just the two of us, sharing our abode. How about we spend the night in Sister Qiling's room? Though our beautiful senior has departed, the lingering fragrance remains. Would you care to indulge with me? As he entered the Gungzi courtyard, a figure suddenly sprang from the side. Wrapping an arm around Li Chengdan's neck, warm breath brushing against his ear. Startled, Li Chengdan recoiled, quickly distancing himself. Long Kuei, are you not afraid that Sister Lu Qiling will return in the dead of night? And, now, the Gungzi courtyard was devoid of outsiders, leaving only Li Chengdan and Long Kuei. TCH, how dull. I find you even less entertaining than Brother Zhang Hu. Long Kuei, a strikingly handsome young man clad in white, wielded a folding fan with an air of elegance. One would expect that such a appearance, coupled with his good looks, would make him the dream of the servant female disciples. However, his sharp tongue had tarnished his reputation, earning him the title of the least favored male disciple among female cultivators for 4 consecutive years. Brother Long Kuei, are you also on the verge of advancing to the 6th level of Qi refinement? Li Chengdan observed Long Kuei closely, noting the turbulence of spiritual energy within him, indicative of a significant breakthrough. The Gungzi courtyard boasts excellent feng shui, with the prodigious Zhuge Changming in the front and the stunningly beautiful Lu Qiling behind. Even Zhang Hu's strength has rapidly ascended. Aside from Li Chengdan, all are regarded as prodigies. It is reputed to be the strongest little courtyard of Zhuge Peak. Ah, Chengdan, my junior brother, you must nod in acknowledgement. His return is also a farewell to Li Chengdan. This time back to the family has brought him numerous benefits, and a breakthrough to the 6th level is imminent. However, upon seeing Li Chengdan, his expression shifted. Goodness, my junior brother Chengdan, I knew you were the most secretive. In just a month, you've advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th level and are on the verge of breaking into the later stage. The members of the Gungzi courtyard had previously benefited from Li Chengdan's spiritual cuisine during the darkest days of their time at Zhuge Peak. It was Li Chengdan's culinary skills that allowed them to cultivate in peace. Hence, everyone harbored concerns for him, including Long Kuei, who returned primarily out of worry. Yet, upon witnessing Li Chengdan's current prowess, he felt reassured. Although this level of strength may not suffice for the outer sect, residing in the alchemy hall should pose no issue, especially with Li Chengdan's background as a spiritual chef. Even if he cannot stay in the Gungzi courtyard for free, he need not worry about accommodation in the future. Senior brother Long Kuei, fret not for me. I am now a registered disciple of Master Chun, enjoying the privileges of an outer disciple, Li Chengdan said, casting a confident smile at Long Kuei. Such delightful news is naturally shared with those deserving. After 4 years in the Gungzi courtyard, having shared their hearts, Li Chengdan would not hold back. Splendid. With a Dan Master backing us, the disciples in the Alchemy Hall will not need to fear anyone. And the outer sect's female disciples can choose as they please. Long Kuei exclaimed, snapping open his folding fan, brimming with pride. As if the status of a registered disciple were his own. Curiously, Li Chengdan inquired, I wonder, senior brother Long Kuei, after you ascend to the 6th level of Qi cultivation, which peak will you choose? The spiritual herb peak. Long Kuei replied with a triumphant smile. I shall become a farmer until the fields. The spiritual herb peak, while not one of the 9 principal peaks of the outer sect, is nonetheless a highly significant one, as it is the subsidiary peak dedicated to cultivating spiritual herbs and grains. Li Chengdan remained skeptical that Long Kuei would truly take on the role of a spiritual herb farmer, given his background. It was likely that the family had arranged for him a more leisurely endeavor, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. Congratulations on your new position, senior brother Long Kuei. Among the 3 subsidiary peaks, the spiritual herb peak is the most relaxed. You can certainly afford to take it easy. Li Chengdan teased. The 3 subsidiary peaks include the beast-raising peak, which is arduous and demanding, and the pickaxe peak, known for its grueling work but substantial rewards. Your keen insight cannot be deceived. Alas, the ancestors at home are of little merit. Despite their prowess, they have become mere spiritual herb farmers, burdening the next generation. Long Kuei sighed, casting a glance at Li Chengdan. Thus, junior brother, you must become a Dan Master. Once you prosper, your descendants will share in the blessings. Li Chengdan shook his head. He is of the immortal generation, without a solid foundation. He does not hail from the immortal city. Nor does he come from a family of cultivators, but rather has ventured onto the path of immortality amidst great peril. Although he possesses the 5 elements spiritual root, it is merely a pseudo-spiritual root, barely allowing him to cultivate. Without the system, he fears he would forever remain at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. Well then, today, they are all absent. What do you see here? Long Kuei glanced at Li Chengdan and retrieved a peeled spiritual chicken from his storage bag, waving it in front of Li Chengdan before handing it over. The spiritual chicken, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, can be meticulously prepared by a spiritual chef to completely release its essence, allowing others to absorb it, comparable to a first-tier elixir. The price of a spiritual chicken is steep. Even a slightly inferior rooster demands a low-grade spiritual stone, equivalent to the total earnings of an ordinary outer disciple over 3 months. A spiritual chicken? Or rather a hen. Surely it must cost at least 3 low-grade spiritual stones. Right? As a spiritual chef, Li Chengdan immediately recognized the value of this spiritual chicken. Among spiritual chickens, hens are the most valuable, possessing the richest spiritual energy, thus commanding a higher price. Indeed, one can see the prowess of a spiritual chef. Long Kuei wiped his mouth in delight, looking proudly at Li Chengdan. All right, leave it to me. Li Chengdan accepted the spiritual chicken and turned to enter the kitchen. Cooking the spiritual chicken was no challenge for Li Chengdan, a first-tier spiritual chef. Therefore, it was not long before the dish was ready. Ding! Congratulations on cooking a spiritual dish and gaining insights, earning 100 points of spiritual chef experience. Would you like to extract and fuse? Just as Li Chengdan finished cooking, the system's prompt sounded once more. Extract and fuse. Li Chengdan, unreserved, directly chose to extract and fuse. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully fused spiritual chef experience X100. Your current level has been elevated to 2nd tier spiritual chef, 0100. Seeing his level rise to 2nd tier, Li Chengdan contentedly carried the spiritual dish out of the kitchen and into the courtyard. This meal left both Long Kuei and Li Chengdan thoroughly satisfied. Junior brother Chengdan, thank you for your hospitality. The immortal path is long. May we meet again by fate. After finishing the meal, Long Kuei, with grease on his face, bowed to Li Chengdan and, fanning himself, gracefully departed. The immortal path is long. May we meet again. Li Chengdan returned the gesture and glanced at the Gengzi courtyard. Now, the vast Gengzi courtyard was left with only Li Chengdan. Have you been tending to others? The next day, Li Chengdan arrived at the Alchemy Hall, where Chen Chen had already been fuming in the hall, glaring at Li Chengdan with an expression of fury. Chapter 14. Li Chengdan becomes coveted. Chen Chen was genuinely angry, yet also fearful. He feared losing Li Chengdan. After witnessing Li Chengdan's skill in fire control during their previous alchemical sessions, Chen Chen realized that Li Chengdan's fire mastery far surpassed that of ordinary disciples, even rivaling that of apprentice alchemists. His ability in this regard was nearly on par with seasoned alchemists who had dedicated years to the craft. Although Chen Chen held the esteemed title of a first-tier alchemist, his background was not particularly strong. He was merely a nominal disciple of a 3rd-tier alchemist in the inner sect. Despite his talent for alchemy, he could not be considered top-tier, and reaching the rank of 2nd-tier alchemist was already a significant achievement. His urgency in recruiting Li Chengdan as a nominal disciple stemmed from the fear that the other two resident alchemists in the Alchemy Hall might discover Li Chengdan's extraordinary talent. After all, one of them was a closed-door disciple of a fourth-tier alchemist from the inner sect, while the other was a seasoned second-tier alchemist with years of experience. The prowess and background of these two individuals far surpass his own. Should he lose Li Chengdan, not only would the success rate of alchemical concoction diminish, but he might also forfeit the precious opportunity to advance beyond the second-tier alchemist. Thus, he is consumed by anger. Master, please forgive me. I am but a servant of the Alchemy Hall, having recently ascended to the fourth layer of chi refinement. When summoned by an alchemist, I dare not decline. Nor would I presume to offend other alchemists while bearing your esteemed name. Li Chengdan interjected, stepping forward to clarify. Although Li Chengdan is currently a nominal disciple of Chen Chen and enjoys the privileges of an outer disciple within the Alchemy Hall, he remains a mere servant, bound by the regulations of the Alchemy Hall. Upon reflecting on Li Chengdan's words, Chen Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. You've reached the fourth layer of chi refinement? No, you've advanced to the mid-stage of the fourth layer. Have you consumed alchemical pills again? Chen Chen scrutinized Li Chengdan anew. In just a month's absence, Li Chengdan's strength had inexplicably surged by an entire tier, a pace that seemed extraordinarily rapid. The process of opening spiritual veins at the third layer of chi refinement is excruciating and protracted, with each spiritual vein requiring multiple forceful impacts of spiritual energy to be fully established, followed by continuous nurturing with spiritual energy to ensure their quality. Therefore, even a prodigy would typically require a month or two to ascend to the third layer. I am unaware of the specifics. Perhaps my prolonged stagnation at the second layer has led to a sudden surge, allowing me to open my spiritual veins with remarkable speed. Li Chengdan remarked with a furrowed brow, feigning contemplation. Intrigued, Chen Chen recalled how Li Chengdan had previously relied on a semi-finished foundational pill to break through, leaving no trace of pill toxicity. The rapidity with which Li Chengdan opened his spiritual veins now raised suspicions. Come, let me examine you. Without delay, Chen Chen rose and approached Li Chengdan, seizing his right wrist to channel his own spiritual energy, which began to circulate within Li Chengdan's dantian. Before long, Chen Chen's spiritual energy traversed Li Chengdan's body, focusing intently on the 9 spiritual veins. The quality of the veins was commendable, indicating they did not appear to be newly opened. It seems that your years of stagnation allowed your spiritual energy to nurture the veins. Thus, upon entering the third layer, the veins awakened spontaneously. You've been fortunate. Withdrawing his energy, Chen Chen regarded Li Chengdan with satisfaction. The phrase accumulation leads to a sudden outburst aptly describes Li Chengdan. Numerous examples exist within the cultivation realm, where individuals, despite normal advancements, experience a prolonged stagnation lasting several years. However, enduring this phase often leads to an explosive breakthrough. The reason lies in the internal spiritual energy being preoccupied with other pursuits. For instance, while in the second layer, one ought to accumulate spiritual energy. Yet some focus on opening spiritual veins. Once the veins are established, a direct ascent becomes possible. You may consume the pills I prepared for you. With the fourth layer of chi refinement, you need not fear the encroachment of pill toxicity, but do not overindulge. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Chen cautioned Li Chengdan. Before reaching the third layer, consuming pills is strictly forbidden, as the spiritual energy remains too feeble to resist the onslaught of pill toxicity. Between the third and sixth layers, while spiritual energy becomes more robust, one must still be cautious, for the toxicity inherent in the pills cannot be entirely refined away by spiritual energy. After reaching the 6th level of chi refinement, his chi si had formed, allowing him to effortlessly suppress the poison of the elixir with the surging spiritual energy within. Moreover, he discovered methods that could entirely eradicate the poison. I shall faithfully adhere to my master's teachings. Li Chengdan immediately clasped his hands in respect. He had initially intended to formally accept him as a disciple upon his advancement to the 4th level of chi refinement, but unfortunately, the sect had just announced a new regulation stating that alchemists must be at least at the 6th level of chi refinement and must be apprentices of alchemists to be accepted as disciples. Do not be anxious. Take your time to cultivate and improve. Chen Chen nodded, gazing at Li Chengdan with a hint of regret. I shall follow my master's arrangements. Li Chengdan was indifferent. Being Chen Chen's disciple was indeed a privilege, but even if it did not come to pass, it was of no consequence. Chen Chen looked at Li Chengdan with satisfaction. Continue to solidify your strength over the next few days. I will prepare some herbs, and we shall resume alchemy in half a month. With that, Chen Chen promptly departed. Junior brother, come and see my new alchemical furnace. Not long after Chen Chen left, Luo Yinran bounced over to Li Chengdan, pulling him towards the private room. Witnessing this scene, the miscellaneous disciples in the alchemy hall cast envious and jealous glances at Li Chengdan. With her vivacious personality, striking beauty, and sincere demeanor, Luo Yanran never bullied the junior disciples, making her seem like a celestial being in their eyes. Now, watching her affectionate demeanor towards Li Chengdan plunged them into despair. As if awakening from a dream, sensing the kind gazes around him, Li Chengdan swiftly withdrew his hand. "Senior sister, please be mindful of your influence." Luo Yanran, however, paid little heed to this, casting a bright smile at several familiar miscellaneous disciples as she waved before pulling Li Chengdan into the private room. Upon entering, Luo Yanran promptly retrieved a massive alchemical furnace from her storage bag. Leaning against the furnace with pride, she patted its brass surface. Looking at Li Chengdan with delight, "Junior brother, what do you think of this furnace? It was used by the alchemists of my family." This furnace was slightly smaller than the one originally in the private room, standing over 2 meters tall. While its size was reduced, the intricate inscriptions and formations on it were even more elaborate, appearing more splendid than the original furnace. Li Chengdan approached the furnace to examine it, running his hand over its surface before sighing. The size is adequate, but the complexity of the inscriptions and formations has increased. To properly control the fire for alchemy, it seems we will still need a senior brother at the 6th level of qi refinement to manage it. Observing the furnace before him, Li Chengdan found himself at a loss for words. He had underestimated Luo Yanran's financial resources. Just casually bringing forth an alchemical furnace of such quality was remarkable. "Wait a moment, my family's alchemist uses this type of furnace." Luo Yanran scratched her head, looking at Li Chengdan in confusion. Li Chengdan forced a smile. "Senior sister, what level of cultivation does your family's alchemist fire-controlling senior brother possess?" "The 6th level of qi refinement." Luo Yanran suddenly understood, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face. "Junior brother, what kind of furnace do you think I should use now?" However, Luo Yanran quickly brushed away her gloom, looking at Li Chengdan with anticipation. "Generally, a standard alchemical furnace will suffice. The one in the hall is adequate. If senior sister finds those furnaces lacking, it would be better to purchase a furnace specifically designed for first-level alchemists from the market." Li Chengdan offered his suggestion. The first-tier alchemist does not have high demands for the alchemical furnace, as their cultivation level typically remains below the 9th layer of qi refinement. An overly complex furnace could hinder their ability to produce elixirs. "All right, I shall head to the market." With determination, Luo Yanran promptly exited the alchemical hall, her urgency indicative of her intent to purchase a furnace. Observing her spirited departure, Li Chengdan couldn't help but reflect on the benefits of wealth. Just as Luo Yanran left, an elderly man with grizzled hair and an ethereal demeanor appeared in the hall, glancing around before softly inquiring, "Is Master Shen here to seek Brother Chengdan?" The attendants froze at the sight of the venerable figure. Shenju, one of the 3 resident alchemists, held the highest rank and strength among them, possessing the formidable prowess of the 11th layer of qi refinement and the esteemed status of a 2nd-tier alchemist. His kind disposition rendered him the most respected figure in the alchemical hall. Upon hearing his name called, Li Chengdan stepped out of the private room, his expression shifting as he recognized the visitor. He promptly bowed, saying, "I am Li Chengdan. How may I assist you, Master Shen?" Noticing Li Chengdan emerge from Luo Yanran's exclusive chamber, Shenju furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Indeed, you have progressed to the mid-stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Come to my room. I require your assistance in controlling the flames for my alchemy." With that, Shenju strode confidently into the leftmost private chamber. Chapter 15, 2nd-tier alchemist, Shenju. Li Chengdan was somewhat surprised that Shenju specifically called for him. Yet he quickly followed the elder into the room. "Brother Chengdan is on the rise." The attendants observed with envy as Li Chengdan entered Shenju's private chamber. Securing a connection with an alchemist in the hall was akin to soaring to greatness. Yet, Li Chengdan had managed to establish ties with 3 alchemists, one of whom sought to take him as an apprentice. Brother Chengdan's strength had reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, complemented by his background as a spirit chef, granting him exceptional flame control skills. It was no wonder he caught the attention of the alchemists. Though they felt envy and jealousy, the attendants knew each other well. They recalled that even when Li Chengdan was merely at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, his flame control techniques had already been remarkable. Now, with his newfound strength, it was natural for the alchemists to take notice. Becoming a spirit chef was notoriously difficult, and as a 1st-tier spirit chef, Brother Chengdan had essentially secured his ticket to becoming an alchemist. A 5th-layer qi refinement attendant, watching Li Chengdan, was filled with jealousy. Li Chengdan's position in the alchemical hall was solely due to his status as a 1st-tier spirit chef. Many had previously viewed him as a threat. But as he had been stuck at the early stage of the second layer of qi refinement, many had forgotten his potential. Now, with his rapid advancements after 3 years of service in the Alchemical Hall, his flame control skills had improved, placing him beyond the reach of ordinary attendants. Light the fire and prepare to refine 5 furnaces of qi nourishing pills. Notify me if we run low on spiritual energy. Upon entering the room, Li Chengdan was greeted by the voice of Shenju. At that moment, Shenju was meticulously sorting through the medicinal herbs on the desk, arranging them in the order they would be refined in the furnace, all the while remaining focused on his task without turning to acknowledge Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan performed a slight bow toward Shenju before making his way to the alchemical furnace in the private chamber. He glanced at the furnace and opened the door to inspect its interior. To his surprise, Shenju's alchemical furnace was quite diminutive, standing only half a person's height. Yet it bore an identical design to the grand furnace in the Alchemy Hall. It lacked intricate inscriptions or flamboyant decorations, standing in stark contrast to the opulence of the room. This clearly illustrated the distinction between an experienced alchemist and an amateur. Although Chen Chen's furnace appeared quite simplistic, its large size was rather ostentatious, yet its efficacy in producing elixirs was not significantly superior to that of a standard furnace. Conversely, Luo Yanran's furnace, while ornate and inscribed with intricate patterns, severely hampered her success rate in alchemy. In contrast, Shenju's furnace was the most suitable for the art of alchemy among the 3 alchemists. Li Chengdan swiftly tidied the furnace, poured in pure water, and then retrieved the spiritual wood to stoke the fire and warm the furnace. He completed the entire process with remarkable speed, raising the furnace's temperature to the appropriate level in no time. However, Shenju remained engrossed in organizing the herbs and showed no urgency to commence the alchemical process. Observing this, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow and promptly adjusted the flames to stabilize the furnace temperature. After a considerable period, Shenju leisurely approached, casting the herbs into the furnace and softly uttering, "Begin." Seeing this, Li Chengdan immediately channeled his spiritual energy to continuously feed the flames, rapidly elevating the furnace's temperature, causing the herbs to swiftly dissolve. Shenju, being a second-tier alchemist, exhibited prowess far superior to that of Chen Chen and Luo Yanran. As the temperature rose, he consistently added herbs while directing his spiritual energy to extract their potency. Shenju's technique was so deft that Li Chengdan was required to make minimal adjustments. He merely needed to stabilize the flames with a small amount of spiritual energy and keep pace with Shenju's rhythm. Witnessing this, Li Chengdan relaxed, activating the aroma-gathering technique to absorb the emanating spiritual essence. The 5 elements fire control technique and the aroma-gathering technique. Observing Li Chengdan's actions, a hint of surprise crossed Shenju's face. It seemed that Chen Chen was quite generous to entrust these techniques to this young man. However, his innate talent warranted such trust. Both the 5 elements fire control technique and the aroma-gathering technique were exceedingly challenging to master, yet in the eyes of an alchemist, they were not overly remarkable. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shenju refocused on the alchemical process. The qi nourishing pill was merely a first-tier elixir, easily crafted even by alchemist apprentices. For Shenju, a seasoned second-tier alchemist, it was a simple task, and within half an hour, he successfully produced his first batch of elixirs. This batch yielded 9 pills, one short of a perfect outcome, all of which were of mid-grade quality, with one nearly reaching the high-grade classification. The qi-nourishing pill was highly favored among earth-tier cultivators, with a significant price disparity between the low-grade and mid-grade variants. A vial containing 10 low-grade qi-nourishing pills sold for 5 low-grade spirit stones, while a vial of only 5 mid-grade qi-nourishing pills commanded a price of 10 low-grade spirit stones. If it is of superior quality, then 20 inferior spirit stones are required for a single pill. The higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the less toxin it contains. Thus, the toxins in a superior pill can be disregarded, resulting in an exorbitant price. Continuing, Shenju cast a satisfied glance at the medicinal pills and observed Li Chengdan, whose energy consumption was minimal, and continued speaking. Li Chengdan maintained control over the flames, assisting Shenju in the alchemical process. The remaining 4 batches of pills were being refined at a rapid pace. Among them, 2 batches even yielded 4 superior qi-nurturing pills, while another produced 8 pills, all of medium quality. The success rate and quality improved with each iteration. This was also attributed to Li Chengdan's skill in flame control, which had advanced after he ascended to the second tier of spirit chefs. Previously, he had progressed to the latter stages of an alchemist apprentice, enhancing his understanding of pharmacology. Consequently, his skills in flame control naturally improved, rendering his assistance increasingly effective. After gathering all the pills and placing them in a storage bag, Shenju glanced at Li Chengdan with satisfaction. Indeed, you are the product of Zhou Feng's personal tutelage. You have mastered his flame control techniques exceptionally well. Master Shun. Do you know my master? Li Chengdan looked at Shun Ju with some astonishment. Although Zhou Fong had severed his ties with Li Chengdan, he still preferred to refer to Zhou Fong as his master. Shin Ju, stroking his beard, smiled slightly. To be precise, he is like a disciple to me. Unfortunately, he could not reach the 6th level of qi refinement and had to turn to become a spirit chef. Do you not realize why you, at merely the 2nd level of qi refinement, were able to enter the alchemy hall? It was Zhou Fong who interceded on your behalf, allowing me to relent. However, your previous lack of aptitude made it challenging for me to extend my assistance. Shun Ju smiled faintly, looking quite pleased as he regarded Li Chengdan. So it was Zhou Fong who facilitated his entry into the alchemy hall. Listening to Shun Ju's explanation, Li Chengdan felt his eyes moisten, recalling the stubborn old man who would bang pots and scold in the back kitchen. Now that your strength has improved, focus on your cultivation and do not disappoint Zhou Fong's intentions. Strive to reach the 6th level of qi refinement and become an alchemist to fulfill his unachieved aspirations. Shin Ju sighed. In his memories, Zhou Fong was a promising alchemist, but regrettably, he could not reach the 6th level of qi refinement and was forced to become a spirit chef. He had originally believed that Li Chengdan, like Zhou Fong, had no hope of becoming an alchemist. However, today's assessment revealed Li Chengdan's exceptional talent. If he could ascend to the 6th level of qi refinement, becoming an alchemist would not be difficult. At this moment, he also understood why Chun Chun had imparted his knowledge to Li Chengdan. He must have recognized Li Chengdan's uniqueness and sought to hone his own skills through him. Yes, thank you, Master Shun, for your guidance. Li Chengdan immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Shun Ju waved his hand, looking at Li Chengdan. Do not concern yourself with Chen Chen. Your future as his disciple is still uncertain. Quickly advance to the 6th level of qi refinement. Your opportunity awaits. Following Chen Chen may squander your talents. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a causal relationship with the 2nd-tier alchemist Shin Ju. You have extracted General Cultivation X300, extracted Fire Control Technique Experience X300, extracted Pill Sensing Technique Experience X300, extracted Spirit Veins X5, extracted General Alchemy Experience X300. Would you like to extract and merge? As Shin Ju's voice faded, the system's prompt resonated in tandem. Gazing at the system panel that materialized before him, Li Chengdan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Shin Ju could bestow upon him such a wealth of cultivation experience. It seemed this was a testament to Shin Ju's prowess. For he was not only a 2nd-tier alchemist, but also a master at the 11th layer of qi refinement. The strongest individual Li Chengdan had encountered in his journey thus far. In the future, it would be beneficial for you to interact more with Luo Yanran, Shin Ju advised, casting a glance at Li Chengdan before elegantly sweeping his sleeve and departing from the private room. After bidding farewell to Shin Ju, Li Chengdan did not hasten to assimilate the experience, but instead tidied up the private room before making his exit. As he emerged into the alchemy hall, he was unexpectedly confronted by Liu Kun, who sported a face marked by bruises. Liu Kun halted Li Chengdan with a call. Manager Liu, what brings you here? Li Chengdan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Based on the system's feedback, he had established a benevolent connection with Liu. Thus, he presumed Liu was not there to trouble him. Liu Kun seemed on the verge of speaking, attempting several times, yet failing to articulate his thoughts. If it's a matter of gratitude, there's no need. Li Chengdan interjected. Although Liu Kun was typically stern, without Li Chengdan's support for the auxiliary disciples, their plight in the alchemy hall would have been far more dire. Understanding Liu Kun's unspoken words, Li Chengdan recognized that his reticence stemmed from embarrassment. It was my fault, Liu Kun conceded awkwardly, nodding in acknowledgement before hastily departing. Li Chengdan paid little mind and resumed his tasks within the alchemy hall. Though he remained an auxiliary disciple, he was no longer burdened with the menial task of cleaning the alchemy furnaces. This was largely due to his ascension to the 4th layer of qi refinement, qualifying him as a formal auxiliary disciple, coupled with his status as a named disciple of Chen Chen, which afforded him the privileges of an outer sect disciple. The benefits of being an outer sect disciple not only allowed Li Chengdan to receive a greater allocation of spirit stones and contribution points each month, but also reduced his responsibilities. After all, the rules of the Qingzong dictated that auxiliary disciples performed the labor while outer disciples presided over the hall. Is it true that junior brother Chengdan is now a named disciple of Master Chen? At that moment, a portly outer sect disciple approached Li Chengdan, performing a respectful bow. Recognizing the figure before him, Li Chengdan was momentarily taken aback. Brother Qian, it has been quite some time. Have you ascended to the 8th layer of qi refinement? Li Chengdan was familiar with Qian Zhuang, who had previously been a 6th layer qi refinement alchemist apprentice. Li Chengdan often assisted him in managing the flames during alchemy. Despite possessing the potential to become an alchemist, Qianzhuang had languished at the apprentice level for 2 to 3 years due to mediocre aptitude, allowing his strength to dwindle amidst relentless alchemical pursuits. Yet, astonishingly, in just 3 months, Qianzhuang's power had surged directly to the 8th layer of qi refinement. I was fortunate enough to encounter a senior brother who imparted to me some cultivation methods, resulting in my advancement, Qianzhuang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Li Chengdan. It seems that junior brother has also made considerable progress in these 3 months. His remarkable enhancement in strength stemmed entirely from the cultivation of a new technique. However, Li Chengdan had previously been hindered at the early stage of the qi refinement 2nd layer due to his innate talent. Astonishingly, in less than 3 months, he managed to ascend 2 levels, which is quite unbelievable. Master Chen remarked that during his time at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, all of his spiritual energy was devoted to opening his spiritual meridians, thus preventing any advancement in his cultivation. Once the meridians were successfully established, his promotion came effortlessly. Now, with Chen Chen's endorsement, Li Chengdan was unfazed by any doubts regarding the rapidity of his progress and prepared his carefully crafted rhetoric. It became apparent that junior brother Chengdan had an extraordinary destiny, being of the lineage of spirit chefs. Qianzhuang cast an envious glance at Li Chengdan before shifting the conversation. Might it be possible for you to assist me in refining pills? I have been engrossed in cultivation for the past 3 months, and my alchemical skills have languished. Upon saying this, Qianzhuang looked at Li Chengdan with hopeful anticipation. The current Li Chengdan was no ordinary miscellaneous disciple. He was now a registered apprentice of an alchemist, holding a status more esteemed than that of the outer disciples. If he declined to assist, even the apprentice alchemist would be left watching helplessly. Li Chengdan nodded, of course. By now, he had a fundamental understanding of the system's operational mechanisms. As long as he established a causal connection with others, he could extract their cultivation experiences and integrate them. Thus, any interaction that generated causality allowed him to draw upon their expertise. Thank you, junior brother Chengdan. Hearing this, Qianzhuang immediately clasped his hands in gratitude and sought a secluded corner where he retrieved a cauldron and prepared the pre-gathered medicinal materials for pill refining. There exists a significant disparity between alchemist apprentices and true alchemists. The latter can concoct pills, while the former can only refine materials without producing finished pills. Hence, apprentices typically create medicinal liquids or powders. Qianzhuang aimed to refine a qi-nourishing powder, an introductory version of the qi-nourishing pill. Upon completion, it appears in powdered form, possessing merely 1/3 of the potency of the qi-nourishing pill, making it quite popular among low-tier cultivators. Its preparation is relatively simple, requiring only the refinement and extraction of specific herbal materials into powder. Controlling the fire for the qi-nourishing powder is quite straightforward. Having spent 4 years in the alchemy hall, Li Chengdan had no idea how many times he had assisted in its production, thus he completed the task swiftly. Ding. Warning, you have formed a negative karmic bond with the laborer Qianzhuang, and the system has automatically blocked the cultivation experience of his method, Xiao Yin Yanggong. Congratulations on establishing causality with the laborer Qianzhuang. You have extracted General Cultivation Experience X500 and Alchemist Apprentice Experience X10. Would you like to extract and integrate? Just as the qi-nourishing powder was completed, the system's notification resonated. Laborer? Negative karma? Staring at the system panel that appeared before him, Li Chengdan was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, the General Cultivation Experience provided by Qianzhuang amounted to a staggering 500 points, surpassing even that offered by Luo Yanran and Xinju. Could this be attributed to the so-called laborer status? Li Chengdan carefully studied the information displayed on the system prompt. Reflecting on the words previously spoken by Qianzhuang, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew complex as he regarded Qianzhuang. It seemed that the cultivation technique acquired by Qianzhuang was flawed. The so-called power slave was merely a means to absorb strength for others. At that moment, Qianzhuang's face was alight with excitement, gazing at the successfully refined Yangqi San, his eyes sparkling with delight, completely oblivious to the changing countenance of Li Chengdan. Indeed, junior brother Chengdan, you are worthy of being a disciple of an alchemist. This Yangqi San of mine is unexpectedly of superior quality. The Yangqi San has no rank, yet it is categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The upper grade is exceedingly difficult to concoct and possesses enhanced efficacy, making it quite sought after. Suppressing his inner doubts, Li Chengdan managed a smile towards Qianzhuang. It is merely the result of your improved alchemical skills, senior brother. I am but a mere fire controller. Alas, I am well aware of junior brother Chengdan's prowess in fire control. I am grateful to you today, junior brother Chengdan. Qian Zhuang was keenly aware of his own alchemical capabilities and understood that he could not possibly concoct an upper-grade Yangqi San without Li Chengdan's assistance. Having said that, he hastily stored away the Yangqi San and joyfully departed from the alchemy hall. Power slaves. It appears that the world of cultivation is even more perilous than I had imagined. Li Chengdan mused as he watched Qian Zhuang's retreating figure, sighing in contemplation. He did not rush to extract and refine Qian Zhuang's experience, instead continuing to assist other alchemical apprentices with their fire control until the alchemy hall closed, before finally returning to Gengzi Courtyard. After closing the door to his room, Li Chengdan opened the system panel. Extract and fuse all. Ding. You have successfully extracted and fused General Cultivation Experience X300. Your strength has risen to the late stage of Qi Refining 4th layer, 250,900. You have successfully extracted and fused General Cultivation Experience X500. Your strength has risen to the Qi Refining 4th layer, 750,900. You have successfully extracted and fused General Alchemy Experience X300. You have advanced to the early stage of 1st rank Alchemist, 100. You failed to extract and fuse Alchemist Apprentice Experience X10. You have successfully extracted and fused Spiritual Veins X5. You currently have 4,099 spiritual veins opened. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the spell Scent of Elixir Cultivation Experience X300. Your current proficiency in Scent of Elixir has reached a modest attainment, 150,500. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the spell 5 Elements Fire Control Experience X300. Your current proficiency in 5 Elements Fire Control has reached a modest attainment, 50,500. As Li Chengdan chose to extract and fuse the experiences, he received notifications from the system. It seems I now possess the strength to become an alchemist. However, my power remains insufficient, preventing me from extracting and fusing the experiences of Alchemist Apprentice and alchemy itself. He sighed as he looked at the system panel. Nonetheless, this was for the best. His primary objective now was to enhance his strength and strive for an early advancement to the 6th layer of Qi Refining. I am now at the 4th layer of Qi Refining, and I can begin to consume elixirs. I wonder how the elixirs will enhance my capabilities. Li Chengdan mused, holding a Gu Yuan Dan delicately in his palm. Having reached the 4th layer of Qi Refining, with his spiritual veins established, he would now rely on elixirs and spirit stones to assist in his cultivation. At present, he possessed a total of 6 low-grade Gu Yuan Dan, which could potentially elevate an ordinary individual's strength from the 4th layer of Qi Refining to the 6th layer. Ding. Upon discovering the low-grade Gu Yuan Dan, which could extract 100 points of universal cultivation experience, Li Chengdan's face brightened with delight as he promptly declared, Extract. Chapter 17, The Alchemist Alliance. The system's ability to directly extract from the elixirs implied that he no longer needed to consume them, thereby alleviating concerns regarding the emergence of Dan poison. Dan poison is the bane most feared by cultivators today. It accumulates over time, adversely affecting cultivation speed and diminishing the efficacy of the elixirs. The more one consumes the same type of elixir, the more pronounced the decline in potency becomes, even with high-grade elixirs. However, in the current cultivation realm, reliance on elixirs is indispensable, rendering the elimination of Dan poison a significant challenge. With the system's capability to extract cultivation experience directly, it essentially meant he could forego the consumption of elixirs, thus being free from the dread of Dan poison. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully extracted and fused 100 points of universal cultivation experience from the low-grade Gu Yuan Dan. Your strength has risen to the late stage of Qi Refinement Level 4, 350,900. Congratulations. You have successfully extracted and fused 100 points of universal cultivation experience from the low-grade Gu Yuan Dan. Your strength has risen to the late stage of Qi Refinement Level 4, 450,900. Congratulations. You have successfully extracted and fused 100 points of universal cultivation experience from the low-grade Gu Yuan Dan. Your strength has risen to the late stage of Qi Refinement Level 4, 850,900. The system's notification resounded 6 times, bringing Li Chengdan just a step away from achieving Qi Refinement Level 5. Simultaneously, he noticed that the originally azure elixirs in his hand had transformed into a thick, blackish substance, quite repulsive. It was evident that these were impurities present in the elixirs. No wonder Dan poison was so formidable. More than half of low-grade elixirs were composed of impurities. Li Chengdan disdainfully disposed of the remnants of the elixirs. The issue with low-grade elixirs lies in their excessive impurities, which accumulate within the body, manifesting as Dan poison. These toxins settle in various parts of the physical form, making them exceedingly difficult to cleanse. Following his power enhancement, Li Chengdan opted for a month-long retreat. His intention was twofold: to ascertain whether he could elevate his strength through diligent practice and to avoid drawing attention due to his rapid advancement. However, after 15 days of arduous training, he had only garnered 10 points of universal cultivation experience, rendering his aspirations for further enhancement unattainable. Clearly, he needed to venture out to forge connections. Relying solely on solitary training would prove insufficient to reach Qi Refinement Level 6. Observing the system panel, Li Chengdan ultimately chose to abandon his plan and proceeded directly to the Alchemy Hall. As usual, the Alchemy Hall bustled with activity. Yet he was astonished to find that Luo Yanran had not appeared even once in recent days. He wondered where she had gone after purchasing the alchemy furnace. Brother Chengdan, your strength has increased again? At that moment, Liu Kun appeared beside Li Chengdan, gazing at him in astonishment. In merely a fortnight, Li Chengdan had progressed from the mid-stage to the late stage of Qi Refinement Level 4, judging by his aura. He was on the verge of breaking through to Qi Refinement Level 5. Such rapid cultivation speed? Thanks to the elixirs provided by our master, I managed to make some progress. Li Chengdan had already prepared his explanation. Whenever anyone inquired about his strength, he would attribute it to Chen Chen. I see. It seems Master Chen truly favors you. Liu Kun nodded, without a trace of doubt. His purpose in seeking out his junior was to introduce him to the Alchemist Alliance. He wondered if his junior would be willing to join. The Alchemist Alliance? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. What is that, Liu? Disciples of the Supreme Clarity Sect often form their own organizations to share insights and resources. Such practices are not uncommon within our sect, and indeed, they are rather encouraged. There's no need for formalities between us, Junior. Just call me senior brother if you hold me in esteem. Liu continued. The Alchemist Alliance is an organization formed by apprentices at the Alchemy Hall, primarily for mutual exchange. It comprises only apprentices and masters from the Alchemy Peak. Although you are not yet an apprentice, your background as a spirit chef, combined with your current cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Refinement and your status as a registered disciple of Master Chen, would greatly benefit from your inclusion in the Alliance. Having experienced a life-altering event thanks to Li Chengdan's timely intervention, Liu Kun felt no lingering resentment. This invitation to join the Alchemist Alliance was also a means of repaying his debt of gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother Liu. Li Chengdan nodded. He was currently troubled by the lack of skilled individuals to connect with, as the Alchemy Hall was beginning to feel inadequate for his needs. Follow me, Junior. Liu Kun breathed a sigh of relief, fearing rejection. He had invested considerable effort in inviting Li Chengdan to the Alliance, and if he declined, it would not only result in personal loss, but also offend the Alchemist Alliance. As Liu led the way, they swiftly arrived at a spacious chamber located in the rear courtyard of the Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall, although affiliated with the Alchemy Peak, was situated at a mountain in the core area of the outer sect, rather than on the peak itself. This mountain was entirely under the jurisdiction of the Alchemy Hall, and the so-called rear courtyard was a restricted area accessible only to outer sect disciples. The room Liu Kun brought Li Chengdan into was a grand conference hall, already occupied by 5 individuals. These were familiar faces from the Alchemy Hall, all late-stage apprentices possessing cultivation above the 6th level of Qi Refinement. Just a step away from becoming alchemists, Li Chengdan had previously assisted many of them in managing flames. Ah, so it's junior brother Chengdan. No wonder Manager Liu is so attentive, remarked a young girl among them. I recognize your skill in flame control, and as a registered disciple of Master Chen, I permit your entry. Upon seeing Li Chengdan, the group exchanged glances, and the only girl among them was the first to speak. In recent times, Li Chengdan's reputation had soared within the Alchemy Hall. He had aided Chen Chen in managing flames for alchemy, facilitating Chen Chen's advancement to a late-stage alchemist and earning the title of Chen Chen's registered disciple. He had been called upon by 3 masters of the Alchemy Hall to assist in flame control for alchemy. With his rapid rise in strength, bolstered by his first-level spirit chef abilities, it was almost a certainty that he would soon become an alchemist. The purpose of their Alchemist Alliance was to exchange insights on alchemy, enhance their skills, and strive towards becoming alchemists. Having Li Chengdan join them would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. I too concur. Agreed. The others nodded in agreement or voiced their thoughts directly. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Kun let out a sigh of relief and began introducing the individuals present in the room. These esteemed individuals are all senior apprentices nearing the pinnacle of alchemy, just a step away from becoming full-fledged alchemists. This is Brother Yun Yi, who has attained the 8th level of Qi Refinement and is also an organizer of our alliance. He has relatives in the inner sect and is privy to many secrets of the Qing sect, serving as our source of intelligence. Greetings, Brother Li Chengdan. Yun Yi, a handsome young man, performed a respectful bow after the introduction. This is Sister Li, also at the 8th level of Qi Refinement, hailing from a prestigious family of cultivators in Wangxian City. The Baibao Pavilion is one of her family's enterprises. Liu Kun pointed to a young lady in a pink dress. Li offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly towards Li Chengdan, saying, "Brother Chengdan, I will rely on you to tend the flames for me in the future." The remaining three were Yao Shanmin, Guasu, and Hu Kuei, all at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Liu Kun provided only a brief introduction, indicating their lesser significance within the Alchemist Alliance. "Greetings, brothers." The trio, understanding their place, offered a simple salutation to Li Chengdan. "Greetings to all my esteemed seniors and sisters." Li Chengdan returned the gestures of respect, making a mental note of their names and appearances. "All right, Brother Chengdan, Brother Liu Kun, please take a seat." Yuan invited them to sit down. Now, it was time to discuss important matters. "Brothers, when do you anticipate advancing to the first-tier alchemist?" After Li Chengdan and Liu Kun had settled in, Yuan turned to the others, his expression serious. "I have begun attempting alchemy, yet my success rate remains disappointingly low. I fear it may take me another month or two." Li was the first to speak. "We have only recently ascended to the late stage of alchemist apprentices, and it will take us at least another 6 months. Brother Yuni, has something happened?" Yao Shanmin glanced at Guasu and Hu Kuei before revealing their situation. The three of them were somewhat lacking in strength, and their alchemical talents paled in comparison to those of Yuan, and Li. With a long road ahead before they could become alchemists, Yuan nodded, his expression darkening as he lowered his voice and glanced at those present, revealing an explosive piece of news. "The inner disciples of the Qing sect have begun preparations for war. Soon, the outer disciples will also be called to battle." Chapter 18. The storm approaches what? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was taken aback. Li Chengdan exchanged a surprised glance with Liu Kun, who also wore a look of shock, clearly just learning of this news. "Brother Yuni, is this news credible?" A trace of concern appeared on Li's stunning face as she turned to Yuan with a questioning gaze. The others in attendance also looked anxiously at Yuan. Although the Qing sect was the strongest sect in the area, the repercussions of war, regardless of victory or defeat, would inevitably fall upon the lower-tier disciples. "Most likely," Yuan affirmed with a nod. "The timing is yet to be determined, but the elders of the inner sect have already commenced preliminary preparations. All the foundation-building uncles have concluded their cultivation, waiting for the opportune moment. You must not let this information leak. Strive to become alchemists as soon as possible. Not only will you avoid the battlefield, but you can also profit from selling potions when the sect goes to war." Yuan hastily added. This information had been hard-won, known only to a select few within the inner sect. If it were to leak, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. No wonder Luo Yanran's senior brother had pressured her to refine pills. After successfully concocting the Gu Yuan Dan, she mysteriously vanished. At this moment, Li Chengdan suddenly thought of her. Typically, Luo Yanran was rather careless, treating alchemy as a trivial pastime. Yet previously, her brother Sun Wang had compelled her to advance her skills, even inquiring about the usage of the alchemical furnace from Li Chengdan. It appears that her family was already aware of the sect's movements, seeking to carve out a path for her. "Brother Yuni, with whom does the sect intend to engage?" Liu Kun, however, remained unperturbed. As the steward of the Alchemy Hall, he would not be summoned should the sect initiate an external conflict. Instead, he would gain greater authority. "It must be the Haoyang sect. I have heard that the sect leader failed to form his core and has not yet entered the Golden Core realm. The sect is still gathering intelligence, but once confirmed, they will act swiftly." Yuni observed his surroundings and lowered his voice. The long-standing animosity between the Qingjing sect and the Haoyang sect was well known, with both sects situated in close proximity, leading to frequent skirmishes, particularly after the Haoyang sect leader, Shi Haoyan, broke through to the 12th layer of foundation establishment and attempted to reach the Golden Core realm. The discord between the two sects became irreconcilable. The Qingjing sect's strongest force openly rests in the Golden Core realm. Should Shi Haoyan also attain that level, the title of the foremost sect in the eastern continent would be in jeopardy. Now that Shi Haoyan has failed to form his core, it presents an opportune moment for the Qingjing sect to take action. Indeed, it is the Haoyan sect. Yao Shanmin and the others were not surprised, as if they had anticipated this. "Junior brother Liu, if a few of our fellow disciples are unable to advance to alchemists before the battle, I will leave their arrangements to you." Yuni directed his gaze towards Liu Kun. "Once the conflict ensues, the role of the Alchemy Hall will become evident. As the steward of the Alchemy Hall, arranging for a few outer disciples or alchemist apprentices would not pose a challenge for Liu Kun. That is no problem," Liu Kun promptly assured, thumping his chest. Though he lacked the innate talent to become an alchemist, his inclusion in the Alchemist Alliance was solely due to his position as steward of the Alchemy Hall, which allowed him to assist them. With Yuni and the others in need, he was naturally compelled to help. Yuni nodded, then turned his attention to Li Chengdan, junior brother Chengdan. We are all aware of your exceptional fire control. Would you be willing to exclusively manage the flames for us, aiding in our swift advancement to alchemists? Rest assured, spirit stones will be plentiful. All present had previously sought Li Chengdan's fire management skills for alchemical endeavors, holding him in high regard. Furthermore, due to his remarkable fire control, he had been taken as a named disciple by Chen Chen and personally acknowledged by Shinju, a second-tier alchemist. Thus, his skills would greatly benefit the alchemist apprentices. After hearing Yuni's request, everyone's gaze turned expectantly towards Li Chengdan, awaiting his response. Brother Uni, I fear that may not be feasible, Li Chengdan replied, shaking his head. Yuni's expression darkened, displeased that despite sharing such crucial information, Li Chengdan was unwilling to assist with fire management. Was Li Chengdan placing too much importance on himself? Nevertheless, Uni suppressed his frustration and inquired, why not? If what Brother Uni says is accurate, I fear I will have no time. In a sect-wide conflict, alchemists will undoubtedly be assigned additional alchemical tasks, and my master will certainly return to seek my assistance with fire management and pill refinement. Li Chengdan explained his reasoning. Yun was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten this particular detail. The alchemists, talisman's masters, and artifact craftsmen of the inner sect had all begun to immerse themselves in their tasks. Considering the time, it was evident that those alchemists stationed at the outer sect would soon be assigned alchemical duties. Given Li Chengdan's current reputation, he genuinely feared he would be pressed for time. Alas, I miscalculated, Yuni sighed, akin to Li, as he stood just a step away from becoming an alchemist himself. Should he successfully concoct a first-tier elixir with a success rate exceeding 40%, he would ascend to the rank of a novice first-tier alchemist. If a skilled master like Li Chengdan, with his vast experience in fire control, were to oversee him, the duration of this endeavor could be significantly shortened. However, Brother Yun, fret not. Alchemists require rest as well. Sooner or later, I shall find some leisure. Li Chengdan promptly added. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Chengdan. Yun thought deeply, gazing at Li Chengdan with gratitude. Mastering fire and alchemy was an exceptionally taxing task, and although Li Chengdan was well aware of the imminent demands on his time, he still willingly offered his assistance, which was commendable. Brother Yun, you jest. Having joined the alliance, I am already grateful that my fellow brothers and sisters do not disdain my humble abilities. As for fire control, it is but a trifling matter, no need to burden yourselves with it. Li Chengdan replied with a bow. Observing the exchange between Li Chengdan and Yun, Yao Shanmin and the others wore expressions of disappointment, realizing their chances of having Li Chengdan aid them in ascending to the rank of alchemist had slipped away. Subsequently, Yun conveyed several points of caution to the group, as well as various arrangements should battle commence. They dispersed as dusk approached. To Li Chengdan's dismay, despite numerous interactions with the others, he had yet to trigger any system responses, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Upon learning of the sect's impending external engagement, Li Chengdan remained unfazed. After all, his current strength was merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement, insufficient for frontline combat. The following day, upon arriving at the Alchemy Hall, he discovered that Chen Chen had already been waiting for him. Upon seeing Li Chengdan, Chen Chen nodded approvingly. Indeed, your strength has improved. Strive to elevate your prowess to the 6th layer of qi refinement soon. As a spiritual chef, ascending to the rank of alchemist should not pose a challenge. With that, Chen Chen turned and entered his designated private chamber. You will be quite busy in the coming days. I've arranged for Liu Kun to prepare a resting room for you in the Alchemy Hall. Be sure to bring all your belongings over shortly. From now on, you shall reside here. Chen Chen instructed. The sect has set a target for me, 1,000 recovery elixirs per month. Prepare yourself for hard work. As Li Chengdan entered the room, he barely had time to greet Chen Chen before receiving this directive. 1,000 recovery elixirs meant he would need to produce at least 30 each day, even with a perfect success rate of 100%. He would have to refine 3 batches daily. Each batch required a minimum of 2 hours, totaling an entire day for 3 batches. However, achieving a 100% success rate was a formidable task. A first-tier alchemist achieving a 70% success rate would be considered commendable. Thus, the intensity of this assignment was immense. Master, has something transpired within the sect? After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengdan inquired tentatively. Chen Chen merely cast a glance at Li Chengdan, his eyes laden with sorrow. Such a challenging task naturally provoked unsettling associations. You must keep this to yourself, Chen Chen said, his gaze shifting to the closed door, his expression growing increasingly grave. The Haotian sect's Haotian has failed in his tribulation to form a Dan, and the sect is preparing to take action against Haotian sect. However, you need not worry. As long as you follow me, you will not step onto the battlefield. Thank you, Master, for your protection, Li Chengdan expressed, his face revealing terror, Yet internally he sighed in relief, realizing that Yun Yi's source of information was indeed reliable. Now, I must prepare the herbs. You should return and organize your things, then come promptly. The sect's tasks cannot be delayed. Chen Chen waved his hand, signaling Li Chengdan that he could leave. Understood. Li Chengdan immediately turned to depart. Just as he stepped out of the private room, Liu Kun approached with Yun Yi, exchanging knowing glances with Li Chengdan. Master has asked me to assist him in controlling the fire for alchemy. I will be residing in the Alchemy Hall and will be quite busy, but I will try to carve out some time in the mornings. Li Chengdan nodded in acknowledgement of Liu Kun and Yun Yi. Thank you, Chengdan Jr. brother. I shall not disturb you further, Yun Yi said with a satisfied smile. Cupping his hands in respect, I will offer you my room, as it is close to the Alchemy Hall, making it convenient for you to rest. Liu Kun added. Thank you, both senior brothers. Li Chengdan replied gratefully, then hastily made his way home. Within the Gungzi courtyard, Li Chengdan quickly organized his belongings. Though he had resided there for 4 years, his possessions were few, consisting only of a handful of garments. He glanced at his small room, then at the empty courtyard and the other perpetually closed doors. Taking out pen and paper, he wrote, "Move to the Alchemy Hall," affixed it to his door, and then locked the gate behind him as he departed. Upon returning to the Alchemy Hall, Chen Chen had already prepared a plethora of medicinal materials awaiting Li Chengdan's arrival. Is this your first time refining a revitalizing Dan? Chen Chen inquired directly, approaching the Dan furnace with the herbs in hand, looking at Li Chengdan. Yes, master. Li Chengdan replied. Thus far, he had only refined the solidifying Yuan Dan and the nurturing Qi Dan, becoming quite familiar with these two types of Dan. While he was also acquainted with other commonly refined pills, such as the nurturing Qi powder and revitalizing powder. Then let us begin by familiarizing ourselves. Once you grasp the entire process, I will add another Dan furnace, aiming for you to master fire control for 3 furnaces simultaneously within 3 days. Chen Chen said, his expression tinged with concern. 1,000 pills per month was a daunting task, and even as a late-stage first-tier alchemist, Chen Chen could not guarantee success without increasing the number of furnaces. Were anyone else in charge of the fire, he would not dare utter such words. Yet he held great confidence in Li Chengdan's abilities. Understood, Li Chengdan replied, slightly astonished. Mastering the fire for 3 furnaces at once was a challenge for him as well. Let us begin. With Chen Chen's command, Li Chengdan busied himself with the task at hand, igniting the furnace, elevating its temperature, channeling spiritual energy, and deftly manipulating the 5 elements fire control technique to master the flames. Li Chengdan executed the entire process with remarkable speed and flawless precision. This young lad's alchemical skills had matured considerably, rivaling even those of advanced apprentices. Furthermore, his proficiency in the 5 elements fire control technique had evidently reached a commendable level, nearly matching my own. A mere glance at the flames left Chen Chen astounded, quickly replaced by a look of delight. He was in dire need of Li Chengdan's expertise. The greater the strength Li Chengdan exhibited, the more likely Chen Chen would complete the sect's tasks within the stipulated time frame. The recovery spirit pill, once ingested, could swiftly replenish spiritual energy, and its preparation was not particularly arduous, far simpler than that of the solidifying essence pill or the nourishing Qi pill. Thus, during the first furnace's operation, Li Chengdan meticulously noted every aspect that required attention. Despite it being his inaugural attempt at crafting the recovery spirit pill, Li Chengdan's exceptional fire control and Chen Chen's full cooperation culminated in the successful production of 8 pills, one of which attained a medium-grade quality. Next came the preparation of the second batch. This time, Chen Chen no longer needed to align with Li Chengdan's pace, confidently proceeding at his own rhythm. Within a single hour, he successfully produced another 8 pills, one again reaching medium-grade quality. Chen Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The sect's regulations dictated that 1 medium-grade pill equated to 3 low-grade ones, while a high-grade pill corresponded to 10 low-grade pills. Thus, in just 2 furnaces, he had effectively created the equivalent of 22 low-grade pills, bringing him closer to fulfilling his daily quest. Eager to experiment with simultaneous crafting, Chen Chen contentedly accepted the pills and retrieved a second furnace from his storage pouch, identical to the first. Li Chengdan promptly commenced the dual operation of both furnaces. However, managing 2 furnaces proved quite challenging for him, resulting in numerous complications. Fortunately, his solid foundation prevented any disasters. Both furnaces successfully yielded pills, though one produced 4 while the other yielded only 3, all of low-grade quality. Not too shabby for a first attempt. With a bit more practice, he would surely improve. In contrast to Li Chengdan's tension, Chen Chen wore a look of astonishment. His own journey into alchemy began with mastering fire control, and he had faced numerous failures before successfully operating 2 furnaces simultaneously. He had anticipated that Li Chengdan would encounter similar difficulties. despite his exceptional fire control skills. Managing 2 furnaces required divided attention, and even the most skilled individuals often falter on their first try. He had braced himself to abandon one furnace in favor of the other, yet he was utterly astonished when, despite several significant errors, Li Chengdan managed to recover through sheer skill, achieving a success rate identical to that of a novice alchemist. What an extraordinary talent! Grateful for his master's guidance, Li Chengdan exhaled in relief upon hearing Chen Chen's words, promptly advancing to tidy the furnaces in preparation for the next round of crafting. In the second attempt, Li Chengdan still encountered frequent issues, yet managed to maintain composure, with only minor problems arising that did not affect the pill production. This time, both furnaces yielded 4 pills each. By the third attempt, Li Chengdan faced nearly half as many issues, displaying a newfound calmness. The yield of elixirs has also improved, with 5 elixirs produced from one furnace and 6 from another. At this point, Li Chengdan's spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, and after a brief respite, he resumed his control over the flames. From the 8th attempt onward, Li Chengdan deftly managed the flames of 2 alchemical furnaces simultaneously, rarely making mistakes. Both furnaces achieved a yield of 8 elixirs each. The absence of mid-grade elixirs was attributed to Chen Chen's insufficient experience in alchemy. It seems you are now capable of multitasking. Let us commence the simultaneous crafting of 3 furnaces today. Chen Chen, brimming with excitement, produced another furnace. Thus far, they had successfully refined 45 low-grade revitalizing elixirs and 2 mid-grade ones, totaling an impressive 51 elixirs. This quantity renders the sect's task of producing 1,000 revitalizing elixirs rather straightforward for Chen Chen. If Li Chengdan could master the art of controlling 3 furnaces, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Contemplating this, Chen Chen felt an uncontrollable thrill within. Excellent. Li Chengdan nodded, eager to test his abilities in managing 3 furnaces at once. However, the complexity of controlling 3 furnaces far exceeded that of managing 2. With 2 furnaces, Li Chengdan could maneuver effectively, as long as he maintained a proper rhythm and order. Errors were unlikely, but now, with 3 furnaces, the situation became much more intricate, even if Li Chengdan expertly controlled the flames. Turning to oversee the other furnaces could lead to complications. While he could manage 2 tasks simultaneously, handling 3 proved exceedingly challenging. During his inaugural attempt to control 3 furnaces, Li Chengdan encountered significant difficulties, managing to produce elixirs from only 2 furnaces, and even then, only 1 low-grade elixir from each. The third furnace, while not exploding, resulted in a complete waste of materials. Quite commendable, do not be disheartened, Chen Chen consoled Li Chengdan. Even within the inner sect, there were only a handful of individuals capable of managing 3 alchemical furnaces alone, so Li Chengdan's failure was not a cause for concern. His ability to control 2 furnaces was already impressive. Master, allow me to try once more. Li Chengdan, furrowing his brow, reflected on his previous actions. He stepped back a few paces from the central furnace, resolute in his decision. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Chen slowly nodded. Very well. This time, Li Chengdan filled the alchemical furnace with kindling before retreating to a corner, positioning himself at an equal distance from all 3 furnaces, stacking the necessary wood beside him, and then seated himself. Chen Chen observed Li Chengdan's actions with curiosity, eager to see his subsequent performance. Sequentially, he cast the great ignition technique towards the 3 furnaces, then distantly monitored the flames. When more kindling was required, he threw it from afar, choosing a distance that was neither too close nor too far, just right. Although he faced several failures, with practice, he consistently succeeded in accurately tossing the wood into the furnaces. Even in failure, Li Chengdan could transmit spiritual energy across the distance, maintaining the flames. The entire process was quite taxing on his spiritual energy, sometimes requiring him to divide his energy into 3 portions to simultaneously operate the 5 elements flame control technique to sustain the fire. However, this time the fluctuations of the furnace were within a controllable range, and no significant errors occurred. Chen Chen looked incredulously at the 3 alchemical furnaces, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 20. The contest for Li Chengdan. Originally, Chen Chen's plan was for Li Chengdan to master the control of fire in 2 alchemical furnaces within 3 days, ensuring a success rate of 50%. On the 3rd day, he would attempt to control fire in all 3 furnaces. Achieving the best outcome would be ideal, but failure would not be a concern. Yet, astonishingly, within just 1 day, Li Chengdan had already managed to control fire in all 3 furnaces. Master, what do you think? Li Chengdan inquired eagerly, glancing at Chen Chen as the flames extinguished. In one furnace, 5 pills were produced, while the other 2 yielded 6 pills, all of inferior quality. Chen Chen gazed with satisfaction at the returning spirit pills in his hand. With 3 furnaces operating simultaneously, a total of 17 pills were produced, which, when added to the previous 47, amounted to 64 inferior returning spirit pills. At this rate, he would complete his monthly quota in just half a month. Observing Li Chengdan's rapid progress, Chen Chen anticipated that once he fully mastered the control of fire in all 3 furnaces, his speed would only increase. With excitement brimming in his eyes, Chen Chen thought, not bad at all. However, my own strength is lacking. My aim when throwing firewood is quite poor and could certainly be improved. Li Chengdan nodded thoughtfully, contemplating his shortcomings and ways to enhance his skills. All right, you've worked hard today. Let us conclude our session here. Chen Chen stated with satisfaction as he observed Li Chengdan. The more he saw of Li Chengdan, the more pleased he became. If this fellow could truly become his direct disciple. He shook his head and sighed inwardly, acknowledging that it was already commendable to have Li Chengdan by his side. Thank you, master, Li Chengdan said, clasping his hands in respect before accompanying Chen Chen out of the alchemy hall. After bidding farewell to Chen Chen, Li Chengdan returned directly to the main hall of the alchemy chamber and exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Kun. Liu Kun immediately understood and turned to leave, soon returning with Yun Yi, Li, and Yao Shanmen. Brother Chengdan, how goes your alchemical task? Yun Yi asked curiously, observing Li Chengdan. It was just past noon, and according to Chen Chen's task indicators, he should have been busy refining pills alongside Li Chengdan. I have completed today's task. I have learned to control fire in 3 alchemical furnaces simultaneously, but I still need to refine my technique. Brother Yuni, could you assist me? Li Chengdan candidly expressed his desire to the trio. At that moment, Liu Kun handed Li Chengdan a meat pie, taken aback by his words. Controlling fire in 3 furnaces? That's a feat even alchemists struggle to achieve. Gratefully accepting the meat pie, Li Chengdan took a hearty bite. Indeed, the success rate is quite low. Even my master only achieves 50%. Having said that, Li Chengdan began to eat heartily while awaiting Yun Yi's response. Yun Yi furrowed his brow. If Li Chengdan could control fire alone, it would undoubtedly be the best for his alchemical progress. However, with Li Chengdan managing all 3 furnaces simultaneously, their alchemist alliance could practice with 2 additional members, which was also advantageous. That would be a great help, Brother Chengdan. After some contemplation, Yun Yi decided to agree. A 50% success rate was already quite high. The standard for an apprentice alchemist to attain the first tier of a junior alchemist was to refine first-tier elixirs with a success rate above 30%. Very well. Li Chengdan stuffed the remaining meat pie into his mouth, chewed a few times casually, then clapped his hands and moved to the corner to prepare for alchemy. Brother Yuni, did you not ascend to the rank of alchemist first? Observing Li Chengdan's departure, Li approached Yuni and whispered to him. Yao Shanmen, standing nearby, changed his expression slightly upon hearing this. He had merely come to observe whether Yuni's alchemical skills had improved under Li Chengdan's guidance, but unexpectedly found himself with the opportunity to be under Li Chengdan's tutelage. He had previously allowed Li Chengdan to assist in the refinement of a qi-nourishing elixir, which indeed had a superior quality compared to other apprentices. However, with the impending sect war, advancing to the rank of alchemist was undoubtedly the best outcome. Yet he was aware of his own limitations in alchemical aptitude, which could not compare to Yuni or Li. No need, Yuni replied, shaking his head. Brother Chengdan is a prudent individual. Since he has spoken thus, I have faith in his capabilities. We are part of a coalition. The stronger each individual becomes, the greater our collective power, making mutual assistance all the more meaningful. Yuni's establishment of the Alchemist Alliance was not solely for the purpose of fostering his own influence, but also to amplify the strength of others. Thus, he not only sought to enhance his own abilities, but also aspired for others to grow alongside him. Thank you, Brother Yuni. Yao Shanmen immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Yuni waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed. Brother Chengdan has already begun. At that moment, Li Chengdan had ignited the furnace, raising the temperature of 3 alchemical furnaces, ready to commence the alchemical process. The 3 of them moved in sync to different furnaces, retrieving the pre-prepared materials to begin their alchemical work. They were crafting the most fundamental first-tier elixir, the qi-nourishing pill, which is the simplest to produce among first-tier elixirs. Li Chengdan merely glanced at the materials in their hands and immediately understood what they intended to refine, continuing to focus on controlling the fire. The furnaces in the hall were considerably smaller than those in the private rooms, thus making the task of controlling the flames much easier, due to their reduced size. Even while managing 3 furnaces, Li Chengdan's energy expenditure was significantly lower. More importantly, he could position himself closer to the furnaces, minimizing the distance needed to add fuel, which simplified his control over the flames. Before long, the 3 of them had entered a state of focused alchemy. 2 hours swiftly passed. During the process of managing the flames, Li Chengdan encountered numerous issues, Yet he adeptly rectified them using the 5 elements fire control technique and his superior fire manipulation skills. Although Uni and the other 2 were advanced apprentices, they were still not true alchemists, and thus their experience paled in comparison to that of Chen Chen. In fact, their techniques appeared quite abysmal in Li Chengdan's eyes. Among the 3, only Uni managed to produce a single qi-nourishing pill, while Li faltered at the final stage, failing to control her spiritual energy properly, resulting in a failed elixir. Yao Shanmin encountered issues during the refinement of the materials, thus missing the opportunity to form a pill altogether. Continue. Uni glanced at the qi-nourishing pill in his hand, his expression brightening. This was his first successful elixir production. Most importantly, he had identified numerous issues during the process, all pertaining to his own alchemical techniques. Previously, he had paid little heed to these issues, but now, with Li Chengdan at the helm of fire control, he found himself acutely aware of past oversights. Although Li Chengdan also made mistakes in his fire management, he was quick to rectify them, which did not hinder his alchemical endeavors. Without delay, Li Chengdan reignited the flames and commenced a new round of fire control. This time, his errors were significantly reduced. Even with 3 alchemical furnaces, he encountered only minor discrepancies that did not affect the flames. To onlookers, Li Chengdan's fire control technique appeared flawless. Managing 3 furnaces, this aspiring alchemist was destined to become a master. Liu Kun stood guard nearby, warding off approaching servants while supplying Li Chengdan with firewood. Liu Kun was astonished at the remarkable proficiency Li Chengdan displayed in fire control. He now understood why Chen Chen held him in such high regard. Mastery of fire and alchemy not only requires adept flame management, but also a profound understanding of the properties of medicinal ingredients. Only by providing the appropriate flames and temperatures can one ensure the successful refinement of these materials. Ordinary servants are often incapable of even managing a fire, let alone grasping the intricacies of medicinal properties. Throughout the afternoon, Li Chengdan assisted Yuan Yi and the others with fire control during 4 alchemical sessions. During this time, he mastered the nuances of managing 3 furnaces, becoming increasingly adept. The alchemical skills of the trio also saw substantial improvement. By the final furnace, Yuan Yi had successfully produced 3 pills, meeting the initial requirements for an apprentice first-tier alchemist. Li managed to produce 2 pills, and Yao Shanmin also succeeded in his alchemical endeavors. It can be said that all of them experienced considerable growth. Senior brothers and sisters, do rise early tomorrow. Once Master Chen arrives, I will no longer be able to assist you with fire control. Li Chengdan reminded Yuan Yi and the others before departing with Liu Kun. Thank you, Alchemist Chengdan. Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude as he watched Li Chengdan leave. Li Chengdan merely smiled and followed Liu Kun towards the Alchemical Hall's dining area. Congratulations, Senior Brother Yuan Yi, on successfully advancing to Alchemist. After Li Chengdan had walked away, Li congratulated Yuan Yi. Yao Shanmin also cupped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, Congratulations, Senior Brother Yuan Yi. I'm not yet an alchemist. My 3-fold success rate in pill production is entirely due to Alchemist Chengdan. Aside from the minor issue during the first round, he made no mistakes in the subsequent sessions. Had anyone else been in charge of the flames, my success rate would have likely halved. Yuan Yi shook his head, gazing at Li Chengdan's retreating figure with a sigh. The more his alchemical prowess improved, the more he recognized Li Chengdan's exceptional skill. His fire control technique had reached an extraordinary level of perfection, with not a single error. Under the auspices of his seemingly flawless fire management, any mistakes made during the alchemical process were magnified, significantly aiding the enhancement of the alchemist's experience. I too have noticed that Alchemist Chengdan's fire control technique is nothing short of perfect. In contrast, my own alchemical skills seem riddled with flaws in the light of his expertise. Even after corrections, I can still identify numerous issues. Among the trio, it was Yao Shanmin who experienced the most significant improvement in his alchemical technique. After a full cycle of alchemy, he not only succeeded in producing elixirs, but also discovered a remarkable enhancement in his alchemical skills, akin to months of arduous practice. Indeed, with such prowess, it is no wonder that Master Chen holds him in such high regard. Li sighed, having also recognized the impressive capabilities of Li Chengdan. Chapter 21. The contest for Li Chengdan. The next day, at the Alchemy Hall, Yuan Yi and his companions arrived early, just as the doors opened. This cannot be. Li Chengdan is my registered disciple. How can he be handed over to a senior brother? Though his senior brother surpassed him in both strength and alchemical expertise, it was intolerable for him to be so humiliated. As Yuan Yi approached the entrance, he overheard Chen Chen's furious outburst. You, a mere late-stage first-tier alchemist, are not worthy of taking on a registered disciple. What is your standing in the sect? Came a cold retort from an elderly voice. Upon hearing this voice and their conversation, Yun furrowed his brow and hurried into the main hall of the alchemy hall. Junior brother, what is happening? Yun seized a servant disciple and inquired directly. Inside the hall, Chen Chen, with his bushy mustache, glared angrily at the ethereal-looking Shinju. Both were flushed with indignation, unwilling to concede an inch, evidently having quarreled for quite some time. Master Chun and Master Shun are arguing over the disciple. The servant disciple sighed helplessly. The alchemy hall hasn't even opened yet, and they are already at odds. For some unknown reason, the hall had become quite busy these past few days. And with this commotion, the servants would only find themselves busier. Observing the scene, Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. He had thought he had arrived early enough, only to discover that these two alchemists had come even earlier. It appeared that Li Chengdan's remarkable skill had indeed impressed even the alchemists. Wah, junior brother, help me. Just then, amidst the argument between Chen Chen and Shinju, a girl in a green dress rushed into the hall, weeping loudly. Oh dear, Sister Luo. What is the matter? Upon seeing the girl in the green dress, the servant disciples immediately abandoned the commotion and rushed toward her. The newcomer was none other than the beloved by Yue Guang of all the servant disciples, Luo Yanran. At that moment, the young girl was crying like a wilted flower, evoking sympathy. Witnessing her distress, the group of servants felt their hearts ache, rushing to provide her with hot tea and warm towels. Sister Luo, what happened? All the junior brothers are here. One of the servants approached her, concerned. Upon hearing this, Luo Yanran wiped her tears, scanning the hall before bursting into tears once more. That formidable junior brother in charge of the flames is not here. Woe is me. My master has punished me to produce 1,000 solidifying elixirs in a month. What shall I do without him? The formidable junior brother in charge of the flames? Li Chengdan. Upon hearing Luo Yanran's words, the servant disciples breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it wasn't a matter of grave concern. However, glancing back at Chen Chen and Shinju, they suddenly felt overwhelmed. These two alchemists were also vying for Li Chengdan. One was Li Chengdan's registered master, and the other was a second-tier alchemist, now with the addition of Luo Yanran. Li Chengdan was merely a humble fire attendant, so why was he being so fervently contended for by so many alchemists? Luo Shimi, what troubles you? The quarrel between Shinju and Chen Chen ceased upon the arrival of Luo Yanran. With her esteemed status within the inner sect, coupled with her formidable family background and her master being the only fourth-tier alchemist of the Shanqing sect, Luo Yanran commanded significant respect. Every alchemist in the sect, regardless of their lineage, had some connection to her master's legacy. Observing the tearful Luo Yanran, both Chen Chen and Shinju began to regard her with greater seriousness. Senior brother Chen Chen? Upon spotting him, Luo Yanran's expression brightened. She wiped her tears and joyfully exclaimed, "Where is your named disciple? Might I borrow him? How else can I concoct 1,000 solidifying essence pills each month?" Luo Yanran had not remembered Li Chengdan's name, but she was well aware of his considerable reputation in the alchemy hall. A mere inquiry would lead someone to him. Although she had not seen Li Chengdan today, she recalled that he had mentioned being a named disciple of Chen Chen. Chen Chen, upon hearing this, cast a somewhat troubled glance at Luo Yanran. Shinju, meanwhile, wore a mischievous grin, remarking, "Given your master, Luo Shimi, you ought to address him as Grand Master." Chen Chen's master was Gu Lingshan, a third-tier alchemist in the inner sect, who was a named disciple of Luo Yanran's master. With such ties, although Luo Yanran referred to Chen Chen as senior brother, it merely adhered to the hierarchical customs of the cultivation world. According to their lineage, Chen Chen should technically address Luo Yanran as Grandaunt. Shooting a glare at Shinju, Chen Chen sighed resignedly. "My disciple has yet to arrive. Should he come, I shall have him tend to you." During this period, Li Chengdan had exhibited remarkable growth, especially as he had nearly mastered the advanced technique of controlling 3 alchemical furnaces simultaneously, a skill typically reserved for inner sect alchemists. Yet, the current circumstances were beyond his control. This tearful little sister, with her superior background and talent, left him with little confidence to refuse her request. If Luo Yanran's master were to learn of this, he would find himself in considerable trouble, possibly even jeopardizing his own master's standing. "Thank you, senior brother Chen Chen." Luo Yanran's tears dried, replaced by a radiant smile. Seeing her smile restored, the attendant disciples nearby couldn't help but beam in return. It was not for any other reason than that her smile was enchanting. Luo Yanran's pure-hearted nature, untainted by the perils of the cultivation realm, rendered her smile exceptionally innocent. For the attendant disciples, witnessing Luo Yanran's smile felt invigorating, as if they had consumed a stimulant, empowering them even as they continued their arduous tasks. Yanran Shimi. Shinju interjected. "As a disciple of the alchemy hall, Chengdan cannot be monopolized by you alone. The sect has assigned us quotas that we must fulfill as well." He smiled gently as he spoke. Luo Yanran tilted her head, curiously regarding Shinju. What do you mean, senior brother? Perhaps we could establish a schedule. As 3 stationed alchemists, we could allow Li Chengdan to assist with fire management for only 2 hours each day, Shinju proposed, revealing his premeditated plan. 2 hours? Luo Yanran furrowed her brows. It currently took her 2 hours to refine a batch of solidifying yuan pills, a rather short span of time. Chen Chen, standing nearby, cast an unwilling glance at Shinju, yet could only sigh upon observing Luo Yanran. He was acutely aware that if he did not acquiesce, Li Chengdan would undoubtedly become Luo Yanran's dedicated fire master. Junior sister, Chengdan has now reached the preliminary stage of simultaneously controlling 3 fires for pill refinement. So 2 hours is indeed not a short duration. I can refine a spirit recovery pill in less than an hour, Chen Chen remarked with a sigh. Simultaneously controlling 3 fires? Shinju gazed at Chen Chen in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Li Chengdan had elevated his abilities to such a terrifying level. Chen Chen averted his gaze, refusing to meet Shinju's eyes, his face brimming with pride as if to say, "See, this is the disciple I have nurtured. Impressive, isn't it? Simultaneously mastering 3 fires?" Luo Yanran was taken aback. She had witnessed such a skill before, but only within the inner sect, where a first-tier alchemist was capable of such feats before her master's alchemical furnace. Yet, this skill was exceedingly rare. Only a handful of individuals within the inner sect possessed it. Indeed, I have merely grasped the technique of controlling 3 fires. It still requires refinement. However, my mastery over 2 fires is already deemed perfect. Once you are familiar with the refining process of the solidifying yuan pill, you may attempt it. 2 hours a day should suffice. Chen Chen promptly encouraged. Very well, Luo Yanran nodded. She was in urgent need of Li Chengdan's assistance to familiarize herself with the refining process of the solidifying yuan pill, striving to complete the sect's task at the earliest opportunity. Thus, the 3 of them concluded their arrangement with Li Chengdan. Ding. Today's fortune, auspicious, boundless blessings, abundant income. At that moment, Li Chengdan stepped towards the alchemy hall, while the system also presented his fortune for the day. Boundless blessings? It seemed that today's harvest would be substantial. Li Chengdan gazed at the system panel, his face alight with joy. The previous days had yielded mediocre fortunes. Perhaps this was why Li Chengdan had not extracted any experience from Chen Chen or Uni. With such favorable luck today, he anticipated the possibility of acquiring experience. As the Qing sect was on the brink of entering a state of war, it was imperative for him to strengthen his abilities. Chengdan, in the future, you will be responsible for controlling the fire for the 3 resident alchemists, each for 2 hours. First, for Miss Luo, then for Master Shun, and finally Master Chen. Liu Kun stated as he approached Li Chengdan upon arriving at the alchemy hall, succinctly explaining the situation. Quickly head over to Miss Luo's side. She has been waiting for you. Without waiting for Li Chengdan's response, Liu Kun grasped his arm and ushered him toward Luo Yanran's exclusive chamber. Chapter 22. The busy Li Chengdan junior brother, you've arrived. Hurry and control the fire for me. We only have 2 hours. The other 2 senior brothers are still waiting for you. You wouldn't believe it. My master has assigned me a task to refine 1,000 low-grade solidifying yuan pills within a month. Isn't that peculiar? I successfully refined them last time. Yet my success rate at my master's place is merely 10%. Senior brother Sun Wang claimed it was due to you, so I came to seek your help. By the way, what is your name, junior brother? As Li Chengdan entered the private room, Luo Yanran swiftly surrounded him, chattering like a lark at his side. Although Li Chengdan was already aware of Luo Yanran's vivacious nature, he was taken aback by her exuberance, as if she had been stifled for far too long. Just call me Li Chengdan, senior sister, he said, shaking his head to regain his composure before addressing Luo Yanran. By all accounts, Li Chengdan should have referred to her as Luo Shi, but she disliked that title, deeming it antiquated. She preferred all the junior disciples to address her simply as senior sister. Chengdan, what a splendid name. Our master once remarked that a cultivator's name is preordained and should not be taken lightly. Otherwise, it may become a self-fulfilling prophecy that hinders one's cultivation. She exclaimed, Chengdan Shidi, your name is excellent. It is destined for you to become an alchemist. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's name, Luo Yanran suddenly understood why Shinju and Chen Chen held him in such high regard. Merely possessing such an auspicious name was sufficient to drive alchemists wild with envy. In the realm of cultivation, names are not to be chosen arbitrarily. They must consider the individual's birth chart, fortune, and even innate qualities, adhering to myriad complex rules. The fear of having a name that becomes a prophecy, thereby affecting one's cultivation, looms large. You flatter me, senior sister. Let us commence our alchemical endeavors. Li Chengdan replied with an awkward smile, hastily making his way to the alchemy furnace. At this moment, the furnace before Luo Yanran was no longer the one he had previously seen. Instead, it was a rather rudimentary alchemy furnace. Smaller than Chen Chen's, but larger than Shinju's. It bore no intricate inscriptions or lavish decorations. It was merely an ordinary first-tier furnace, of slightly better quality than those found in the alchemy hall. It seemed that Luo Yanran had indeed heeded his words and had truly acquired a furnace for her own use. Soon, Li Chengdan prepared for the alchemical process, filling the furnace with clear water and then igniting it with spiritual wood. Compared to their last attempt at refining solidifying essence pills, Luo Yanran appeared significantly more adept. With Li Chengdan's collaboration, they successfully produced 5 pills after an hour and a half, quite commendable. After a brief respite, Li Chengdan reignited the flames and continued to control the fire. This time, he and Luo Yanran had developed a tacit understanding, resulting in a successful yield of 8 lower-tier solidifying essence pills within just 1 hour. Luo Yanran, elated, bid farewell to Li Chengdan as Liu Kun promptly sent a 5th-tier junior disciple to assist her in maintaining the fire for further alchemical pursuits. Li Chengdan then proceeded directly into Shenju's private room. Time is of the essence. Let me witness your prowess in controlling the fire for 3 furnaces. I intend to refine enhancing spirit pills. Shenju remained composed and did not request assistance in managing the flames, seemingly awaiting Li Chengdan's arrival. The private room was already stocked with various medicinal materials, and 3 identical alchemy furnaces were arranged within. Li Chengdan wasted no time. After greeting Shenju, he immediately began adding clear water and firewood to the furnaces. He then positioned himself equidistant from the 3 furnaces and commenced his task of controlling the flames. After yesterday's practice, Li Chengdan had garnered considerable experience with controlling the flames of the 3 alchemical furnaces. Consequently, he made minimal errors this time, even when managing the flames of all 3 furnaces, displaying a certain ease in his actions. Observing Li Chengdan's performance, Shenju nodded repeatedly. He had previously harbored concerns that Chen Chen might have exaggerated Li Chengdan's abilities. However, it now appeared he had underestimated him. While Li Chengdan was preoccupied with managing the flames for Shenju, Luo Yanran and Chen Chen commenced their alchemical endeavors under the guidance of the remaining outer disciples. Luo Yanran was fervently focused on enhancing her alchemical skills, leaving her no time to spare. Chen Chen, burdened by the weight of his tasks, could only allow Li Chengdan to manage the flames for a mere 2 hours, a time frame deemed insufficient, thus necessitating assistance from others. On Luo Yanran's side, the outer disciple tasked with flame control, who was at the 5th level of qi refinement, possessed decent experience. Yet, she consistently sensed something amiss during her alchemical process. Unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort, she ultimately discovered that her success rate had decreased, yielding only a 30% success rate for the solidifying essence pills. Clearly, her senior brother's assertion held true. The flame management skills of the alchemical disciple were indeed formidable. Faced with such a disheartening success rate, Luo Yanran could only lament. In contrast, Chen Chen's situation was quite different. He regarded the output from his furnace with a frown, as the absence of Li Chengdan left him unable to afford distractions, compelling him to labor over each furnace individually. The returning spirit pill, a fundamental first-tier elixir, was relatively straightforward to concoct. However, with a different individual managing the flames, Chen Chen felt a distinct lack of synergy, resulting in numerous blunders. Although his final success rate reached 50%, which was commendable, he could not find joy in it. Had Li Chengdan been at the helm, the success rate would have certainly soared to at least 70%, potentially yielding medium-grade elixirs. The disparity between the 2 flame managers was indeed stark. The outer disciples overseeing Chen Chen's flame management could sense his displeasure, their hearts racing with anxiety. Well aware of his notorious reputation, he was evidently dissatisfied, but these disciples failed to recognize where their flame management had faltered. Chen Chen, noticing their unease, waved his hand reassuringly. Continue. He understood that the fault did not lie with them, but rather with the inherent lack of talent for alchemy in this individual. Their flame management skills were adequate, not hindering his efforts, yet they fell significantly short compared to Li Chengdan. Indeed, with just 1 hour, they could achieve alchemical success, with each furnace boasting a 60% success rate. However, had they fully mastered the technique, their combined success rate would have surely reached 80%. Shenju nodded approvingly at Li Chengdan, recognizing his flame control skills as undoubtedly the best among the outer disciples. It was a pity that Li Chengdan's brilliance shone so brightly. Otherwise, he might have contemplated claiming him from Chen Chen's grasp. Rest and recover your spiritual energy for a while. Then we shall continue, Shenju instructed Li Chengdan. Understood, Li Chengdan replied, casting a grateful glance at Shenju before settling down to recuperate. Even with his current possession of 40 spiritual veins, managing 3 alchemical flames simultaneously proved to be a considerable strain for him. Due to his incomplete mastery of the 3 furnaces for fire control, he dared not to divert his attention, thus refraining from utilizing the aroma pill technique. Should he fully grasp the art of controlling fire across the 3 furnaces, he would be able to employ the aroma pill technique, allowing him to absorb the medicinal potency to restore his spiritual energy through the alchemical process. After a brief respite, Li Chengdan resumed his duty of managing the flames for Shinju. Within merely an hour, Li Chengdan successfully completed the fire control task. Once again, the 3 furnaces yielded a total of 6 pills each, culminating in 18 spirit enhancement pills. Having assisted Shinju with fire control on 2 occasions, Li Chengdan had already fulfilled Shinju's tasks for the day, with surplus achievements to boot. Shinju allowed Li Chengdan a moment of rest before instructing him to seek out Chen Chen, while he himself departed from the alchemy hall. "You have finally arrived," Chen Chen exclaimed upon seeing Li Chengdan, visibly relieved and joyfully dismissing the humble disciple who had been tending to the flames for him. "Let us commence with the 3 furnaces of alchemy." Chen Chen assessed Li Chengdan's current condition before addressing him. "Understood." Li Chengdan promptly nodded and swiftly entered the state of alchemy once more. Having thoroughly comprehended the crafting of the recovery pill, Li Chengdan approached this task with greater composure than he had exhibited while assisting Shinju. His focus ensured that he made no mistakes this time. In less than an hour, he completed the first round of alchemy. With Li Chengdan's return, Chen Chen swiftly regained his alchemical focus, and his own condition was also excellent. Consequently, the yield rate was remarkably high this time, with each furnace producing 7 pills, totaling 21. This exceeded the daily output of pills Chen Chen typically achieved. Such a disparity highlighted the distinction between genius and the ordinary. Observing the astounding rate of pill production, Chen Chen could not help but express his admiration. Should Li Chengdan enhance his fire control techniques, Chen Chen was confident that his own pill yield could further improve. Chapter 23. A bounty of gains. Ha. Splendid, splendid. Continue. Chen Chen remarked with satisfaction as he regarded the pills in his hand, then urged Li Chengdan to persist in his task. Li Chengdan resumed managing the flames, his techniques now more refined, swiftly entering the desired state. Ding. Congratulations. You have forged a benevolent bond with the second-tier alchemist Shinju, extracting from him universal cultivation, X300. Spiritual veins, X5, fire control technique experience, X300, aroma pill technique experience, X300, and great fire summoning technique experience, X300. Would you like to extract and merge? At this moment, the system notification chimed. Why is it only now? Li Chengdan pondered with some confusion. During his time assisting Luo Yanran, he had not received a notification, nor had Shinju. He had thought that the system notifications might elude him for the day. However, unexpectedly, the system alert arrived at this juncture, and astonishingly, it was linked to Shinju. This revelation surprised Li Chengdan. He chose not to extract and merge, instead continuing to concentrate on managing the flames for Chen Chen's alchemy. Meanwhile, Luo Yanran was diligently engaged in her own alchemical endeavors, having successfully refined 2 batches of solidifying element pills. Nonetheless, her yield rate remained rather low, producing 4 pills in one instance and barely 5 in another. This quantity paled in comparison to the results achieved while Li Chengdan managed the flames. When Li Chengdan was in charge of the flames, she could produce at least 7 pills at a time. It seems that we must have Chengdan Jr. brother manage the flames. Luo Yanran gazed at the pills before her and sighed. Today, she had already concocted over 20 solidifying essence pills, and if she could refine 1 more batch, she would fulfill her daily task. Turning to the flame manager, she said, "Junior brother, let us refine 1 more batch, and then we shall cease our efforts." "Yes, fairy." The attendant disciple smiled and responded to Luo Yanran. "Tomorrow, I shall have Chengdan Jr. brother manage the flames for me." Resolutely, Luo Yanran fixed her gaze on the alchemical furnace, contemplating. "I shall also attempt to have Chengdan Jr. brother manage the flames for 3 furnaces simultaneously. This way, I can swiftly complete the tasks assigned by our master." Ding. Congratulations. Mid-level alchemist Luo Yanran has formed a benevolent connection. You have successfully extracted general cultivation experience X500, spiritual veins X5, and alchemical technique experience X300 from Luo Yanran. Just as Luo Yanran made her determination, Li Chengdan also received a notification from the system. What is happening? Is there a delay? Li Chengdan stared at the floating system panel, taken aback. Could it be that forming connections depends not only on me, but also on the other party's reaction? He quickly began to ponder. While managing the flames for Chen Chen, he contemplated the situation. At this moment, Luo Yanran should be refining pills, yet the system provided a response, indicating that she had perhaps realized the prowess of her flame management skills, leading her to formulate a plan. If that is the case, everything makes sense. This lad can now afford to be distracted. Has he completely mastered the technique of managing 3 furnaces? That is remarkably swift. Chen Chen, while refining pills, observed Li Chengdan and soon noticed that he seemed lost in thought. He was astonished. He never anticipated that Li Chengdan could afford to be distracted while flawlessly managing 3 furnaces. This clearly demonstrated that Li Chengdan had grasped the basics of controlling 3 furnaces. Should he continue this intense practice, mastering the technique entirely would not be out of reach. However, this pace is astonishingly rapid. Even an alchemist typically requires a month to achieve such proficiency. The recent round of pill refinement was even shorter. Chen Chen had become quite adept at concocting the rejuvenation pill during this time, and Li Chengdan's management of the flames kept pace with Chen Chen's alchemical techniques. Consequently, this time they succeeded in just over half an hour, yielding 7 pills from each furnace, totaling 21 pills. With the previous 21, they had amassed 42 rejuvenation pills. Ample for Chen Chen's tasks today. It appears that 2 hours of refining was sufficient. There was no need to have others manage the flames and waste materials. Chen Chen looked at the pills with satisfaction. If this continues, he could effortlessly complete his tasks, provided he timed his visits to the Alchemy Hall wisely. After all, arriving early would not permit him to have Li Chengdan manage the flames. Simultaneously, having Li Chengdan manage the flames for Luo Yanran and Shinju would enhance his skills in controlling 3 furnaces. Perhaps, by the time he finishes, Li Chengdan's flame management techniques would improve, potentially increasing the success rate of pill creation. With this thought, Chen Chen felt a surge of delight. Originally, he believed that his humble background would hinder him. However, when he entrusted the flames to Li Chengdan, it was during Li Chengdan's most trying moment. Yet, it seems that circumstances are not as they appeared. Well, let us conclude for today. You must be weary and in need of rest. Chen Chen remarked as he carefully stored the elixirs and cast a glance at Li Chengdan. Ding! Congratulations on successfully forging a benevolent bond with the late-stage alchemist Chen Chen. You have extracted 300 universal cultivation points, 5 spiritual veins, 300 fire control techniques experience, 100 smelling elixir techniques experience, and 100 great fire invocation techniques experience from Chen Chen. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in. Li Chengdan gazed contentedly at the system message, yet he still opted not to extract or fuse the experiences. This time, the knowledge provided by the 3 alchemists was sufficient for Li Chengdan to ascend to the 5th layer of qi refinement. It appears that today's fortune was indeed auspicious, yielding abundant rewards. After bidding farewell to Chen Chen, Li Chengdan proceeded directly to the hall. Junior brother Chengdan, let us dine first. At this moment, Liu Kun approached Li Chengdan with 2 meat pies in hand. Behind Liu Kun, Yun Yi, Li Li, and Yao Shanmin regarded Li Chengdan with eager eyes. As evening approached, and the alchemy hall was nearing closure, Li Chengdan, having spent the day refining elixirs, expressed his gratitude towards Liu Kun, accepted the meat pies, and began to eat. 3 senior brothers, please wait a moment while I recover my spiritual energy. Junior brother Chengdan, there's no rush. We shall wait for you. Yun Yi exclaimed with delight. After allowing Li Chengdan to take charge of the flames for alchemy yesterday, Yun Yi had discovered a remarkable enhancement in his alchemical skills. Today, he successfully produced an elixir in the hall. However, he also realized that compared to Li Chengdan's flame control techniques, the skills of others were notably inferior. Not only Yun Yi, but Li Li and Yao Shanmin also shared this revelation. Though their alchemical abilities had visibly improved, the poor skills of the assistants in controlling the flames severely hindered their progress. Little did they know, Li Chengdan had already reached the threshold of a half-step alchemist. His lack of full power simply prevented him from attaining the title of alchemist. Moreover, with his mastery of the fire control technique having reached a modest level of proficiency, he surpassed many first-tier alchemists. This is why Li Chengdan's flame control skills were so remarkable. After nodding in acknowledgement, Li Chengdan finished his meat pie with great appetite. Once he had regained some spiritual energy, he approached the alchemical furnace and signaled to Yun Yi and the others that they could commence. As Li Chengdan settled down, Yun Yi and the others promptly began their tasks. Liu Kun also busied himself with dispersing the surrounding assistants to facilitate the delivery of spiritual wood for Li Chengdan. The 3 continued to refine the simplest qi-nourishing pill. Today, they had already processed several batches in the hall, and their skills had improved compared to yesterday. However, in the presence of Li Chengdan, they realized that their progress was still too slow. Remarkably, Li Chengdan encountered no issues today. The flames for all 3 batches were nearly flawless. Furthermore, he adeptly adjusted the furnace flames according to the pace of the 3, synchronizing with their alchemical rhythm. Yun Yi was the first to produce an elixir, yielding 5 qi-nourishing pills in this batch, achieving a success rate of 50%. Li Li, the second to succeed, produced 3 pills, having reached the level of a novice alchemist. Yao Shanmin, despite his inferior skills, also managed to create pills, marking a significant leap forward. Compared to yesterday, the trio's alchemical speed had noticeably increased. With another batch to refine, time was of the essence. Li Chengdan glanced at the clock and proceeded to ignite the flames once more. Excellent. Yun Yi was elated. He had gained much this time and recognized numerous issues in his alchemical process. Should he have another opportunity, he was confident that even if others controlled the flames, he could achieve a 30% success rate in pill creation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully forming a benevolent bond with the fated son Yun Yi. You have extracted 1,000 points of universal cultivation experience, 10 spiritual veins, and 100 points of universal alchemical experience from Yun Yi. Chapter 24. The Tremor of the Fifth Layer of Qi Refinementum? The Fated Son? Li Chengdan stared at the system panel, momentarily dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at Yun Yi. Now he comprehended why he and Yun Yi had not yet met the conditions for their bond. It turned out this fellow was indeed the Fated Son. Truly, as expected of the Fated Son, the universal cultivation points awarded were a staggering 1,000. Li Chengdan sighed in amazement. Previously, the highest number of universal cultivation points he had acquired was 500, yet the Qi refinement level 8 Yun Yi had granted him 1,000. Was this the terrifying power of the Fated Son? Ding. Congratulations on successfully forming a benevolent bond with a novice alchemist. You have extracted 100 points of universal cultivation experience from Li. Ding. Congratulations on successfully forming a benevolent bond with Yao Shanmen. You have extracted 100 points of universal cultivation experience from Yao Shanmen. The system notification chimed again. But the universal cultivation experience provided by Li and Yao Shanmen was merely 1/10 of Yun Yi's contribution. The disparity was indeed vast. Neither of the two had even contributed any spiritual veins. Truly blessed, Li Chengdan felt immensely satisfied with today's gains. Just from cultivation experience alone, he had amassed 2,300 points, more than sufficient for him to advance to the fifth layer of Qi refinement. Observing the results before him, Li Chengdan smiled contentedly and continued to assist Yun Yi and the others in their alchemical endeavors. This time, the trio's processing time was even shorter. Yun Yi was the first to succeed, taking just a little over half an hour, achieving a success rate of 70%, which included a mid-grade nourishing Qi pill. Witnessing Yun Yi's rapid pill creation, Li Chengdan couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, as the Fated Son, his rate of growth was astonishingly swift. Li was the second to succeed, her success rate remaining at 30%, yet the quality of her pills had significantly improved. With only a slight increase in time compared to Yun Yi, Yao Shanmen maintained the slowest pace, but he too successfully produced pills within an hour. Although he only managed to create 2 pitiful pills, it was a considerable improvement for him. It seemed I have reached the level of a novice alchemist. Thanks to junior brother Chengdan. Yun Yi gazed at the pills in his hand, filled with gratitude towards Li Chengdan. He understood that his rapid progress was entirely due to Li Chengdan's guidance. Had he been under the direction of anyone else, it would have taken him several more months to elevate to the status of a novice alchemist. No worries, I am merely doing my utmost. Fellow seniors, in the future, I can only assist you in refining 2 rounds of pills. Li Chengdan glanced outside. The sky had turned completely dark, and the alchemy hall had closed its doors, leaving only the few of them behind. Although today had yielded considerable gains, the toll on Li Chengdan was equally significant, and his time for rest was dwindling. I understand. Having 2 rounds is already commendable, Yun Yi nodded. They were all keenly aware of Li Chengdan's current busyness. Considering his status, it was already a privilege for them to receive his guidance in alchemy. Thank you, brother Chengdan. Li and Yao Shanmen naturally had no objections. They recognized Li Chengdan's prowess and the distinction between him and other assistants. Their own progress in alchemy was evident. Li believed that with a few more sessions, she could also ascend to the rank of a first-tier alchemist. Yao Shanmen, who previously had little expectation of becoming an alchemist, now felt a surge of ambition. Perhaps he could achieve this before the formal conflict at Qingzhong commenced. Upon returning to his room, Li Chengdan promptly shut the door. Extraction and fusion. He summoned the system interface and opted for extraction and fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing General Cultivation Experience X 2300. Your current strength has advanced to the mid-stage of Qi Refinement Level 5, 1250-1500. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing Spiritual Meridian X 25. You have now opened Spiritual Meridian 6599. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing the 5 elements Fire Control Technique Experience X 700. Your fire control technique has reached the minor accomplishment realm, 250-1000. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing the scent of pills technique experience X 700. Your scent of pills technique has reached the minor accomplishment realm, 350-1000. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing the Great Fire Invocation Technique Experience X 400. Your Great Fire Invocation has reached a slight level of accomplishment, 5500. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing General Alchemy Experience X 100. You have successfully advanced to the early stage of a first-tier alchemist, 200. Listening to the system notifications and observing the task attribute panel, Li Chengdan was filled with excitement. He never anticipated that this time he would elevate his strength directly to the mid-stage of Qi Refinement Level 5, bringing him closer to Level 6. The pace of this advancement was astonishingly rapid, and he realized he needed to devise a plausible explanation to avoid drawing undue attention. Gazing at his current strength, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow once more. The swift enhancement of his power could attract scrutiny, which was far from ideal. In the realm of cultivation, rapid advancement often arouses suspicion of extraordinary fortuitous encounters, leading to potential peril, a common occurrence indeed. He quickly settled on a narrative. He could claim to have consumed the solidifying essence pills granted by Chen Chen and Luo Yanran. This period of intense alchemical work had drained his spiritual energy significantly, but with the aid of the pills, he had managed to bolster his strength, an explanation that would likely be deemed credible. Brother Chengdan, wait. Are you now at the mid-stage of Qi Refinement Level 5? Sure enough. When Li Chengdan arrived at the Alchemy Hall the following day, his newfound strength left many wide-eyed in astonishment. A few months prior, Li Chengdan found himself stagnating at the initial stage of Qi Refinement Level 2, making little progress. However, astonishingly, his prowess has now surged to the mid-stage of Qi Refinement Level 5, placing him among the elite of the outer disciples. Should Li Chengdan continue to enhance his abilities and reach Qi Refinement Level 6, he would be eligible to ascend to the ranks of outer disciples. During his time at Qi Refinement Level 2, it took him 3 years to cultivate his spiritual veins, resulting in a significant breakthrough, so such an advancement is hardly surprising. Yet, what took Li Chengdan aback was that rather than expressing astonishment at his remarkable enhancement, others instead provided him with explanations, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After all, his previous rapid ascension had rendered the observers somewhat desensitized. Coupled with Chen Chen's endorsement, many had already accepted that Li Chengdan possessed considerable talent. Junior brother Chengdan, your strength has increased again? Liu Kun exclaimed, astonished at Li Chengdan's swift progress. Just yesterday, Li Chengdan showed no signs of breaking through. Yet today he stands at Qi Refinement Level 5. The excessive consumption of spiritual energy yesterday unexpectedly granted him the opportunity for a breakthrough. Combined with the solidifying essence pills gifted by his master and Luo Xinzi, he barely managed to elevate his strength to the mid-stage of Qi Refinement Level 5, expending 6 solidifying essence pills in the process. He lamented, 6 low-grade solidifying essence pills could fetch dozens of low-grade spirit stones. Liu Kun nodded. Reaching Qi Refinement Level 5 is commendable. Ascending to Level 6 is no simple feat. The transition to Qi Refinement Level 6 is a significant hurdle that has stymied nearly 90% of Qi Refinement Level 5 cultivators. Although 6 solidifying essence pills are indeed precious, relying solely on them to ascend to Qi Refinement Level 6 is rather presumptuous. Junior brother Chengdan, you've reached Qi Refinement Level 5. Come, quickly assist me in fire controlling for alchemy. At that moment, Luo Yanran entered the Alchemy Hall, her gaze immediately locking onto Li Chengdan as she addressed him. Ding. Today's fortune, average, neither outstanding nor lacking, an ordinary day. As Luo Yanran made her entrance, the system notification resonated through the air. Though today's fortune was merely mediocre, it was not unfavorable. Senior sister, please. Li Chengdan responded to Luo Yanran with a respectful gesture. Following that, the two of them merrily entered the private room to commence their alchemy. Junior brother Chengdan has reached the mid-stage of Qi Refinement Level 5. If he progresses to Qi Refinement Level 6, given his understanding of alchemy, he is likely to ascend to the rank of alchemist, Yun Yi remarked as he stepped forward. He had arrived early today, eager to ascertain whether Li Chengdan was available in the morning, but it appeared that opportunity had eluded him once more. Becoming an alchemist upon reaching Qi Refinement Level 6? Hearing this, the outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples present were momentarily stunned, then shook their heads in disbelief. That is improbable. Chapter 25. A busy day at Qi Refinement Level 6. The Qi Sea is formed, enabling the commencement of alchemy. However, becoming an alchemist is contingent not only on the presence of a Qi Sea, but also on the continuous refinement of alchemical skills. The art of alchemy is profoundly intricate, and not everyone is deemed worthy of becoming an alchemist. To become an alchemist, one must master the art of fire control, pharmacology, and the meticulous extraction of medicinal herbs. Each skill is indispensable. Many possessed the qualifications to become alchemists, yet due to a single misstep, they remained perpetual apprentices. Numerous individuals reached the 6th level of qi refinement, aspiring to ascend to the status of alchemist, but the likelihood of achieving this is nearly impossible. The hurdles of pharmacology and the extraction of medicinal materials alone are sufficient to thwart the ambitions of many on their path to becoming alchemists. There exists a possibility, however. A disciple who successfully becomes an alchemist spends their days alongside a seasoned alchemist, honing their fire control skills, while also enhancing the alchemist's success rate in potion crafting. Such feats can only be accomplished by those with profound knowledge of medicinal properties and pharmacology. Liu Kun shook his head, casting a glance at those present before speaking. Although Liu Kun is not an alchemist, his experience as the overseer of the Alchemy Hall grants him insight into the field that rivals that of actual alchemists. Listening to Yun Yi's words and reflecting on Li Chengdan's growth over the past few months, Liu Kun quickly formed a judgment. Indeed, Li Chengdan possesses the potential to ascend directly to the rank of alchemist. An alchemist at the 6th level of qi refinement? How astonishing! Upon hearing Liu Kun's remarks, the apprentices present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. Liu Kun holds considerable weight among the apprentices, and despite his stringent demeanor, his years of service in the Alchemy Hall attest to his capabilities. Given Liu Kun's explanation, the apprentices were inclined to believe him. It is true that there have been instances of individuals ascending to alchemist status directly from the 6th level of qi refinement. But such cases typically involve those hailing from families of alchemists, who have been groomed from a young age by senior alchemists. Yet, is Li Chengdan not a similar case? With 3 alchemists requiring him to manage the fire for potion crafting, he is essentially being guided step by step in mastering the intricacies of various potions. This realization sent chills down the spines of the apprentices, who had underestimated Li Chengdan's potential. Within the private chamber, Li Chengdan continued to assist Luo Yanran in managing the fire for potion crafting. Compared to the previous day, Luo Yanran's technique in refining the solidifying yuan pill had become increasingly adept, with few errors. Consequently, Li Chengdan felt significantly less pressure. Under his precise fire control, Luo Yanran successfully produced her first batch of pills in less than an hour, yielding 8 solidifying yuan pills, all of inferior quality, with an impressive success rate of 80%. Continue, Luo Yanran exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement as she gazed at the 8 azure pills. Just as she had anticipated, potion crafting truly could not be separated from Li Chengdan. Her success rate had notably improved. As Li Chengdan continued to manage the fire, Luo Yanran grew more confident, her technique becoming increasingly refined. On her second attempt, she succeeded in producing pills in merely half an hour, again yielding 8 inferior quality solidifying yuan pills, eliciting her enthusiasm. Noticing the time still available, she requested Li Chengdan's assistance once more. This time, in less than half an hour, she successfully produced another batch, with the success rate soaring to 90%, all inferior quality solidifying yuan pills. In just 2 hours, Luo Yanran had refined a total of 25 inferior quality solidifying yuan pills, even if others were to manage the fire for potion crafting. She had already accomplished her task for the day. Senior brother Chengdan, I have heard that you can control 3 furnaces simultaneously. May I have a try? Luo Yanran inquired with palpable excitement as she gazed at Li Chengdan. With such a high success rate in alchemy, if she could manage to use all 3 furnaces at once, wouldn't that mean she could complete her daily tasks with just 2 sessions? Certainly. Senior sister has now nearly mastered the crafting of solidifying yuan pills, but I would recommend starting with 2 furnaces first. Once you have grasped that, you may attempt the 3-furnace technique, Li Chengdan replied, observing Luo Yanran. Nodding in agreement, Luo Yanran declared, then let us commence with the dual furnace alchemy tomorrow. Indeed. With that, Li Chengdan departed from Luo Yanran's chamber and went to Shenju's room. Shenju remained composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Li Chengdan's improved abilities, signaling that he could begin the alchemical process. Again, they worked together on producing spirit-enhancing pills using 3 furnaces. Compared to the previous day, the coordination between Li Chengdan and Shenju had markedly improved. Within less than an hour, they successfully produced pills, achieving a high yield. 1 furnace yielded 8 pills, while the other 2 produced 7 each, all of inferior quality. Excellent. Shenju nodded in satisfaction. Li Chengdan had essentially mastered the technique of simultaneous 3-furnace alchemy. The less-than-ideal yield was solely due to the need for further refinement in their collaboration. With a few more sessions, their success rate could undoubtedly improve. After a brief respite, Li Chengdan resumed his work with the furnaces. This time, they completed the alchemical process even faster, taking only 3/4 of an hour. The yield improved as well, with 1 furnace producing 7 pills and the other 2 yielding 8 each. Over the course of these 2 rounds, They crafted a total of 42 pills. Shinju's tasks were thus completed ahead of schedule. After allowing Li Chengdan a moment to rest, Shinju kept him for an additional 2 hours before permitting him to leave. Chen Chen, this time, did not summon anyone else to assist. He awaited Li Chengdan's arrival to begin the alchemical process directly. Li Chengdan and Chen Chen had developed a seamless partnership. He was most proficient in crafting revitalizing pills. In just half an hour, all 3 furnaces produced pills with an impressive success rate of 80%, yielding 8 pills per furnace, each of which was remarkably refined. Even among inferior-grade pills, they were of high quality. Chen Chen was exceedingly pleased and allowed Li Chengdan a brief respite before commencing the next round of alchemy. Once again, they succeeded in half an hour, consistently yielding 8 pills per furnace. To Chen Chen's astonishment, one of the furnaces even produced a medium-grade revitalizing pill. This indicated that their collaboration had reached its peak, assuring a future success rate of at least 80%, with the potential to produce medium-grade pills as well. The monthly target of 1,000 pills now seemed quite attainable. Watching Li Chengdan with satisfaction, Chen Chen felt a pang of regret, lamenting that such a talented disciple was destined to be beyond his grasp. Li Chengdan had become a prized asset of the Alchemy Hall and had grown closer to Luo Yanran. It was likely that even the inner sect had become aware of his accomplishments. It seemed that even Luo Yanran's master had begun to take note of Li Chengdan. Having completed the day's alchemical tasks within an hour, Chen Chen did not require Li Chengdan to continue and allowed him to leave, preparing to return and rest. Li Chengdan exited the private chamber, and Liu Kun promptly followed, presenting him with several warm meat pies. It's been quite hectic. I must mention to several alchemists that we need to take a break for meals. With a sigh, Li Chengdan accepted the meat pies. His schedule was exceedingly tight, leaving him no time even to dine. Unlike those in the Golden Core realm who could forego food for months, he was not so fortunate. Rest assured, this junior alchemist. There's news from the inner sect. The alchemists have been incredibly busy lately. To address their dining needs, the sect will provide each alchemist with a spirit chicken daily. Liu Kun whispered to Li Chengdan. The spirit chicken, to retain its spiritual essence, must be prepared by a spiritual chef, which significantly enhances one's spiritual power upon consumption. While there were a few spiritual chefs in the outer sect, the Alchemy Hall lacked such resources. However, Li Chengdan himself hailed from a background of spiritual cuisine, and given his connections with several alchemists, it was inevitable that the responsibility for processing these spirit chickens would fall upon him. Is that so? Li Chengdan nodded. Reflecting on his limited aptitude, the meager spiritual energy he could replenish was utterly insufficient. Previously, after consuming the spirit chicken from Long Kuei, he retained not a trace of spiritual energy. Junior alchemist, your fire control skills have improved significantly. At that moment, Yun approached with Li and Yao Shanmen, praising Li Chengdan while glancing at the bright sky outside. Brother Hu Kuei? Li Chengdan noticed an additional figure among them, none other than Hu Kuei from the Alchemist Alliance. Today, I let the other juniors handle the fire. The success rate was around 30%, and on several occasions, it even reached 40%. After the assessment at the Alchemy Peak tomorrow, I shall officially become a sect alchemist. So there is no need for you to assist me in enhancing my capabilities any further. Yun joyfully informed Li Chengdan. To become an alchemist, one must undergo an assessment by the sect. Only upon passing can one truly be deemed an alchemist. Hu Kuei stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect to Li Chengdan. I appreciate your assistance, junior alchemist. Not at all. We are all part of the same organization. Li Chengdan replied casually while savoring the meat pie. After finishing, he assisted the 3 in fire control for alchemy. It must be said that there was a disparity in natural talent for alchemy among them. Among the trio, Li exhibited the highest aptitude, achieving a 50% success rate today, a remarkable improvement compared to the previous day. Yao Shanmen, while slightly less adept, still managed a 30% success rate. Hu Kuei, however, displayed the least talent, failing twice and struggling significantly with the control of the medicinal materials. Even with Li Chengdan's help, he was unable to make progress. As for Guisu, who was absent, there was little to be said. On that day, Li Chengdan failed to forge any beneficial connections with others. His fortunes, akin to an unfavorable divination, were rather lackluster. The following day, ding. Today's fortune, unremarkable, neither gainful nor lacking, just another day. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Hall, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Brother, why doesn't the sect prepare the spirit chickens for us beforehand and deliver them? At that moment, in the hall of the Alchemy Hall, Luo Yanran leaned over a table, gazing intently at the 3 spirit chickens. Shinju sighed in exasperation. There are only a few spiritual chefs in the sect, and they have all been assigned to the Alchemy Peak, Jade Talisman Peak, an artifact refining peak. Our Alchemy Hall has received none, so we must find a way ourselves. Although the Alchemy Hall was affiliated with the Alchemy Peak, it operated under the Outer Sect, functioning as a semi-independent department. Thus, many allocations have yet to reach the Alchemy Hall. What shall we do? If this delicacy is not processed by a spiritual chef, it would simply be wasteful. Licking her lips, Luo Yinran wore an expression of helplessness. Having savored the exquisite flavor of the spiritual chicken, she was well aware that it required the expertise of a spiritual chef to preserve its spiritual essence for optimal absorption. Ahem, you two seem to have forgotten that Li Chengdan hails from a lineage of spiritual chefs, Chen Chen interjected, casting a glance at the pair and clearing his throat. He simultaneously rolled his eyes at Shenju, for Li Chengdan's master in culinary arts was none other than Zhou Feng, who had previously been under Shenju's tutelage. Is Chengdan still a spiritual chef? Luo Yinran's expression brightened with joy. Indeed, Shenju affirmed. Li Chengdan's entry into the alchemy workshop was solely due to his status as a first-tier spiritual chef even at the qi refinement stage. Perfect. Let Chengdan prepare spiritual chicken for us. Luo Yinran exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed, over the past few days, I noticed that Li Chengdan hasn't had a proper meal. With 3 of us consuming a spiritual chicken each day, it aligns perfectly with our 3 daily meals. Shenju nodded in agreement. It was then that Chen Chen realized Shenju's cunning plan. He intended for everyone to share the spiritual chicken. Nevertheless, it was a fair arrangement, ensuring no one would go hungry. Master, Senior Shun, Senior Sister Luo, Li Chengdan approached at that moment. Chengdan, as a spiritual chef, would you be so kind as to process this spiritual chicken for us? Luo Yinran eagerly grasped the spiritual chicken and waved it in front of him. Each of us will have a spiritual chicken daily, and we were troubled by how to prepare them. Since you are a spiritual chef, your assistance would allow us all to enjoy a meal at the Alchemy Hall. I've noticed you haven't had a proper meal lately. Shenju stepped forward, stroking his beard as he addressed Li Chengdan. Indeed, if you require anything, simply have Liu Kun fetch it from the kitchen. Chen Chen added, also stepping forward. Understood. Leave it to me. Li Chengdan nodded in response. He then retrieved the cooking utensils that Zhou Feng had previously gifted him from his storage bag, enlarging them before producing additional kitchen tools. As a spiritual chef, Li Chengdan carried all his culinary tools with him, though he had not utilized them for quite some time. However, his culinary skills remained sharp, and soon he had expertly prepared the spiritual chicken, deftly separating the meat from the bones. He instructed Liu Kun to fetch some noodles from the kitchen. After sautéing the chicken meat in oil and adding water, he placed the noodles into the boiling broth. In no time, several bowls of chicken noodle soup were ready. Li Chengdan served a bowl to each of Luo Yinran and Shenju while keeping one for himself. He glanced at the remaining hot broth in the pot, added more noodles, and once cooked, handed the bowl to Liu Kun. Liu Kun's eyes sparkled at the sight of the noodles. They were made from the broth of spiritual chicken, and although only a few scraps of meat were present, it still contained a wealth of spiritual essence. He swallowed hard, glancing timidly at Chen Chen and the others, hesitant to reach for the bowl. These are merely scraps. Master and the others won't mind, Li Chengdan said with a gentle smile. Over the past few days, he had relied on Liu Kun for meat pastries, and this bowl of noodles served as a token of gratitude. Hearing Li Chengdan's words, Chen Chen and the others appeared unconcerned, and Liu Kun happily accepted the bowl, retreating to a corner to savor it. Such rich spiritual essence. This surpasses even the creations of the inner sect's spiritual chefs. After taking a bite of the noodles, Luo Yinran was utterly astonished. This was her first experience tasting the shredded chicken noodles made from spiritual chicken, and the rich flavor left her in shock. Particularly the spiritual essence infused within the dish, which astounded her even more. The spiritual energy contained in this bowl of noodles was almost on par with that of a qi nourishing powder. Chengdan, have you advanced to the second tier of spiritual chefs? Shenju furrowed his brow, looking at Li Chengdan with surprise. Second tier spiritual chef? Chen Chen was equally taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. In the entire Shanqing sect, there was only one second-tier spiritual chef, Zhou Feng. The advancement of a spiritual chef is as challenging as that of an alchemist, and even a prestigious sect like Shanqing had but one second-tier spiritual chef. Indeed, after breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement and opening my spiritual meridians, I became a second-tier spiritual chef. Li Chengdan nodded affirmatively. It seems we are in for a treat. This privilege surpasses that of inner sect alchemists, Shenju declared with satisfaction. Luo Yinran blissfully savored her shredded chicken noodles, eagerly anticipating lunch. With a smile on his face, Li Chengdan enjoyed the noodles, although he felt his innate talent was lacking. Despite the noodles being rich in spiritual energy, he could absorb very little. After finishing his meal, Li Chengdan placed his bowl and chopsticks on the table. Luo Yinran wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, happily entering her private room, while Shenju and Chen Chen proceeded to their own quarters to prepare. Thank you, Junior brother Chengdan. Liu Kun approached Li Chengdan, holding an empty bowl, and performed a bow. There will be soup for lunch. Let senior brother Uni and the others join us. There should be enough. Li Chengdan spoke softly to Liu Kun. Great. Liu Kun's expression brightened upon hearing Li Chengdan's words. The soup made from spiritual chicken was even richer in spiritual essence than the noodles. Afterward, Li Chengdan cleaned the cooking utensils and directly entered Luo Yanran's private room, leaving the bowls for Liu Kun to take to the kitchen for washing. Today marked Luo Yanran's first attempt at refining pills using 2 furnaces. She had essentially mastered the crafting of the solidifying essence pill. The dual furnace process required a division of focus, and since it was her first time, she made numerous mistakes, taking a full hour to produce the pills. However, the success rate was commendable, yielding 12 pills with a 6% success rate. The second round also consumed an hour, maintaining the same success rate of 6%, producing another 12 pills. Luo Yanran felt a sense of joy at her initial achievement. After sending Li Chengdan away, she summoned the other assistants to begin refining pills. With Li Chengdan's assistance, her daily task of producing over 30 solidifying essence pills became manageable. Now, even when others tended the flames, her success rate had risen to 50%, allowing her to complete her task with just 2 furnaces. Next, she focused on refining pills with Shun Ju managing the flames. After some collaboration, they developed a certain understanding, and today, they completed 3 furnaces of pills, with the first furnace yielding successful results in just half an hour. The second furnace produced 8 pills, while the third yielded 7. After a brief rest, Li Chengdan continued to manage the flames. In half an hour, they achieved a success rate of 80% in each furnace. The task that previously took 2 hours was accomplished in just 1 hour today. Glancing at the time, Li Chengdan began preparing the meal in Shunju's private room. In the morning, the chicken bones that had been discarded were simmered in the idle alchemical furnace of the Dan Hall to create a rich broth. The remaining chicken meat, along with another whole chicken, was transformed into a delectable braised dish. Liu Kun delivered a bucket of cooked spiritual rice from the kitchen, thus ensuring a successful completion of lunch. Li Chengdan had ascended to the rank of a second-tier spiritual chef, infusing the spiritual dishes with an even more potent aura. Luo Yanran and the others feasted joyfully, each savoring a bowl of chicken soup after the meal, rendering the occasion utterly perfect. Once the 3 individuals entered the private room, Li Chengdan called Liu Kun over, presenting him with the remaining chicken soup. There was still half of the broth, brimming with spiritual essence. Is it appropriate for us to take this chicken soup, junior brother Chengdan? Yun Yi inquired nervously, swallowing hard as he gazed at the rich soup. Chapter 27. 1 month. Although this chicken soup was left over, it was still the remains of the alchemist's labor. Should Chen Chen and the others question it, Li Chengdan would find himself in a predicament. Despite Li Chengdan's good intentions, Yun Yi felt a pang of sympathy for the potential trouble it could cause him. Rest assured, the limitation of spiritual chefs compared to alchemists lies in the fact that once the spiritual dish is completed, its aura dissipates. Within 2 hours, all spiritual energy is lost. Even with spiritual energy nurturing, it can only be preserved for an hour. This chicken soup still retains its essence. It must not go to waste. Li Chengdan promptly explained to Yun Yi. The restrictions on spiritual chefs are numerous, which is why they are not held in the same esteem as alchemists. Even a 4th-tier spiritual chef, capable of creating medicinal dishes comparable to 1st-tier elixirs, remains vastly inferior to an alchemist. I see now, then we shall not be polite. Yun Yi nodded. Brother Liu Kun, please sell the excess chicken soup. Li Chengdan instructed Liu Kun. All right. Liu Kun nodded in agreement, then took a ladle to serve each of them a bowl of chicken soup. Once they were satisfied, he began selling the remaining broth to the outer disciples and helpers within the Dan Hall. Is this the team you have joined? Chen Chen inquired directly upon Li Chengdan's entrance into the private room. Indeed, Li Chengdan replied candidly. Chen Chen nodded. You have a good eye. Though Liu Kun can be crafty, he is competent in his tasks. That Yun Yi has some influence in the inner sect. He will be of assistance to you. Li Chengdan was taken aback by Chen Chen's attitude. He had not anticipated such praise. Let us commence with the alchemy. Without allowing Li Chengdan further contemplation, Chen Chen urged him to begin. Upon hearing Chen Chen's command, Li Chengdan quickly entered a focused state and commenced the alchemical process. The synergy between Chen Chen and Li Chengdan was nearly flawless. Their first round concluded in merely half an hour. The success rate across 3 furnaces remained at 80%, yielding 2 mid-grade recovery elixirs. They proceeded with another round of alchemy, also concluding in half an hour. This time, the success rate was 80% for 2 furnaces and 90% for 1, producing another mid-grade recovery elixir. In just 2 rounds of refining, Chen Chen had exceeded the day's quota. With the daily task accomplished, he allowed Li Chengdan to leave, though he remained in the Dan Hall, awaiting Li Chengdan's preparation of dinner. After leaving the private room, Li Chengdan directly made his way to the hall, where he found Yun Yi and others, and commenced assisting them in fire control for alchemy. This young man truly possesses remarkable talent. With ample time before dinner, Shinju had already completed his tasks for the day and stepped out of the room, coinciding with Chen Chen's exit. Together, they curiously observed Li Chengdan skillfully managing the flames for others. Chen Chen nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, I can sense that his current alchemical proficiency surpasses that of many apprentice alchemists. His understanding of pharmacology and the properties of herbs is quite impressive." As he watched Li Chengdan deftly control the flames, Chen Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration, tinged with a sense of longing. How wonderful it would be if this boy were truly his disciple. Alas, his own alchemical skills and background are lacking. Do not harbor such thoughts. With his caliber, it is impossible for him to become your disciple, Shinju remarked with a cold smile directed at Chen Chen. "I know." Chen Chen shot Shinju an exasperated glance and nodded emphatically. Upon realizing that Li Chengdan was assisting Luo Yinzhan with fire control and alchemy, it dawned on him that he and Li Chengdan were fated to be apart. The alchemical furnace in Luo Yinzhan's workshop is not something an ordinary attendant could wield. Yet with Li Chengdan's assistance, she not only succeeded in producing elixirs, but also maintained a success rate of 30%. Such an accomplishment would surely draw the attention of Luo Yinzhan's mentor. Given that man's nature, he would never overlook the gem that is Li Chengdan. This lad possesses a commendable character and seeks challenges to hone his skills. Once he becomes a true alchemist, his future achievements are bound to be significant. Observing Li Chengdan, Shinju expressed a hint of envy. If it were anyone else with such fire control techniques, they would likely be strutting around with their tail held high by now. Yet Li Chengdan continues to assist others in their alchemical endeavors, employing a method of controlling flames for 3 furnaces simultaneously, clearly aimed at enhancing his own fire control proficiency. "I noticed it early on. Those who can endure under my guidance possess no ordinary strength," Chen Chen declared with pride. He was well aware of his own character. Those who could withstand his training were invariably resilient individuals. Shinju glanced at Chen Chen in disbelief, shaking his head, realizing that this fellow was aware of his own nature. "Oh, senior brother, have you completed your tasks? Why is Chengdan still assisting others with fire control?" At that moment, Luo Yinzhan also emerged, astonished as she watched Li Chengdan managing the flames from afar. 3 furnaces simultaneously, and I finished the task in just 2 rounds. 1 hour is sufficient. Chen Chen replied, beaming at Luo Yinzhan. "I, on the other hand, am unable to manage. My experience is too limited, and I can only handle 2 furnaces at a time," Luo Yinzhan said, somewhat disappointed. However, she quickly regained her spirits, stating, "Nonetheless, Chengdan's fire control skills are extraordinary. I believe I will soon be able to manage 3 furnaces simultaneously." After all, she now had Li Chengdan's assistance, making the process of alchemy seem considerably easier for her. Over the course of this month, Li Chengdan devoted himself to mastering fire control and alchemy. Regrettably, his luck during this period was rather poor, as he failed to forge meaningful connections even once. Meanwhile, Luo Yinzhan successfully mastered the technique of managing 3 furnaces, consistently achieving an impressive success rate of over 80%, producing mid-grade elixirs with each attempt. The collaboration between Shinju and Li Chengdan has markedly improved, with Chengdan's success rate reaching an impressive 90%, resulting in several mid-grade elixirs being refined daily. Chen Chen, without a doubt, surpasses Shinju, having successfully concocted as many as 10 elixirs on multiple occasions, producing mid-grade rejuvenation elixirs each day. However, despite a month passing, Li Chengdan has yet to refine a single high-grade elixir, likely due to the simultaneous refinement of 3 cauldrons. As for Yun Yi and his companions, Yun Yi has successfully advanced to a first-tier alchemist and has begun accepting alchemical tasks from the alchemy hall. Occasionally, he enlists Li Chengdan's assistance in managing the flames for the cultivation elixirs. Li has smoothly ascended to the rank of first-tier alchemist, while Yao Shanmin is still a step away from achieving this status. As long as Li Chengdan manages the flames, the success rate remains stagnant, yet he is on the brink of becoming an alchemist, whose alchemical skills have improved. But it appears unlikely that he will attain alchemist status before the impending war of the sect. As for Guisu, his situation is less promising. Despite Li Chengdan's flame management, he remains unable to refine any elixirs, indicating that his foundational skills are inadequate and cannot be compensated for by Li Chengdan's expertise. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Li Chengdan's status within the alchemy hall has risen steadily, and even alchemists from the alchemy peak have sought his expertise, only to be turned away by Shinju. Although Li Chengdan only dedicates an hour each day to assist them, they are reluctant to allow him to be utilized by others, fearing delays in their own alchemical endeavors. The sect has officially declared war on the Haotian sect, and inner disciples have begun to mobilize, with all foundational practitioners heading to the front lines. On this day, Yuan Yi brought forth astonishing news. The Qingqing sect has indeed resolved to strike decisively against the Haoyan sect. Be prepared. Yao Shanmin must hasten his journey to becoming an alchemist. Yuan Yi cast a glance at Yao Shanmin, emphasizing the urgency. Once the battle commences, it will swiftly extend to the outer sect. Any disciple not deemed essential by the sect will become cannon fodder on the battlefield. I understand. Yao Shanmin nodded, confident that he is but one step away from becoming an alchemist, a feat that should not prove difficult. Guisu, Hu Kuei, and Liu Kun. Though we will strive to protect you, remain vigilant. Yun Yi's eyes were filled with concern as he regarded Guisu and Hu Kuei. The battlefield is rife with skilled combatants, and should the fighting become protracted, it will be the outer disciples of the seventh layer of Qi refinement, or even the servant disciples, who will be called to the front lines. However, fret not. The alchemy hall will become increasingly busy with the onset of war, and you should not be directly affected for the time being. Yuan Yi offered some reassurance to the two. Chengdan, I have a matter I wish to request of you. After revealing the movements of the inner sect, Yuan Yi turned his gaze towards Li Chengdan. Speak, senior brother Yuan Yi, Li Chengdan replied with a nod. I hope you can allocate more time to assist us with alchemy. With the sect's war efforts underway, the demand for elixirs is substantial. Yuan Yi expressed his thoughts candidly. Certainly, Li Chengdan agreed without hesitation. Of course, we will ensure that you are compensated for your assistance, after accounting for costs. You shall receive 30% of the profits from the elixirs produced. Yuan Yi added. He was well aware of Li Chengdan's exceptional flame management skills. Knowing that his success rate in refining elixirs surpasses that of the adept servants in the alchemy hall by at least 30%. The profits from alchemy are indeed substantial, with a 30% return being quite remarkable. Moreover, once the news of the Shangqing sect declaring war spreads, the price of elixirs is bound to soar. Brother Yuni, we are currently all first-tier alchemists and disciples of the alchemy peak. Lili expressed her concerns, glancing anxiously at Yuni. She feared that the sect would assign them alchemical tasks, similar to what Chen Chen and his companions faced. If such tasks were imposed upon them, they would find themselves devoid of time to earn money through alchemy, burdened by the weight of their responsibilities. While Chen Chen and his group currently seemed at ease, completing their tasks in merely an hour of alchemy, this was only possible due to Li Chengdan's assistance. Without him, they would likely be confined to the alchemy chamber day in and day out. You need not worry. I have already made arrangements. Yuni replied with a mysterious smile, soothing Li Li's apprehensions. Upon hearing his words, Li Chengdan nodded in quiet agreement, recalling how Chen Chen had mentioned Yuni's connections within the inner sect. However, he had not anticipated that Yuni's influence was so formidable that it could even exempt them from sect tasks. Thank you, brother Yuni. Li expressed her gratitude, seemingly unfazed by his cunning, and offered him a respectful bow. I must strive to become an alchemist as soon as possible. Yao Shanmin, the most excited among them, understood well how alchemists could profit in the near future. With only a step remaining to attain the status of an alchemist, he was eager to seize the opportunity. 3 days later, the news that the Shangqing sect had officially declared war on the Haoyan sect spread throughout the outer gate. The alchemy hall became increasingly bustling. Alchemists began receiving their assigned tasks from the sect, immersing themselves in their work. The apprentice alchemists recognized that this was a golden opportunity. By becoming full-fledged alchemists, they could not only avoid being dispatched to the battlefield, but also profit from the flourishing market for elixirs. The already busy alchemy hall became even more frenetic, to the point that they even ceased to observe regular opening and closing hours. Within the confines of Shunju's alchemy suite, Chen Chen, Luo Yanran, and Li Chengdan gathered, shutting the door to convene a small meeting. Should we take advantage of this time to refine a few more batches of elixirs and make some money? Chen Chen suggested quietly, glancing at Luo Yanran and Shinju. Over the past month, with Li Chengdan controlling the flames, the elixirs Chen Chen had produced not only fulfilled the sect's task requirements, but also left him with an excess of over 300, including several mid-grade spirit restoration pills. Aware that the sect was on the verge of declaring war, he refrained from selling the surplus elixirs, waiting for the prices to rise dramatically amidst the conflict. Even though Shi Haoyan from the Haoyan sect had failed in his advancement, the overall strength of the Haoyan sect ensured that this confrontation would result in a stalemate, likely lasting 3 to 5 years. Thus, producing a few more batches of elixirs would allow them to earn even greater profits. Absolutely yes. Luo Yanran eagerly nodded in agreement. Over the past month, she and Li Chengdan had worked seamlessly together, completing tasks successfully and leaving them with a dozen mid-grade foundation pills. She understood that the prices of elixirs were poised to surge, and naturally, she wished to capitalize on this as well. Shinju shot Chen Chen a disapproving glance, cautioning, I advise against acting recklessly. The news of our successful alchemy has been kept under wraps. The sect is still unaware. If we sell too many elixirs, it will undoubtedly draw their attention. The Alchemy Hall has now seen alchemists inquiring about the art of pill refinement. There is no need for Shunju to spell it out. Should the sect become aware of Li Chengdan's existence, both he and they would find themselves in precarious circumstances. Their task quotas would inevitably increase, as they could accomplish in a mere hour what other alchemists toil all day to achieve. Should the sect learn of this, their metrics would surely be elevated. For the sake of their own interests and to safeguard Li Chengdan, they must refrain from recklessly expanding production. Indeed, my master has inquired several times about the matter concerning the alchemist disciple, likely because my task completion has been too effortless. Fortunately, Shunju had previously given me a heads up. Otherwise, I would have been exposed. Luo Yinran nodded in agreement. Currently, with Li Chengdan, they refined 2 batches of pills, ensuring an output rate of at least 80% per furnace, yielding 48 pills daily. In a month, that translates to 1,440 pills. After submitting their quota to the sect, they would still retain 48 pills. Even if they are all low-grade Guyuan pills, they could be sold for 20 low-grade spirit stones. As prices are bound to rise and potentially double, her profits would swell. Even though Luo Yinran hails from a prominent family and is a 4th-tier alchemist disciple, she only possesses 3 low-grade spirit stones each month, and many of those are mid-quality pills. As their collaboration with Li Chengdan grows more synchronized, producing high-quality pills in the future would not be an extraordinary feat therefore. Maintaining stable output is paramount, continuing to refine with Chengdan, and if they can produce high-quality pills, that would be even better. Shunju summoned them for this very reason. With increasing harmony in their collaboration with Li Chengdan, Shunju's success rate has remained consistently high, and the quality of the pills has improved. Recently, several mid-grade pills were just a step away from being elevated to high-grade. A single high-grade pill commands a price of 20 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, Chen Chen nodded. He has collaborated with Li Chengdan the longest, achieving an astonishing success rate of 100%. In just 1 hour of alchemy, he produces 60 pills. Sometimes, they even yield mid-grade pills, and it is merely a matter of time before high-grade pills follow. If they could manage 2 or 3 high-grade pills in a month, that would suffice. Hence, all they need to do is remain patient. Should the inner sect discover the mastery of fire control for pill refinement, do you think they could still retain him? Shunju continued. The sect operates in such a manner, exploiting capable individuals until they are completely drained. Li Chengdan is currently at the mid-stage of the 5th layer of qi refinement, with a significant chance of breaking into the 6th layer. They cannot allow his cultivation to be hindered. Exactly. Chen Chen nodded. The shared resources of the Alchemy Hall concerning Li Chengdan have caused him considerable distress. Losing Li Chengdan entirely would only deepen his sorrow. With such talent and fire control, there are few, even among the inner sect, who can compare. After devising their strategy, the group proceeded methodically with their pill refinement, enjoying the spirit chicken prepared by Li Chengdan for their meals. Despite the chaos of the inner and outer sects, their lives remained undisturbed. Zhuge Changming has been at the Daotao Peak for over a year, tasked with the rather uncomplicated duty of returning books borrowed by the sect's disciples. The remainder of his time is devoted to cultivation under the guidance of the elder responsible for the scripture repository of his esteemed master. Uncle Haitian, what brings you here? Now that the Shangqing sect has declared war on the Haotian sect, you ought to be busy refining alchemical pills at the pill refining peak. On this day, Zhuge Changming encountered an acquaintance within the scripture repository. Zhuge Haitian, of the same age as Zhuge Changming, hails from a different lineage, thus placing him a generation above in status. Hearing Zhuge Changming's remarks, Zhuge Haitian let out a wry smile. Long Ming, my dear nephew, spare me the pleasantries. I am quite troubled. You are well aware of my meager talent for alchemy. I barely qualify as a Dan Master. Yet the sect demands I submit 300 qi nourishing pills each month. With my success rate of nearly 30% per furnace, this task feels like a death sentence. That is why I have come to seek your assistance. A 30% success rate per furnace is the benchmark for a novice alchemist. However, faced with the monthly demand of 300 qi nourishing pills, such a rate is alarmingly inadequate. To fulfill this obligation, Zhuge Haitian must refine 100 furnaces, averaging 3 furnaces daily. Given his aptitude, it takes him an entire day to complete just 3 furnaces. Uncle, you jest. I am no alchemist myself. Perhaps I could procure some books on pill refinement for you? Zhuge Changming suggested, looking at Zhuge Haitian quizzically, yet he still endeavored to provide a solution. No. This time I seek your help in introducing me to someone. Li Chengdan from the pill refining hall. He's the spiritual chef I met previously. Could you assist me in making an introduction? Zhuge Haitian lowered his voice, glancing around before posing the request to Zhuge Changming. Li Chengdan, the Dan Master disciple? Of course. I am acquainted with him. During my time at the Gungzi courtyard, he provided me with considerable assistance. Had it not been for his spiritual vegetables in the early stages, I would not have advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement so swiftly. Zhuge Changming's face brightened upon hearing Li Chengdan's name. The 5 individuals at the Gungzi courtyard shared a strong bond, with Li Chengdan serving as the pivotal link. Upon entering the Shangqing sect, a strict edict was enforced. Disciples at the 3rd layer of qi refinement were prohibited from relying on their families or backgrounds and were required to cultivate independently. Hence, those days were exceedingly challenging for Zhuge Changming. As a mere attendant disciple with an abundance of tasks and scant rewards, it was only with Li Chengdan's culinary expertise in refining spiritual vegetables that he was able to enhance his abilities so rapidly. After leaving the Gungzi courtyard, he harbored concerns for his fellow disciple. After all, Li Chengdan came from the mortal realm and lacked exceptional talent. When Zhuge Changming departed, Li Chengdan was still at the early 2nd layer of qi refinement, though he had entered the pill refining hall. The 5-year period mandated by the sect was nearing its end, and Zhuge Changming feared that Li Chengdan might be relegated to menial labor. Yes, that is indeed him. I wish for you to recommend me, so he can assist me with the fire control during the refining process. Zhuge Haitian exclaimed with delight, grasping Zhuge Changming's hand in excitement. Observing the enthusiastic Zhuge Haitian, Zhuge Changming inquired curiously, isn't the Dan master disciple in the pill refining hall merely an attendant? Couldn't you just inform the supervisor there that you wish for him to manage the fire during alchemy? Alas, I wish it were that simple. You cannot fathom how sought after he is now. His fire control skills are unparalleled among the outer disciples, and he is currently dedicated to assisting the resident Dan masters in the pill refining hall. Even our alchemists at the pill refining peak cannot secure his services for fire management. Zhuge Haitian had indeed made attempts to seek out the alchemy hall's miscellaneous workers, even preparing spirit stones for the endeavor. However, to his surprise, even with spirit stones to pave the way, he was met with rejection from Liu Kun. The reason being, Li Chengdan had become exceedingly sought after, especially since Luo Yanran and her companions were unwilling to relinquish him. To be appointed as the resident alchemist of the alchemy hall, one must possess skills that rank among the finest at the alchemy peak. Although Chen Chen had an average standing among the alchemists, he could comfortably secure a position within the top 10 at the alchemy peak. As for Xinju, there is no need to elaborate. As a 2nd-tier alchemist, and at the pinnacle of qi training, hailing from the inner sect, the alchemy peak dared not offend him. Similarly, Luo Yanran, despite her cultivation being only at the 8th layer of qi, held the esteemed lineage of a 4th-tier alchemist from the inner sect, prompting disciples at the alchemy peak to regard her as a celestial being. Thus, Li Chengdan's reputation soared, recognized throughout the entire alchemy peak. Yet no one was able to allow him to wield the flames for alchemy. Has junior brother Chengdan truly reached such remarkable heights? Zhuge Changming mused with satisfaction, as if he had received delightful news. Indeed, junior brother Chengdan, originating from a lineage of spiritual chefs, possessed formidable mastery over flame control. His prowess was nothing short of invincible. Have you heard of Yuni, the sect master's illegitimate son, possessing considerable talent in alchemy, who, after merely half a month of apprenticeship under junior brother Chengdan, ascended to the rank of alchemist? It is said that while the average individual's success rate in alchemy under flame control hovers around 30 to 40%. Should Li Chengdan take charge, it could soar to a minimum of 70%. Moreover, each session spent refining elixirs alongside Li Chengdan, bolstered by his exceptional flame control techniques, allowed one to easily identify their shortcomings in alchemy, thus enhancing their experience. Do you know how high Yun Yi's success rate is now? 50%. And he has only just been promoted to alchemist for half a month. Zhuge Haitian sighed. The events surrounding Yun Yi had stirred quite a commotion at the alchemy peak. Initially, many dismissed his claims, doubting the existence of such an extraordinary flame-controlling miscellaneous worker. Yet, within days, Li also sought to obtain alchemist qualifications. Hailing from a renowned cultivation family in Wangxian City, her talent for alchemy was considered decent, necessitating at least 6 months of rigorous training to become an alchemist. However, she too became an alchemist shortly after Yun Yi, prompting the disciples to investigate and discover that, like Yun Yi, she had also attained her status through Li Chengdan's flame control. From that point onward, the alchemists at the alchemy peak grew curious and began to inquire about Li Chengdan at the alchemy hall. However, they were met with a direct refusal from Xinju, who made it clear that Li Chengdan was the exclusive flame controller for their resident alchemist, forbidding anyone else from allowing him to handle the flames. Meanwhile, Yun Yi remained tight-lipped about Li Chengdan's affairs. Yet, as the saying goes, there are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. Luo Yanran's alchemical speed had also seen a remarkable increase. Although she was a disciple of a 4th-tier alchemist, her focus on alchemy was minimal. Despite possessing excellent talent, Her skills could only be considered above average at the alchemy peak. The daunting task of producing 1,000 solidifying essence pills in a month was a considerable challenge for her, yet she managed to accomplish it with ease. As the resident alchemist of the Alchemy Hall, it was clear that Li Chengdan was designated solely for the purpose of flame control and alchemy. Overwhelmed by his duties, Zhuge Haitian found himself compelled to seek out Zhuge Changming for assistance. He vaguely recalled having met Li Chengdan during his time at Chu Xiufeng, specifically in his nephew's Gengzi courtyard. At that time, Li Chengdan had only reached the second level of qi refinement, so he had not paid much attention. Given the pure nature of the relationship within Chu Xiufeng's small courtyard, he directly sought out Zhuge Changming, hoping his nephew could assist him. I never knew there was such a matter. I shall request leave from my master and take the opportunity to visit my junior brother, Zhuge Changming immediately replied. The Alchemy Hall was bustling with activity, as the sect was engaged in an external conflict and the alchemists had their quotas to fulfill. All the alchemical furnaces in the main hall were occupied with practitioners diligently refining pills. However, one furnace was not being used for alchemy, but rather for simmering chicken soup. No one voiced any complaints about this, for it was the lunch for Chen Chen and his companions. Li Chengdan had completed the pill concoction for Chen Chen and the others in the morning and was now simply waiting for the soup to be ready. How fragrant! Just the aroma reveals the handiwork of junior brother Chengdan. Upon entering the Alchemy Hall, Zhuge Changming quickly spotted Li Chengdan, who was seated before the furnace, tending to the soup. Brother Changming. Upon seeing Zhuge Changming, Li Chengdan promptly arose, a smile brightening his face. Zhuge Changming, the legitimate eldest son of the Zhuge family, was known for his modest demeanor. During their time at the Gengzi courtyard, it was his formidable strength that instilled respect among the others, preventing any from daring to insult them. Li Chengdan, being the weakest, benefited the most from Zhuge Changming's protection. Although it had been over a year since their last encounter, Li Chengdan was genuinely pleased to see Zhuge Changming again. Junior brother Chengdan has reached the mid-stage of the 5th level of qi refinement? Just as Zhuge Changming was about to mention Zhuge Haitian, he was taken aback to discover Li Chengdan's advancement to the 5th level. How remarkable! It is no wonder he was chosen by the resident alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. Fortune indeed. I've consumed quite a few Guyuandans to achieve this. Li Chengdan chuckled, glancing at Zhuge Haitian, who was following closely behind Zhuge Changming. Ah, is this not my elder brother's little uncle? Zhuge Haitian. It has been a long time since I last saw you, junior brother Chengdan. Zhuge Haitian promptly introduced himself. In truth, I have come today to seek your assistance. This little uncle of mine is a disciple of the Alchemy Peak, and as you know, the tasks assigned to the disciples there are quite demanding. He hopes you can help with the fire during the alchemy process, if you would be so kind. Zhuge Haitian gazed at Li Chengdan, a hint of shyness in his voice. They had not met for quite some time, and this encounter was immediately laden with requests. Moreover, not far behind him, Chen Chen and his companions were casting unfriendly glances in his direction, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. Zhuge Haitian looked at Li Chengdan with anticipation, awaiting his response. Li Chengdan surveyed his surroundings and then nodded at the frowning Shinju. Once Shinju returned the nod, he whispered, "Of course. You may come to the private room in the middle of the Alchemy Hall this afternoon. That is where Master Shin's alchemy chamber is located." "Thank you, junior brother." Zhuge Changming immediately cupped his hands in gratitude, speaking softly. Afterward, he turned and walked over to Chen Chen, Shinju, and Luo Yanran, who were all waiting for their meal. The three of them observed Zhuge Changming's every action. "Greetings, Master Chen, and Fairy Luo. I am Zhuge Changming, a disciple of Master Chengdan, residing in a modest courtyard during my time at Chu Xiufeng. I sincerely appreciate your kindness towards Master Chengdan in recent days. Here are several prescriptions for first-tier elixirs. I hope you will accept them without disdain." Zhuge Changming deftly produced a few sheets of parchment, distributing them in turn to Chen Chen and the others. Zhuge Changming, the son of Zhuge Tianqing? Upon glancing at the prescriptions, which included the recipe for the foundational elixir, Peiyuan Dan, worth quite a sum in the market, Shenju's expression softened slightly. He regarded Zhuge Changming and spoke. Hearing Shenju's introduction, Chen Chen also examined the prescription, a smile gracing his face as he accepted it. Luo Yanran, noticing the calm demeanor of both, happily received the prescription as well. Observing the three accept his gifts, Zhuge Changming exhaled in relief. "Indeed, Zhuge Tianqing is my father. Do not let the matter of elixir crafting be spread further, otherwise, even Zhuge Tianqing may not be able to protect you." Shinju's expression darkened as he cautioned Zhuge Changming. "Of course, I am immensely grateful for any assistance Master Chengdan can provide." Zhuge Changming felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated how significant Master Li Chengdan was to Shinju. "It seems my gesture of preparing gifts was indeed a wise decision. Since you have accepted my offerings, let us share a meal together. It appears you have not met in quite some time." Shinju nodded. inviting Zhuge Changming to take a seat. Certainly, Zhuge Changming promptly called for Zhuge Haitan to join them. Once settled, he glanced at Li Chengdan, curiosity evident in his gaze. Is it true that Master Chengdan possesses such remarkable abilities? You witnessed him wielding fire while refining elixirs this afternoon. As for the rumors, one can only believe them to a certain extent. Chen Chen and Xinju exchanged glances, then shared a smile. The tales surrounding Li Chengdan were suppressed by the three of them. Only they truly understood his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Changming refrained from further inquiries, content to await Li Chengdan's arrival. After their meal, Xinju and the others proceeded to Luo Yinran's private room, closing the door behind them. During this period, their pace in elixir crafting had accelerated, and they were reluctant to leave the alchemy hall during their free time. On one hand, they feared suspicion from the sect if they departed too early. On the other, they were concerned for Li Chengdan's safety. Thus, during their afternoon leisure, they engaged in discussions about alchemical techniques or practiced their cultivation in seclusion. Once Luo Yinran and the others entered the private room, Yun Yi, Li Li, and Yao Shanmin also made their appearance. After finishing their chicken soup, they entered Shunju's alchemy chamber. Shunju had acquiesced to Yun Yi's endeavors in alchemy, also permitting him to form alliances, which was influenced by Yun Yi's status. Subsequently, Zhuge Haitan and Zhuge Changming stealthily entered the private room, while Liu Kun commenced selling chicken soup in the alchemy hall. Upon seeing Zhuge Haitan, Yun Yi approached him with a greeting, "Brother Zhuge Haitan." Both Zhuge Haitan and Yun Yi were cultivators at the 7th level of qi refinement, yet Zhuge Haitan, being slightly older, was addressed as brother by Yun Yi. "Forgive my intrusion, Brother Haitan." Zhuge Haitan quickly returned the courtesy. "You jest, Brother Haitan." Yun Yi turned to Yao Shanmin and said, "Brother Shanmin, take a break. We shall rotate soon." Indeed, Yao Shanmin nodded. Originally, there were 3 of them engaged in alchemy, and it was just right for Li Chengdan to manage the flames of 3 furnaces. However, with the addition of another person, it naturally required one to rest. Among them, he possessed the weakest strength and the most rudimentary alchemical skills, making him the first to take a break. "Let us commence," Li Chengdan declared as he settled before the alchemical furnace, first addressing Yuni and the others, then turning to Zhuge Changming. "Brother Changming, I kindly ask you to observe from the side." Zhuge Changming nodded, yet his gaze was filled with bewilderment as he looked at Li Chengdan. With Yao Shanmin absent, there were still 3 individuals performing alchemy. Was Li Chengdan truly preparing to manage the flames of 3 furnaces? It is known that even within the inner sect, few can master the control of 3 flames simultaneously. Li Chengdan skillfully tossed wood into the 3 furnaces, then executed the grand ignition technique, commencing the management of the flames. Controlling 3 flames? Observing this scene, Zhuge Haitan's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. As an alchemist, he understood the formidable nature of managing 3 flames, a feat no one had achieved on the alchemy peak. To master the flames of 2 furnaces at once was already considered impressive among the alchemists there. Casting a glance at Li Chengdan, Zhuge Haitan suppressed his curiosity, for he noted that neither Yuni nor Li Li displayed any signs of shock. As the temperature of the furnaces became suitable, Zhuge Haitan sent the pre-prepared medicinal materials into the alchemical furnace, initiating the process of alchemy. To Zhuge Haitan's astonishment, even while managing 3 flames, Li Chengdan's ability to control the fire was remarkably adept, as though the flames were tailored solely for him, unaffected in the slightest. During a brief intermission in the alchemical process, Zhuge Haitan observed Li Chengdan and was astonished to discover that while managing the flames of 3 furnaces, he could also employ the scent of elixir technique to absorb the medicinal essence wafting from the furnace to restore his spiritual energy. The scent of elixir technique is not considered a secret among alchemists, for alchemy is immensely taxing on spiritual energy, necessitating methods to absorb medicinal potency for replenishment. However, this technique can only be performed by mid-stage first-tier alchemists, as they possess the proficiency to multitask. Yet, to his surprise, Li Chengdan was not only managing the flames of 3 furnaces, but also maintaining perfection in each flame while multitasking. This was truly remarkable. He now comprehended why Li Chengdan was regarded as a treasure by Chen Chen and others. With such a formidable flame manager, their success rate in alchemy would undoubtedly be elevated. With this realization, Zhuge Haitan felt reassured and began to concentrate on refining the elixirs. The 3 were all concocting qi-nurturing pills, which are considered among the simplest and easiest first-tier elixirs. After some time spent under Li Chengdan's flame management, he had developed his own thoughts and understanding regarding the crafting of qi-nurturing pills, thus managing the flames was not a challenge for him. Half an hour later, Yuni successfully produced an elixir with an impressive success rate of 80%, all being low-grade first-tier pills. Just a little over half an hour later, Li Li also succeeded, achieving a success rate of 70%, again with low-grade first-tier pills. Zhuge Haitan, however, was the slowest, taking a full hour to produce his elixirs. By this time, Li had been replaced by Yao Shanmen. Zhuge Haitan's success rate reached 60%, a significant improvement. He recognized that this was their first collaboration with Li Chengdan, and they still needed to harmonize their efforts. Simultaneously, he discovered many issues he had in his own alchemical practices. As Yun Yi remarked, Li Chengdan's mastery of the flame resembles a standard answer. By simply following his rhythm, one can uncover numerous issues in their alchemical practices and subsequently rectify them to enhance their success rate in potion crafting. Li Chengdan did not grant Zhuge Haitan a moment's respite, urging him to continue refining potions. Within the span of an hour, Zhuge Haitan successfully produced a potion, while Yun Yi had already been substituted out to rest. This time, Zhuge Haitan's success rate soared to 70%, and he developed his own insights into the crafting of the nourishing qi pill. After exchanging a glance with Yun Yi, he stepped aside to rest, continually reflecting on his earlier mistakes during the alchemical process. "How is it, my dear uncle?" Observing Zhuge Haitan's improved success rate, Zhuge Changtian approached him directly with an inquiry. "Excellent. This junior alchemist truly surpasses the rumors. Indeed, he is even more formidable than they suggest. If I could refine potions under his guidance for half a month, my skills would surely ascend," Zhuge Haitan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Previously, he regarded the formula gifted by Zhuge Changming as exceedingly precious, a product of the family's painstaking collection. However, witnessing his own advancement in alchemy, he felt the formula was too modest a gift. "Is that so?" Zhuge Changming gazed at Li Chengdan in astonishment, having not anticipated his remarkable prowess. "Indeed, in my estimation, this junior alchemist likely possesses the capability of a true master. Yet his cultivation level remains at the 6th layer of qi refinement." Zhuge Haitan sighed, while observing Li Chengdan. Mastering the flame is not as simple as merely adding fuel. If it were, highly skilled flame attendants would not be so fiercely sought after by alchemists. An exceptional flame master possesses profound knowledge of the properties of medicinal herbs and the pharmacology of potion crafting, enabling them to collaborate seamlessly with the alchemist. The most skilled flame masters are, in fact, alchemists themselves, for only those who can concoct potions can truly master the flames. Given Li Chengdan's current flawless control, it is evident that his alchemical prowess is formidable. "My dear nephew, I shall first reflect on my previous shortcomings in potion crafting," Zhuge Haitan declared, stepping aside to ponder. "Junior alchemist, it appears my earlier concerns regarding your capabilities were unfounded. Your path to immortality is indeed vast." Zhuge Changming observed his uncle before casting his gaze upon the adept Li Chengdan, marveling at his skill. He now comprehended the meaning behind Chen Chen's words. The rumors circulating outside could only hint at a mere fraction of Li Chengdan's true strength. The afternoon of alchemical practice swiftly concluded, yielding the greatest rewards for Yao Shanmen and Zhuge Haitan. Yao Shanmen's success rate also reached 60%, deepening his understanding of potion crafting, even without Li Chengdan's guidance. He could achieve a 30% success rate, qualifying him to become an alchemist. During his final alchemical attempt, Zhuge Haitan's success rate escalated to an astonishing 80%. A truly formidable achievement. As evening approached, Li Chengdan ventured out to prepare a meal for Chen Chen and the others, while Zhuge Changming and Zhuge Haitan took their leave, agreeing to return the following day. Ding. Today's fortune, exceptionally auspicious, with unstoppable momentum, and abundant rewards await. The following morning, Li Chengdan received yet another notification from the system, revealing that his fortune had finally transformed from the mundane to the auspicious. Chapter 31. Terrifying Gains. Fortune has finally turned. Gazing at the fortune displayed on the system panel, Li Chengdan was filled with exhilaration. He had never anticipated such an elevation after enduring over a month of unremarkable fortune. Previously blessed with immense fortune, he had directly ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, with his spiritual veins expanded to 65. He could only wonder to what heights this new surge of fortune would propel him. If he were to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement, he would unlock the profession of an alchemist and could fully dedicate himself to the alchemy peak without the need to continue managing the fire for alchemical processes. With this thought in mind, Li Chengdan's anticipation grew even stronger. With a heart full of hope, he made his way to the alchemy hall, ready to commence his tasks and await the outcomes of the day. As usual, after preparing breakfast for Chen Chen and the others, he began to manage the fire for alchemical processes with Luo Yanran and the others. Starting with Luo Yanran, she had now completely mastered the management of 3 alchemical furnaces and was progressing rapidly. In less than an hour, she successfully produced pills, achieving a success rate of 90%, yielding 9 pills in total, including 1 medium-grade solidifying essence pill from each furnace. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a benevolent connection with the prodigy Luo Yanran of the Qing dynasty, extracting a superior fire attribute spiritual root, successfully extracted universal cultivation experience X500. Successfully extracted spiritual veins X5. As the alchemical process concluded, the system's notification chimed in. This time, Li Chengdan had only extracted 3 items from Luo Yanran. Yet his astonishment was palpable as he gazed at the system panel, revealing an expression of disbelief. He had, for the first time, extracted a spiritual root, specifically, a superior fire spiritual root. Given his mediocre cultivation aptitude, without the system's enhancement, he would have never been able to elevate his strength to the 5th level of qi refinement. Now, possessing a superior fire attribute spiritual root was undoubtedly a monumental enhancement for him. With the fire spiritual root, would my cultivation speed also increase? Li Chengdan mused, excitement radiating from him. His current pseudo-spiritual root of the 5 elements barely allowed him to cultivate. With the superior fire spiritual root, his path to cultivation would surely accelerate. Suppressing his exhilaration, Li Chengdan promptly turned to enter Shenju's alchemical chamber, where he began managing the fire for alchemical processes. The synergy between Shenju and Li Chengdan was nothing short of perfect, with every furnace yielding a complete success. Each furnace produced a medium-grade enhancing essence pill, several of which were tantalizingly close to becoming superior spiritual pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a benevolent connection with second-tier alchemist Shenju. Extracting universal cultivation experience X500. Successfully extracted spiritual veins X5. Successfully extracted fire control technique cultivation experience X500. Successfully extracted scenting technique cultivation experience X500. Successfully extracted great fire invocation technique cultivation experience X500. Shenju remained the most prolific in terms of extraction. Yet the absence of spiritual veins left Li Chengdan feeling somewhat disappointed. Next came Chen Chen. Li Chengdan and Chen Chen exhibited an extraordinary synergy, accomplishing the task of refining pills in less than an hour. Their success rate mirrored that of Shenju, achieving a perfect 10 out of 10. Each batch yielded a medium-grade revitalizing pill, and to the delight of both Chen Chen and Li Chengdan, one batch even produced a superior-grade revitalizing pill. Although the quality barely met the standards of a superior grade, it marked a promising beginning, indicating that more superior-grade revitalizing pills would soon follow. Ding! Congratulations. The host has successfully forged a benevolent bond with the late-stage alchemist Chen Chen of the same rank. You have extracted universal cultivation experience X300, successfully extracted spirit veins X3, successfully extracted fire control technique experience X200, successfully extracted pill sensing technique experience X200, successfully extracted great fire induction technique experience X200. Despite Chen Chen's high yield, the quality was still considerably inferior compared to Shenju. However, with the universal cultivation experience provided by the trio, Li Chengdan was confident that he could swiftly elevate his prowess to the 6th layer of qi refinement. At noon, after finishing his meal, Li Chengdan returned to Shenju's alchemy room to continue refining pills for Yun Yi and the others. Zhuge Haiten also arrived, still engaged in the first round of pill refining. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully forged a benevolent bond with Yun Yi, the child of fortune. You have extracted a top-grade wood spirit root, successfully extracted universal cultivation experience X100, successfully extracted spirit veins X10. After more than a month, he finally managed to extract something from Yun Yi. As before, the quantity extracted from Yun Yi, being the child of fortune, surpassed that of Luo Yanran. What astonished Li Chengdan most was the extraction of a top-grade wood spirit root. In the Qingzong sect, even a medium-grade spirit root was a rarity, while a top-grade spirit root was exceedingly uncommon. Gazing at the panel before him, Li Chengdan was eager to return home and directly merge with it, eager to test the power of the top-grade spirit root. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully forged a benevolent bond with Zhuge Haiten, a genius from the outer sect of Qingzong. You have extracted a medium-grade earth spirit root, successfully extracted universal cultivation experience X400, successfully extracted spirit veins X3. Upon glancing at the system panel, and then at Zhuge Haiten, Li Chengdan felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhuge Haiten was a genius from the outer sect, not only providing him with a spirit root, but also a substantial amount of cultivation experience. It seemed imperative for him to cultivate relationships with geniuses in the future to reap greater benefits. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully forged a benevolent bond with the esteemed cultivator Li. You have extracted universal cultivation experience X300, spirit veins X2. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully forged a benevolent bond with the common cultivator Yao Shanmen. You have extracted Universal Cultivation Experience X100, Spirit Veins X1. Li Chengdan continued to refine pills with meticulous control over the flames, and soon the system notifications resounded once more. It appeared that Yao Shanmin's talent was rather mediocre, as the cultivation experience he provided was minimal, with only a single spirit vein to offer, which explained the system's assessment of him as an average cultivator. Observing the system's evaluation, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow, noting that the system had undergone some changes during this period. Nevertheless, given his current weak state, possessing these resources was already quite commendable. Thus, Li Chengdan continued to tend the flames. Throughout the day, Unearthing managed to refine 3 batches of pills, achieving an impressive success rate of 80%. Li also refined 3 batches, maintaining a commendable success rate of 70%. What astonished Li Chengdan the most was Zhuge Haitian, whose success rate soared to 80%, even producing a mid-grade pill, surpassing the fabled child of destiny, Yunyi. Yao Shanmin also showed improvement, achieving a 70% success rate, indicating he was on the path to becoming a pill master, which made him the most exhilarated among the 4. After the pill refining session concluded, Li Chengdan proceeded to the main hall of the Alchemy Pavilion to prepare dinner. Following the meal, he set off in the direction of home. Chengdan, junior brother. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to Li Chengdan. He resided in a designated room behind the Alchemy Pavilion, managed by the steward Liu Kun, and this path was seldom traversed. Upon hearing the call, Li Chengdan turned alertly. Recognizing the voice, senior brother Qian Zhuang? This was the same Qian Zhuang who had previously sought Li Chengdan's assistance in pill crafting. At this moment, he appeared unaware of his current status as a laborer, his face lighting up with excitement as he recognized Li Chengdan. Senior brother, you've reached the 9th level of qi refinement? Li Chengdan exclaimed in astonishment, completely taken aback by Qian Zhuang's seemingly formidable advancement in strength. I have come specifically to bid farewell to you. I am entering the inner sect, Qian Zhuang declared with a proud smile, addressing Li Chengdan. Congratulations, senior brother. Li Chengdan clasped his hands in greeting, kindly cautioning, Senior brother, the sect is currently at war, and this is not an opportune moment for ascending to the inner sect. Alas, with no connections and relying solely on my own efforts, what choice do I have? Qian Zhuang sighed, casting a wary glance around before producing a tome of cultivation techniques to present to Li Chengdan. Xiao Yinyonggong. Li Chengdan furrowed his brow upon examining the text in his hands, immediately growing cautious. He recalled that this technique was far from commendable, and that Qian Zhuang had become a laborer because of it. Indeed. Do you remember when I mentioned that my rapid strength enhancement was entirely due to a certain senior brother's technique? Now that I am entering the inner sect, I must switch my cultivation method, so I am gifting this technique to you, as a token of gratitude for your care over the years in the Alchemy Pavilion. A sinister glint flickered across Qian Zhuang's pudgy face as he smiled at Li Chengdan. Observing the overly cheerful demeanor of Qian Zhuang, Li Chengdan inwardly scoffed. Were it not for his awareness of the issues surrounding this technique, he might have been deceived by Qian Zhuang's words. Ding. Warning. You have formed a malevolent bond with the intermediate laborer Qian Zhuang. The system has automatically shielded the cultivation experience associated with his technique, Dianyang Gong. Congratulations. You have established a karmic connection with the intermediate laborer Qian Zhuang, extracting universal cultivation experience X2000 from him. The system notification chimed in. 2000. Li Chengdan gazed at the system panel in astonishment. This amount of cultivation experience was astonishingly high. An intermediate laborer? Something must have transpired with Qian Zhuang, prompting a change in his cultivation method, hence the alteration in his designation. No, this fellow intends for me to cultivate Xiao Yinyang Gong, to ensnare me as a laborer as well, and then, once my strength rises, to absorb me. As Li Chengdan gazed at the system warning, his expression fluctuated incessantly. He then suppressed the rising anger within him, regaining his composure. That Qian Zhuang was truly despicable. Despite his previous goodwill, he dared to conspire against him. Junior brother. Do not refuse, Li Chengdan stated. I possess little that could aid you, but you must diligently cultivate this technique you have received, striving to enter the inner sect at the earliest opportunity. When that time comes, I shall treat you to a meal. Qian Zhuang, observing the changing expressions of Li Chengdan, mistakenly assumed that he was taken aback by his generosity. Little did he know that mastering this technique would render him a mere pawn, with all his cultivation becoming the property of another. Li Chengdan, now a prominent figure in the alchemy hall, had the backing of 3 esteemed alchemists. With their assistance and the power of this technique, ascending to the 9th level of qi refinement would be a straightforward endeavor. Once Li Chengdan entered the inner sect, he would be able to absorb strength from Qian Zhuang, enhancing his own capabilities and potential. Thinking of this, Qian Zhuang's face lit up with excitement. The item was exceedingly precious, yet it was precisely what he required. Thank you, senior brother, he expressed gratefully. Li Chengdan, suppressing the fury within, replied. There will be no need for thanks in the future, junior brother. Qianzhuang nodded in satisfaction, secretly reveling in the thought of Li Chengdan's grim fate once he was absorbed. With Li Chengdan now among the 12 who had acquired his technique, Qianzhuang was well on his way to advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Having said this, Qianzhuang departed contentedly. Li Chengdan returned home, carelessly tossing the Xiao Yin Yang Gong aside. It seems the cultivation world is even darker than I had imagined, he mused, securing the doors and windows before activating the system to extract and fuse. Chapter 32, A Shift in the Battle Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully extracting and fusing 200 general cultivation experience. Your current strength has been elevated to the late stage of Qi refinement, level 5, 39, 503, 000. Ding. System notification. It has been detected that the host's spiritual meridians are not fully opened, preventing advancement to level 6 of Qi refinement. Please continue to cultivate your spiritual meridians. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully extracting 29 spiritual meridians. Your current number of open spiritual meridians is 9, for 199. Congratulations, host, for successfully extracting and fusing a high-quality fire spiritual root. Congratulations, host, for successfully extracting and fusing a supreme quality wood spiritual root. Congratulations, host, for successfully extracting and fusing a medium-quality earth spiritual root. Host, Li Chengdan, spiritual roots. Gold, pseudo-spiritual root. Wood, supreme. Water, pseudo-spiritual root. Fire, high quality. Earth, medium quality. 5 elemental spiritual roots, medium quality, providing the host with 10 points of general cultivation experience daily. Bloodline, physique none. Lifespan, 1995. Strength, late stage Qi refinement level 5, 39, 503, 000. Note, spiritual meridians are not fully opened, preventing advancement. Spiritual meridians, 9. 499. Profession, first grade alchemist, 200. Second grade spiritual chef, 199, 200. Note, must successfully process a first grade monster to create spiritual cuisine for advancement. Technique, auxiliary cultivation technique, Smell Dan method. Level, preliminary mastery, 502, 000. Martial skills, basic martial skills, proficient, 20, 200. Spells, 5 element fire control technique, minor mastery, 950, 1000. Major fire induction technique. Minor mastery, 250, 1000. Following a series of system notifications, Li Chengdan surveyed his character attribute panel with satisfaction. At present, his spiritual root evaluation has reached the intermediate grade. Should he succeed in elevating both his golden and water spiritual roots, the evaluation will undoubtedly ascend further. His cultivation experience is sufficient for him to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refining, yet the inadequate number of spiritual veins hinders his advancement. Other spells and techniques have seen significant improvement, rendering his progress quite commendable. Given that the sect is currently engaged in external warfare, postponing his promotion may prove beneficial. Li Chengdan contemplated the panel for a moment before speaking. With the sect embroiled in conflict, outer disciples are liable to be summoned for battle at any moment. Thus, possessing strength at the 5th layer of Qi refining is relatively secure. The following day, Li Chengdan continued his routine, heading to the Alchemy Hall to manage the flames and concoct elixirs. However, his fortunes remained unremarkable, and he failed to forge any meaningful connections with others. Half a year swiftly passed. During this time, Li Chengdan's luck remained mundane, although he did achieve a fleeting bond through interactions with Yunyi. Unfortunately, due to the influence of his fortune, he only acquired 2 spiritual veins from Yunyi. Presently, he possesses 96 spiritual veins, merely 3 shy of advancing to the 6th layer of Qi refining. In this half-year span, Yao Shanmin successfully ascended to the rank of alchemist. For months prior, the sect's alchemist assessment was abruptly halted, effectively severing many individuals' avenues to evade combat. Reports of battles between the Shangqing sect and the Haotian sect fluctuate daily, with both positive and negative developments. Overall, the situation appears favorable. Leveraging a foundation of 100,000 years, the Shangqing sect has been dominating the Haotian sect, seemingly reaching their mountain gate. At this pace, the conflict may conclude within a few months. Yet, this matter bears little relevance to Li Chengdan. With Luo Yinran's protection, Li Chengdan's daily routine consists of assisting her and others in managing the flames for alchemy, leading a relatively relaxed existence. His synergy with Luo Yinran and her companions has deepened remarkably, whether it be Luo Yinran or Shinju. Their success rate in producing elixirs has reached an astonishing 100%, with each batch yielding at least one intermediate-grade elixir and occasionally even a superior-grade one. Currently, the prices of elixirs have surged. A bottle containing 10 inferior-grade qi-nourishing pills has skyrocketed to 25 spirit stones, while a bottle with 5 intermediate-grade pills can fetch as much as 80 inferior-grade spirit stones. A single superior-grade qi-nourishing pill commands a minimum price of 150 inferior-grade spirit stones, yet remains elusive in the market. Due to the sect's external warfare, accumulating military merit translates into substantial spirit stones, thus perpetuating the continuous rise in elixir prices. Zhuge Haidan has been unable to concoct elixirs with Li Chengdan due to the closure of the Alchemy peak 4 months ago. Even without Li Chengdan's assistance, he can still maintain a success rate of 60% using the average person's flame management skills, showcasing his remarkable aptitude for alchemy. Presently, Yun Yi joins Li Chengdan every afternoon for alchemy sessions, consistently achieving an 80% success rate with 3 batches, ensuring at least 1 intermediate-grade elixir per session. Li Li's success rate stands at 80%, albeit without producing any intermediate-grade elixirs, while Yao Shanmin maintains a 70% success rate, having yet to yield an intermediate-grade elixir. The 3 of them, owing to Yun Yi's status, have not ventured to the alchemy peak and thus enjoy the freedom to move about. Through the sale of elixirs, the trio amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones, with a significant portion allocated to Li Chengdan. Over the span of 6 months, Li Chengdan accrued over 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Such a sum represents a formidable asset within the outer sect. Yet, Li Chengdan finds himself unable to advance, merely gazing at these spirit stones in vain. In Shunju's alchemy chamber, everyone awaited Yun Yi's return. Even Liu Kun, rarely seen in the alchemy room, had entered because Yun Yi had indicated he bore crucial news. After a prolonged wait, as the sun began its descent, Yun Yi hurriedly entered the chamber. Bad news. The sect leader of Haotian sect, Shi Haotian, has succeeded in forming his core. Our Qingqing sect has suffered significant casualties. Upon entering, Yun Yi delivered the shocking tidings. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as all present absorbed the gravity of the news. Should Shi Haotian successfully form his core, he would ascend to the realm of golden core practitioners, having bided his time for 6 months, likely to consolidate his strength. Defeating Haotian sect would now pose a considerable challenge. The 3 foundation establishment masters who besieged Haotian sect's mountain gate had all perished, and over half of the inner sect disciples had been lost. Yun Yi sighed, gazing at those before him as he continued. No wonder Yun Yi returned so late. If this news were to reach our sect, it would undoubtedly create an uproar. However, we do have golden core experts among us, so we need not fear defeat. After enduring 6 months of attrition, many of Haotian's elite disciples and elders have fallen. We still have a chance to prevail. Liu Kun immediately countered, well aware of Qingqing sect's strength as the steward of the miscellaneous affairs. Therefore, the subsequent matters are of utmost importance. Yun Yi observed the gathered crowd and spoke. The sect leader will lead 20 foundation establishment experts from the inner sect into battle, accompanied by elite disciples. Next month, we shall launch a decisive assault against Haotian sect. Wait, does our Qingqing sect not only possess 9 foundation establishment masters? Li Chengdan interjected, recalling that he had heard from Fan Lei that only 9 existed. Where have so many emerged from? My dear Dan Master, you may not be aware that those 9 foundation establishment masters are all experts at the 12th layer, merely a step away from forming cores, representing the face of our Qingqing sect, known as the 9 masters. However, this does not encompass our entire strength. There are many more foundation establishment experts in the inner sect, at least 300. Our sect boasts at least 5 golden core practitioners, with only the sect leader publicly acknowledged. Yet, the sect leader is the weakest among them. As far as I know, the strongest in our sect is the Grand Elder, who is but a step away from the nascent soul stage. Yun Yi elaborated to Li Chengdan. The Qingqing sect's 10,000 years of heritage is no trivial matter. During its peak, it was a bastion fortified by experts of the nascent soul stage. Realizing the formidable nature of Qingqing sect, Li Chengdan's eyes widened in enlightenment. He then turned to Yun Yi and inquired, if that is the case, Haotian sect is hardly a match for us. Why must we eradicate them? The official narrative states that Haotian sect disregards our Qingqing sect's commands, but the true aim of annihilating Haotian sect is to seize their spiritual vein. The spiritual energy of Haotian sect's vein is exceptionally potent. Shi Haotian succeeded in forming his core within merely 50 years, nurturing numerous prodigies, even surpassing our Qingqing sect. Most importantly, the spiritual vein of the Haotian sect was only discovered a century ago and has not suffered significant depletion. If we were to extract it and infuse it into our Qingqing sect's spiritual vein, our strength would undoubtedly increase. Yun Yi scoffed, revealing the ultimate secret. The notion that the Haotian sect does not heed commands is merely a facade. The sole reason the Qingqing sect seeks to obliterate the Haotian sect is the acquisition of resources. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners do not lack longevity, but are starved for resources. What others consume excessively leaves us with less. Thus, such a vital resource as the spiritual vein must be firmly in our grasp. With the sect leading the charge into battle, the demise of the Haotian sect is inevitable, and we must expedite the accumulation of spirit stones. The prices of elixirs will soar in the coming month, so Yun Yi turned to Li Chengdan. Chapter 33. The soaring prices of elixirs. Yun Yi's message was unmistakable. This opportunity is singular. With an ample supply of elixirs, greater spirit stones can be amassed. Currently, their only reliance is on Li Chengdan. As long as Li Chengdan holds the reins, their elixir yield will be remarkably high, with minimal loss. If they endure this month, their profits will become quite substantial. Very well, I have no objections, Li Chengdan replied, clearly understanding Yun Yi's intent. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "What concerns me is our master." Upon hearing Li Chengdan's words, the initially exuberant group suddenly turned somber. Chen Chen, Shenju, and Luo Yanran would undoubtedly receive news and commence their own actions. Over the past 6 months, they had been suppressing their alchemical speed, yet they still managed to earn a considerable sum from selling elixirs. Now that the battle is nearing its conclusion, they need not fear scrutiny from the sect and might accelerate their alchemical production. Yun Yi and his companions undoubtedly could not contend with Luo Yanran for Li Chengdan's services. It seemed Yun Yi had not anticipated such a situation, and his expression darkened. However, the impact would not be substantial. I can have our master oversee the alchemical process, and within half an hour, elixirs can be produced. They might only manage to refine an additional batch, but the time allocated for you to produce elixirs will be compressed. Li Chengdan assessed the situation after some thought and articulated his judgment. Luo Yanran and her group are currently quite discreet, fearing increased task assignments from the sect. Hence they dare not recklessly enhance their alchemical speed. Therefore, they would likely only manage one extra round of elixirs, which is not significant for Li Chengdan. That is acceptable. As long as we can produce elixirs, it suffices. Yun Yi reluctantly acquiesced to this arrangement. Although his status is unique, he remains largely unrecognized within the Qingqing sect. Thus, he deemed the outcome satisfactory. Junior brother Chengdan, you have been stuck at the late stage of the Qi refinement 5th layer for half a year now, haven't you? Yun Yi inquired curiously, studying Li Chengdan. Were it anyone else, being stalled at the peak of the Qi refinement 5th layer for 6 months would surely incite panic. For the 5th and 6th layers represent entirely different realms. Yet Li Chengdan appeared unfazed, as if he were certain of his ascent to the 6th layer. Indeed, Li Chengdan nodded. Once this battle concludes, you must strive to ascend to the 6th layer of Qi refinement and become a true alchemist. With the absorption of the Haotian sect's spiritual vein, our Qingqing sect's spiritual energy will become even more abundant. In this battle, both the inner and outer disciples suffered significant casualties, leaving many vacancies. If you can become a Dan Master directly at the 6th level of Qi refinement, the sect will undoubtedly provide you with preferential resources in the future, Yun Yi said earnestly to Li Chengdan. With the conclusion of the battle, the sect's profits are bound to surge, and at that time, they will recruit more disciples to nurture those with talent. If Li Chengdan can ascend to Dan Master at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he will certainly receive focused cultivation from the sect. Good. Li Chengdan nodded. He indeed wished to elevate his strength swiftly, yet he was still lacking 3 spiritual veins, and his luck had been mediocre for 6 consecutive months, leaving him rather exasperated. From now on, our focus will be on alchemy. Liu Kun, when Li Chengdan is busy becoming a Dan Master, you should find some capable disciples skilled in controlling fire for us. We must gather more spiritual stones. Only then can we establish a firm foothold in the inner sect. Yun Yi continued to address those present. His ambitions were not to settle within the outer sect, but to advance into the inner sect. After 6 months of bloody conflict, many inner disciples had fallen. Once they entered the inner sect, a different world awaited them. Everyone nodded and began to divide tasks. The following day, Li Chengdan's fortune remained unremarkable. During lunch, Shenju did not arrange the dining table in the hall, but rather in his alchemy chamber. Alchemy. The sect's campaigns have faced obstacles. However, the sect leader will lead the troops into battle next month to eradicate the Haotian sect. During the meal, Shenju revealed the purpose of this gathering to Li Chengdan. Is the price of elixirs going to rise this month? Li Chengdan inquired. Already aware of this news. Indeed, so we have decided to increase our round of alchemy. You will need to work hard. Shenju was not surprised by Li Chengdan's reaction. After all, since Li Chengdan was allied with Yun Yi, he naturally had access to such intelligence ahead of time. Very well. As expected, just as Li Chengdan anticipated. Shinju and the others decided not to provoke the sect, but merely increase the production of elixirs. This was inconsequential to Li Chengdan. It is finally coming to an end. Chen Chen sighed nearby. Over the past 6 months, he had spent nearly every day in the alchemy hall. Although he only spent an hour refining elixirs, most of the time was spent idly. However, the pressure had been immense. And now that the sect had decided to take decisive action to end the war, he began to relax. Indeed, this period has delayed your alchemy cultivation. Once this is over, you will directly advance to the 6th level of qi refinement and strive to become a Dan master as soon as possible. Shinju nodded, reminding Li Chengdan, yes, brother Chengdan, hurry and become a Dan master. I will introduce you to our master, so you can truly become my junior. Luo Yanran exclaimed excitedly from the side. During this time together, she was very pleased with this junior. Not only was he exceptionally skilled in fire control, but he was also a decent person. If he became her junior, it would indeed be a good thing. Hearing Luo Yanran's words, Chen Chen felt a mix of emotions. As Li Chengdan was someone he had discovered, judging by Li Chengdan's current prowess in fire control, he would undoubtedly become a Dan master after advancing to the 6th level of qi refinement. Initially, I had intended to take Li Chengdan as my disciple. However, observing Lu Yanran's demeanor, I now realize that my chances are nearly extinguished. It is likely that all of Li Chengdan's information has been submitted to the inner sect and is now in the possession of that 4th-tier alchemist. Thank you, senior sister. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. After this, we shall each provide you with some elixirs to assist in your cultivation, which can be considered as your reward. Following Yun Yi and the others in their division, you will hardly earn a significant amount of spirit stones, Chen Chen added. Over the past 6 months, Chen Chen had amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones, totaling several tens of thousands. A formidable sum indeed. Thank you, master. Li Chengdan continued. After their meal, he resumed his duties of managing the fire for alchemy for Lu Yanran and the others. The following day, news of the sect's devastating defeat, coupled with the impending battle led by sect leader Yun Haoshan, spread throughout the outer sect. Consequently, the prices of elixirs surged dramatically. Low-grade first-tier elixirs increased by 5 low-grade spirit stones, while medium-grade elixirs saw a rise of 20. The prices for high-grade first-tier elixirs skyrocketed to an astonishing 200 low-grade spirit stones. The demand for elixirs was overwhelming. Any available elixirs would be swiftly snatched up, leaving no time for contemplation regarding their exorbitant prices. However, this did not concern Li Chengdan. He remained diligently engaged in alchemy, moving in and out of the various private rooms in the alchemy hall. Junior brother Chengdan? As he concluded a day of alchemy and prepared to leave the hall for home, a voice resonated behind him. Recognizing the familiar tone, Li Chengdan swiftly turned around and was delighted to see a familiar, slender figure. Senior brother Fan Lei. Since the last encounter, when he was injured by Sun Wang, Li Chengdan had visited the medical clinic to see Fan Lei, but had not crossed paths with him again due to his overwhelming schedule. Senior brother Fan Lei. You've reached the 7th layer of qi refinement? Li Chengdan was astonished to observe that Fan Lei's cultivation had remarkably advanced from the 3rd to the 7th layer in less than a year. Realizing this, Li Chengdan felt a twinge of caution. Had Fan Lei also become a cultivation slave? Indeed, Fan Lei replied, a hint of wonder in his voice. It is quite strange. After being pierced by Sun Wang's sword, I unexpectedly succeeded in opening my spiritual meridian, which accelerated my cultivation speed. Once I healed, I directly ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement. I then bypassed the alchemy hall and entered the outer sect, where I participated in the battlefield during the sect's external expansion and experienced a fortuitous encounter, allowing me to advance to the latter stage of the 6th layer. Fan Lei smiled at Li Chengdan as he spoke. Fortuitous encounter? Li Chengdan nodded. After the events involving Qian Zhuang, his perception of fortuitous encounters was less than favorable. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a benevolent bond with the fortuitous individual Fan Lei. You have successfully extracted the 1,000 tribulations body. Having endured 1,000 tribulations, I still remain. Who shall inherit the longevity? Successfully extracted spiritual meridians X3. Successfully extracted cultivation experience of the technique Haotian scripture X300. At that moment, the familiar system notification echoed in Li Chengdan's ears. Chapter 34. Ascension to the 6th layer. Gazing at the system notification panel and then back at Fan Lei, Li Chengdan was utterly astonished. There truly was more to him than met the eye. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 3 fleeting methods to enhance one's strength: the practice of forbidden techniques, the usurpation of another's power and fortune, and serendipitous encounters. Remarkably, Fan Lei belongs to the latter category. Not only has he awakened the 1,000 calamities body, but he has also acquired the Haotian scripture. which evidently represents the supreme cultivation method of the Haotian sect. It is no wonder that, in less than a year, Fan Lei has managed to elevate his prowess to the 7th level of qi refinement. Truly, senior brother Fan Lei inspires envy. Observing Fan Lei, Li Chengdan sincerely remarked. Despite Fan Lei's fortuitous circumstances, he has leveraged the system, rendering all his serendipities entirely his own. Junior brother Chengdan is not to be underestimated either. Your reputation is already echoing across the pill refining peak, Fan Lei replied with a slight smile, clasping his hands in greeting to Li Chengdan. I have come to offer a word of caution, for I sense that you are on the brink of ascending to the 6th level of qi refinement. However, I urge you to refrain from hastily advancing your strength. Wait until the conflict between the Shangqing sect and the Haotian sect has concluded before making your ascent. At that juncture, the Shangqing sect will absorb all resources from the Haotian sect, and you will be able to directly access the Haotian scripture from the scripture pavilion to further your cultivation, as this method can lead directly to the nascent soul stage. Casting a glance around to ensure no prying ears were present, Fan Lei lowered his voice to Li Chengdan. The Haotian scripture? Upon hearing these words, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. This was indeed Fan Lei's fortuitous encounter. It appeared he had submitted the Haotian scripture to the sect, rendering it confidential. Nevertheless, he chose to share this vital information with Li Chengdan. Thank you, senior brother Fan Lei. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. For cultivators, the selection of a cultivation method is paramount, and the Haotian scripture, capable of leading to the nascent soul stage, is undoubtedly among the finest in the Eastern domain. Very well, I shall not intrude further. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Fan Lei sighed as he regarded Li Chengdan before turning to depart. To submit such an important scripture, senior brother Fan Lei must have been exceptionally favored for entry into the inner sect. Li Chengdan surmised boldly as he watched Fan Lei leave. A scripture bearing the name of a sect that could lead to the nascent soul stage is surely no ordinary technique. It is evident that the rewards Fan Lei received must be substantial. Perhaps it is precisely due to this scripture that the Shangqing sect has resolved to launch a decisive battle against the Haotian sect. The threat posed by the Haotian sect to the Shangqing sect is not particularly significant, and now that the pinnacle technique of the Haotian sect is in hand, the Shangqing sect is free of any reservations. Contemplating this, Li Chengdan smiled. After all, how does this concern him? Li Chengdan did not hasten to extract and merge spiritual veins to elevate his own strength. Rather, he resolved to heed Fan Lei's advice, waiting until the conflict between the Shangqing sect and the Haotian sect had concluded before advancing. After all, he had already extracted the Haotian scripture and would naturally wait for the sect's victory before acquiring it for cultivation. Thus, Li Chengdan's days continued as usual, spending his hours in the pill refining hall. Currently, Luo Yanran and the others were tasked with refining 3 rounds of medicinal pills, yet the time consumed remained relatively unchanged. Li Chengdan completed their assignment in just over an hour. After dining, he resumed his role in guiding Yun Yi and others in the art of alchemy. The days were monotonous, yet compared to the other menial tasks in the pill refining hall, it was considerably less burdensome. In the alchemy hall, the miscellaneous workers found themselves engulfed in a whirlwind of activity due to the sect's war, toiling tirelessly beyond their usual capacities. Even in the depths of night, their diligence persisted. Although the alchemy peak had ceased the assessments for alchemists, numerous individuals still ascended to the rank of alchemist during this period. While these newly minted alchemists lacked official recognition from the sect, their prowess was undeniable, and with the soaring prices of elixirs, they were compelled to continue their craft incessantly in pursuit of spirit stones. Consequently, the range of tasks for the miscellaneous workers expanded, and unlike Li Chengdan, they lacked the requisite skills, resulting in considerable hardship. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month and a half had elapsed. Just half a month ago, the sect leader, Yun Haoshan, had led over 20 inter-sect elites in a decisive battle against the Haotian sect. Today, however, there would be no alchemy to attend to. As usual, Li Chengdan arrived early at the alchemy hall, only to find Liu Kun beaming with joy instead of Luo Yanran and the others. Did we win? Li Chengdan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice as he sought confirmation from Liu Kun. The sect leader returned with everyone the day before yesterday after a 2-day rest. They just haven't made an official announcement yet. Liu Kun replied quietly, nodding affirmatively. Hearing this, Li Chengdan nodded in understanding, realizing that soon he would be able to advance to the 6th layer of qi refinement. The alchemy hall will be closed for 7 days. Senior brother Yun, he asked me to convey that you should hold off on your advancement to the 6th layer for now, waiting until the sect integrates the Haotian sect's spiritual veins. The sect is still in the process of assessing the Haotian sect's assets, which may take about half a month. It is said that a fortunate outer sect disciple obtained the Haotian scripture, which will be archived in the outer sect's scripture repository. Senior brother Yun Yi suggested that you select the Haotian scripture, and he will remind you when the time comes. As for the division of elixir sales, you will need to wait a bit longer. The prices should remain stable for some time following the recent conflict, Liu Kun whispered into Li Chengdan's ear. Please convey my gratitude to senior brother Yun Yi. Li Chengdan smiled, feeling touched by Liu Kun's words. He had already been aware of all these matters. Yet hearing them from Liu Kun still stirred his emotions. It appeared that Yun Yi was indeed a trustworthy individual, having shared such confidential information with him. Fan Lei is also quite reliable. All right, you should take a rest. You've worked hard during this time, Liu Kun remarked, observing Li Chengdan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Chengdan promptly turned to head home. In the past, had he been afforded such an opportunity, Li Chengdan would have certainly visited Zhou Feng in Wangxian City. For Zhou Feng, his first master, had imparted his knowledge generously. Without Zhou Feng's rigorous tutelage, Li Chengdan would not have acquired such formidable fire control skills, allowing the system's effects to manifest directly. Yet now, he felt no urgency. He needed to wait, to advance to the 6th layer of qi refinement and become an alchemist. Although Zhou Feng was a second-tier spirit chef, he had long aspired to ascend to the 6th layer of qi refinement to become an alchemist. Upon learning of Li Chengdan's intention to pursue alchemy, he had severed their master-disciple relationship to avoid hindering Li Chengdan's path to immortality. He wished for nothing more than for Li Chengdan to succeed as an alchemist. As the finest way to repay Zhou Feng, Li Chengdan was determined to share this exhilarating news with him. After a week of rest, Li Chengdan refrained from cultivation, indulging instead in books before succumbing to slumber once more. A month later, he suddenly perceived that the outer sect was imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Concurrently, a letter from Yun Yi arrived, urging him to ascend as swiftly as possible. The message was succinct, comprising merely 4 characters. A faint smile graced Li Chengdan's lips as he read those 4 characters: extraction and fusion. He summoned the system and promptly chose to extract and fuse the spiritual veins provided by Fan Lei. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing the 1,000 Tribulations body. 1,000 Tribulations body. Having traversed 1,000 tribulations, I remain, gazing upon who inherits immortality. As long as the damage is not fatal, your recovery speed will be tenfold that of an ordinary individual, and with each injury sustained, your aptitude will enhance. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing spiritual veins X3. The current number of open spiritual veins stands at 9,999. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving the completion of spiritual vein opening. Your strength has ascended to the initial stage of Qi Refinement Level 6, 34306,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating strength to Qi Refinement Level 6, unlocking the first tier of Junior Alchemist, 200,500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and fusing Haotian Scripture Cultivation Experience X200. The current progress in Haotian Scripture Cultivation is at the threshold of proficiency, 5,200. Gazing at the system panel, Li Chengdan nodded in satisfaction. He then focused his mind to examine his condition. The transition from Qi Refinement Level 5 to Level 6 was a significant milestone, as it would condense the Qi C, allowing for sword flight and the official designation of oneself as an immortal. At this moment, Li Chengdan noticed that his meridians radiated a brilliant glow. Apart from the 9 principal meridians, all others had astonishingly transformed into spiritual veins. His spiritual power was several times that of an ordinary Qi Refinement Level 6 cultivator. Strangely, why did my Qi C manifest 9? After inspecting his body, Li Chengdan's expression changed. He discovered that his Qi C indeed possessed 9 distinct manifestations, with each set of 9 meridians converging into one Qi C, which astonishingly spanned his entire being. Chapter 35. Haotian Scripture. The Qi C is destined to transform into golden pills. Could it be that I am to cultivate 9 golden pills in the future? Contemplating his internal state, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. 9 golden pills? Is that even feasible? It should be fine. After all, I possess the system. Li Chengdan understood that his current condition was entirely attributable to the system. Since it was guided by the system, there should be no issues. With his newfound strength, Li Chengdan sought out Liu Kun, revealing his prowess. Liu Kun promptly took him to the outer sect to complete the necessary procedures for ascending to an outer disciple. With Liu Kun's assistance, the process progressed swiftly. Within just an hour, Li Chengdan completed all formalities and successfully ascended to the outer sect, joining the Alchemy Peak. After receiving the outer disciple's robe and identity token, he was now eligible to proceed to the transmission peak to claim a cultivation method and martial skills from the scripture repository. After bidding farewell to Liu Kun, Li Chengdan ventured alone to the transmission peak. Upon displaying his identity token, he was escorted by a servant disciple to the scripture repository. Junior Brother Chengdan, you have reached Qi Refinement Level 6? Upon entering the scripture repository, Li Chengdan encountered a familiar face, Zhuge Changming. As he gazed at Zhuge Changming, Li Chengdan was taken aback. He had not previously noticed that Zhuge Changming had actually reached the late stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. A mere step away from the 9th layer. His cultivation talent was astonishingly superior to that of Zhuge Haitian. Brother Changming, it was merely a stroke of luck that I advanced. Li Chengdan promptly responded with a courteous gesture. Indeed, it seems that the pill refining peak will soon gain an additional alchemist at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, Zhuge Changming remarked, nodding at Li Chengdan. Having conversed earlier with his uncle, Zhuge Haitian, he was now fairly certain of Li Chengdan's strong aptitude for alchemy. Judging by the attitudes of the 3 resident alchemists in the pill refining hall, it was highly probable that Li Chengdan had already been reserved by a certain alchemist within the inner sect. You have come to select cultivation techniques and martial arts. Haven to you? You have arrived at just the right moment. Just yesterday, someone delivered the techniques of the Haotian sect, including the supreme technique, the Haotian scripture. Although it is merely the first part, it poses no issue for cultivating to the foundation establishment stage. If you enter the inner sect in the future, you can exchange contribution points for the middle and later sections. Zhuge Changming said with a smile, regarding Li Chengdan. Ah, the Haotian scripture again. Listening to Zhuge Changming's introduction, Li Chengdan felt a renewed sense of admiration. He was well aware of the value of the Haotian scripture. Yet he was surprised that Zhuge Changming would directly offer it to him. Then I shall express my gratitude to Brother Changming, Li Chengdan remarked gratefully. Casting a glance at Zhuge Changming, it was evident that this elder brother had not forgotten him and remained the kind-hearted individual he always was. We are brothers, so there is no need for such formalities. Were it not for your spirit vegetables back then, I would not have achieved such success. Zhuge Changming waved his hand dismissively and led Li Chengdan into the scripture depository. Next, he retrieved the Haotian scripture and handed Li Chengdan a book titled Basic Martial Techniques. As you have just entered the 6th layer of Qi refinement, do not rush into practicing martial techniques. First, master the basic martial techniques to perfection. This will make the cultivation of other martial arts significantly easier in the future, Zhuge Changming advised, looking at Li Chengdan earnestly. Thank you, brother. Li Chengdan nodded. Even if Zhuge Changming had not instructed him on the basic martial techniques, he would have chosen to study them regardless. After all, a solid foundation is paramount in any endeavor. Come, I shall assist you in completing the borrowing procedures. With that, Zhuge Changming guided Li Chengdan directly to the main hall of the scripture depository. In the hall, there sat an elderly man with a gaunt visage, his skin resembling the desiccated bark of an ancient tree. He sat at the center of the hall, akin to a tree stump firmly rooted in place. Master, this junior brother has just entered the inner sect and has come to receive cultivation techniques and martial arts. Zhuge Changming greeted the elder with a respectful bow. Very well. The elder, appearing as lifeless as a withered tree, opened his eyes, glanced at Li Chengdan, then at Zhuge Changming. You are Li Chengdan. This lad Changming often speaks of you, mentioning your resolute character, which is well suited for cultivation, and your commendable skills in fire manipulation. Indeed, master. This is Brother Chengdan. Zhuge Changming promptly replied. A commendable character, the elder nodded. He then produced an ancient tome from his robes and tossed it to Li Chengdan. This 5 elements fire manipulation technique is the most suitable spell for alchemy. Consider it a gift from me to my disciple. Thank you for imparting your wisdom, elder. Li Chengdan accepted the book and expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a respectful gesture. Copy it down and return it. The ancient elder waved his hand dismissively before closing his eyes to resume his meditation. Subsequently, Zhuge Changming promptly took Li Chengdan by the arm and led him to the designated area for transcribing martial arts techniques. Within the scripture pavilion, it was strictly forbidden to remove the original texts. One could only copy them, taking away duplicates. Fortunately, the Haotian scripture comprised merely 1/3 of its original volume, while the foundational martial arts and the 5 elements fire manipulation technique were also relatively concise. This task was not insurmountable. After procuring paper and ink for Li Chengdan, Zhuge Changming refrained from interrupting him, standing guard as Li Chengdan diligently transcribed. Having already successfully absorbed the Haotian scripture and basic martial arts, Li Chengdan found the transcription process to be swift, as the techniques were firmly embedded in his mind. In less than an hour, under the astonished gaze of Zhuge Changming, Li Chengdan completed the transcription of both the Haotian scripture and basic martial arts. He then picked up the 5 elements fire manipulation technique for further examination. This technique served as an advanced form of the 5 elements fire control technique, which could only be practiced after achieving minor success in the latter. It was precisely what Li Chengdan required. Ding! Successfully extracted the technique 5 elements fire manipulation technique. Would you like to extract and fuse it? As Li Chengdan finished his preliminary review of the technique, the system prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Li Chengdan chose to extract and fuse. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully extracting and fusing the 5 elements fire manipulation technique. Your current mastery of the spell has reached the entry level 050. Instantly, Li Chengdan found an abundance of information regarding the 5 elements fire manipulation technique in his mind. The subsequent transcription became significantly easier, and Li Chengdan completed it in just half an hour. Brother Changming, I'm done. Li Chengdan returned the original text to Zhuge Changming and spoke with a smile. You transcribed remarkably fast, Zhuge Changming remarked, slightly astonished as he observed Li Chengdan, having assisted in organizing and returning books in the scripture pavilion. He had a rough understanding of the transcription speeds of outer disciples. Typically, transcribing a single technique required at least 2 hours. Yet Li Chengdan accomplished it in half that time, without any errors. He was utterly taken aback by Li Chengdan's astonishing speed. Not too bad. Li Chengdan replied with a grin, looking at Zhuge Changming. Chengdan, you must hasten your progress. Although the sect has absorbed the Haotian sect, the losses were substantial. In the coming years, there will be many vacancies in the inner sect, presenting numerous opportunities that you must not miss. Zhuge Changming cautioned him in a low voice. Despite the apparent victory of the Shangqing sect in this battle, the devastating defeat 2 months prior had claimed numerous inner disciples. And now the sect was in dire need of replacements. Ding. Congratulations, host, on forging a bond with the Eastern region prodigy Zhuge Changming. You have extracted Universal Cultivation Experience X1000. Successfully extracted Basic Martial Arts Cultivation Experience X1000. Successfully extracted Haotian Scripture Cultivation Experience X1000. Just as Zhuge Changming was reminding Li Chengdan, the system prompt chimed once more. Hearing this, Li Chengdan's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Zhuge Changming was indeed a prodigy of the Eastern region, an accolade far surpassing that of the sect's own. Moreover, Zhuge Changming unexpectedly provided 1,000 points of experience in the cultivation of the Haotian scripture, indicating that he had long since mastered it. As a disciple of the esteemed elder of the pavilion, he evidently enjoyed certain privileges. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I will certainly strive diligently in my cultivation. Li Chengdan nodded in acknowledgement and promptly addressed Zhuge Changming. Having concluded their exchange, Li Chengdan swiftly departed. Chengdan, good news. The pill refining peak has reopened its alchemist assessment. This time, you can directly participate. By the time Li Chengdan returned to the pill refining hall, it was already evening. Uni, along with Li and other members of the Alchemist Alliance, had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Li Chengdan, Uni's excitement bubbled forth as he spoke. Chengdan, would you like to try your hand at pill refining? Absolutely. Li Chengdan affirmed with a nod. Chapter 36. The terrifying Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan was indeed curious about his current proficiency in pill refining. After advancing to the 6th layer of qi refinement, the system had lifted the restrictions on his becoming an alchemist. Although he had already attained the level of a first-tier alchemist, confirmation was still necessary. All eyes were on him in anticipation. Chengdan, would you like me to assist you with the flame? Uni offered, presenting Li Chengdan with the necessary materials for refining a nourishing qi pill. I'll manage it myself. Li Chengdan replied, shaking his head. While it was common practice among alchemists to refine their own pills and control the flames, doing so could significantly reduce efficiency. However, Li Chengdan was unconcerned. His flame control was exceptional, and he required no assistance. Accepting the materials from Uni, he selected a pill furnace at random in the hall and ignited the fire to begin his refinement. Though it was his first time managing both the flame and the refinement process, Li Chengdan made not a single mistake throughout. Having refined numerous nourishing qi pills in recent times, he was well acquainted with the process, and the experience granted by the system had elevated him to the status of a novice first-tier alchemist, endowing him with all the necessary skills and knowledge. Chengdan's talent is indeed extraordinary. Once he reaches the pill refining peak, he is likely to become a key focus for cultivation. Li observed with envy as she watched Li Chengdan's techniques. Prior to becoming an alchemist, she had regarded his flame control skills as impressive. But only after achieving that status did she truly grasp the extent of his abilities. Such prowess was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Now, as she witnessed Li Chengdan's flawless technique, she recognized the perfection of his process, noting that her own skills paled in comparison, akin to a mere infant learning to walk. Indeed, Uni nodded. Merely achieving the status of an alchemist at the 6th layer of qi refinement was sufficient for the pill refining peak to take notice of Li Chengdan. Should they further discover the finesse of his refining techniques, it would not be impossible for them to place him under focused training. Even if Li Chengdan were not destined for the inner sect, cultivating a formidable first-tier alchemist for the outer sect would still be a commendable achievement. After half an hour, Li Chengdan successfully produced a pill. When the furnace was opened, the hall filled with the rich fragrance of the pill, invigorating those present. As Li Chengdan unveiled the furnace, several black pills emerged within. The black elixirs appeared to be enveloped in a luminescent membrane, allowing even the dark pills to emit a faint glow. This batch consisted entirely of medium-grade, qi-nourishing pills. Liu Kun approached the alchemical furnace, astonished as he beheld the elixirs within. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yao Shanmin pointed at the pills, counting them one by one. 8 pills, and an astonishing 80% success rate on the first attempt. All of them medium-grade elixirs? For a first-tier alchemist, a 30% success rate is already commendable. As one hones their alchemical skills, the success rate naturally increases. However, to enhance the success rate, one must continuously refine their craft and accumulate experience. Achieving an 80% rate on the very first attempt is utterly remarkable. Clearly, this year's alchemist has gained considerable experience in fire control and alchemy. Yuni nodded. He was not surprised by Li Chengdan's success rate. After all, Li Chengdan had the privilege of working under Shinju, a second-tier alchemist, who allowed him to fully exert his alchemical prowess. Observing a first-tier alchemist daily. Such experience is rare indeed. It seems there is no need to worry about the alchemist's assessment this time. Li beamed with a radiant smile. Li Chengdan, have you thought about your plans moving forward? Yun inquired, gazing at him. Plans? Brother Yun, to be honest, I am quite unfamiliar with the outer sect. I would appreciate your guidance. Li Chengdan replied, withdrawing the elixirs from the furnace, then curiously looking towards Yun for answers. Entering the inner sect is akin to being a servant. One must perform tasks for the sect in exchange for contribution points and spirit stones, as well as elixirs. The alchemy peak operates similarly. Until one becomes an alchemist, they are treated like the servants in the alchemy hall. However, once one attains the status of an alchemist, 2 paths emerge. One can serve in the alchemical workshop of the alchemy peak, fulfilling monthly sect task quotas while having the remainder of their time free, or, like us, one can choose not to join the workshop and instead submit a predetermined quantity of elixirs to the sect each month. Yun succinctly outlined the regulations of the alchemy peak. What do you mean, Brother Yun? Li Chengdan pondered for a moment but decided to heed Yun's advice, as he was more familiar with the circumstances of the alchemy peak. My recommendation would be to follow our example and not join the workshop. While entering the workshop grants access to a broader array of formulas, a conducive alchemical environment provided by the sect, and guidance from second-tier alchemists, the demands of the workshop can be overwhelming and may encroach upon your cultivation time. Given your alchemical prowess, it would be best for you to be a free agent at the alchemy peak. You would only need to submit a fixed quota of elixirs each month, leaving you ample time to cultivate freely, or to refine elixirs for sale or exchange for contribution points at the alchemy peak. Yun swiftly offered his counsel to Li Chengdan. For individuals like Li Chengdan, who lack connections in the cultivation world, the alchemy peak's workshop is indeed the most suitable option. Though it may be arduous, it can significantly enhance one's alchemical abilities. However, unlike others, Li Chengdan possesses remarkable talent, achieving an 80% success rate on his first attempt and producing exclusively medium-grade elixirs. Such skills in the workshop would likely be stifled, making the choice of being a free agent far more advantageous. Formulas and similar resources can be exchanged for contribution points. Then I shall choose to be a free agent. Li Chengdan nodded, recognizing that Yun's decision to remain a free agent must be rooted in a well-considered plan. Yun is quite a commendable individual. Following him will undoubtedly lead to a seamless journey. Very well, I shall take charge of the subsequent arrangements. Yun felt a surge of joy, as the forthcoming plan lacked the incorporation of an alchemist, and with Li Chengdan's participation, he would no longer need to consider outsiders. By the way, Chengdan, here is your share from the previous sale of elixirs. As the prices of the elixirs gradually returned to normal, we sold out completely just yesterday. The 3 of us collectively profited over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and here are 10,000 for you. The remainder shall serve as a congratulatory gift for your ascension to the 6th level. Please take a look. Yun produced a storage bag and presented it to Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan glanced at the storage bag, estimating it to be worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones, and smiled. I trust you, senior brother. With that, he secured the storage bag at his waist. By the way, Chengdan, today, Master Shen sent word through an intermediary, requesting you to visit the alchemy hall tomorrow, as they have prepared something for you. Liu Kun interjected from the side. Li Chengdan nodded, aware that Shunju and the others were ready to deliver the promised elixirs to him. Upon returning home, Li Chengdan chose to extract and fuse his cultivation experience directly. Although the cultivation experience offered by Zhuge Changming was substantial, it was still insufficient to enhance his strength. However, the insights from the Haotian scripture propelled his cultivation level to the minor achievement realm, 305-1000. The following day, Li Chengdan made his way to the Alchemy Hall without delay. Shinju and the others were already awaiting his arrival. Excellent timing for your promotion. I heard you attempted alchemy yesterday? Shinju inquired, a smile gracing his face. I concocted a nourishing qi pill, achieving an 80% success rate, all of which were of medium quality. Li Chengdan candidly shared the results of his endeavors from the previous day. Chen Chen and Luo Yanran exhibited calm expressions, clearly already aware of the outcome. Here are the elixirs we promised you, along with a letter bearing our collective seal. Present this, and you may attend the alchemist assessment at any time. Shinju handed Li Chengdan a storage bag and an envelope. Thank you, Master Shun. Li Chengdan responded with a respectful bow of gratitude. What are your plans upon becoming an alchemist? Shinju inquired with curiosity as he regarded Li Chengdan. I intend to operate as a free agent at the Alchemy Peak. Li Chengdan expressed his aspirations straightforwardly. Shinju nodded. Your talent for alchemy is commendable. It would be a waste to confine you to the alchemy workshop. However, I must caution you. While you may collaborate with Yun Yi in the outer sect, should you enter the inner sect in the future, you must maintain your distance from him. Do you understand? Why is that? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. Curiously regarding Shinju, Yun Yi's background is peculiar. He is the illegitimate son of the sect's master, whose mother is the daughter of the Yunlan sect's leader. The Yunlan sect, much like the Haotian sect, has experienced formidable growth. Shinju glanced around, sighed softly, and spoke in hushed tones. The term illegitimate son serves as a euphemism for his status. Were it merely the matter of being an illegitimate child, Shinju would not impede Li Chengdan's association with Yun Yi. The crux of the issue lies in the exceptional identity of Yun Yi's mother. Subsequently, he was vanquished by the Shanqing sect, placing Yun Yi in a particularly awkward position. Not only is he the son of the sect leader, but also a remnant of the Yunlan sect. While the outer disciples are merely at the qi refining stage, entering the inner sect complicates matters significantly. I understand now. Li Chengdan nodded, finally grasping why Yun Yi could be regarded as the child of fortune. This embarrassing identity will likely subject him to considerable pressure. Yet, despite bearing such a heavy burden, Yun Yi remains quite amiable, indicating that his character is sound. Although Shinju expressed concern for Li Chengdan's well-being, Li Chengdan was reluctant to part ways with the child of fortune. The benefits accrued from forging a good relationship with him far exceed those of an ordinary individual. Very well, take this letter and attend the alchemist assessment this afternoon. Shinju nodded, having said all he needed to say. The next steps are now up to Li Chengdan. Chengdan, do you recall what I mentioned earlier about having Master take you as a disciple? At this moment, Luo Yanran spoke softly from the side, her demeanor markedly different from before, resembling that of a small girl who had erred. Of course I remember. Observing Luo Yanran's expression, Li Chengdan surmised that this matter was unlikely to come to fruition. It was understandable. After all, Luo Yanran's master is one of the sect's rare fourth-tier alchemists. How could he possibly favor someone as unseasoned as a mere errand boy? This matter has not been permitted by my master, but rest assured, I have mentioned your case to one of my uncles, and he holds a keen interest in you. Luo Yanran said somewhat awkwardly. His temperament is a bit peculiar. Shinju and Chen Chen remained silent, with Shinju closing his eyes as he stroked his beard, while Chen Chen bowed his head, lost in thought. Thank you, Senior Sister Luo. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully. Luo Yanran had already done more than enough. However, given your current level, you need not worry about the path of alchemy. Should you ever have a request in the future, I will certainly assist you. Observing Li Chengdan's expression of complete understanding, Luo Yanran immediately regained her composure, confidently assuring him. All right, you may return to your tasks. Shinju waved his hand, signaling that Li Chengdan could depart. Master, Senior Shun. Senior Sister Luo, take care. Li Chengdan bowed to the three before turning to leave the alchemy hall. Finding such a capable errand boy will be quite challenging from now on, Chen Chen remarked, watching Li Chengdan's retreating figure with a tone of regret. This lad has unexpectedly caught the attention of that esteemed individual. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. Shinju sighed. Though my uncle is somewhat unruly, he possesses a good heart, Luo Yanran whispered from the side. A good heart? Upon hearing these words, both Chen Chen and Shinju felt a chill run down their spines. That old fellow, known as the Poison Demon, had never before been praised in such a manner. At the Alchemy Peak, during the alchemist assessment, Junior brother, you have just joined the Alchemy Peak and have yet to report in. Yet you wish to participate in the alchemist assessment? The disciple responsible for the alchemist assessment regarded Li Chengdan's identity token with a puzzled expression. Due to the sect's external conflicts, it had been nearly half a year since the last alchemist assessment, resulting in an unusually high number of participants today. However, it was surprising to see someone who had just reached the 6th level of Qi refining attempting to take part in the assessment. Becoming a 6th level Qi practitioner may indeed allow one to aspire to the title of alchemist. However, the journey to becoming an alchemist must commence as an apprentice, typically requiring at least a year of dedicated study before any advancement can be anticipated. Some prodigies in the alchemical arts may require less time. Yet it is utterly implausible for one at the 6th level of Qi to directly attain the status of alchemist. Brother, is that not possible? As Li Chengdan spoke, he prepared to present the letter of introduction provided by Shinju. What is amiss? At that moment, an elder from the Alchemy peak approached. Third elder. This junior has just ascended to the 6th level and has yet to report to the Alchemy peak, yet he dares to participate in the alchemist assessment. The disciple responsible for the registration explained Li Chengdan's circumstances. Arrogant. A 6th level Qi practitioner can at most be an alchemist apprentice, yet he dares to cause a disturbance. Amusingly, this junior, though not young, exhibits remarkable audacity. The third elder, known for his stringent nature, seemed to indicate that this youth was in for a rough time. Soon, onlookers became captivated, engaging in animated discussions. It is unprecedented for a 6th level Qi practitioner to participate in the alchemist assessment. Even those hailing from alchemist families seldom attempt such a feat at this level. Clearly, Li Chengdan was merely here to stir trouble. Alas, he had encountered the most formidable third elder, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for wrongdoing and was likely to teach Li Chengdan a lesson. Do you truly intend to partake in the alchemist assessment? The third elder's brow furrowed at the inquiry, his ire evident. The alchemist assessment is one of the most significant events at the Alchemy peak, and for years, no one had dared to disrupt it. Yet today, unexpectedly, this insolent youth had appeared. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer, he would surely face repercussions at the Alchemy peak in the future. It is done. Elder Zhang is incensed. As the third elder spoke, the crowd began to revel in secret amusement. Under the expectant gazes of the assembly, Li Chengdan retrieved Shinju's letter and presented it to the third elder. Elder, this is a letter from the resident alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. Upon hearing this, the third elder's expression shifted, and he reached for the envelope. You hail from the Alchemy Hall. Indeed, Li Chengdan affirmed, with a letter from the resident alchemist. Could it be that he is? The third elder quickly formed a judgment in his mind and opened the letter. This individual possesses alchemist-level capabilities. I hope the assessment committee will extend their leniency. Chen Chen, Li Chengdan, born of the spirit chef lineage, is already an alchemist. Lo Yanran, do not bully my junior alchemist, or I shall unleash my wrath. The letter contained only 3 sentences, penned by 3 individuals familiar to the third elder. Each sentence bore a trace of spiritual energy as a safeguard against forgery, enabling swift verification of authenticity. After perusing the letter, the third elder was left in a state of astonishment. He had certainly heard of Li Chengdan and had even inquired about him alongside the other elders, specifically seeking out Yun Yi and Zhuge Haitian. Yun Yi had said little, but Zhuge Haitian had shared numerous insights about Li Chengdan, noting his remarkable mastery of fire control techniques, which suggested he had already attained the level of an alchemist apprentice. Now, correlating this information with the contents of the letter, he was left with no doubt that the rumors were indeed true. Very well, please submit the registration fee and prepare for the assessment. Regaining his composure, the third elder gestured for the disciple in charge of registration to facilitate Li Chengdan's assessment procedures. Is that it? Observing the third elder's demeanor, the crowd stood in stunned silence. A letter from the resident alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. A figure stroked his chin, seemingly struck by a revelation. Oh, is that not Brother Chengdan? It appears that the rumors circulating within the Alchemy Hall are indeed true. He has actually advanced to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and has thus become an alchemist. Even some disciples who have long frequented the Alchemy peak recognized Li Chengdan's identity, finding no surprise in his presence at the assessment. Do you know that junior brother? Upon noticing that Li Chengdan was recognized, a curious voice inquired. Of course, this junior brother is quite remarkable. Soon, the name of Li Chengdan began to circulate among the crowd, and many came to the realization that this was the same Li Chengdan who had gained notoriety at Alchemy Peak just months prior. No wonder he dared to participate in the alchemist assessment while still at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Li Chengdan, however, paid little heed to the external gossip. Under the guidance of a disciple responsible for registrations, he submitted a fee of 3 low-grade spirit stones, received a list of materials and a recipe, and followed another individual into the assessment venue. The alchemist assessment is notoriously rigorous. One is randomly assigned a material and a recipe, and a success rate of over 30% in producing a pill is required to pass. Luck plays a significant role in this evaluation. If one draws a nourishing chi pill, passing is almost guaranteed. However, should one draw an obscure or unfamiliar first-tier pill, failure is almost certain. Spirit Gathering Pill? Li Chengdan opened the recipe, his expression turning to one of astonishment. The Spirit Gathering Pill is the most challenging first-tier pill to refine, even more so than the Foundation Pill, and it is not uncommon for even late-stage first-tier alchemists to experience a failed refinement. As he surveyed the recipe before him, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. He had never attempted to refine the Spirit Gathering Pill, nor had he participated in its production. Among first-tier pills, the Spirit Gathering Pill is significantly more formidable than the Nourishing Chi Pill. Only late-stage first-tier alchemists are typically capable of refining it with confidence. Junior brother, do you require assistance with the fire? For just one low-grade spirit stone, I can help. I am a first-tier alchemist. An individual approached Li Chengdan, eagerly inquiring. In the alchemist assessment, one may either manage the fire independently or solicit assistance. This assessment is of paramount importance for alchemists. Enlisting a fellow alchemist to manage the fire would naturally enhance the success rate. With a wry smile, Li Chengdan shook his head and waved the recipe in his hand. Thank you, senior brother, but I do not require assistance. Spirit Gathering Pill? The approaching alchemist glanced at the recipe in Li Chengdan's hand, shaking his head in disbelief. I never anticipated that the unfortunate soul for this assessment would be you. Junior brother, my condolences. To intensify the difficulty of the assessment, each session includes the introduction of challenging recipes. The Spirit Gathering Pill is one such example. It is exceedingly difficult to produce, and each assessment features only a single copy, designating one unfortunate participant. The process of alchemy often hinges on luck. Those who lack fortune may find their status as an alchemist to be fleeting, marking this as merely another assessment. With that, the alchemist promptly sought out others, unwilling to squander time with Li Chengdan. Soon, news of Li Chengdan drawing the Spirit Gathering Pill spread throughout the assessment venue, and he once again became the center of attention. Is this lad truly so unfortunate? Zhang Cheng was taken aback upon hearing the news. Could it be that this misfortune will reflect poorly on me? Of those three names in the letter, the one I fear most is Luo Yanran, the direct disciple of a fourth-tier alchemist. According to the customs of incense and affection, Zhang Cheng must address Luo Yanran as Master Ant. However, now that Li Chengdan has unexpectedly drawn the Spirit Gathering Pill, he finds himself in a predicament. Yet, why does this young man appear so unperturbed? Observing Li Chengdan, Zhang Cheng notices that he is currently occupied with transporting spiritual wood, preparing for the alchemical process. He has not sought assistance in managing the fire. Could it be that he intends to handle the flames himself? It is not uncommon for alchemists to tend to the fire during the refining process, but only those who have attained the rank of second-tier alchemist typically choose to do so, as they possess ample experience and the medicinal pills they concoct are of higher grade. Having an outsider manage the flames would only hinder the success rate of the pill. As the assessment commenced, the command to ignite the flames for alchemy rang out, with a time limit of 3 hours. With a decisive gesture, Li Chengdan activated the Great Fire Summoning Technique, igniting the furnace and embarking on his alchemical endeavor. At this moment, all participants were engrossed in their own processes, paying little heed to Li Chengdan. Once the furnace reached the appropriate temperature, Li Chengdan meticulously added the medicinal ingredients according to the formula, commencing the refinement. Throughout the entire procedure, he encountered no issues. Even though it was his inaugural attempt at creating the Spirit Gathering Pill, he maintained an air of ease. Remarkably, he even found the leisure to observe the progress of his fellow alchemists while simultaneously managing the flames. Could it be that this young man is contemplating withdrawal? Zhang Cheng sighed as he watched Li Chengdan, who was glancing around with apparent distraction. After all, he was attempting to refine the Spirit Gathering Pill, the most challenging of the assessment's offerings. It would not be surprising if he chose to forfeit. Just then, Zhang Cheng noticed Li Chengdan suddenly rise and move to the opposite side of the alchemical furnace. What could he be doing? As Zhang Cheng scrutinized Li Chengdan's actions, a frown creased his brow, filled with curiosity. Distraction is the gravest of sins in alchemy, as is the act of shifting one's position. For such movements can disrupt the rhythm of the refinement process and adversely affect the yield of the pill. Boom! Just as Zhang Cheng was still astonished, the alchemical furnace behind Li Chengdan erupted with a resounding explosion. It is not uncommon for an alchemical furnace to explode during assessments. After all, the participants possess varying degrees of skill, and many, due to poor luck, may draw pills they are ill-equipped to refine, leading to inevitable mistakes. Should an error occur, even with assistance in managing the flames, an explosion is a distinct possibility. Could it be that this young man discerned an impending explosion and thus altered his position? Zhang Cheng stared in astonishment at Li Chengdan, who, having relocated, was spared from the blast. However, the others were not so fortunate. Several individuals nearby were caught in the explosion, sustaining injuries, while the medicinal ingredients within their furnaces were instantly ruined, resulting in immediate failure of their assessments. Each participant in the alchemist assessment is granted only one opportunity. Should they fail, they must await 3 months before they may attempt the assessment again. Quickly, extinguish the flames and escort the injured disciples to the medical hall. Zhang Cheng had no time to concern himself with Li Chengdan, as he swiftly moved to address the aftermath of the explosion. The disciples from the Alchemy Peak were quite familiar with such occurrences and promptly began to respond. They bandaged the wounded, transported them to the medical hall, extinguished the flames, and cleared the alchemical furnaces, efficiently wrapping up the situation. Upon Zhang Cheng's return, the examination hall regained its tranquility, and all resumed their alchemical pursuits. At that moment, Li Chengdan stood up, raising his hand to signal. The requirements for the alchemy assessment dictate that upon successfully refining a pill, one must raise a hand to signal. And only when the examiner arrives may the alchemical furnace be unveiled to retrieve the elixir. A moment of disbelief washed over Zhang Cheng as he gazed incredulously at Li Chengdan, then exchanged glances with the other elders before approaching Li Chengdan. You have successfully refined a pill? Zhang Cheng inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. The elixir in question was the spirit-gathering pill, a feat that even Zhang Cheng would likely struggle to achieve without a significant chance of failure. Indeed, Li Chengdan affirmed with a nod. Open the furnace. Zhang Cheng regarded Li Chengdan with a scrutinizing gaze. Boom. Li Chengdan swiftly unveiled the furnace, and a rich aroma of elixir wafted forth, enveloping Zhang Cheng and the other elders. The spirit-gathering pill? An elder exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The mere scent of the elixir was enough for these seasoned alchemists to identify the nature of the pill. Over the years, many had attempted to create the spirit-gathering pill, yet it was unprecedented for someone at the 6th layer of qi refinement to succeed. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Li Chengdan reached into the furnace and extracted 4 pills. The quality of these pills was subpar. Only 3 barely met the standards of first-tier elixirs, while one could only be considered a half-finished product, dark in hue, yet still exuding a hint of fragrant essence. 3.5. Zhang Cheng remarked, inspecting the pills. They still radiated warmth, confirming their recent creation. The lingering aroma from the furnace was indistinguishable from that of the pills in his hand, eliminating any suspicion of deceit. Having said this, Zhang Cheng passed the pills to the other elders. After a thorough examination, their astonishment was palpable as they nodded to Zhang Cheng. Indeed, these are spirit-gathering pills, with a success rate of 3.5. Is this your first attempt at refining the spirit-gathering pill? Zhang Cheng inquired, his gaze fixed on Li Chengdan. The spirit-gathering pill is notoriously the most challenging of all first-tier elixirs to create. Even seasoned first-tier alchemists often face multiple failures before achieving success. Given that Li Chengdan was merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement and had personally managed the fire during the process, a single successful attempt would be nothing short of remarkable. I had previously recorded the steps taken by Master Shen when he refined pills, which enabled me to replicate his methods and, by a stroke of luck, succeed this time, Li Chengdan explained after a moment of contemplation. He was acutely aware that his actions today were astonishing, yet he managed to provide a rationale for it. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you were able to succeed within half an hour, Zhang Cheng mused. Shinju, a 2nd-tier alchemist, was well regarded for his skills among the outer disciples. If Li Chengdan could indeed replicate Shinju's techniques, it would not be entirely surprising. So, you are Li Chengdan? The treasure hidden by Shinju and the others? It seems you possess some merit. The other elders, upon hearing Shinju's name and observing Li Chengdan's prowess, quickly grasped his true identity. Rumors had circulated about a remarkably skilled fire attendant concealed within the alchemy hall, whose presence could elevate the alchemical abilities and success rates of alchemists. The Alchemy Peak had gone to great lengths to investigate this, only to be thwarted by Shinju and Luo Yinran's efforts. Whether the rumors held any truth remained uncertain. What was known was that during a confrontation, Luo Yinran not only fulfilled the sect's mission but also sold numerous elixirs, amassing a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Subsequently, the name of Li Chengdan was duly noted by the elders of the Alchemy Peak. Very well, you have passed the assessment. Congratulations on becoming an alchemist. What are your plans now, Li Chengdan? Would you like to join the alchemy workshop? I can arrange a leisurely position for you. Zhang Cheng exchanged glances with the other elders before turning to Li Chengdan to inquire. Chapter 39. The death of Zhou Feng. Listening to Zhang Cheng's words, the other elders also regarded Li Chengdan with expectant gazes. The ability to concoct a spirit-gathering pill at the 6th level of qi refinement indicated that Li Chengdan possessed considerable talent, deserving of cultivation. Such an individual would thrive in the alchemy workshop, where he could be nurtured and have access to countless medicinal pills to enhance his strength. Thank you for your support, Elder. However, I have made an appointment with senior brother Uni and intend to work alongside him. Li Chengdan resolutely shook his head. Uni? Upon hearing this name, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Few were aware of Uni's identity in the outer sect, yet as elders, they were acutely aware. The matters concerning Uni were beyond their purview, and should he attract the attention of the inner sect, it would spell trouble. Li Chengdan, Uni's status is unique. You must tread carefully, Zhang Qing advised with caution. Rest assured, Elder, I am merely accompanying senior brother Uni in alchemy. I have no intentions of acting recklessly. Li Chengdan understood the elder's warning and promptly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Sigh, do as you wish, Zhang Qing sighed, shaking his head, indicating that Li Chengdan could proceed with the necessary formalities. Soon, Li Chengdan received a new identity token, inscribed with his name and adorned with the pattern of a pill, signifying his recognition as a first-tier alchemist by the sect. Holding the new identity token, Li Chengdan made his way to the reception at Alchemy Peak and submitted his identity token. To the astonishment of the disciples receiving him, Li Chengdan chose not to join the alchemy workshop. Junior brother, since you did not join the alchemy workshop, you must submit 15 bottles of qi-nourishing pills or other first-tier pills by the end of each month. Otherwise, the sect will impose severe penalties. If you fail to submit for 3 months, the law enforcement hall will come looking for you. The disciple at the reception reminded Li Chengdan before recording his name in the column for free agents. From that moment on, Li Chengdan officially became a disciple of Alchemy Peak. I must seek out my master. Looking at the token in his hand, Li Chengdan was filled with excitement. After becoming an alchemist, the first person he wished to share his joy with was Zhou Fang, the culinary spirit who had taught him the art of cooking. In Wangxian City, at the Xinju restaurant, Li Chengdan skillfully entered the kitchen. To his surprise, the kitchen, which should have been bustling with activity, was now enveloped in a dismal atmosphere. All the chefs and assistants seemed to be wandering aimlessly, their spirits drained. Upon seeing Li Chengdan, they averted their gazes, unwilling to engage with him. What is the matter with you all? Where is my master Zhou Fang? Li Chengdan glanced around the kitchen, noticing the absence of a familiar figure from the yellow bamboo chair. A sense of foreboding began to rise within him. One person stepped forward, glancing at the others, wanting to say something, but under the warning gazes of the crowd, he closed his mouth, turning away in silent resentment. Over the years, Li Chengdan has become quite a regular in the kitchen, developing a strong rapport with the staff of the Xinju restaurant. However, it appears that they now harbor a profound fear of him. You are afraid, but I am not. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, rushing to Li Chengdan and exclaiming, Zhou Fengling has died. What? Li Chengdan's expression darkened as he grasped the young man's shoulder. What happened? Explain yourself. Yesterday, an outer disciple from the Shangqing sect insisted on having Zhou Fengling prepare the meal. After dining, he complained that the food was overpriced, leading to a heated argument. And then he resorted to violence. The assailant possessed the strength of the 8th layer of qi refinement. While Zhou Fengling was merely at the 5th layer, he stood no chance and was killed. The young man said, his voice filled with fury. The lives of lower-tier cultivators are already fraught with challenges, and being associated with Zhou Fang's prestigious name allowed them to thrive at the Xinju restaurant. However, with Zhou Fang's demise, it seems the establishment may soon meet a similar fate. Who is it? Li Chengdan's rage ignited as he clenched his fists. The assailant is Wu Yun, son of Wu Qishan, a 12th-layer foundation establishment cultivator and one of the 9 elders. An elderly kitchen assistant glanced at Li Chengdan, cautioning him. Do not be foolish. That is not someone we can provoke. Wu Yun, Wu Qishan. Li Chengdan's expression turned icy as he clutched his identity token, tears streaming down his face. He had come here today to showcase his accomplishments to Zhou Fang, hoping to bring joy to the stubborn old man. Yet, he never anticipated that he would receive news of his death instead. The 9 elders are the most formidable figures in the inner sect, standing just a step away from the golden core stage, an existence not to be trifled with in the Shangqing sect. What about you? Where is Zhou Yuer? Li Chengdan suddenly thought of Zhou Yuer, the only precious descendant left to Zhou Fang after the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law. With Zhou Fang gone, what would become of the 5 or 6-year-old child? Little Yu has gone missing, someone spoke up. What? Upon hearing this, Li Chengdan's countenance darkened. Did that Wu Yun have a hand in it? No, when we returned Zhou Fang's body yesterday, we could not find little Yu. The schoolmaster also mentioned that she did not attend class yesterday. The elderly assistant shook his head. Although Zhou Fang had a notoriously bad temper, he was generally a decent person and held a respectable position in the Xinju restaurant's kitchen. Thus, upon discovering Zhou Yuer's disappearance while returning Zhou Fang's body, they searched high and low for her, but yielded no results. This cannot be. The master has only Yuer as his granddaughter. He cannot suffer any misfortune. Li Chengdan glared at the others, gritting his teeth. He immediately turned to search for Zhou Yuer. Li Chengdan, have you become a Dan master? Just as Li Chengdan was about to leave, the old assistant grasped his arm, his gaze fixed on the token at Li Chengdan's waist. Upon seeing the emblem denoting him as a Dan master, the assistant's face filled with astonishment. Zhou Fang hoped for you to become a Dan master. So do not act recklessly. You cannot afford to offend Wu Yun. Do not act foolishly. I understand. I must find Yuer. Li Chengdan nodded emphatically. Wu Yun's strength at the 8th layer of Qi refinement far surpassed his own 6th layer, making him no match for the assailant. Even if he were to kill Wu Yun, there remained Wu Qishan, a formidable expert at the 12th layer of Foundation Establishment, one of the 9 ascendants, capable of crushing him with a mere hand. Li Chengdan was not foolish. He sought vengeance for Zhou Fang, and with the system at his disposal. A single Wu Yun did not instill fear in him. Having concluded his thoughts, Li Chengdan departed from the Xianju Tavern, merging into the throngs of people, in search of Zhou Yuer's figure. Ding! Warning! The original host's obsession has manifested. The system has shielded the host from the detrimental effects of this obsession. System notification: the host's current state has changed to enhanced obsession. Under this condition, the host receives a special boon, 50 success rate for revenge. Current fortune has been forcibly altered to auspicious. As long as the revenge plan is executed, all endeavors will proceed smoothly. Zhou Fang, as the most crucial guide on the original host's path to immortality, has met an untimely demise. The remnant soul of the original host has developed an obsession that requires the death of the malevolent Wu Yun to be dispelled. As soon as Li Chengdan exited the kitchen of the Xianju Tavern, the system's voice echoed within his mind. Ding! System notification: the system can only suppress the negative effects of obsession for 3 months. If the obsession is not eradicated, it will not only affect the success rate of experience extraction, but over time, it may lead the host to madness, resulting in the complete waste of cultivation. Should the host successfully eliminate the original host's obsession, enlightenment will be attained. Enlightenment: 50 increase in experience extraction success rate, 50 increase in alchemy success rate. Gazing at the system panel, Li Chengdan's expression turned icy. Wu Yun, fate will not spare you. You shall perish. A cold smirk appeared on his face as he scrutinized the system panel. Navigating through the crowd, Li Chengdan first arrived at Zhou Fang's residence. Yet Zhou Yuer was nowhere to be found. He then proceeded to the academy where Zhou Yuer studied, but the teacher could offer no useful information. Driven by desperation, Li Chengdan frantically searched for Zhou Yuer, but in the vast city of Wangxian, teeming with millions, locating a single child proved exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, he refused to yield, continuing his search for over half a month. Senior brother Chengdan, I have heard about the matter concerning Zhou Fang's spirit chef. One day, Yun Yi found Li Chengdan, relieved to see him, though he appeared despondent. Senior brother Yun Yi, I must kill Wu Yun. Do you have a plan? Li Chengdan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he regarded Yun Yi. Yun Yi shook his head. The 9 ascendants are not to be trifled with. My status complicates matters. He wished to assist Li Chengdan, but his own position was precarious. Should he act, there were those who would not spare him. However, there is news regarding the granddaughter of Zhou Fang, the spirit chef. Yun Yi sighed before continuing. Chapter 40. Seeking the alchemical formula? Where is it? Li Chengdan was taken aback by the revelation and immediately grasped Yun Yi's arm, pressing for details. The old spirit chef had only one granddaughter, and now that he had passed, her whereabouts were unknown. Naturally, Li Chengdan would not allow her to be left to fend for herself. With his current strength and capabilities, caring for a young girl should pose no difficulty. For the past month, Master Chun, Master Shun, and Sister Luo had been tirelessly working for your sake. Sister Luo even sought her master's intervention to locate Wu Qishan and Wu Yun. The disappearance of the spirit chef's granddaughter was indeed unrelated to them. Through his network of intelligence, Master Shun had finally uncovered a lead after days of effort. She had been taken away by her grandmother. Her grandmother? Upon hearing those words, Li Chengdan's expression changed abruptly. Something was amiss. His master's daughter-in-law had no family. Li Chengdan was quite familiar with the Zhou family. Zhou Fang's son possessed mediocre talent in cultivation and had been living in Wangxian City hunting monsters. His wife hailed from another immortal city, and he had never heard of her having any relatives. Master Shun concurred, and Yuni nodded in agreement. Master Shin speculated that the individual who had abducted Zhou Yuer was likely a professional human trafficker, employing highly skilled methods, as they had led Zhou Yuer into a tavern and then mysteriously vanished. Shin also entertained another theory. Perhaps Zhou Yuer had encountered a fortuitous event and caught the eye of a great personage, leading her to another location. However, based on the current circumstances, it seemed that Zhou Yuer was safe. Thanking Master Shin for their assistance, Li Chengdan nodded. Uni, senior brother. Please take me to the source of this information. Certainly, Uni replied, swiftly guiding Li Chengdan to Zhou Fang's residence. The information provider was an elderly neighbor of Zhou Fang, a cultivator at the 4th stage of qi refinement, residing directly across from the Zhou household. Li Chengdan had previously missed him in his urgent search for Zhou Yuer. The old cultivator was adamant that it was Zhou Yuer's grandmother who had taken her, as the old woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Yuer's mother, making it impossible for her to be mistaken. Subsequently, Uni accompanied Li Chengdan to the tavern where the two had disappeared. According to the tavern owner and staff, the old woman accompanied by Zhou Yuer had vanished in an instant, as if employing some arcane means. Li Chengdan inquired further about the details and confirmed it was indeed Zhou Yuer, resigning himself to the situation. It appeared that Zhou Yuer had been deliberately taken away. Although the identity of her captors remained unknown, it was evident that Zhou Yuer had gone willingly. This was perhaps for the best, as she was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Zhou Fang. Chengdan, there is one more matter I must discuss with you, Uni said, observing the complexity of Li Chengdan's expression as he relaxed. This matter involves senior sister Luo, who has intervened on your behalf. She hopes you refrain from seeking revenge. Wu Yun will compensate you with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and invite you to dinner in half a month as a gesture of reconciliation. With this, Uni cast a somewhat apologetic glance at Li Chengdan. This turn of events could be considered fortunate for Li Chengdan, should he clash with Wu Yun or seek vengeance. The outcome would not bode well for him. Even though Li Chengdan had become an alchemist with considerable talent, Wu Yun was backed by one of the 9 ascendants. Wu Qishan. Very well, I agree. Li Chengdan nodded, relieved, as he had been troubled by the inability to locate Wu Yun. The opportunity had presented itself fortuitously. Please, do not seek revenge. If you involve senior sister Luo and her master, no one will be able to save you. Uni cautioned again, noticing the flicker of murderous intent in Li Chengdan's gaze. Rest assured, senior brother Uni, I am well aware of my boundaries. I am immensely grateful to senior sister Luo, her master, and Master Shun for their assistance. I will not make their situation difficult. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude, casting a grateful glance at Uni. He had not anticipated that Luo Yanran and the others would go to such lengths for him. Had they not intervened, he might still be blindly searching for Zhou Yuer. When he met Wu Yun this time, he would refrain from acting rashly, instead opting to become familiar with him for future endeavors. Senior brother Uni, I must pay my respects to my master. I will seek you again tomorrow. Li Chengdan gazed at Yun Yi and then spoke. We have just rented a small courtyard in Wangxian City. Come visit us. Yun Yi provided Li Chengdan with an address before departing. Li Chengdan noted the address and proceeded towards Zhou Fang's tomb. The grave was situated outside Wangxian City and consisted of a modest mound of earth with a tombstone inscribed with Zhou Fang's name. As he stared at the gravestone, Li Chengdan was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt down. He remained silent, not daring to utter a word. He could not locate Zhou Yuer, and with Wu Yun's formidable background, he felt compelled to bide his time, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. After kneeling by Zhou Fang's grave throughout the night, Li Chengdan finally stood up to leave. Young man, are you a Dan master? I see the fire of vengeance in your eyes. Do you seek revenge, or perhaps a formula for a pill? A languid voice called out from the roadside just as Li Chengdan was about to depart the cemetery. Turning towards the voice, he noticed a beggar reclining beside the path, dressed in tattered clothing, covered in filth, with disheveled hair obscuring his features, rendering his visage indistinct. Upon glancing at the beggar, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. He could not discern the beggar's strength. Senior, may I ask who you are? Li Chengdan inquired respectfully, curiosity piquing his interest. Do you seek a pill formula? The beggar continued to question. What kind of pill formula? Li Chengdan retorted, puzzled. The beggar sat up, brushed aside the hair obstructing his vision, and grinned mischievously. A formula for a lethal pill. Pills are meant to assist in cultivation, not to kill. As a Dan master, Li Chengdan understood that pills could aid in cultivation, heal injuries, and restore spiritual energy, but he had never heard of pills intended for murder. What you refer to are ordinary pills. I possess extraordinary ones. A first-grade poison pill, the flesh-corroding pill. 3 hours after consumption, bones and flesh dissolve into water, leaving even the storage bag corroded clean, with not a trace remaining. The old beggar beamed at Li Chengdan, revealing a dazzling smile filled with golden teeth. A poison pill? Are you a poison master? Li Chengdan exclaimed in astonishment. There exist various classifications of Dan masters. Those who concoct regular pills are mainstream Dan masters within the cultivation realm. However, there are also outliers known as poison masters, who create poison pills with ruthless methods, capable of killing without a trace. You seek vengeance. Yet your enemy is exceedingly powerful. A poison pill would be most effective, ensuring your safe escape. The beggar did not answer Li Chengdan directly, but continued to speak cheerfully. What is the price? Li Chengdan asked the beggar outright. 100 low-grade spiritual stones. This includes the pill formula, 3 portions of the required herbs, and a formula along with the herbs for the antidote. You can pursue your revenge without fear of implicating others. The beggar seemed well informed about Li Chengdan's situation, producing 4 portions of herbs and 2 pill formulas without hesitation. The person I intend to kill is backed by one of the 9 elders. Do you not fear being implicated? Li Chengdan regarded the beggar, unsure of his true intentions. It felt as though the beggar knew everything, deliberately guiding him towards vengeance. However, you are merely a child at the 12th level of Foundation establishment. I am not concerned, the beggar sneered, gesturing towards the formulas and herbs. The choice is yours. It depends on your willingness to try. I will purchase it, but I must ask, who exactly are you, and why do you wish to assist me? Li Chengdan made his decision. In half a month, he would meet Wu Yun for a meal, presenting a prime opportunity for action. However, the fortuitousness of it all compelled Li Chengdan to remain vigilant. Who am I? You will come to know me in due time. As for assisting you, you are overthinking. For I am aiding the Qingzong. The beggar shook his head. Then I thank you. Without further ado, Li Chengdan produced 100 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the beggar. The beggar accepted the stones and turned to leave. As Li Chengdan watched the beggar depart, he swiftly picked up the alchemical formula and herbs from the ground, glanced around, and promptly exited. Once Li Chengdan had distanced himself, the beggar reappeared, sighing. I hope this lad finds success. Otherwise, I will have yet another troublesome matter upon my return to Qingzong. With that, the beggar turned and hummed a little tune as he left. Upon entering Wangxian City, Li Chengdan arrived at the small courtyard where Yun Yi resided. In the courtyard, alongside Yun Yi, were Li, Hua Su, Hu Kuei, and Yao Shanmen, all members of the Alchemist Alliance. Chengdan, you have arrived. Yun Yi exclaimed joyfully as he welcomed Li Chengdan. Chengdan, Li and the others approached, their faces alight with happiness as they regarded Li Chengdan. They were already aware of the events surrounding him and were quite concerned for his well-being. Over the past year, they had discerned that Li Chengdan was someone who valued emotions deeply. Yun Yi, what is your plan? With a means for vengeance now at hand. Li Chengdan's demeanor had gradually softened, and he found himself increasingly curious about Yun Yi's intentions. It was surprising that Yun Yi had rented a small courtyard in Wangxian City and gathered all the members of the Alchemist Alliance, clearly indicating he had a scheme in mind. We shall reside in this small courtyard, practicing alchemy together. All the elixirs we concoct will be sold through Li's family. Should we require anything, we need only inform Li. Yun Yi outlined his plan. Elixirs were indispensable for cultivation. As alchemists or alchemical apprentices, they would work diligently together, sharing all costs, thus fulfilling sect duties, generating income through elixirs, and having ample time for cultivation. Splendid idea. Li Chengdan nodded in agreement upon hearing Yun Yi's proposal. Once he reached the 9th level of qi refinement, he would be able to absorb spirit stones to enhance his strength. It was prudent to amass a sufficient quantity of spirit stones before entering the inner sect. I have procured all the formulas for first-tier elixirs, save for the spirit gathering pill. The spirit gathering pill is exceedingly difficult to concoct, and its auxiliary effects are unparalleled among first-tier elixirs, even with connections. It requires thousands of contribution points. Yun Yi expressed his disappointment. He was not in haste to elevate his strength, instead preparing to advance his alchemist level to the latter stages of the first tier, ensuring a swift establishment of his position upon entering the inner sect. However, there was a slight flaw in the plan, the absence of the formula for the spirit gathering pill. Among the 37 auxiliary elixirs for cultivation, the vitality nourishing pill was the most common, the foundation solidifying pill the most practical, and the essence augmentation pill the quickest acting. Yet, the spirit gathering pill stood unrivaled among first-tier elixirs, its efficacy comparable to that of second-tier elixirs. Moreover, the pricing is exorbitant. A bottle of vitality elixir costs merely 10 inferior spirit stones, while a bottle of spirit gathering pills is priced at 30 inferior spirit stones, containing only 5 pills in total. Furthermore, despite its value, it is exceedingly challenging to procure. As for the formula for the spirit gathering pills, I possess it. Li Chengdan revealed 3.5 spirit gathering pills to Yun Yi, casting a glance at him. Pardon? Junior brother Chengdan, where did you acquire these? Yun Yi gazed at Li Chengdan in astonishment. Even with Yun Yi's extensive network, he could not obtain the formula for spirit gathering pills. Yet Li Chengdan not only possessed the formula, but also produced the pills. The alchemist assessment. Li Chengdan shrugged. The assessment carries an unspoken reward, the opportunity to obtain a formula. Of course, this is contingent upon one's misfortune. As Li Chengdan happened to draw the sole formula for spirit gathering pills. So, you concocted these spirit gathering pills? Li glanced at the pills in Li Chengdan's hand. Her expression one of shock. The quality of these spirit-gathering pills is quite poor, clearly indicative of an amateur's handiwork. Reflecting on Li Chengdan's words, Li quickly grasped what transpired. In other words, junior brother Chengdan, you were unfortunate enough to draw the spirit-gathering pill and managed to refine it? Yao Shanmen looked at Li Chengdan in horror. The greatest fear during the alchemist assessment is to draw a pill one has never refined before. Drawing the spirit-gathering pill essentially seals one's fate in failure. Li and Yao Shanmen succeeded in their assessments largely due to Yuan's connections. Having refined the vitality elixir, had they drawn any other pills, they would most likely have failed the assessment. Indeed, Li Chengdan nodded. It seems I underestimated the situation. I presumed that junior brother Chengdan would effortlessly pass the assessment, yet your luck is astonishingly fortuitous. Yuan cast a guilty glance at Li Chengdan. Upon witnessing Li Chengdan's remarkable success rate of 80% on his first pill refinement, yielding all medium-quality pills, he had not intended to make any arrangements for him. However, he never anticipated Li Chengdan's extraordinary fortune in encountering the singular spirit-gathering pill during the assessment. Nevertheless, we now possess the formula for the spirit-gathering pills. Do we not? Li Chengdan appeared unfazed. The formula is indeed a highly valuable asset. True, had it not been for junior brother Chengdan, it is improbable that anyone else could have acquired it. Yuni nodded. Obtaining a formula from the alchemist assessment is no simple feat. If one attempts to memorize the formula without refining the pills, they risk being expelled from the examination grounds by the supervising elders. Even attempting to memorize while refining may lead to errors. The sole method to secure the correct formula is to successfully refine the pills according to the formula. Now that we have gathered all the formulas, let us commence our plan. Yuan immediately turned to the others. The residence rented by Yuan is quite spacious. A luxurious dwelling with 3 entrances and exits. He meticulously divided the space into living quarters and a refining area. The living quarters were already equipped with various necessities, eliminating the need for shopping. The refining area contains 4 alchemical furnaces and an array of herbs, with fresh supplies delivered daily. With Li Chengdan now a qualified alchemist, he no longer needs to tend to the flames. That responsibility has been entrusted to Hu Kuei and Guisu. The 2 individuals lacked the innate talent for alchemy and had essentially reached the pinnacle of their potential as apprentice alchemists, making them well-suited to manage the flames. Li Chengdan, who did not require anyone else to tend the flames during his alchemical processes, had engaged a practitioner from the Wanbao Pavilion for this task. He meticulously documented the recipe for the gathering qi pill, along with the crucial points to consider during its preparation, and then commenced the alchemical process. The first concoction they aimed to create was the gathering qi pill, known for its simplicity and being the primary submission for sect tasks. This marked Li Chengdan's 3rd attempt at alchemical creation, with the second being the gathering qi pill. However, this time, his success rate remained at 80%. With the quality of the pill improving, though it still remained a middle-grade product, just a step shy of the upper grade. The reason for the stagnation in his success rate was likely due to the influence of his obsession. Junior brother Chengdan, your alchemical prowess is astonishing, Yuan exclaimed, staring in awe at the gathering qi pill that Li Chengdan had produced. Middle-grade pills command a high market price, yielding substantial profits, yet their creation is exceedingly challenging. Typically, an ordinary alchemist might need to concoct a dozen batches to yield a single pill. Yuan had achieved a success rate of 70%, yet he had not succeeded in producing even one middle-grade pill to date. Regrettably, this pill could not be submitted to the sect, which left Li Chengdan feeling somewhat disheartened. The sect required him to submit 15 bottles of low-grade gathering qi pills each month. But his current level of alchemical skill made even the crafting of low-grade pills a daunting task. Fear not, we can exchange low-grade pills for yours, Yuan remarked with a gentle smile, reassuring Li Chengdan. Low-grade gathering qi pills were currently the primary product they could concoct, so this was not a concern for Li Chengdan. Nodding in agreement, he resumed his focus on alchemy. After several more attempts, Li Chengdan paused. Realizing that his progress had not improved, each attempt yielded the same results. It seemed that his obsession had a more profound impact on him than he had anticipated. Thus, he retreated to his room to examine the recipe for the poison pill he had purchased from a beggar. Junior brother Chengdan appears to be in a poor state, Li observed, her perceptive nature allowing her to notice his departure, and she quietly expressed her concerns to Yuan. He nodded, having noticed the same. Although Li Chengdan's success rate and the quality of his pills were commendable, there had been no variation in the results over several batches. I'll take junior brother Chengdan for a walk later. I hope he can clear his mind, Yuan sighed, expressing his helplessness. The recipe for the bone-corroding flesh pill indicated that just a small amount could transform flesh into water and bones into pulp within 3 hours. Li Chengdan's face lit up with satisfaction upon reading the description. 3 hours would be ample time. After a meal, Wu Yun would naturally not be with them, allowing him to simply follow Yun-Yi. With Yun-Yi as his witness, even if doubts arose, they wouldn't be directed at him. Li Chengdan began to study the recipe in his hands in detail. Unfortunately, the poison pill required a specialized alchemical furnace for its creation, otherwise, the toxicity would linger in the furnace, contaminating it. Li Chengdan frowned as he contemplated the recipe, sighing softly. It seems I will need to procure an alchemical furnace. Knock. Knock knock. Junior brother Chengdan, would you care to explore the black market in Wangxian City? As Li Chengdan immersed himself in the study of the poison pill recipe, Yun-Yi rapped on the door. Chapter 42. Rules of the Black Market. Upon hearing Yun-Yi's voice, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. Wangxian City, adjacent to the Confronting sect, harbors not only a marketplace in plain sight, but also a clandestine black market, where various goods are traded. This black market offers a comprehensive array of items, including techniques, elixirs, rare herbs, magical artifacts, and talismans, all at reasonable prices, making it immensely popular among the cultivators of both the Confronting sect and Wangxian City. Although disciples of the Confronting sect can purchase goods using contribution points within the sect, the prices are often exorbitant, rendering them unaffordable for the outer disciples. Consequently, the inexpensive black market becomes the preferred destination for these disciples. It was fortuitous that he could procure an alchemical furnace from the black market, alleviating his concerns about toxic elixirs contaminating his equipment. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Chengdan's eyes. Every alchemist possesses a unique furnace. Yet due to recent matters concerning the surrounding marketplace, he had yet to acquire one. The endeavor of concocting toxic elixirs for revenge was certainly not something he could disclose to Yun-Yi. Thus, purchasing a furnace from the black market seemed a prudent choice. Please wait a moment, senior brother. Li Chengdan promptly replied to Yun-Yi, then opened the door and stepped outside. Today the black market is open. Let us see if there is anything else you require. Yun-Yi exhaled in relief as he observed Li Chengdan stepping out, continuing, it is fortunate, for I am indeed in need of a dedicated alchemical furnace. Let us go take a look. Li Chengdan nodded, contemplating briefly before responding to Yun-Yi. Let us proceed. Yun-Yi promptly grasped Li Chengdan's hand as they made their way toward the black market. Situated in the northwest corner of Wangxian City, the so-called black market was, despite its name, brightly illuminated, resembling a vibrant night market. Vendors here included not only outer disciples of the Confronting sect, but occasionally even outer elders could be spotted. Junior brother, are you in search of an alchemical furnace? After a stroll around the black market, Yun-Yi inquired of Li Chengdan. Along the way, Li Chengdan had spotted several commendable alchemical furnaces that suited him well, yet Yun-Yi had whisked him away each time. Is there something you wish to convey, senior brother? Li Chengdan, curious about Yun-Yi's intentions, inquired. Yun-Yi nodded. This black market is laden with intricacies and operates under its own set of rules. If you see something you desire, you must purchase it immediately, otherwise, you may find yourself deceived. Li Chengdan nodded in understanding. The reason the black market bore its name was due to its lax management. While one could indeed find valuable items here, the risk of being swindled and losing everything was ever present. What then shall we do? Li Chengdan continued to ask. I shall impart a strategy to you. Firstly, avoid purchasing goods from merchants in the core area of the black market. Those who operate there typically possess connections or have been entrenched in the black market for years, making them seasoned traders. The advantage is that purchasing from them alleviates concerns over quality. However, the items they offer are often of merely functional quality. The downside is that they rarely possess truly exceptional goods. Secondly, refrain from buying from powerful sellers, as it is perilous. Moreover, they seldom part with their finest wares. And even if they do wish to sell, they have their own established channels for such transactions. Lastly, do not be tempted by merchants in the corners of the black market. While you might encounter some worthwhile items, most are merely testing the waters with their first ventures into selling. The true treasures are often concealed. As Yun-Yi continued to observe his surroundings, he quietly relayed this wisdom to Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan nodded in agreement, glancing around the black market, confirming that everything was indeed as Yun-Yi had described. The bustling sections of the black market are primarily occupied by professional merchants, who offer elixirs at surprisingly low prices, albeit with subpar quality. The more powerful sellers exhibit an overwhelming dominance, and the weaker cultivators dare not resist their coercive tactics. As for the periphery of the black market, it is needless to say, it is filled with worthless items, devoid of any treasures. Who should we buy from? Li Chengdan inquired. Actually, I have a method. Let us seek out those who are unfortunate, Yun-Yi replied, drawing closer to Li Chengdan. Find the unlucky ones. Li Chengdan paused, looking at Yun-Yi with confusion. Yun-Yi grinned with confidence. The unfortunate are plagued by poor fortune. They cannot retain wealth nor hold on to their luck. Li Chengdan nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this observation. If one's fortune wanes, even the greatest opportunities may slip away, rendering one merely a passerby's benefactor. Looking at Yun-Yi, Li Chengdan's eyes sparkled with realization. After all, Yun-Yi was the child of destiny, adept at seizing fortune. It seemed he had profited considerably from this insight. Junior brother, look, there's an unfortunate soul over there. Yun-Yi exclaimed, his gaze settling on a middle-aged man, battered and bruised, who was huddled by his stall. This man was covered in black mud, his body marred by burns. And the vendors around him wrinkled their noses in disdain, avoiding him. Just a glance was enough for Li Chengdan to recognize that this was the aftermath of a failed alchemical experiment, a sight he had seen many times during his time at the alchemy hall. On the stall, there lay a small alchemical furnace, only 30 centimeters tall, perfectly fitting Li Chengdan's needs. Let us go, Yun-Yi urged, pulling Li Chengdan toward the injured man. Hey, esteemed brothers, the middle-aged vendor exclaimed upon their approach, rising with a forced smile that revealed his burned face. What can I do for you, junior brother? This middle-aged vendor, named Li Chengdan, was a mid-tier cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement and a disciple of the alchemy peak. Brother, is this a furnace for alchemy? As Li Chengdan drew near, he caught a strong whiff of medicinal herbs, intoxicatingly potent. Junior brother, you have a keen eye? Alas, do not mention it. I've blown up 9 furnaces in a row, all thanks to this wretched contraption. The brother who sold it to me claimed it was meant for second-tier alchemists. It looked splendid, but turned out to be nothing but a facade. I had hoped to become an alchemist with this furnace. Li Chengdan kicked the furnace in frustration and then, noticing Yun-Yi's identity badge, eagerly turned to him. Esteemed brother, please, tell me what you need. I have everything necessary for alchemy. This mishap has made it clear to me that I lack the talent for alchemy. I should focus on my cultivation instead. Thus, I am selling all these alchemical supplies at a bargain. Li Chengdan's attention was solely on Yun-Yi, recognizing his strength and status as an alchemist. How fortuitous. I came to select some materials for my junior brother's alchemy. Yun-Yi signaled to Li Chengdan and continued, Oh, this junior brother is also a disciple of the alchemy peak? With a cordial demeanor, Li Chengdan swiftly shifted his attention to Li Chengdan. Yun-Yi's intentions were unmistakable. He had come to assist his junior brother in discerning valuable items, leaving the ultimate purchasing decision to Li Chengdan. At that moment, Li Chengdan had crouched down, examining the wares displayed by Li Chengdan. The items for sale were indeed essential for alchemists, including alchemical formulas, medicinal herbs, wooden boxes for storing elixirs, and jade vials. However, the quality was rather subpar, with the formulas merely offering first-tier spirit-nurturing elixirs, information that Yun-Yi had already gathered. The herbs were of mediocre quality, poorly maintained, leading to significant potency loss. With such inferior materials, even if Shinju were to concoct elixirs and Li Chengdan controlled the flames, the success rate would likely be a mere 10%. Using these herbs for alchemy would invite disaster. Li Chengdan feigned interest in the items on display while discreetly observing the alchemical furnace. Upon closer inspection, he found himself rather pleased, although the furnace was small. Its design was remarkably efficient. The interior was spacious, akin to the half-meter-tall furnace in the alchemy hall, and it emitted a strong aroma of elixirs, indicating it had been frequently used despite previous mishaps. This suggested that while Li Chengdan's alchemical skills were lacking, the furnace itself was still capable of producing decent quality elixirs. I have no need for these herbs, and I already possess the formula for the spirit-rejuvenating elixir. Acquiring a spirit-nurturing elixir formula wouldn't be a bad idea. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Li Chengdan lifted the formula and inquired of Li Chengdan, Brother, what is the price of this formula? Ah, junior brother. You possess a discerning eye. The spirit-nurturing elixir is not difficult to concoct and is suitable for beginners. However, this formula is hard to come by and is priced slightly higher at 50 low-grade spirit stones. Li Chengdan promptly replied, That is excessive. Yun-Yi immediately shook his head. The sect only requires a contribution of 100 points for the purchase. If you slip in a few spirit stones, it would still be less. Junior brother, you already have the formulas for the spirit-nurturing and spirit-rejuvenating elixirs. Don't be greedy. Ah, brother, such words cannot be uttered. The formulas purchased by the sect cannot be traded privately. I acquired this formula from Wangxian City, and it can be resold in the future. Li Chengdan quickly countered. Brother Yun is correct. Li Chengdan reluctantly set down the formula and clasped his hands towards Li Chengdan, saying, I apologize, brother. With that, Li Chengdan and Yun-Yi exchanged a knowing glance and began to turn away. Observing their departure, Li Chengdan felt a surge of panic. With an alchemist like Yun-Yi present, these two must not be lacking in spirit stones. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. Junior brother, I see you are just beginning your alchemical journey. How about 35 low-grade spirit stones? I will include this alchemical furnace in the deal. He Chengyi exclaimed urgently. Chapter 43. Truly the Child of Destiny. The formula for the spirit-nurturing elixir was fortuitously acquired by Li Chengdan, resulting in negligible costs for him. However, the alchemical furnace had consumed a considerable amount of his spirit stones, having experienced 9 explosive failures in a single day. He had confirmed that he possessed no talent for alchemy, and the furnace itself was utterly useless. With his aspirations of becoming an alchemist dashed, he resolved to sell off more spirit stones to prepare for enhancing his own strength. 30 stones. Yun-Yi turned around and stated, "Brother, please spare me. 30 low-grade spirit stones is simply impossible." Li Chengdan, with a mournful expression, gazed at Yun-Yi, who was repeatedly waving his hands. "Senior brother, I spent 30 low-grade spirit stones to purchase this alchemical furnace. Could you allow me to earn a little profit?" He pointed at the furnace again. "You yourself have stated that this furnace has exploded 9 times. It is certainly not of fine quality." Yun-Yi shook his head. Li Chengdan then interjected. "I once saw this type of small furnace in Master Shin's home. It serves merely as decoration for alchemists. Aside from its aesthetic appeal, it holds little practical value." Master Shin. Upon hearing the name, Li Chengyi's brow furrowed. Those referred to as master among alchemists are individuals of considerable rank within the sect, possessing formidable alchemical skills. Master Shin, of course, referred to Shinju, a second-tier alchemist from the inner sect. Is this junior brother Li Chengdan? At that moment, Li Chengyi finally noticed the identity badge of Li Chengdan. Upon seeing the alchemist symbol engraved upon it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone in the alchemical peak was aware of Li Chengdan's reputation. There had been rumors of a remarkably skilled fire attendant in the alchemy hall, suggesting that if he were to oversee the fire during alchemical processes, it could enhance the overall quality of the potions. Just half a month prior, Li Chengdan had gained notoriety for producing a gathering spirit pill at the 6th level of qi refinement, a feat that had spread like wildfire throughout the alchemical peak. Now that Li Chengdan had spoken and defined the worth of his alchemical furnace, its market value would surely plummet. "Since you are aware of my junior brother's name, how about 30 low-grade spirit stones?" Yun-Yi smiled and continued. Li Chengyi frowned deeply, repeatedly glancing at Li Chengdan, his heart filled with conflict. The nourishing spirit pill was not particularly remarkable among first-tier formulas, its efficacy inferior to that of the qi-nourishing pill, and its market price was not high. The 30 low-grade spirit stones offered by Yun-Yi, even considering the furnace, were already a generous price. However, Li Chengyi still felt a twinge of reluctance. He had originally purchased this alchemical furnace for 15 low-grade spirit stones through connections, believing he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to discover it was practically worthless. "Junior brother Li Chengdan is a spirit chef, correct? I have a 4th-tier spirit chef's notebook here. How about that plus 35 low-grade spirit stones?" Gritting his teeth, Li Chengyi produced a notebook from his storage pouch and handed it to Li Chengdan. As a spirit chef, such materials were indeed necessary for Li Chengdan. Originally, this notebook was meant for Li Chengyi himself, having reached middle age with no hope of foundational establishment. He felt his alchemical talent lacking and planned to switch to becoming a spirit chef, believing it would ease his life. Yet, after his attempts today, he realized that he was equally inept at spirit cooking, rendering the notebook useless as well. Li Chengdan opened the notebook and perused its contents. Then, exchanging a glance with Yun-Yi, he squatted down to inspect the alchemical furnace. Inside lay remnants of black residue that had yet to be cleaned, despite enduring multiple explosions. The furnace remained relatively intact, with only a few inconspicuous cracks, posing no major issues. Watching Li Chengdan's actions, Li Chengyi let out a slight sigh of relief. "You have nearly rendered this furnace unserviceable, yet its appearance is still quite charming. It would make for a lovely ornament." Li Chengdan closed the furnace and turned to Yun-Yi. "If junior brother likes it, 35 low-grade spirit stones will suffice." Yun-Yi signaled to Li Chengyi, who immediately nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, this 4th-tier spirit chef's notebook alone is worth several spirit stones. The spirit chef's notebook holds little value. Those who can become spirit chefs possess the qualifications to be alchemists, who are far more sought after. With that, Li Chengdan extracted 35 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Li Chengyi, subsequently placing the alchemy furnace, the recipe, and the 4th-tier spirit chef's notebook into his storage bag before turning to leave with Yun-Yi. "Take care, you two." Li Chengyi joyfully accepted the spirit stones, bowing in gratitude to Li Chengdan and Yun-Yi. After purchasing the alchemy furnace, Yun-Yi and Li Chengdan continued their shopping, acquiring additional necessary items. "Wait for me, brother Chengdan," Yun-Yi called out as they were about to depart. Having said that, he turned and walked away. A short while later, he hurriedly returned, presenting Li Chengdan with 5 spirit stones. "The junior brother who sold the furnace gave me these." Li Chengdan was taken aback, looking at Yuan Yi in confusion, unable to comprehend why He Chengyi would give Yuan Yi spirit stones. It's my commission, according to the unwritten rules of the black market. When a senior brother brings a junior brother to make a purchase, as long as the senior brother nods to facilitate the transaction, the vendor will privately offer a commission to the senior brother. Yuan Yi explained quietly to Li Chengdan. Now I see. Since these are your earnings, I shall not accept them. Li Chengdan insisted, returning the spirit stones to Yuan Yi. Observing Yuan Yi's adeptness, Li Chengdan couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, Yuan Yi was the chosen one, skilled in the art of negotiation. The recipe for the nourishing spirit pill was of little worth, while the fourth-tier spirit chef's notebook held some value for Li Chengdan. However, compared to the alchemy furnace he purchased, it paled significantly. During his inspection of the furnace, Li Chengdan had already deduced that its quality surpassed that of the furnace used by Shinju, with a market price of at least 100 spirit stones. Oh, we are brothers. There's no need for such formalities. Yuan Yi waved his hand, pushing the spirit stones back. At present, the two of them possessed only several tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, making 5 stones seem trivial, yet the sentiment behind those 5 stones was immeasurable. Then I shall not be courteous. Li Chengdan unhesitatingly placed the 5 spirit stones into his storage bag. What of the furnace? Yuan Yi inquired curiously regarding Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan smiled. Its quality is excellent, and the design is ingenious. It is indeed a fine piece, usable even by a second-tier alchemist. Brother Yuan Yi truly has an eye for quality. Li Chengdan complimented. Yuan Yi waved his hand dismissively. Just a minor skill. Once I reach the 9th layer of qi refinement and master the qi observation technique, the results will be even more remarkable. The qi observation technique, a rather trivial spell, allows one to perceive the fortune of others. Yuan Yi's notion of using it to gauge a vendor's fortune was surprising. With a glance, he could discern their luck. Those with poor fortunes would be unable to hold on to treasures, naturally allowing Yuan Yi to seize opportunities. Indeed, you are truly the chosen one. Li Chengdan marveled once more. And together they returned to their rented courtyard. Once back in his room, Li Chengdan tidied up the alchemy furnace. The materials used for this furnace were commendable. Though its exact composition was indiscernible, Li Chengdan could sense its extraordinary nature. It was no wonder that when alchemizing, the furnace had exploded. It had not been properly cleaned and had utilized inferior materials. It was indeed a wonder that any pills could be produced at all. Shaking his head at the pristine furnace, Li Chengdan reflected that many were not lacking in the qualifications to become alchemists. Rather, they failed to attend to the finer details. Fixated solely on the desire to ascend to the rank of alchemist, the journey must be taken step by step. Haste will not lead one far. After tidying up the alchemical furnace, Li Chengdan retrieved the notes on the 4th-order spirit chef and began to peruse them. Having attained the status of a 2nd-order spirit chef, he was now poised to ascend to the 3rd order, provided he had sufficient ingredients, and thereafter to the 4th order. A 3rd-order spirit chef was required to process materials from 1st-order demonic beasts, while a 4th-order spirit chef specialized in medicinal cuisine. At the pinnacle of this craft, one could incorporate elixirs into dishes, thereby enabling the spirit vegetables to embody the full potency of the elixirs and eliminate any toxic remnants. Incorporating elixirs into cuisine? Could it also apply to toxic elixirs? It appears I must elevate my culinary skills to the 4th order. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Chengdan's eyes as a daring plan formed in his mind. My master introduced me to the path of the spirit chef. Now, I shall exact vengeance through my culinary artistry, a cycle of retribution. The following day, he approached Sister Li. Might you arrange for the Baibao Pavilion to deliver a 1st-order demonic beast carcass? Preferably one freshly captured. The next day, Li Chengdan sought out Li, whose family belonged to a sect of cultivators with notable influence in Wangxian City. The largest trading establishment, Baibao Pavilion, was part of their family business. As such, she was responsible for the procurement and sale of medicinal herbs, leveraging the resources of Baibao Pavilion to ease their burdens. Are you preparing to advance to 3rd-order spirit chef? Chengdan. Yuan Yi remarked in astonishment as he gazed at Li Chengdan, his expression one of surprise. Chapter 44, 4th-order spirit chef. The mention of the 3rd-order spirit chef left those present momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed on Li Chengdan. During their time in the alchemy hall, they had often savored the chicken soup crafted by him. Though merely a bowl of soup, it brimmed with spiritual energy, rivaling even the finest qi-nourishing elixirs. During that period, their abilities had improved tremendously, all thanks to the 3 bowls of chicken soup consumed daily. While spirit vegetables may not match elixirs in potency and their effects may diminish with repeated consumption, they possess an unparalleled advantage, no toxic remnants to contend with. After all, spirit vegetables are a form of dietary nourishment. Cultivators, being human at their core, require sustenance to absorb energy. Spirit vegetables align perfectly with human dietary habits. And although the absorption of spiritual energy through the digestive system may be gradual, it is refined through the body's complex organs, rendering it harmless. A third-order spirit chef? No one in the entire Qingzong could match the astonishment of Yao Shanmen as he gazed at Li Chengdan. This is quite simple. How many do you require, Chengdan? Naturally, Li was more than willing to oblige, though the price of a first-order demonic beast was substantial. It would be best to have one every day for the next few days. The sect's tasks have been completed, and having obtained the notes for the fourth-order spirit chef yesterday, I am prepared to make a push. Li Chengdan nodded, confident in his wealth of spirit stones. You intend to strive for the fourth-order spirit chef? Yun, he exclaimed, taken aback as he regarded Li Chengdan with surprise. A fourth-order spirit chef's medicinal cuisine rivals the efficacy of first-order elixirs, and due to the absence of toxic remnants, their market value surpasses that of ordinary first-order elixirs. However, fourth-order spirit chefs are exceedingly rare. Should Li Chengdan achieve this rank, it may very well incite a commotion within the outer sect. Fourth-order spirit chef? Li and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions growing increasingly exaggerated. I am prepared to give it a try, Li Chengdan affirmed with a nod. All right, I shall inform my family. Li promptly rose and departed. The fourth-tier spirit chef has only appeared a handful of times in the history of the Qingqing sect. The status of a fourth-tier spirit chef is significantly elevated, comparable to that of a first-tier alchemist. Soon, the treasure pavilion delivered a first-tier pig demon. First-tier demon beasts do not come cheaply, and even this pig demon cost Li Chengdan 15 low-grade spirit stones. Upon receiving the pig demon, Li Chengdan immediately set to work in the kitchen. To ascend to the rank of a third-tier spirit chef, one must use a first-tier demon beast as an ingredient, a task that demands a considerable amount of spirit stones. Most individuals who become spirit chefs are those who have little hope of advancing beyond the sixth layer of qi refinement but possess the qualifications of an alchemist. They cannot afford to sustain their spirit chef training with an abundance of spirit stones. Thus, reaching the second tier as a spirit chef is quite common. The transition from second tier to third tier spirit chef is not particularly arduous. Under the strict guidance of Zhou Feng, Li Chengdan's foundation was exceptionally solid. Therefore, after preparing a dish with the first-tier pig demon, he ascended directly to the rank of a third-tier spirit chef. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cooking the first-tier pig demon meat. Grade: low, spirit chef experience increased by 10 points. Successfully advanced to third-tier spirit chef, 9,500. At the same time, the system notification chimed in. Only 10 points? At this rate, I would need to prepare at least 50 dishes to progress to the fourth tier. Li Chengdan furrowed his brow, finding this pace rather sluggish. Glancing at the remaining ingredients, he continued his labor, preparing another dish with the first-tier pig demon meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cooking the first-tier pig demon meat. Grade: medium. Spirit chef experience increased by 20 points. Your current spirit chef level is third-tier spirit chef, 29,500. After completing the second dish, Li Chengdan noticed that his spirit chef experience had doubled. It seems that as he becomes more adept at cooking third-tier dishes, the grade of the dishes improves. And so does his spirit chef experience. Onward. With 5 individuals present, at least 4 dishes and a soup are required for a satisfying meal. Thus, Li Chengdan continued his culinary endeavors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cooking the first-tier pig demon meat. Grade: high. Spirit chef experience increased by 30 points. Your current spirit chef level is third-tier spirit chef, 59,500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cooking the first-tier pig demon meat. Grade: exquisite. Spirit chef experience increased by 50 points. Your current spirit chef level is third-tier spirit chef, 109,500. After completing 2 more dishes, Li Chengdan saw another increase in his spirit chef experience, though the pig demon meat was now largely consumed. Indeed, cultivating as a spirit chef is exceedingly costly, which explains the scarcity of third-tier spirit chefs. Looking at the remaining pig demon meat, Li Chengdan's brow knitted in concern. The majority of the pig demon had only provided him with a little over 100 experience points to advance to the fourth-tier spirit chef. He would need at least 4 first-tier pig demons. This would require 60 low-grade spirit stones, and an outer sect disciple earns merely 3 low-grade spirit stones per month. To continue enhancing his abilities, a typical spirit chef cannot afford such expenses. Even Zhou Feng, previously the only second-tier spirit chef in the Qingqing sect, earned only 2 low-grade spirit stones a month. Is this the essence of third-tier spirit cuisine? Once the meal was prepared, Li Chengdan presented the dishes at the dining table. And upon seeing a spread of spiritually rich dishes, Li's face lit up with excitement. Having tasted second-grade spirit vegetables, she had only heard of the third-grade variety. never anticipating that she would actually have the opportunity to indulge in them now. It appears we are in for a delightful treat during this period. Unearthing glanced at the table laden with spirit vegetables, his gaze settling upon the finest among them. The third-grade spirit vegetable of exceptional quality possessed a richness of spiritual energy that nearly rivaled that of a semi-finished vitality elixir. Most importantly, there was no Dan poison. Let us partake. By the end of this month, I shall elevate my culinary skills to the 4th grade, Li Chengdan remarked, smiling at the group. For his ambitions, it was imperative that he quickly ascended to the rank of 4th-grade spirit chef. Delicious, Li exclaimed, seizing her chopsticks and taking a bite of the spirit vegetable. The abundance of spiritual energy is remarkable. It seems I can practice today without the aid of medicinal pills. It was said that the disciples of Gongzi Courtyard, where Chengdan resided, were all prodigies. When questioned about their rapid advancements, they would attribute it to the daily consumption of spirit vegetables prepared by Chengdan since their entry into Cultivating. It appears we too shall enjoy treatment befitting the gifted. Yao Shanmen expressed his joy and joined in the feast. Among the disciples of Cultivating from Li Chengdan's cohort, Zhuge Changming shone the brightest, closely followed by the talented Lu Qiling from Yufu Peak. They hailed from the same courtyard, Gongzi. The other members of Gongzi were equally impressive. Both Zhang Hu and Long Kuei had ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement in their 4th year, marking them as some of the earliest disciples to enter the outer sect, with Li Chengdan also having ascended to the 6th layer and joined the outer sect. Gongzi became the first small courtyard with its entire cohort entering the outer sect. As Li Chengdan's reputation soared during this period, news of this achievement naturally spread. Senior Sister Li, in the coming days, please procure more 1st-grade demon beasts. I desire as many as you can obtain, Li Chengdan remarked, eating while glancing at Li. Certainly, no problem. Li nodded in agreement, addressing Li Chengdan. This task posed no difficulty for her, although 1st-grade demon beasts were costly. Their flesh could significantly enhance a cultivator's strength. Consequently, many hunters dedicated their lives to slaying demon beasts, and the Baobao Pavilion had numerous collaborations with such hunters. Li Chengdan, with an abundance of spirit stones, had no concerns in this regard. After finishing the meal, Li Chengdan cheerfully tidied the dishes and headed to the kitchen for cleaning. As a spirit chef, it was customary for him to handle kitchen matters personally, and even the mundane task of washing dishes could not be entrusted to others. Chengdan, this is quite peculiar. After Li Chengdan departed, Li turned to Unearthing with a serious expression. Brother Unearthing, you must keep a close watch on Chengdan. He must not be allowed to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Yao Shanmen and the others furrowed their brows, having sensed the oddities surrounding Li Chengdan as well. It was unusual for him to suddenly embark on the path of a spirit chef, neglecting both alchemy and cultivation. This was not the Li Chengdan they knew. I am aware, Unearthing nodded in acknowledgement, having also noticed the strange behavior of Li Chengdan. While he found it odd, he did not dare to question it directly, opting instead to monitor Li Chengdan and ensure he did not stray. After washing the dishes, Li Chengdan returned to his small room to study the poison elixir recipe he had purchased from the beggar, as well as the antidote formula. During this period, he aimed to thoroughly comprehend both of these recipes while simultaneously enhancing his culinary skills as a spiritual chef. 10 days later, after the Baobao Pavilion continuously delivered 10 first-tier demon beasts, Li Chengdan successfully advanced to the 4th tier of spiritual chefs after preparing several hundred exquisite dishes. Although he had reached the latter stages of the 3rd tier, even with each of his dishes being of the highest quality, his experience had diminished instead of increasing. Nevertheless, through relentless cooking, Li Chengdan managed to elevate his culinary level to the 3rd tier. With just 5 days remaining until his meeting with Wu Yun, it was now time to concoct the poison pill. Chapter 45. The concoction of the poison pill. The crafting of poison pills completely diverges from that of conventional elixirs. Traditional elixirs rely on the furnace's flame to refine the medicinal materials, preserving the portions beneficial for cultivation, which then merge and solidify under high temperatures to produce their effects. In contrast, poison pills require the extraction of all toxins from the materials, followed by high-temperature fusion. The process of crafting poison pills is far more arduous than that of ordinary elixirs, with a significantly lower success rate. To concoct a poison pill necessitates the meticulous extraction of toxins. Any lapse in attention could result in casualties, potentially causing even greater harm than an exploding furnace. During this time, Li Chengdan repeatedly simulated the process of crafting the poison pill in his mind. Having already become well acquainted with the procedure for creating the bone-corroding flesh pill, now that he had stepped into the 4th tier of spiritual chefs, the most critical aspect of his plan was secure. He simply awaited the successful concoction of the bone-corroding flesh pill, taking out the alchemical furnace he had previously purchased in the black market. Li Chengdan promptly performed the grand ignition technique to ignite the furnace's flame and began the concoction as per the recipe. The methods for crafting poison pills are entirely distinct from those for traditional elixirs, presenting even greater challenges and requiring more intricate details. Should the flow of spiritual energy be misdirected, the toxins within the medicinal materials could violently erupt, posing extreme danger. Thus, Li Chengdan exercised utmost caution while crafting the bone-corroding flesh pill. Alas, despite Li Chengdan's formidable alchemical prowess, his first attempt at creating the bone-corroding flesh pill ended in failure. The energy consumed in crafting poison pills is inherently substantial, and since he also had to control the flames himself during the process, errors were inevitable. At the moment when the pill was to solidify, he failed to manage the flame's temperature adequately, coupled with his unfamiliarity with the new furnace, which led to a misunderstanding of its characteristics. All the materials were incinerated by the fierce flames. However, this also meant that no trace of toxic gas escaped from the furnace. This alchemical furnace seems to be even more extraordinary than I had anticipated. Li Chengdan cleared the residue from the furnace and examined its structure closely. He then ignited some wood to stoke the fire and observed the furnace under the relentless flames. Indeed, it appeared that this furnace was designed for alchemists who control the flames themselves. Its compact size allowed for rapid temperature increases, while its spacious interior facilitated a slower heat decrease. Even with his own flame control, Li Chengdan could seize moments to study it further, leading to newfound insights about the furnace. He also understood why He Qingyi had experienced 9 furnace explosions, aside from his own lack of meticulousness and alchemical skill. The furnace itself played a significant role. This furnace was not something an ordinary person could wield. Only a master alchemist at the 9th layer of qi refinement, with sufficient spiritual power to continuously unleash true flames, could fully harness the furnace's capabilities. Currently, by using spiritual wood to stoke the fire, he could only unleash less than 50% of its potential. After thoroughly comprehending the structure of the alchemical furnace, Li Chengdan resumed his endeavor to concoct the toxic elixir. This time, his progress was remarkably swift. Within just an hour, he reached the final step of solidifying the pill. With an understanding of the furnace's characteristics, he devoted all his remaining energy to the condensation of the elixir, channeling his spiritual power to amalgamate all the toxins within the furnace. A low hum resonated from the furnace, signaling the completion of the alchemical process. Exhaling deeply, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow as he opened the furnace and retrieved the toxic elixir. The creation of this poison was indeed challenging, even for him. The initial success rate was a mere 10%. Unlike the standard elixirs, the success rate for toxic pills was alarmingly low. Despite the entirety of the fire control and alchemical process unfolding without a hitch, indeed, it could be deemed flawless. Only a single toxic elixir was produced. The elixir, a vibrant green, appeared teeming with vitality, bearing a striking resemblance to a spirit-gathering pill, exuding a rich fragrance with no hint of toxicity. Yet, Li Chengdan knew the true potency of this poison. A mere ingestion would dissolve flesh and bone, leaving behind nothing but a pool of blood, vanishing without a trace. One was hardly sufficient. Gazing contentedly at the flesh-melting elixir, Li Chengdan pondered aloud. A low-grade first-tier toxic elixir could prove insurmountable even for cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement. However, in Li Chengdan's strategy, one elixir's power was inadequate. He required at least 2. The beggar had sold him materials for 3 toxic elixirs. After 1 failure and 1 success, he still had the capacity to attempt another. Without further ado, Li Chengdan continued his alchemical work. An hour later, he succeeded in producing 3 elixirs this time, with even superior quality. The elixirs were a deeper shade of green, resembling spirit-gathering pills even more closely. Half of his plan had been accomplished. Next, he needed to create a perfect 4th-tier spirit dish. Satisfied, he retrieved a jade vial and carefully stored the 4 toxic elixirs within, placing it gently into his storage bag. He then extracted the notes on 4th-tier spirit cooking that he had previously purchased from his storage. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully extracting 500x 4th-tier spirit chef cultivation experience. Would you like to integrate it? Integrate. Li Chengdan was somewhat taken aback. The system had not been triggered earlier, and he had intended to spend the night studying the notes. Now that the system had activated, it spared him considerable effort. The extracted cultivation experience would not only rapidly enhance Li Chengdan's strength, but also furnish him with the corresponding memories of expertise within his mind. His ascension to a first-tier alchemist was partially due to the simultaneous extraction of experience and the memories that fulfilled the criteria for becoming a first-tier alchemist. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully integrating 500x 4th-tier Spirit Chef cultivation experience. Your current Spirit Chef level has been elevated to 4th-tier Spirit Chef, 500, 1000. Listening to the system's notification, Li Chengdan smiled broadly. After placing the notes on the 4th-tier spirit chef back into his storage bag, he lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Yun Yi and the others did not see Li Chengdan at all. What has happened to our alchemist junior brother? Yun Yi, seated beside the alchemical furnace, glanced outside at the kitchen, furrowing his brow in concern. In recent days, Li Chengdan has been diligently engaged in the cultivation of his spiritual culinary skills, spending his time either in the kitchen or in his own room from dawn until dusk. However, today, Li Chengdan has conspicuously failed to make an appearance. Given his peculiar behavior over the past few days, Yun Yi has begun to feel concerned. It seems that Chengdan was concocting pills in his room last night. The aroma of elixirs was quite strong, remarked Yao Shanmin, who had cast a glance at Yun Yi. Yao Shanmin's room is adjacent to Li Chengdan's, and he had been abruptly awakened from a sound sleep by an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. The scent was remarkably unique, enchanting yet fleeting. Concocting pills? Yun Yi furrowed his brow. Isn't Li Chengdan occupied with advancing to a 4th-tier spiritual chef? Why has he suddenly begun pill-making? Do not fret too much. Senior brother Yun Yi, Li chimed in with a smile. Perhaps Chengdan has simply stepped out. This could be a positive sign. By noon, Li Chengdan finally emerged from his room, beaming as he carried a plate of spiritual dishes into the dining hall, calling Yun Yi and the others from the pill-making room. Come try this, he urged, gesturing towards the spiritual dishes before them. You haven't left your room all morning, and you were just cooking? Yun Yi gazed at Li Chengdan with an even more peculiar expression. Indeed, Li Chengdan nodded, handing Yun Yi a pair of chopsticks. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Yi extended the chopsticks towards the steaming spiritual dish, sensing that the spiritual essence imbued within it seemed even more potent than before. The dish was a simple stir-fried meat, accompanied merely by some green peppers. As Yun Yi picked up a piece of meat and savored it, his expression transformed, eyes widening in disbelief. 4th-tier spiritual dish? Upon swallowing the meat, a rich wave of spiritual energy surged within Yun Yi, far more intense than yesterday's offerings. In just a single bite, he felt as though he had ingested a pouch of top-quality energy-boosting elixir. 4th-tier spiritual dish? Li echoed, immediately reaching for her chopsticks to indulge as well. Upon tasting it, she too exhibited astonishment, subsequently continuing to eat in silence. It is indeed an energy-boosting elixir. Chengdan, have you ascended to a 4th-tier spiritual chef? Yao Shanmin inquired, taking several bites while assessing the state of spiritual energy within him. His conclusion was swift. A 4th-tier spiritual chef specializes in medicinal cuisine, capable of directly utilizing medicinal ingredients and integrating elixirs into spiritual dishes, eradicating any toxic residues through superior culinary techniques. Even inferior 1st-tier elixirs could yield effects comparable to mid-tier ones, and most crucially, consuming them would not lead to the accumulation of toxic residue. Having barely ascended to a 4th-tier spiritual chef, I spent this morning experimenting with specialized culinary tools to explore how to merge elixirs with spiritual dishes, and the results appear promising. Li Chengdan exclaimed joyfully. If elixirs can be incorporated into spiritual dishes, then naturally, toxic elixirs can be as well. Chapter 46. The final lesson. Li Chengdan's scheme was deceptively simple: to prepare spiritual dishes for Wu Yun, infusing them with toxic elixirs. As soon as Wu Yun consumed the spiritually infused dish containing the toxic elixir, his demise would be inevitable. This method was derived from a manuscript belonging to a 4th-tier spiritual chef who had employed the same tactic to poison a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator to death. This is also the reason why Li Chengdan has been so eager to elevate his spirit chef rank during this period. In the annals of the Shangqing sect, there has only been one 4th-tier spirit chef, and that was thousands of years ago. It is said that this individual was merely a late-stage 1st-tier alchemist. Yet a single spirit vegetable infused into a pill could fetch at least 30 inferior spirit stones. Li gazed at Li Chengdan in astonishment. While the status of a spirit chef does not compare to that of an alchemist, a 4th-tier spirit chef holds a rank equivalent to that of an alchemist of the same tier. This is due to their mastery of a technique that allows one to consume pills without the concern of pill toxicity. Unfortunately, such spirit vegetables can only be consumed once a month. Eating them twice in a short span would yield no effect. Li Chengdan shook his head. The primary reason spirit chefs are inferior to alchemists lies in their significant limitations. Even upon reaching the 4th tier, this cannot be compensated for. While consuming a 4th-tier spirit vegetable alleviates concerns regarding pill toxicity and allows for the absorption of a single alchemical pill, one must then refrain from further consumption for an entire month. After all, a 1st-tier pill's toxicity is not overly formidable. The limitations of spirit chefs are considerably more pronounced compared to those of alchemists. Once the spirit vegetable is consumed, there remains a gradual absorption process, which is still quite remarkable. It is said that upon reaching the legendary status of a divine chef, one could concoct pills from medicinal ingredients, surpassing even alchemists. Li comforted him, taking another bite of the spirit vegetable. The spirit plant master also mentioned that upon elevating their skills to the 9th tier, one could become the wood deity Star Lord. Li Chengdan shook his head. In the realm of cultivation, alchemy, talismans, and artifact forging are the mainstream practices, established after countless millennia of refinement. Regardless of how formidable the other myriad arts may be, they must yield to these 3 mainstream disciplines. Otherwise, the surrounding community would not be urging Li Chengdan to hasten his ascension to alchemist. Li declared, "Inform the Bao Pavilion to send the last batch of first-tier demon beasts in 3 days." Li Chengdan responded to her. "Very well." Li nodded. Now that Li Chengdan is a 4th-tier spirit chef, he should focus on alchemy. 3 days later, upon hearing this, Yun-Yi, who was relishing the spirit vegetable, suddenly changed his expression. 3 days hence would mark the day of the meeting between Wu Yun and Li Chengdan. An ominous premonition surged in Yun-Yi's mind. Yet he could not grasp the connection between this and Li Chengdan's urgency to become a 4th-tier spirit chef. That evening, Li Chengdan returned to his chamber. Inside, he found the spirit chef utensils gifted by the surrounding community, a cooking apparatus that combined both pot and stove specifically for spirit chefs. "First, I shall concoct the detoxification pill." Li Chengdan glanced at the cooking apparatus and then retrieved his alchemical furnace, preparing to create the detoxification pill. The formulation of the detoxification pill follows the same principles as that of ordinary pills, presenting no challenge for Li Chengdan. Thus, he successfully produced a batch with a success rate of 60%, albeit of inferior quality. Next, he would integrate the toxic pill into the spirit vegetable. After completing the detoxification pill, Li Chengdan stored the furnace and approached the cooking apparatus, producing a bone-eroding, flesh-dissolving pill. By midday, Li Chengdan had finally mastered the technique of combining pills with spirit vegetables. The same principle applied to toxic pills. However, caution must be exercised during the process to prevent the spread of toxins, requiring the use of spiritual energy for suppression. The entire procedure must be approached with care, ensuring that all toxins from the toxic pill are contained without contaminating the spirit vegetable. Otherwise, the slightest hint would be detected by others, and the first victim of such negligence would be none other than himself. Li Chengdan is now a 4th-tier spiritual chef, and the culinary art of spiritual vegetables has become exceedingly simple for him. However, when integrating the poison elixir, he must devote himself entirely, without the slightest hint of negligence. It is imperative that the toxicity adheres to every single spiritual vegetable, while his spiritual energy envelopes both the pot and the spatula, isolating the poison to prevent contamination of the cooking apparatus. Taking a deep breath, Li Chengdan channels his spiritual energy and introduces the poison elixir into the pot. Under his precise control, the elixir swiftly dissolves, merging seamlessly with the spiritual vegetables. The entire process unfolds smoothly, filling Li Chengdan with satisfaction. Success would significantly enhance his chances of avenging Zhou Fang. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupts within the pot, and a noxious mist begins to rise. Cursed be it. He has mismanaged his spiritual energy in his haste. Witnessing this, Li Chengdan's expression darkens, terror etching his features. He is perilously close to the cooking apparatus, and the surging toxic mist collides with his face, causing him to feel utterly weakened, collapsing to the ground. The flames beneath the cooking vessel continue to churn, the toxic mist thickening rapidly, soon saturating half the room. Should this persist, Li Chengdan would be completely engulfed by the poisonous vapor, losing his life in the process. He cannot afford to fail. Holding his breath and enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, Li Chengdan reaches for the antidote pill, which lies not far from him. If he can consume the antidote, he may yet resolve the dire situation. However, if the toxic mist contaminates the antidote, all his previous efforts will be rendered futile. Yet, Li Chengdan has underestimated the potency of this flesh-corroding elixir. This poison is capable of eroding even the body of a 9th-tier chi-refining cultivator. And as Li Chengdan prepares the dish, all its toxicity is unleashed within the pot. Even a trace of it could prove fatal, leaving no trace behind. Li Chengdan feels his head growing heavier, his consciousness fading into a haze, as excruciating pain radiates from his internal organs, and his bones ache unnaturally. It feels as though he is about to dissolve into nothingness, an exceedingly perilous predicament. "I told you, never rush," a familiar voice resonates in his mind. Cooking, like life, requires patience. One must monitor the heat carefully, for too high a flame will burn the dish, while too low will leave the meat uncooked. In his daze, Li Chengdan perceives a familiar figure emerging from the cooking apparatus, a bent silhouette that he knows all too well. With a smile, the figure glances at Li Chengdan, picks up a spatula, retrieves an antidote pill, and tosses it into the pot, stirring with practiced ease. Master, Li Chengdan exclaims, recognizing the figure as Zhou Fong, the one who had guided him onto this path. The hunched figure and the skillful stirring are unmistakably Zhou Fong. At that moment, Li Chengdan recalls Zhou Fong mentioning that this cooking apparatus contained a fragment of his consciousness. He never imagined it to be true. As Zhou Fong's ethereal form stirs the spiritual vegetables, the toxic mist diminishes, soon replaced by a waft of fragrant aroma. This enticing scent envelopes Li Chengdan, and upon inhaling it, the pain within him subsides instantaneously, revitalizing his spirit. He understood that this was the effect of the detoxifying elixir. As he directed the elixir into the cauldron, the noxious poison that corroded bone and flesh dissipated, replaced by the medicinal potency of the detoxifying elixir. The fragrance lingered for quite some time, and Li Chengdan sat up, gazing clearly at the ethereal figure of Zhou Fong, tears flowing involuntarily down his cheeks. He never anticipated that the elder who had sternly educated him in the kitchen would ultimately save his life even after death. Li Chengdan hailed from the mundane world and had ascended the path of the Qingyan sect. Due to his tender age upon arrival, he was relegated to the kitchen as a helper on the miscellaneous servants' peak. The first time he encountered Zhou Fong, he perceived him as an eccentric immortal, rather difficult to relate to. Yet, under Zhou Fong's meticulous guidance, Li Chengdan successfully entered the path through culinary arts, becoming a spiritual chef and stepping into the first layer of qi refinement. At the age of 15, he successfully entered the outer sect of Qingyun, thus setting the stage for future events. It was also due to Zhou Fong's attentive instruction that Li Chengdan mastered the art of fire control with unparalleled skill, leading to his current self. One could say that the most significant turning point in Li Chengdan's life was his encounter with Zhou Fong. Child, why the urgency? You've forgotten your fundamentals. The ethereal image of Zhou Fong extinguished the flames of the cooking implements, poured out the spirit vegetables, and turned to Li Chengdan with a gentle smile before dissipating with a soft pop. Disciple remembers, no rush, focus on mastering the fire. As he watched Zhou Fong fade away, tears streamed down Li Chengdan's face. He had not realized he had already become a fourth-tier spiritual chef, receiving guidance from that stubborn old man, which not only saved him but also imparted a profoundly important lesson. Master, rest assured, I will avenge you. Gazing around at the surrounding scene, Li Chengdan clenched his hands tightly and declared fervently. Chapter 47. Go find Chengdan, junior brother. After wiping away his tears, Li Chengdan steadied his mind and prepared the spirit vegetables. He then retrieved a poisonous pill and continued his culinary endeavors. This time, Li Chengdan was exceedingly earnest, neither hurried nor anxious, and successfully merged the poisonous pill with the spirit vegetables. Upon completion, he consumed a detoxifying pill and then savored the spirit vegetables. The spirit vegetables were rich in spiritual energy and bore no distinction from ordinary ones. The taste of the poisonous pill was masked by the dish, making it undetectable even to a pill master. Li Chengdan was quite satisfied with the final product, and he still had 2 more poisonous pills on hand, ready to proceed with his plans. Oh, my dear Chengdan, could you refrain from cooking at night? You woke me twice last night with your enticing aromas. Early the next morning, Yao Shanmin, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, sought out Li Chengdan to voice his complaints. Living next door, he could distinctly appreciate the fragrant emanations from Li Chengdan's room. Had he not feared disturbing Li Chengdan, he might have barged into the room. Apologies, senior brother Shanmin. I just became a 4th-tier spiritual chef and am a bit overexcited. Li Chengdan replied with an awkward smile, repeatedly offering his apologies. What good are apologies? How about you assist me in controlling the fire once more, so I may refine some pills? Yao Shanmin's eyes suddenly brightened as he addressed Li Chengdan. He had long fantasized about Li Chengdan continuing to help him with fire control for refining pills, even if just for one more time. Although he was now a 1st-tier pill master, his success rate in pill refinement had yet to improve. If Li Chengdan were to take control of the flames, he could quickly discern his deficiencies in alchemy and elevate his skills. However, it is unfortunate that Li Chengdan has already attained the status of a master alchemist, possessing exceptional abilities that render the prospect of him managing the flames nearly impossible. Of course, Li Chengdan nodded, offering a radiant smile to Yao Shanmin. Really? Yao Shanmin exclaimed joyfully, promptly ushering Li Chengdan into the alchemy chamber to assist in managing the flames. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and Yao Shanmin completed his alchemical endeavor. This time, his success rate stood at 70%, yielding a medium-grade qi-nourishing pill, an achievement that made him the first, aside from Li Chengdan, to produce such a pill within their alchemist alliance. Naturally, Yao Shanmin was elated. Observing his joy, Li Chengdan gazed at his hands, quietly reflecting, control the heat, All must be approached with patience, for haste brings no fortune. Your flame control has improved immensely, junior brother. Once you reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement and master true fire, your alchemical skills will surely soar. Yao Shanmin remarked earnestly, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he admired the medium-grade Qi nourishing pill in his hands. His words resonated with sincerity. Among first-tier alchemists, many possess formidable flame control. Yet few can rival the sheer prowess of Li Chengdan. Upon ascending to second-tier alchemist status, one no longer requires external assistance in flame management, relying instead on their own mastery of true fire to concoct second-tier elixirs. By that stage, the disparity among alchemists will only widen. Who among you wishes to control the flames for alchemy? Li Chengdan inquired, directing his attention to Li and Yun Yi. In the ensuing 2 days, apart from laboring in the kitchen to prepare spiritual vegetables, Li Chengdan also devoted time to assist Yun Yi and the others in managing the flames for alchemy. Both Yun Yi and Li successfully crafted medium-grade Qi nourishing pills, and even without Li Chengdan's guidance, they managed to produce medium-grade elixirs after their initial success. With further practice, they would find the creation of medium-grade Qi nourishing pills increasingly effortless. 3 days later, Li Chengdan prepared to receive the first-tier demonic beasts sent by the Baibao Pavilion, eagerly anticipating his meeting with Wu Yun that day. In the afternoon, Shinju entered the modest dwelling rented by Li Chengdan and his companions, calling out to the figure seated within. "Shinmaster?" Li Chengdan exclaimed, surprised at Shinju's presence. "I have come as a mediator this time. Please do not hold it against me," Shinju said, his expression complex as he regarded Li Chengdan with a hint of shame. "No offense taken. Were it not for you, Master, and Senior Sister Luo's negotiations, I would have been entangled in this matter as well. It is a pity, however, that there has been no news of you," Li Chengdan replied, shaking his head. "Wu Yun's father, Wu Qishan, is one of the 9 exalted inner disciples, the strongest among the foundational cultivators, a figure not to be trifled with. Although a first-tier alchemist holds a status comparable to that of a foundational cultivator, it is merely a comparison. They lack the standing to truly contend with them, save for those who attain the 3rd-tier level." Upon hearing Yuer's name, Shinju's expression shifted, and he seemed poised to speak. Yet he swallowed his words upon seeing Li Chengdan. Given the current circumstances, that young girl likely encountered a fortuitous event. "You need not worry. Let us hope so." Li Chengdan nodded, resigned to the situation and clinging to that hope. "Shinmaster, what brings you here so early?" At that moment, Yun Yi emerged from the alchemy chamber and bowed respectfully to Shinju. "Come and see Chengdan. Knowing he as well brings me peace." Shinju nodded, his gaze towards Yun Yi revealing a complex mix of emotions. Yun Yi possesses admirable qualities, yet his background is regrettable. Perceiving the look in Shinju's eyes, Yun Yi felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He had encountered such looks countless times throughout his life, each instance leaving him thoroughly vexed. "Master Shun, I am now a 4th-tier spirit chef. Since we have some time before the feast, why not sample my culinary skills?" Li Chengdan interjected, shattering the awkwardness between them. "Oh, a 4th-tier spirit chef? I must certainly taste your offerings." Upon hearing Li Chengdan's words, Shinju's face brightened with delight as he immediately addressed Li Chengdan. "Please, wait a moment." With that, Li Chengdan turned and entered the kitchen, retrieving detoxifying pills and commencing the preparation of spirit dishes. At the spirit herb peak, Long Kuei languished in a rocking chair, his heart heavy as he gazed upon the verdant expanse of the herb garden. If our ancestor does not strive for improvement, how will the younger generation thrive? I must devise a way to enhance his abilities. Serving this herb garden daily is becoming increasingly intolerable. The herb garden was lush, with robust medicinal plants boasting vibrant green leaves, their fragrant herbal aroma invigorating the senses. "Long Kuei, my dear junior brother, you possess such an appreciation for beauty." A gentle voice resonated at that moment. What brings you here?" Feigning seriousness. At the sound of the voice, Long Kuei sprang from his chair, startled to see the visitor. "Goodness, you truly embody the Zhuge lineage. You've already reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement. You, Long Kuei, are not lacking either. You are now at the late stage of Qi refinement, merely a step away from entering the inner sect." Zhuge Changming smiled faintly, dismissing the previous offense with ease. "Oh, Long Kuei, you live a leisurely life. It's far superior to my existence at Yufu Peak." At this juncture, a melodic voice chimed in, revealing Lu Qiling, adorned in a fiery red gown, who looked at Long Kuei with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, my sister Qiling, let me catch a whiff. It has been ages since I last inhaled your fragrance." Long Kuei's face lit up at the sight of Lu Qiling, and he eagerly approached her. Suddenly, a talisman hurtled towards him, enveloping him in a burst of flames. "Alas, dear sister, are you attempting to do me harm?" Fortunately, Long Kuei's prowess was commendable. The talisman was of a low grade, merely igniting his attire without causing any harm. Brother Zhuge, I told you, seeking his help is akin to recruiting a pig. At least it would not be bothersome. Liu Qiling regarded Zhuge Changming with exasperation. During their time at Gengzi Courtyard, Liu Qiling had frequently admonished Long Kuei. For despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, he often exuded an air of unreliability. After all, Long Kuei is a disciple of the pill refining peak. Most familiar with the matters of the pill refining peak. Only he can assist us in this endeavor. Zhuge Changming shook his head. What do you need me for? You're already at the 9th level of qi refinement, yet still not in the inner sect. The inner sect is in dire need of members. Had it not been for the obligation to guard the herb garden alongside our ancestor, I would have entered long ago, extinguishing the flames on his attire. Long Kuei inched closer to Liu Qiling as he listened to their conversation. Liu Qiling shot him a glare, causing Long Kuei to retreat hastily. Observing this interaction, Zhuge Changming smiled subtly and remarked, "We are preparing to enter the inner sect, hence we wish to present a token of gratitude to our master. We seek to inquire who at the pill refining peak is capable of crafting spirit-gathering pills. We shall provide the materials and ample compensation for the labor. Originally, I intended to request Elder Lian Dan Feng to concoct the gathering spirit pill. However, their exorbitant fees rendered it an unattainable endeavor. The gathering spirit pill is a commodity of considerable rarity in the outer sect, with only late-stage first-tier alchemists possessing the expertise to refine it. Their services do not come cheaply, especially for something as valuable as the gathering spirit pill." Gathering spirit pill? What do you need me for? You should be seeking Brother Chengdan, Long Kuei remarked, furrowing his brow in surprise as he mentioned Li Chengdan's name. Chapter 48, The Banquet and Revenge. Brother Chengdan? Zhuge Changming was taken aback. He too contemplated approaching Li Chengdan, but ever since Li Chengdan entered Liandan Peak, he had become a free agent, likely oblivious to the current affairs of the peak. Although Li Chengdan was acquainted with the second-tier alchemist Xinju, the thought of the latter's steep consultation fees prompted Zhuge Changming to reconsider his intentions. By the way, you are from the outer peak and may not know this. The alchemy assessment for Brother Chengdan involved the refinement of the gathering spirit pill with a success rate of 35%. Long Kuei exclaimed with a radiant smile. Brother Chengdan's assessment involved the gathering spirit pill? Both Zhuge Changming and Liu Qiling were momentarily stunned by this revelation. They had been diligently studying the gathering spirit pill and were well aware of its intricate refinement process, which even late-stage first-tier alchemists would hesitate to guarantee success. Hey, did you not know? Shouldn't you have been the first to see Brother Chengdan after he ascended to the 6th level of qi refining? Long Kuei teased, raising an eyebrow at Zhuge Changming. Indeed, that was my privilege, but he had not yet undergone the alchemist assessment at that time. Zhuge Changming replied, shaking his head. He only knew that Li Chengdan ascended to the 6th level of qi refining and went to Liandan Peak thereafter. The details that followed remained unclear to him. Then it's perfect. Let us seek out Brother Chengdan. It has been over a year since we last saw him. Liu Qiling's face brightened. As the 5 from Gengzi Courtyard were now only missing Zhang Hu. Suddenly, Long Kuei's expression darkened as he gazed at the two and sighed. Today? Today is not an auspicious day. That obstinate old man Zhou Feng has passed away, slain by Wu Yushan, the son of Wu Qishan. Today marks the day of reconciliation between Wu Yun and Brother Chengdan. Zhou Feng, the spiritual chef, has died. Zhuge Changming's countenance fell as he immediately inquired. What is the current situation of Brother Chengdan? Liu Qiling also furrowed her brow, worry etched across her face. The members of Gengzi Courtyard held deep gratitude for Li Chengdan, who was attentive, generous, and meticulous in his endeavors. Due to the strict regulations imposed by Chu Xiufeng against external interference, even those of respectable lineage faced considerable difficulties upon their arrival at Chu Xiufeng. During that trying period, they relied on Li Chengdan's culinary skills to help them endure their most arduous challenges. Thus, the members of Gengzi Courtyard were profoundly grateful to him. They were well aware of the close bond between him and Zhou Feng. Therefore, in the wake of Zhou Feng's demise, Li Chengdan would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. This incident had escalated significantly, yet fortunately, Brother Chengdan maintained a good relationship with Luo Yanran within the alchemy hall. That girl's master was a 4th-tier alchemist at the Golden Core stage, who managed to suppress Wu Qishan, allowing for the reconciliation banquet to take place. With Yun Yi by Brother Chengdan's side, that clever lad should be able to navigate through this situation without issue. However, this matter may affect Brother Chengdan's state of mind, potentially leading to complications in his alchemy endeavors. Long Kuei's rare solemnity was palpable as he spoke, observing the two individuals closely. Ever since hearing about Zhou Feng's tragedy, he had been discreetly investigating Li Chengdan's circumstances. Let us go and take a look. Zhuge Changming immediately suggested. Indeed, such a significant event must have impacted our junior brother Chengdan profoundly. LV Chilling concurred with a nod. Well then, let us all go together. I will ask someone to find Zhang Hu. It would be perfect for us to gather at Gengzi Courtyard. Witnessing their reactions, Long Kuei's face once again broke into a smile. Is this truly a fourth-tier spiritual dish? Shunju marveled at the fragrant soup that Li Chengdan had served. Feeling the continuous flow of spiritual energy emanating from it, he was filled with astonishment. He had savored the culinary skills of a second-tier spiritual chef, which were delectable and never tired of the palate. During his time in the Alchemy Hall fulfilling sect tasks, he had enjoyed meals prepared by Li Chengdan. And now he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the sect's cafeteria fare. As for the fourth-tier spiritual dish, he had only heard tales of it. This was his first encounter with such an exquisite creation. Even in the renowned Qingyun sect of the eastern region, a fourth-tier spiritual chef had only emerged once in centuries. Thus, the sight before him left Shunju in awe. Indeed, this time I have attempted to incorporate two first-tier elixirs. One is a qi-nourishing elixir, and the other is a detoxifying elixir. Please, have a taste. Li Chengdan served a bowl of soup to both Shunju and Yun Yi, then proceeded with his explanation. Over the past few days, Li Chengdan had earnestly endeavored to blend these two distinct elixirs into his culinary creations. The challenge was formidable, and he had faced numerous setbacks before achieving a semblance of success. Fourth-tier spiritual dishes could be prepared using elixirs, with a maximum of 9 different elixirs enhancing the dish. The medicinal properties would linger within the body, slowly released over the course of a month, sufficient to support a qi refinement stage cultivator's practice for that duration. However, unbeknownst to Shunju and the others, one of the elixirs within the spiritual dish was not a detoxifying elixir, but rather an antidote for the bone-corroding, flesh-melting pill. Chengdan, your culinary skills have indeed progressed. A flicker of something unusual crossed Yun Yi's eyes as he regarded Li Chengdan with a serious expression. Chengdan, while fourth-tier spiritual chefs are rare, the path of alchemy is the true pursuit. Do not stray from it. Shunju's face was etched with concern as he gazed at Li Chengdan. Each encounter with Li Chengdan reminded Shunju of Zhou Fang, prompting him to assist Li Chengdan in the alchemy hall whenever possible. Zhou Fang's greatest regret in life was not becoming an alchemist, and he did not wish to see Li Chengdan stray from the righteous path. Li Chengdan offered a gentle smile and nodded. Recently, I have been troubled, making it unsuitable for me to practice alchemy. After today's matters are resolved, I shall devote myself to cultivation and explore the beauty of the path of alchemy on behalf of my master. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's words, Shunju nodded, lifting his bowl to savor the soup. Yun Yi remained silent, his expression grave, yet he also raised his bowl to drink. What abundant spiritual energy! This bowl of soup feels akin to consuming half a qi-nourishing elixir, its potency still coalescing within me, capable of aiding my cultivation for a while longer. The other elixir, however, had detoxifying effects, though its efficacy was not as pronounced as that of the qi-nourishing elixir. After finishing the soup, Shunju quickly rendered his assessment. He did not perceive anything amiss and merely believed that Li Chengdan's culinary prowess had yet to reach its zenith, hence a few minor imperfections remained. Yun Yi nodded along with Shunju, sharing a similar sentiment. 2 elixirs have been infused into the spiritual vegetable, and the efficacy of the qi-nourishing pill has been fully released. However, the other elixir has yet to unleash its full potential. This is merely the initial phase of integrating the 2 elixirs with the spiritual vegetable, and further practice is required. Li Chengdan nodded, a subtle smile lingering on his face. In truth, both elixirs had completely merged into the spiritual vegetable. The detoxification pill's properties had not been fully manifested due to the absence of the bone-corroding pill's influence. After consuming the spiritual vegetable, the 3 engaged in conversation for a while, and as dusk approached, they made their way to the Ascending Immortal Tower for the reconciliation banquet. Outside the Ascending Immortal Tower, Wu Yun approached leisurely, accompanied by 2 disciples at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Isn't that just a first-tier alchemist from the Alchemy Peak? There are plenty of such characters at the Alchemy Peak. Why place such importance on him? One disciple remarked, glancing at the Ascending Immortal Tower. The largest tavern in Wangxian City, even grander than the Xianju Tower, where dining came at a steep price. Indeed, we had to kill a second-tier spiritual chef, a mere 5th-layer qi refinement old fool, and now we are compelled to host a banquet for reconciliation. Is this too dismissive of those from Qishan? Both disciples wore expressions of discontent, having roamed the outer sect for so long. They were unaccustomed to being obliged to treat others after slaying an old man of the 5th layer. Enough chatter. Make sure to act courteous later. That brat is a menial servant under Luo Xinzi, the master of fire alchemy. With Luo Xinzi protecting him, even my father wouldn't dare offend him, Wu Yan said, visibly impatient with his subordinates. He felt equally frustrated, Yet he never anticipated that Li Chengdan's connections could extend to a fourth-tier alchemist from the inner sect. A fourth-tier alchemist holds a status not inferior to that of the 9 esteemed figures. Thus, he could only suppress his anger and begrudgingly attend this so-called reconciliation banquet, hoping that the young man would open his eyes. One disciple muttered indignantly. Wu Yun nodded and entered the ascending immortal tower, where the 2 disciples were promptly escorted to a private room. Shortly after, Shenju arrived with Yun Yi and Li Chengdan, heading directly into the private chamber occupied by Wu Yun and his companions. "Greetings, Master Shun," Wu Yun exclaimed, clasping his hands in respect upon seeing Shenju. "Allow me to introduce. This is Wu Yun, the only son of Master Wu Qishan among the 9 esteemed figures of the inner sect. And this is Li Chengdan, the youngest first-tier alchemist of the outer sect." Shenju nodded, gesturing to Wu Yun and Li Chengdan as he introduced them to each other. "Greetings, senior brother Wu Yun. I have long heard of your illustrious name, and it is indeed a great fortune to meet you today." Li Chengdan beamed, bowing respectfully to Wu Yun. However, in the fleeting moment of lowering his head, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Chengdan's eyes, and his smile vanished entirely. The quest for vengeance had commenced. Chapter 49, Eating Vegetables, Eating Vegetables. Li Chengdan's demeanor was nothing short of humble, displaying all the requisite courtesies and performing a grand gesture, which significantly reduced Wu Yun's wariness. "Oh, junior brother is aware of me?" Wu Yun stroked his chin, regarding Li Chengdan with curiosity. Naturally, it is widely said that senior brother Wu Yun relies on his father's former prestige, with his entire prowess bolstered by elixirs. However, having met you today, I can see that you are in prime condition and possess an extraordinary presence, which indicates that your abilities are the result of diligent cultivation. The rumors of jealousy from outsiders are unfounded. Li Chengdan continued. This was clearly flattery. Upon hearing this, Shenju's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from commenting. Yun Yi felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelid, a sense of unease stirring within him. He sensed that Li Chengdan was acting even more peculiarly today. Typically, Li Chengdan exuded a calm demeanor, yet concealed within was an indomitable spirit, one that would never utter such sycophantic words. "Ha ha ha, my junior understands me. My junior truly understands me." Wu Yun laughed heartily. This junior possesses a remarkable way with words. Had that chef Zhou Ling been as eloquent, such a significant misunderstanding would not have arisen. At that moment, even the young man beside Wu Yun lowered his guard against Li Chengdan, speaking with less hesitation. "Oh, what to say? Come, junior, take a seat." Wu Yun glanced back at his young companion with a dismissive look before turning to Li Chengdan, saying, "Junior, I acknowledge my earlier folly. My actions were reckless. Had I known that the old chef was your mentor, I would have treaded more lightly and avoided causing unnecessary strife." Wu Yun spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Observing Wu Yun's demeanor, Shenju and Yun Yi exchanged glances, their faces betraying their anxiety. "Senior brother, please." Li Chengdan maintained his usual composure, a gentle smile on his face, gesturing for Wu Yun to sit. Wu Yun, feeling no need for formality, promptly took a seat with his companion, then turned to Shenju. "Come, Shun, take a seat." After this, he patted the empty chair beside him. Although Wu Yun relinquished the main seat, his attitude suggested that he was still the one in charge. Shenju glanced at the smiling Li Chengdan, a hint of doubt in his eyes, before sitting in the primary position. Once Shenju was settled, Li Chengdan took a seat beside him, followed by Yun Yi, who sat beside Li Chengdan. "I hope this reconciliation banquet encourages you both to let go of your animosities and foster a harmonious relationship moving forward," Shenju remarked after settling down, looking at Wu Yun. Wu Yun, with a dismissive expression, waved his hand at Shenju and turned to Li Chengdan, directly asking, "Let us skip the pleasantries. Junior, do you harbor any hatred towards me?" "Indeed," Li Chengdan nodded. "Oh, you harbor hatred, yet dare to say so openly? Are you not fearful that I might take drastic measures today?" Wu Yun's expression shifted, and his companion's face darkened as well. "I am not afraid. Brother Wu Yun possesses a magnanimous character and is not that sort of person," Li Chengdan confidently replied, shaking his head. "Ha ha ha, I like this junior. Much more articulate than these 2 foolish rascals." Wu Yun laughed heartily, pride shining on his face, then inquired, "Junior, are you planning to seek revenge against me in the future?" Hearing this, Shenju looked at Li Chengdan with a touch of anxiety. Yun Yi's expression grew even graver. His hands clenched tightly beneath the table, anxiously watching Li Chengdan. "I wouldn't dare seek revenge. I fear being dealt with by my senior brother. I am not foolish." Li Chengdan shook his head. "Ha ha." Wu Yun's smile broadened. For some reason, every word from Li Chengdan struck a chord deep within him. He hated himself, yet could not contend with him. Wasn't he that an admission of being powerless? Having dominated the outer sect for years, Wu Yun yearned to hear someone voice such sentiments, and now, hearing it firsthand brought a thrill few could understand. Shun, did you see that? My relationship with this junior will not sour. He is quite clever, Wu Yun remarked, turning to Shinju. Shinju nodded. Discerning that Li Chengdan had been striving to curry favor with Wu Yun, who appeared exceedingly pleased with Li Chengdan's submissiveness. However, this left Li Chengdan in a rather pitiable position. Something felt amiss. This was not the Li Chengdan he was accustomed to. Yun-yi observed Li Chengdan closely, his expression thickening with confusion. Having interacted with Li Chengdan for over a year, he had included him in his plans precisely because Li Chengdan was a person of outer gentleness and inner strength, possessing an unyielding spirit. With his character, he would never resort to such obsequiousness unless he harbored a grander scheme. Yet, what could Li Chengdan's scheme entail? Yun-yi found himself perplexed, merely hoping that Li Chengdan would not act recklessly. Since we have resolved our issues, let us dine and drink. Wu Yun signaled to his subordinate. Serve the dishes. The subordinate promptly understood and called out to the kitchen. In a short while, the meal was brought to the table. Come, let us eat. Wu Yun was the first to grasp his chopsticks and take a bite. After finishing, he glanced at Li Chengdan and let out a sigh. Alas, though the Ascension restaurant boasts high standards, its cuisine pales in comparison to that of the old spiritual chef. Had I known, I would not have eliminated him. He was a second-tier spiritual chef, a rarity within the entire Upper Clear sect. Young Master Wu Yun's remarks were not lost on Shinju, who could no longer restrain himself from reminding Wu Yun of the implications of his words. His comments clearly served to rub salt into Li Chengdan's wounds, further provoking him. Li Chengdan had already humbled himself enough for one day, yet he could hardly fathom that Wu Yun was still intent on tormenting him. Naturally, the fare prepared by a second-tier spiritual chef could not be compared to that of a mere first-tier chef. The prime meat of a first-tier demonic beast had been squandered. The spiritual energy contained within such flesh was largely diminished and hardly worthy of the table. Wu Yun was indeed formidable. Discerning the quality of the food with just a single bite, Li Chengdan cast a glance at the spiritual vegetables on the table, his expression turning to one of disdain. The vegetables were of decent quality, showcasing the skills of a spiritual chef, yet their rank fell short of his expectations. Before a fourth-tier spiritual chef like himself, such culinary prowess was hardly commendable. Oh, Wu Yun observed Li Chengdan with a look of surprise and curiosity. It seems my junior is well-versed in the art of spiritual cooking. He feigned a moment of realization, recalling that Li Chengdan had embarked on his journey as a spiritual chef. I had almost forgotten. My junior indeed took the path of the spiritual chef. To be honest, I am far superior to Zhou Fong. I just advanced to the rank of fourth-tier spiritual chef, Li Chengdan declared with confidence. Fourth-tier spiritual chef? Wu Yun was taken aback, then chuckled. You certainly possess a sense of humor. Our sect has only seen a fourth-tier chef once in the past several centuries. Do you doubt me? A cold smile flickered across Li Chengdan's lips. The opportunity had arisen. I do. Wu Yun shook his head. Since today marks our reconciliation banquet, why not demonstrate your skills for me? Li Chengdan retrieved cooking utensils from his spatial ring, turning his gaze towards Wu Yun. As he observed Li Chengdan's actions, Yun Yi's brows furrowed, his anxiety intensifying, and he cast a questioning look at Shinju. Shinju, perplexed by Yun Yi's gaze, shook his head, equally uncertain of Li Chengdan's intentions. Oh, splendid. Fourth-tier spiritual vegetables. It has been centuries since anyone has savored them. Wu Yun remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, his face adorned with a smile and anticipation. Excellent. Li Chengdan promptly stepped aside, retrieving firewood from his storage bag to commence the preparation of spiritual dishes. Have them clear away all these meals. We shall indulge in the fourth-tier spiritual cuisine crafted by my junior brother, Wu Yun declared without hesitation. Certainly. Wu Yun's younger brother sprang into action, summoning a child to remove the dishes from the table while requesting fresh bowls and plates to be brought forth. Before long, upon hearing of the intention to prepare fourth-tier spiritual cuisine, a throng gathered outside the private room, eager to witness the wonders of the fourth-tier delicacies. Li Chengdan, unabashed, seated himself before the cooking apparatus and began his culinary endeavor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he produced a jade vial from his storage bag, placing the meticulously prepared ingredients into the pot to begin cooking. As the ingredients reached perfect tenderness, he extracted 2 greenish pills from the jade vial, one deep in hue and the other lighter, their qualities vastly disparate. Spirit-gathering pills. Wu Yun's younger brother exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the pills in Li Chengdan's hand. The spirit-gathering pill was the most precious and difficult to concoct among all first-tier pills, existing in a realm of rarity and value. It was astonishing that Li Chengdan would utilize such an item in his culinary creations. Should this endeavor fail, the loss would be substantial. However, as the pills were introduced into the pot, They swiftly dissolved under Li Chengdan's precise control of spiritual energy, merging seamlessly with the spiritual dishes. Indeed, a fourth-tier spiritual chef. Incorporating pills into his cuisine, no wonder Fairy Luo held him in such high regard. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wu Yun's eyes. The culinary arts and alchemy were intertwined, and with such formidable talent and culinary skills, Li Chengdan would surely excel in the realm of alchemy as well. This individual was worth befriending. Come, let us savor the dishes. Soon, Li Chengdan had prepared 5 servings of spiritual cuisine, 3 meat dishes, and 2 vegetarian ones. He placed the meat dishes before Wu Yun and the vegetarian dishes before Xinju and Yuni. Chapter 50. Li Chengdan's connections. The aroma of the 4th-tier spiritual cuisine wafted through the air, rich with spiritual energy, eliciting expressions of excitement from Wu Yun and his 2 companions. This was no ordinary 4th-tier spiritual cuisine. It was prepared with the spirit-gathering pills. Such potent spiritual energy. Is this truly the essence of 4th-tier spiritual cuisine? Wu Yun swiftly grasped his chopsticks and began to eat. As the dish entered his mouth, he was taken aback. Indeed, the spirit-gathering pills made a profound impact. Each bite was infused with abundant spiritual energy, a remarkable feat. The flavor was exquisite as well. One of his younger brothers followed suit, praising the dish after taking a bite. However, as the dishes were served, the expressions of Xinju and Yun grew somber. They exchanged glances before casting anxious looks at Li Chengdan, while the 2 vegetarian dishes before them seemed acceptable. The 2 meat dishes placed before Wu Yun and his companions instilled a sense of unease within them. The moment the 2 meat dishes were served, they both sensed a surge of medicinal power coursing through their bodies. This medicinal force did not enhance their spiritual energy, but rather seemed to act as a protective barrier, safeguarding their heart meridians, particularly reacting strongly to the 2 meat dishes. Detoxification pills. Xinju and Yun instantly grasped the situation and understood Li Chengdan's overarching plan. Among the ingredients in the meat dishes, one indeed contained a spirit-gathering pill, while the other concealed a toxic pill. Li Chengdan's intention was to poison Wu Yun. Upon realizing Li Chengdan's scheme, Yun Yi's expression darkened as he was about to confront him. However, Xinju glanced at Yun Yi, subtly signaling him to remain silent with a wave of his hand. Brother Wu Yun, unlike elixirs, spiritual vegetables require time for digestion before their effects can be absorbed. Nevertheless, their efficacy surpasses that of elixirs, as they do not inflict the corrosive toxicity associated with pills. Li Chengdan cast a glance at Wu Yun, then shifted his gaze to Xinju and Yun Yi. His words served to both introduce the spiritual vegetables and to soothe the apprehensions of Yun Yi and Xinju. Poisonous pills can be exceedingly harmful. Potent ones can swiftly claim a life upon ingestion. In contrast, the toxic pills crafted from spiritual vegetables possess a different nature, as their toxicity melds with the essence of the vegetables, gradually releasing into the body's organs. As Li Chengdan had infused the dish with gathering spirit pills, the rich spiritual energy masked the toxins, rendering the consumer oblivious to any unusual sensations. Shun, Brother Yun Yi, please enjoy the meal. Li Chengdan resumed his seat, took a bite of the dish, and addressed Xinju and Yun Yi. Yun Yi sighed, shook his head, and began to consume the vegetarian dish before him. Xinju mirrored this behavior, quietly partaking in the meal, his expression unchanged. In stark contrast, Wu Yun and his companions voraciously attacked the 3 meat dishes before them, devouring them with the swiftness of a tempest, soon leaving nothing but empty plates. Delightful, absolutely delightful. This spiritual energy is abundant, sufficient for my cultivation needs for an entire month. Wu Yun leaned back in his chair, his belly protruding, a look of sheer enjoyment upon his face. I am pleased to hear that, senior brother. Li Chengdan responded with a respectful gesture. Here, take this. Should anyone from the outer sect trouble you in the future, you may present it. Wu Yun tossed a jade token onto the table in front of Li Chengdan. What is this? Li Chengdan was momentarily taken aback by the token. This is an identity token given to me by my father. With this, even the elders of the outer sect will grant you some consideration out of respect for my father. Wu Yun explained succinctly. He had leveraged this token for numerous advantages during his time in the outer sect, but now that his identity was known, it had become redundant. Thank you, senior brother. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude, carefully placing the token into his storage bag. Well then, let this reconciliation banquet come to a close. I, along with Li and Wu Yun, am satisfied to see you accept the token, he said, rising to his feet. After pondering for a moment, he realized he had forgotten Li Chengdan's full name. Li Chengdan. One of his companions quickly reminded him. Yes, brother Li Chengdan, from this day forth, we shall be friends and look out for one another. Wu Yun nodded, and after making a respectful farewell, he departed. What do you think of that fellow? Once outside the room, Wu Yun strode ahead. not glancing back as he inquired of his companion. He is quite astute. One of his companions quickly replied. It was evident that Li Chengdan's performance had far exceeded their expectations. They had not anticipated his humility to such a degree. A fourth-tier spiritual chef, boss. I believe we should cultivate a connection with him. If we could indulge in fourth-tier spiritual vegetables monthly, supplemented with elixirs, your prospects for ascending to the inner sect this year would be significantly enhanced. Another companion mused, still savoring the flavor of the fourth-tier spiritual vegetables. Not only did consuming the fourth-tier spiritual vegetables allow for the absorption of immense spiritual energy, but the taste was exquisite, leaving a lingering aftertaste long after the meal was finished. He could even sense a powerful surge of energy pulsating within him, rolling and spreading through his internal organs. After all, even the celestial being Luo valued him, making him worthy of being courted. The cloud platform's secret realm must be about to open, right? He was an alchemist and a spirit chef, albeit with somewhat inferior strength. Wu Yun paid no heed to the demise of Zhou Fang. Although a second-tier spirit chef was rare, they remained inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. What of being the guide for Li Chengdan's initiation? In the brutal world of cultivation, betrayal and even the murder of one's own guide were common occurrences. Li Chengdan's humility before Wu Yun was, in Wu Yun's eyes, merely a reflection of human nature. Nothing remarkable. Could it be that Li Chengdan would dare to kill him for the sake of a fourth-tier spirit chef at the 5th level of qi refinement? His father was one of the 9 elite members of the inner sect, the core strength of the Qingqing sect. If it weren't for his father, Wu Qishan, would the Qingqing sect so easily obliterate the Haoyan sect? Inside the private room, Chengdan's junior, Yun Yi, observed Wu Yun's departure with a solemn expression. Turning his gaze towards Li Chengdan, he was already aware of all of Li Chengdan's plans and began to worry for him. Although Li Chengdan's strategy was exceptionally astute, Wu Yun was the son of Wu Qishan, whose foundational cultivation level was at the 12th tier. It would not take long for him to uncover the truth of the matter. We should take our leave as well. However, before Yun Yi could voice his thoughts, Shinju interrupted him. After speaking, Shinju gestured for Li Chengdan to lead the way, and once Li Chengdan had exited the private room, Shinju leaned in close to Yun Yi and whispered something, patting his shoulder before following Li Chengdan out. Upon hearing Shinju's words, Yun Yi initially appeared perplexed, but soon a look of realization dawned on his face, and he exhaled deeply, all his concerns dissipating as he hurried to catch up. Shinju's message was simple. There was only one alchemist in the Qingqing sect capable of concocting poison pills. Naturally, Yun Yi had heard of this individual, whose status was quite elevated, even surpassing that of Luo Yinran's master. The fact that Li Chengdan could concoct poison pills was evidently linked to that esteemed figure. With all worries swept away, Yun Yi lightened his steps to follow closely behind Li Chengdan. As Li Chengdan and the 3 of them exited the ascending immortal tower, they discovered that Wu Yun and his companions had not departed. Instead, they were watching Li Chengdan with smiles on their faces. Chengdan, we left in such haste that I almost forgot something. Would you be interested in joining us to the cloud platform's secret realm in 3 months? There are numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures within, and with you along, we need not worry about provisions, and you can further hone your skills. Wu Yun spoke directly as soon as he saw Li Chengdan emerge. At that moment, an anxious voice echoed from a distance. As a fair figure accompanied by 3 others landed before Li Chengdan. Wu Yun, today is the reconciliation banquet. Your grievances have been resolved. So why must you trouble my junior, Chengdan? Among the figures, a fiery red silhouette produced a talisman, warning in a voice as melodious as a nightingale's. Brother Changming, Brother Zhang Hu, Brother Long Kuei, Sister Qiling. Seeing the 4 figures before him, Li Chengdan smiled and warmly greeted them. Zhuge Changming nodded at Li Chengdan and then gracefully approached Wu Yun. Brother Wu Yun, Master Qishan has agreed not to trouble Junior Chengdan. Why do you persist in pressing him? Wu Yun observed the sudden change in Zhuge Changming's expression. Zhuge Changming's grandfather, Zhuge Jun, was also one of the esteemed members of the inner sect, holding a status comparable to that of his father, Wu Qishan. At that moment, Wu Yun realized that Li Chengdan's connections were formidable, not only including Luo Yanran and Shinju, but surprisingly, Zhuge Changming as well. The individuals accompanying him, LV Qiling and Long Kuei, were equally noteworthy. While their family strength may not rival that of Zhuge Changming, they were nonetheless well regarded within the inner sect of Qingzhou. Brother Changming, there's been a misunderstanding. I merely invited junior brother Chengdan to accompany me to the Yuntai secret realm. You can ask Chengdan for confirmation. Wu Yun stammered after a brief pause. Zhuge Changming was momentarily taken aback and turned to confirm with Li Chengdan. The Yuntai secret realm was an adventurous locale for the outer sect, abundant in spiritual energy and ideal for cultivation. All outer disciples had the opportunity to enter. though typically only those at the 8th level of qi refinement would form groups to mitigate risks. Zhuge Changming was astonished that Wu Yun would extend such a benevolent invitation to Li Chengdan. Indeed, it is so, Yun Yi interjected. The reconciliation banquet proceeded smoothly, and Wu Yun and junior brother Chengdan engaged in pleasant conversation. That's right, you have misunderstood. Li Chengdan nodded and expressed his gratitude to Wu Yun, adding, once the date is confirmed, feel free to call on me. Seeing Li Chengdan agree, Zhuge Changming exchanged a perplexed glance with Long Kuei. Their eyes reflected their confusion. For this was not characteristic of Li Chengdan. LV Qiling, having tucked away her talismans, approached Li Chengdan with a fierce glare directed at Wu Yun, junior brother. If there is anything, you may speak freely. There truly is no issue. You have misjudged brother Wu Yun. Li Chengdan shook his head. Zhang Hu, gripping the hilt of his knife, scrutinized Wu Yun and his companions, a fleeting smile crossing his lips before he quickly suppressed it. He addressed Zhuge Changming and the others. Junior brother Chengdan is quite independent. Since he has declared it a misunderstanding, we must have underestimated the situation. Wu Yun had indeed sincerely invited Li Chengdan to explore the Yuntai secret realm. Shenju also stepped forward, affirming the authenticity of the matter, which led Zhuge Changming and the others to lower their guard against Wu Yun. My apologies, we were merely concerned for junior brother Chengdan. He hails from the mortal realm and is quite straightforward, thus we feared for his safety. Zhuge Changming, despite his lingering doubts, still offered a respectful gesture to Wu Yun. Not at all. This junior brother is indeed commendable. Wu Yun waved his hand dismissively and turned to Li Chengdan. Then it's settled, junior brother Chengdan. With that, Wu Yun hurriedly departed with his two companions. Junior brother Chengdan, are you truly all right? Zhuge Changming immediately inquired of Li Chengdan as they watched Wu Yun retreat. Rest assured, I am fine. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude with a glance at the others. What brings you all together today? After leaving Gengzi Courtyard, the 5 of them dispersed to their respective destinations. Zhuge Changming was at the Scripture Pavilion on Daotao Peak. LV Qiling was on Yufu Peak. Long Kuei was tending the herb garden on Lingyao Peak, and Zhang Hu was at Weidao Peak. Their unexpected gathering indicated that there was indeed a matter at hand. I am here with my companions to seek you out regarding the preparation of the gathering spirit pill, Zhuge Changming stated, preparing to discuss the inner sect affairs. Upon seeing that the members of the Gengzi Academy had mostly gathered, Long Kuei called upon his junior brother Zhang Hu to join him. He ambled over to Li Chengdan's side, clasping his shoulder and briefly explaining the situation. Long Kuei, you've gotten darker, Li Chengdan remarked, nodding as he deftly shrugged off Long Kuei's hand with a hint of disdain. If the ancestor does not strive, the descendants will face the ground. After spending all day in the medicinal fields under the sun, how could one not tan? Long Kuei sighed, rubbing his face. How many gathering spirit pills do you require? I cannot guarantee the success rate of this elixir. Li Chengdan disregarded Long Kuei's lament and inquired of Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling. Zhuge Changming furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Chengdan with a touch of awkwardness. He could sense the solitude hidden beneath Li Chengdan's gentle smile. In his recollection, Li Chengdan was a person of unwavering resolve. Throughout his 4 years at the Gengzi Academy, he had remained stuck at the 2nd level of weapon refining, making no progress whatsoever. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, diligently practicing without any sign of fatigue or complaint. He advanced steadily, never retreating or succumbing to despair. Yet now, he greeted Wu Yun, the slayer of Zhou Fong, with a smile. What immense pressure must he be enduring? They had been unable to assist with Zhou Fong's matter, and now they sought help from Li Chengdan, who was in a low period of his own. Changming felt at a loss for words. Changming, you underestimate Chengdan too much. Lu Qiling interjected, smiling at Zhuge Changming before confidently standing before Li Chengdan. Gathering spirit pills are rare in the outer sect and scarce even in the inner sect. This is a token of gratitude. 3 will suffice, and we shall provide the medicinal materials. That makes it 6. I shall give it a try. Li Chengdan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Gathering spirit pills? How do you know how to refine them? Shenju looked at Li Chengdan with curiosity. While Shenju could indeed refine gathering spirit pills, he was aware of the difficulty involved, even as a second-tier alchemist. His success rate using true fire was barely 50%. Chengdan's alchemist assessment is based on refining gathering spirit pills. Yun Yi explained to Shenju. His alchemist assessment involves refining gathering spirit pills? Shenju was taken aback, gazing at Li Chengdan in disbelief, then forcing a stiff smile. If Luo Shimi finds out, the alchemy peak will be in trouble. Luo Yinzhan was a figure no one dared to provoke at the alchemy peak, and her title as the Lady of the Peak was not to be taken lightly. Although she usually presented herself with grace and poise, when her temper flared, neither the inner nor outer sect could contain her. The primary reason Li Chengdan managed to escape unscathed was indeed due to Luo Yinzhan, who had previously alerted the alchemy peak to take care of him. Little did they expect Li Chengdan's alchemist assessment would involve the most challenging gathering spirit pills. I will accompany you to observe. After glancing at Li Chengdan, Shenju stroked his beard, deciding to lend him further assistance. Thank you, Master Shun. Li Chengdan expressed his gratitude with a look of appreciation. When Li Chengdan presented the spiritual herbs mixed with poison earlier today, he had already known that Shenju and Yun were aware of his plan. Now, Shenju's decision to follow him undoubtedly indicated his intent to provide testimony in his favor. Thank you, Master Shun. Upon hearing Shenju's words, Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling also brightened, bowing respectfully to Shenju. With the presence of Shenju, a second-rank alchemist, the process of concocting the gathering spirit pill became significantly easier for Li Chengdan. Subsequently, Li Chengdan and Yun led their companions to a small courtyard. Along the way, Li Chengdan listened intently to the tales shared by the members of Gengzi Courtyard. Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling had already attained mid-stage strength at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with Lu Qiling further advancing to the status of a second-rank talismonger, solidifying her position within the inner sect. Long Kuei, who toiled daily in the medicinal herb garden at Spirit Herb Peak, had reached the level of a second-rank spirit herbalist and was now at the late stage of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Just a step away from the 9th level, the fastest to grow was Zhang Hu, who participated in the battle against Haoyan sect, reaping substantial rewards, though his cultivated spells concealed his true power. Nevertheless, Li Chengdan could vaguely sense that Zhang Hu was currently the strongest in Gengzi Courtyard, being a reincarnation of a formidable golden core cultivator. Upon arriving at their rented courtyard, Li Chengdan guided them into the alchemy room. Upon witnessing the well-equipped alchemy chamber, Shenju was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Yun but refraining from voicing any concerns. Is it all right, junior brother Chengdan? Lu Qiling inquired softly as the others admired the alchemy room. Just as Li Chengdan was about to respond, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating Wu Yun and others, effectively dispelling the previous incarnation's obsession and attaining the enlightened mindset. Enlightened mindset. System extracts 50 of cultivation experience, enhancing the success rate of alchemy by 50, and increasing the power of martial techniques and spell effects by 50 each. Outside Wangxian City, on a secluded path leading back to the outer gate of Qingjing sect, one of Wu Yun's subordinates, wiping sweat from his brow and gasping for breath, remarked, I never anticipated that Li Chengdan's connections would be this formidable. Even Zhuge Changming is acquainted with one of Wu Yun's subordinates. Now that you mention it, Zhuge Changming, Long Kuei, Lu Qiling, and Zhang Hu are indeed the 4 talents of this generation from Chu Xiufeng, aren't they? Another subordinate chimed in, patting his stomach. Disciples of Chu Xiufeng are categorized by a 5-year generation cycle. The strongest of this generation is Zhuge Changming, followed by Lu Qiling, while Zhang Hu is currently in the spotlight, having distinguished himself during the fierce confrontation between Qingjing sect and Haoyan sect. Together with Long Kuei, they represent the 4 most powerful individuals of this generation from Chu Xiufeng, collectively referred to as the 4 talents of Gengzi Courtyard. Damn it, something feels off. Why am I so exhausted? Wu Yun felt beads of sweat cascading down his face as he sensed a sharp pain emanating from his lower abdomen. Ignoring the chatter of his subordinates, he crouched down in agony, exclaiming, It hurts, it burns intensely. The pain radiated from his lower abdomen and began to spread throughout his body. Initially, Wu Yun attributed his discomfort to overeating during the long trek uphill. But gradually he sensed something amiss. It was not merely fatigue. After consuming the spirit vegetables, he felt a domineering energy surging within him. Now, this energy was disseminating throughout his body, gnawing at his very essence. By the time he recognized the anomaly, this energy had permeated his entire being, affecting his bones, flesh, and meridians. As he crouched down, Wu Yun despairingly realized that he could not channel even a trace of spiritual power. Poisoned. Damn that Li Chengdan for having the audacity to lace the spiritual herbs with poison. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yun let out a furious roar. Oh no, boss, something's wrong. I feel excruciating pain and I can't use my spiritual energy. His 2 subordinates, initially intending to help him up, collapsed to the ground as they approached. My body is disintegrating. One of the subordinates struggled to rise, but as he exerted himself, a sickening sound erupted, his body grotesquely fractured at the waist. Looking down, he was met with a horrifying sight. His lower body was dissolving before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he watched his severed lower half turn into a puddle of crimson sludge. Soon after, his upper body followed suit, transforming into a gruesome mass of flesh. No, he screamed, as his entire being, along with his clothes, was reduced to mere flesh and blood. Even his weapons and storage pouch were dissolved. leaving behind only a heap of red gore. Boss, another subordinate, pale as death, reached out towards Wu Yun. When Wu Yun turned to look, he saw an arm slowly melting away before his very eyes, drops of blood cascading down. In no time, this subordinate too was reduced to a pool of blood, seeping into the earth between the mountains. Damn it, Li Chengdan, I will not let you escape unscathed. Panic-stricken, Wu Yun fought through the pain to retrieve a communication jade talisman from his storage pouch, desperate to call for help. Yet, the poison was relentless, offering him no respite. Even as he grasped the talisman, his entire body began to dissolve into blood, rendering him incapable of channeling spiritual energy to activate it. Remarkable. The poison pill and the spiritual herbs blended beautifully. What a formidable technique. This boy is a natural-born poison master. At that moment, a beggar approached Wu Yun, nodding appreciatively as he observed him. Wu Yun, his melting visage obscuring his expression, was filled with terror. Before he could utter a word, he too was consumed by the blood, utterly vanishing from existence. I shall lend you a final hand. This grudge ends here. The Confronting sect will be at peace. The beggar hurled a fireball, incinerating all traces of the scene, then turned to leave. The secluded mountain path fell silent once more, save for a solitary jade talisman lying in the center of the trail, emitting a faint glow. Within the inner gate, the Hall of Soul Lamps housed countless soul lamps, each representing the life force of the inner gate disciples of the Confronting sect. A vibrant soul lamp radiated brightly, while extinguished one signified death. Not good. Wu Yun's soul lamp has gone out. Hurry, notify Elder Wu. The disciple in charge of the soul lamps exclaimed in panic, staring at the extinguished lamp. Although Wu Yun was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, and thus unqualified to have a lamp in the hall, he was the sole son of Wu Qishan, one of the 9 elders. To facilitate monitoring and control, a position was granted to Wu Yun. Now that his soul lamp had gone dark, the entire hall of soul lamps was thrown into disarray. These herbs are acceptable. These are unnecessary. Li Chengdan assessed the medicinal materials prepared by Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling, selecting those required for the gathering spirit pill while returning the rest. It is evident that Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling have made thorough preparations. Although they are unaware of the exact medicinal herbs required for the gathering spirit pill, they have gathered nearly every herb associated with first-tier elixirs. Not only is the quantity substantial, but the quality of the herbs is also commendable. The remaining ingredients suitable for refining the gathering spirit pill are sufficient to produce 10 batches, entirely meeting their needs. Li Chengdan, with a gleeful demeanor, meticulously organizes the herbal proportions, the entire process flowing seamlessly. Chengdan, you seem quite elated. Lu Qiling observes Li Chengdan's actions, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. As a woman, her intuition allows her to sense that Li Chengdan is in high spirits, as if he has encountered something joyous. The only thing that seems to bring him such happiness now appears to be the demise of Wu Yun. Zhuge Changming nods in agreement. Sensing the shift in Li Chengdan's mood, it seems that Chengdan is quite lonely. We ought to draw closer to him in the future. Long Kuei nods in affirmation. Zhang, who stands to the side, silently amused, leaning against the wall with his long knife, enjoying the sight of Li Chengdan selecting herbs. Yun Yi glances at Shinju, fully aware of the reason behind Li Chengdan's delight, yet he still casts a worried glance at Shinju. Shinju, however, is fixed on Li Chengdan, nodding continuously, resembling a teacher who is pleased to observe a student's performance. Chengdan, may I assist you in managing the flames? Let us try using true fire for alchemy, thereby laying a foundation for your future endeavors. Upon seeing that Li Chengdan has finished selecting the herbs, Shinju strides toward him. The use of true fire in alchemy is a prerequisite for becoming a second-tier alchemist. To ascend to this rank, one must reach the 9th level of qi refinement, as only at this stage can one unleash true fire. Upon hearing Shinju's words, the expressions of everyone present shift dramatically. It is one thing for a second-tier alchemist to manage the flames, but employing true fire as an aid for alchemy indicates that Shinju holds high hopes for Li Chengdan. Thank you, Master Shun. Li Chengdan expresses his gratitude with a glance toward Shinju. The experience of using true fire for alchemy is invaluable for an alchemist, greatly aiding in future ascension to the 2nd tier. Having said this, Li Chengdan produces the alchemical furnace he procured from the black market. How did this alchemical furnace come into your possession? Shinju's expression subtly shifts as he regards the furnace. I acquired it from the black market. Li Chengdan promptly replies. You are quite fortunate. This furnace originates from a highly skilled artifact master within the inner sect. Even when you reach 4th tier alchemist status, this furnace will still serve you well. Shinju nods, taking a seat behind the alchemical furnace. He then performs a hand gesture, conjuring a wisp of azure flame to warm the furnace. Li Chengdan observes the flame within the alchemical furnace, not rushing to commence the alchemical process, but instead attentively sensing the influence of Shunju's true fire on the furnace. The true fire released by Shunju is gentle, mirroring his own character. Yet it possesses a high temperature, making it exceptionally suitable for alchemy. True fire indeed differs from the flames of spiritual wood. It is far more controllable and precise. After attuning himself to the characteristics of true fire, Li Chengdan gains confidence. Once the furnace reaches the desired temperature, he begins to prepare for the alchemical process. At this moment, the alchemical chamber has become crowded. Li, Yao Shanmen, and others, having learned that Li Chengdan is to refine the gathering spirit pill with Shunju's assistance of true fire, have also arrived. They are alchemists, and observing the process of refining the spirit gathering pill greatly aids their own alchemical endeavors. Thus, the alchemy chamber was filled with people, bustling with activity. What do you think the success rate for our junior alchemist in producing the spirit gathering pill will be? Long Kuei inquired, casting a curious glance at the crowd surrounding him. With Master Shen's assistance, the success rate should be around 30 to 40%, Zhuge Changming speculated after a moment's contemplation. The success rate for the spirit gathering pill is not particularly high. Achieving a 30% success rate is already commendable. In the alchemist assessment, the success rate for other first-tier elixirs must reach 30% to qualify for promotion to alchemist, while the spirit gathering pill only requires a mere 15%. However, even such a modest requirement, if the spirit gathering pill were drawn in the assessment, would still lead many to believe the candidate had failed. That sounds about right. Lu Qiling nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a 30% success rate is indeed respectable. You underestimate our junior alchemist's talent in the art of alchemy. His heart is unburdened now, and with Master Shen's support, the success rate will be at least 50%. This is just the first batch. Once he finds his rhythm, we may very well witness a mid-grade spirit gathering pill tonight. Yun Yi remarked, casting a glance at Zhuge Changming and the others. A mid-grade spirit gathering pill? Surely, that is implausible. Zhang Hu, intrigued by Yun Yi's statement, glanced at the alchemist Li Chengdan, who was engrossed in his work. Although he believed in Li Chengdan's abilities, he did not think him capable of such a feat. Even second-tier alchemists from the inner sect would struggle to refine a mid-grade spirit gathering pill. I share your sentiments. Li concurred, and the others, including Yao Shanmen, nodded in confidence. While other alchemists might lack such prowess, Li Chengdan was indeed capable. They had all witnessed the extraordinary skills Li Chengdan displayed in alchemy. Observing the confident expressions of Yun Yi and his companions, Zhuge Changming and the others exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with uncertainty. Yun Yi and the others, being alchemists themselves, and having spent the past year closely acquainted with Li Chengdan, seemed to possess grounds for their judgment. Just then, the alchemy furnace emitted a deep rumble, and the rich fragrance of elixirs filled the chamber. As the aroma wafted through the air, Shunju gazed at Li Chengdan with astonishment. Throughout the entire refining process, Li Chengdan exhibited remarkable proficiency. Even though it was his first time using true fire for alchemy, many of his movements were impressively adept. The refinement of the spirit gathering pill is notably intricate. And given that this was Li Chengdan's inaugural experience with true fire, his pace was considerably slower than during the alchemist assessment. It took a full hour for Li Chengdan to successfully produce the pill. Yet, despite this, Shunju remained astounded. True fire, while stable, is not ordinary flame. Any misstep could lead to the destruction of the herbs and the complete failure of the batch. Initially, Shunju had intended to assist Li Chengdan at critical moments, but he soon realized that Li Chengdan's every action was executed with perfection, requiring no intervention. Well done, Shunju said, gathering his spiritual energy as he rose weakly, wiping the sweat from his brow. He advised Li Chengdan, focus on mastering the 5 elements fire control technique. If you can achieve perfection before reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, it will greatly aid your advancement to second-tier alchemist. Even though Shunju had already attained the 2nd rank alchemist at the 10th level of Qi refining, maintaining the true fire with spiritual power was still quite taxing. The status of a 2nd rank alchemist was significantly elevated compared to that of a 1st rank alchemist, primarily because 2nd rank pills had to be refined using true fire, which consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. A 2nd rank alchemist at the 12th level of Qi refining could, at most, refine 5 batches of 2nd rank pills in a day. Shunju, having aged considerably, was visibly worn, and managing to sustain the true fire for an hour was already commendable. The crowd present was taken aback upon hearing this statement. Shunju's words not only affirmed Li Chengdan's alchemical skills, but also expressed great expectations for him. Thank you for your guidance, Master Shen. Li Chengdan immediately expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture and presented a medium-grade Qi-nourishing pill to Shunju. Shunju, not being modest, consumed the pill without hesitation. as he had depleted all his spiritual energy and urgently needed to recover. Let us commence. After ingesting the pill, Shenju's complexion improved significantly, and he gazed expectantly at the alchemical furnace. Li Chengdan swiftly opened the furnace. With a sizzling sound, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the alchemical chamber. This time, the aroma was even more intense. Just a single inhalation invigorated the weary onlookers, causing their spiritual energy to stir restlessly. Shenju and Li exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Such a fragrance compelled them, as alchemists, to make a judgment. Zhang Hu, who had remained silent, took a heavy step forward, looking at Li Chengdan in disbelief. No wonder you are known as the Pill Master. What a fitting name. Pill Master, indeed. It sounds far more appealing than my ancestor's name, Long Kuei remarked, his eyebrows raised, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Shenju laughed heartily. Stroking his beard, his countenance filled with joy as he looked at Li Chengdan. Although Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling did not comprehend why the others were so exhilarated, the extraordinary scene before them made it clear that this batch of pills was anything but ordinary. 2 pills. Is the success rate merely 20%? When Li Chengdan retrieved the pills from the furnace, Lu Qiling was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise. She had already known that the gathering spirit pill was difficult to refine, but she had not anticipated that even with Shenju's true fire assistance, Li Chengdan could only achieve a 20% success rate. Li Chengdan furrowed his brow as he examined the greenish gathering spirit pills in his hand. He felt confident that there had been no issues during the refining process, so why had the success rate decreased? Moreover, the 2 gathering spirit pills produced this time were entirely different from the ones he had refined previously. Although they retained a greenish hue, they were adorned with dark red patterns, resembling red vines encircling the pills, strikingly eye-catching. No, this is a first-grade authentic pill. Achieving a 20% success rate in a single batch is already quite remarkable. Such a rate is likely unattainable even by Master Shen, Yun Yi remarked. Stepping forward and gazing enviously at the gathering spirit pills in Li Chengdan's hand, noting the red stripes. Authentic pills? Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling exchanged surprised glances and simultaneously shook their heads. Their understanding of pills was quite limited. They only knew that they were categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, with their exposure primarily being to middle and lower grade pills. The concept of authentic pills, as mentioned by Yun Yi, was entirely foreign to them. Beyond the realm of superior elixirs lies a hierarchy of medicinal pills. Shenju emerged, his countenance radiant with pride. Above the superior grade exists the true essence. The so-called true essence refers to the elixirs wherein the medicinal properties are thoroughly released and harmonized, resulting in a concoction of unparalleled potency, with the toxicity almost imperceptible, making the crafting of true essence elixirs exceedingly challenging. Even a first-tier alchemist would find it beyond their reach to forge such a masterpiece, for the creation of superior elixirs demands the use of genuine fire. And only an alchemist with extensive experience can achieve this feat despite Shenju's long-standing reputation. Throughout his illustrious career, he had only managed to produce a few true essence elixirs. Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling nodded in bewilderment. Though they were not alchemists and did not fully grasp Shenju's words, they understood the significance of the elixir's rank. At the 6th level of qi refinement, a novice first-tier alchemist, to achieve such mastery in alchemy is a commendable feat. Zhang Hu's eyes sparkled with envy. As a reincarnated cultivator of the Golden Core stage, he recognized the formidable talent of Li Chengdan in the art of alchemy. Indeed, hailing from the Gengzi Academy, how could one not be impressive? Long Kuei nodded with satisfaction from the side. True essence elixirs? Li Chengdan gazed at the elixirs in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Could it be due to a profound understanding? Placing 2 gathering spirit pills aside, he tidied the alchemical furnace and addressed Zhuge Changming and Lu Qiling. If you have no objections, I would be delighted to assist you in refining all your materials into elixirs today, as a token of my goodwill for your admission to the inner sect. Then we are deeply grateful, Chengdan. Zhuge Changming replied, his previous concerns dissipating as he looked at Li Chengdan with appreciation. Your thoughtfulness surpasses that of certain others. Lu Qiling chimed in with a smile, casting a playful glance at Long Kuei. Long Kuei frowned, leaning against Zhang Hu and playfully patting his robust chest. Zhang Hu, did you hear that? Zhang Hu shook his head with a smile, redirecting his gaze to Li Chengdan. Yun Yi and the others watched Li Chengdan with eager anticipation. The process by which he refined the gathering spirit pills had profoundly inspired them. Regrettably, since Li Chengdan utilized genuine fire for his alchemy, it offered limited assistance in enhancing their skills. However, as he would soon employ more conventional methods, they anticipated significant benefits from observing his techniques. Watching Li Chengdan masterfully control the flames would not only allow them to learn his remarkable fire handling skills, but also to comprehend his entire alchemical process. Hence, their eagerness was palpable. With a deft invocation of the great fire summoning technique, Li Chengdan commenced his alchemical endeavors anew. That evening, he remained at the furnace, crafting gathering spirit pills. Although the absence of Shunju's genuine fire was felt, Li Chengdan's success rate remained commendably high. From the first batch, he achieved a 50 success rate, all being inferior grade. Yet, from the second batch onward, his success rate escalated to 60, yielding one medium-grade gathering spirit pill. By dawn, while refining his fifth batch, Li Chengdan's success rate soared to 80, with 2 medium-grade gathering spirit pills produced. The materials provided by Zhuge Changming could still yield 4 more batches. The group, save for Long Kuei, was captivated by the spectacle, particularly Zhuge Changming and Liu Qiling, who remained exhilarated throughout the night. The difficulty of refining the spirit-gathering pill had long been anticipated by the two, who initially hoped to produce merely 3 low-grade pills. However, Li Chengdan's alchemical prowess was exceedingly formidable. Not only did these pills surpass their minimum gifting requirements, but the surplus would also sustain their cultivation in the inner sect for an extended period. Bang, bang, bang. Is Li Chengdan present? Come forth immediately to the law enforcement hall of the Qingqing sect. Just as Li Chengdan was about to continue his alchemical endeavors, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, followed by a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Yuni furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Shinju, who merely smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. What brings the law enforcement hall to seek Brother Chengdan? Let us investigate. Zhuge Changming sensed the discordant atmosphere and, glancing at the exchanged signals between Yun Yi and Shinju, suddenly harbored an ominous thought. He promptly addressed those present. Li Chengdan, Elder Wu Qishan from the inner sect has arrived. You must come out at once. The voice outside grew increasingly insistent in the absence of a response from within. Chapter 54. Is it truly not related to him? Why has Qishan come? Upon hearing the name Wu Qishan, the countenance of those present shifted dramatically. Yun Yi's expression turned grave as he shared a glance with Shinju, who also knitted his brows slightly, but remained silent. Zhuge Changming and Liu Qiling roused the slumbering Long Kuei, who, displeased at being disturbed, nonetheless approached Li Chengdan vigilantly upon seeing Zhuge Changming's serious demeanor. Zhang Hu gripped the hilt of his sword, maintaining a calm facade as he joined Zhuge Changming's side. Yun Yi turned to Li Li and Yao Shanmin beside him, saying, "You need not follow. I shall handle this." Li Li and Yao Shanmin nodded in agreement and quietly retreated to a corner of the alchemical chamber, clearing a path for Li Chengdan. Li Chengdan's expression remained unperturbed as he extinguished the flames of the alchemical furnace. Casting a glance at the others, he casually remarked, "I shall see what this is about." With that, he rose and strode towards the gate of the small courtyard. Zhuge Changming and the others promptly followed, their expressions laden with vigilance, while Shinju and Yun Yi trailed behind. Upon opening the door, Li Chengdan cupped his hands in respect and spoke. At that moment, the sun was just rising, casting warm rays upon the ground, bathing Wangxian City in a golden hue. Outside the small courtyard, a group of black-clad cultivators stood at the entrance, exuding a menacing aura, particularly striking against the golden light. Seize him. Elder Sun Yueming of the Law Enforcement Hall, a 12th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, glanced at Li Chengdan and waved his hand. The surrounding disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Li Chengdan without hesitation. What are you doing? Why are you taking him away unjustly? Zhuge Changming drew his long sword from his storage bag, positioning himself alongside the members of Gengzi Courtyard to shield Li Chengdan. Liu Qiling's brows twitched as she produced a talisman, causing the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to halt in their tracks, turning their gazes towards Sun Yueming. In the realm of cultivation, among the myriad arts, none are more perilous to provoke than those of the talisman masters. One could never ascertain how many talismans they might possess. Since when has the Law Enforcement Hall had the prerogative to seize individuals at will? Long Kuei, yawning while waving a folding fan, cast a cold glare at the individuals before him. Zhang Hu, silent yet resolute, drew his long blade, standing at the forefront of Gengzi Courtyard. The 4 of them encircled Li Chengdan. The 4 heroes of Gengzi Academy. Sun Yueming felt a shiver run down his spine upon seeing Zhuge Changming and the others. Among these 4, 3 hailed from families of significant influence, and he dared not offend them. The 4th was a rising figure known as the God of Death. Although others were unaware of his true prowess, the Law Enforcement Hall was well aware of Zhang, whose terrifying accomplishments during the extermination of the Heoshenzong by the Shangqing sect. Several individuals present, including the only son of Elder Wu Qishan from the inner sect, Wu Yun, had perished. Their visit to seek Li Chengdan was merely to investigate Sun Yueming's stance. He immediately softened his demeanor and gestured for the disciples of the law enforcement hall to cease their actions. Wu Yun is dead? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression shifted dramatically, exchanging looks of shock. Wu Yun's identity was well known in the outer sect. Who could possess such audacity to take his life? What did this have to do with Chengdan? After parting ways with Wu Yun yesterday, he had remained here to refine pills, never leaving. When they said their farewells, Wu Yun had appeared to be in good health, and both Master Shun and the other seniors could attest to that. Yun Yi promptly stepped forward, addressing Sun Yueming loudly. Yun Yi? Sun Yueming's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming complex upon seeing Yun Yi. Despite his somewhat awkward status, Yun Yi was indeed the son of the sect leader, Yun Haoshan. How did Li Chengdan come to know so many formidable individuals? Indeed, Wu Yun even invited Chengdan to explore the Yuntai secret realm together. We can all attest to this. Many in the Ascension Tower witnessed it. Long Kuei added, Brother Yueming, yesterday's reconciliation banquet went relatively smoothly. Wu Yun even gifted Li Chengdan the identity token of Uncle Qishan. Furthermore, when we parted, Wu Yun was perfectly fine. Li Chengdan returned with us and refined pills through the night without leaving. If anything unfortunate happened to Wu Yun, it could not possibly be attributed to Li Chengdan. Shenju also stepped forward in support. Sun Yueming furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Chengdan and those beside him, then turned to clasp his hands in respect. Uncle Qishan, perhaps it would be best for you to inquire directly with Li Chengdan. The implication from Yun Yi and the others was clear. After parting from Wu Yun, Li Chengdan had been engaged in alchemy, making it impossible for him to be connected to Wu Yun's death. Not only did Li Chengdan have witnesses, but the strength and backgrounds of these witnesses were formidable, causing Sun Yueming to refrain from provoking them, and instead let Wu Qishan take the lead. As Sun Yueming's words fell, the disciples of the law enforcement hall parted to create a pathway, and a burly middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Uncle Qishan. Upon seeing him, everyone bowed respectfully. Sheath your weapons. I merely seek to ask him some questions. After all, yesterday was the last time my son encountered this Li Chengdan. Wu Qishan cast a glance over the group, his gaze settling on Li Chengdan. Observing Wu Qishan, the crowd furrowed their brows, but remained steadfast in front of Li Chengdan. Zhuge Changming immediately exchanged glances with the others, patting Zhang Hu on the shoulder to clear a path. Wu Qishan was one of the 9 most powerful cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage in the inner sect. Should he take action, they would not stand a chance even if they banded together. Greetings, Uncle Qishan. Li Chengdan glanced nervously at Wu Qishan. Speak, what exactly transpired yesterday? Wu Qishan nodded and inquired of Li Chengdan. Yesterday, we dined together before parting ways. Senior brother Wu Yun possesses a candid nature, and our conversation was rather pleasant. He even presented me with your identity token and waited for me at the entrance of the Ascension Pavilion after the banquet, inviting me to enter the Ling Tai secret realm with him. This can be corroborated by Master Shun, Brother Yun Yi, and the staff of the Ascension Pavilion. Li Chengdan retrieved the identity token bestowed by Wu Yun from his storage bag and respectfully addressed Wu Qishan. Upon casting a glance at the token in Li Chengdan's hand, Wu Qishan's expression shifted. This token represents Wu Qishan's intention to ensure that Wu Yun receives better care in the outer sect. Why would he bestow you his identity token and invite you to the Ling Tai secret realm? I am well aware of my son's character. He would never be so generous. Wu Qishan's countenance darkened. Merely possessing this token would suffice for him to interrogate Li Chengdan thoroughly. Li Chengdan had already attained the 4th level of Spirit Chef, and just yesterday, he showcased his exceptional skill of infusing spiritual pills into cuisine before Wu Yun. Perhaps this prompted Wu Yun to seek to cultivate a closer relationship, as a stay of 3 to 5 months in the Ling Tai secret realm would be far more pleasant with a spirit chef by one's side. Shenju immediately clasped his hands and spoke. A 4th level spirit chef? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhuge Changming and the others changed. Astonishment written across their faces as they looked at Li Chengdan. They were already aware of his remarkable culinary prowess, but had not anticipated that he had elevated his skills to the 4th level. This lad has finally learned the art of social grace, Wu Qishan remarked, surprised at Li Chengdan as he listened to Shun Ju's explanation. You claim you have refined the late-stage pills? Might I have the honor of viewing your alchemical chamber? After a moment's contemplation, Wu Qishan inquired further of Li Chengdan. Though a request, Wu Qishan's tone was firm, lacking any semblance of inquiry. Master Uncle, please. Li Chengdan, unreserved, invited Wu Qishan into the small courtyard, leading him toward the alchemical chamber. You may enter with me. The others shall remain outside. Wu Qishan glanced at Sun Yueming before following Li Chengdan into the courtyard. Shenju gestured for Zhuge Changming and the others to remain in place while he turned to trail behind Wu Qishan. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, both Wu Qishan and Sun Yueming were greeted by a fragrant aroma, a scent of alchemical residue, confirming that pills had indeed been refined here the previous night. The gathering spirit pills, did you concoct these? Approaching the alchemical furnace and observing the nearby pills, Wu Qishan's brow furrowed. The quality of these gathering spirit pills was anything but low. With just a glance, he noted several mid-grade pills. Such items are rare, even within the inner sect. And yet they were refined by Li Chengdan, a beginner first-level Dan master at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, Li Chengdan nodded. You, a first-level Dan master, at merely the 6th layer of Qi refinement, can concoct gathering spirit pills? Sun Yueming interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chengdan in indignation. Brother Yueming, it is indeed his creation. The Dan Master assessment was based on the gathering spirit pills he refined. This can be confirmed by the Dan Peak. Shinju promptly stepped forward to clarify to Sun Yueming. Chapter 55. Alas, my son, what? Sun Yueming's expression shifted in disbelief. Though he was not a Dan Master, he understood the rarity of gathering spirit pills. Even he could procure only a handful each year to assist in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wu Qishan furrowed his brow, approaching Li Chengdan to sniff at his nostrils, then moving beside Shinju to do the same. He gazed at Li Chengdan in astonishment, for he was discerning the authenticity of Shinju's words through the lingering fragrance of elixirs on their bodies. An alchemist's proximity to the cauldron imbues them with a potent aroma of medicinal herbs, an undeniable fact. With just a simple inhalation, he formed a judgment. Surprisingly, Shinju had not uttered a falsehood. Indeed, the spirit-gathering pill was genuinely crafted by Li Chengdan. Turning his head, Wu Qishan cast a cold, piercing glance at Li, Yao Shanmen, and the others hiding in the corner, his expression severe as he inquired, did he truly remain here the entire night, crafting pills? Feeling the pressure emanating from Wu Qishan, Li and the others were paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing Wu Qishan's question, their faces drained of color. Yet, the experienced Li mustered her courage to step forward, clasping her hands in respect, as she replied, "Respected Uncle Master, that is indeed the case." Junior brother Chengdan was engaged in alchemy throughout the night without leaving. Wu Qishan's keen gaze swept over Li, Yao Shanmen, Guasu, and Hu Kuei, scrutinizing their expressions. Confronted by the oppressive presence of a foundational master, the four exhibited nothing but dread and confusion, revealing no other emotions. Does this truly have no connection to him? Wu Qishan frowned, glancing once more at Li Chengdan, suspicion rife in his eyes. Recently, Wu Yun had made numerous enemies in the outer sect. Yet the timing of his predicament was too coincidental. Buzz. At that moment, the communication jade pendant at Sun Yueming's waist glowed and trembled. Master, we have located junior brother Wu Yun's communication jade pendant and have connected to the location where he encountered trouble. An anxious voice transmitted through the pendant. Where is it? Wu Qishan's expression darkened as he dashed towards Sun Yueming, snatching the glowing jade pendant from his grasp, urgency palpable in his tone. Uncle Master Qishan. The voice on the other end greeted respectfully. The battlefield has been professionally cleared on the path back to the sect. It appears. What is it? Wu Qishan pressed. Our preliminary assessment suggests it was not a bandit attack, but rather remnants of the Haotian sect. The voice on the other end faltered slightly. We are on our way. Wu Qishan tossed the jade pendant back to Sun Yueming, striding anxiously toward the exit. Li Chengdan, do not leave Wangxian City during this time. Our law enforcement hall may come to question you at any moment. Receiving the communication jade pendant, Sun Yueming glanced at Li Chengdan before hastily following Wu Qishan out. Senior brother, senior sister, it will be all right. Li Chengdan offered a contrite smile to Li and the others, entirely unprepared for how drastically events had unfolded. It will be fine. Li shook her head, having gleaned the situation from their earlier conversation. It should be all right now. Shinju sighed in relief, addressing Li Chengdan. After patting Li Chengdan on the shoulder, he exited the alchemy room as well. Wu Qishan disregarded the onlookers outside, leading Sun Yueming and the law enforcement hall personnel directly away. How outrageous it is to seek out junior brother Li Chengdan now that Wu Yun is dead. LV Chilling exclaimed, stamping her foot in anger as she watched Wu Qishan's retreating figure. Rest assured, junior brother Chengdan will come to no harm. With our testimonies, Wu Qishan shall have no recourse. Wu Yun has committed numerous misdeeds outside the gates, attracting the ire of many who wish to see him dead. He may very well have caught the attention of someone dangerous. Long Kuei stood nearby, nodding in agreement. Zhuge Changming furrowed his brow, first glancing at Zhang Hu, who gripped his long knife tightly, before his gaze shifted to Yun Yi. What on earth is happening? After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Changming approached Yun Yi and whispered. I do not know either, Yun Yi replied, shaking his head, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Upon hearing Yun Yi's response, Zhuge Changming's expression deepened with skepticism. I understand your intentions, but you must not allow my disciple to be implicated. Yun snorted dismissively, turning his head away. Yet internally, he was taken aback by Zhuge Changming's keen perception. You young ones should gather together. I shall return to the inner sect for now. Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on the matters concerning alchemy. At that moment, Shen Zhu stepped forward, glancing at those present. Then I must trouble you, Master Shen. Zhuge Changming promptly replied with a respectful nod. Shen Zhu merely smiled faintly and hurriedly departed. Very well, esteemed brothers and sisters, let us continue our alchemical practices. Li Chengdan then emerged, addressing the group as if all was well. How could a first-tier alchemist at the 6th level of qi cultivation possibly concoct a gathering spirit pill? Sun Yueming voiced his lingering doubts once they exited the small courtyard. From the moment he laid eyes on Li Chengdan, he sensed something amiss. He felt no surprise regarding Wu Yun's demise. Though his face bore signs of panic, his years of experience with the enforcement hall suggested it was likely an act. Capturing him for interrogation would undoubtedly yield results. The gathering spirit pill was indeed his creation. The fragrance of the pills he carries is unmistakable. Wu Qishan sighed, shaking his head. What? This cannot be. Sun Yueming exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. While he may not fully comprehend the intricacies of crafting a gathering spirit pill, he was acutely aware of its exorbitant value and scarcity. An alchemist capable of producing such a pill would undoubtedly hold a significant position within the outer sect. After all, only someone of considerable standing could have compelled Luo Yanran to lend her assistance. Dispatch someone to investigate this Li Chengdan thoroughly. Wu Qishan instructed Sun Yueming after a moment of reflection. Sun Yueming promptly turned to assign tasks within the enforcement hall. On the secluded path leading back to the Qingzong sect from Wangxian City, Wu Qishan and Sun Yueming found the enforcement hall disciples, who were solemnly awaiting their arrival. Holding Wu Yun's communication jade token. Master Qishan, this is the identity token of junior brother Wu Yun. This should be the very spot where he met his demise. The assailant's method was remarkably clean, leaving behind no useful information. It is also fortuitous that this location lies just outside the sect's protective array. Had junior brother Wu Yun managed to take a few more steps, he could have activated the array to reveal who struck, reportedly he. A 9th-level Qi cultivator from the enforcement hall, as he handed the communication jade token to Wu Qishan, his expression tinged with regret. The protective array of the Qingzong sect is capable of recording all occurrences within the sect. As long as events transpire within the array, they can be investigated. Wu Yun was merely a step away from entering the protective array. It seems the assailant possessed extensive knowledge of the Qingzong sect and acted with intent. Sun Yueming's countenance shifted as he furtively glanced at Wu Qishan. The protective array of the sect can record all matters pertaining to the sect. Yet few are privy to this knowledge, and the outer disciples are especially barred from such insight. Our preliminary assessment suggests that the assailants were likely rogue cultivators from the sect or remnants of the Haotian sect who infiltrated the Shangqing sect, as Li He concurred. Had they not possessed such an intimate understanding of the Shangqing sect and executed their methods so adeptly, it is likely that the perpetrator had committed such acts before. The execution was remarkably clean, with no trace left behind, indicating that their prowess was at least at the 9th level of qi refinement, employing the most common fire-based spells. Observing the charred ground while grasping the communication jade tablet, Wu Qishan let out a sigh. Master Qishan, all the information regarding Li Chengdan is here. At that moment, a disciple from the law enforcement hall presented a stack of intelligence reports, detailing everything about Li Chengdan. Wu Qishan's expression shifted slightly upon receiving the documents. So soon? The law enforcement hall possesses the authority to investigate and collect information on outer disciples, a task they excel in, yet this speed seemed rather extraordinary. The inner sect had previously requested us to investigate Li Chengdan, hence we have always maintained his records. The law enforcement disciple promptly explained. Oh, who instructed you to conduct this investigation? Wu Qishan inquired with curiosity. The inner sect's investigation of outer disciples could arise from two possibilities. Either they suspect an issue with the disciple's identity, or someone from the inner sect has set their sights on this outer disciple, intending to take them as an apprentice. It was Elder Zhou Dan from the inner sect. The law enforcement disciple replied without hesitation. Elder Zhou Dan. Wu Qishan was taken aback. He recognized this individual as the master of Luo Yanran and the only 4th-tier alchemist within the inner sect. Alas, my son, who had finally begun to awaken and understand the importance of forming connections, was tragically taken from us. With a sigh, Wu Qishan began to peruse the information. Chapter 56. Today's fortune, excellent. The file on Li Chengdan was exceedingly detailed, chronicling every significant event since his entry into the Shangqing sect. Wu Qishan was astonished to discover that Li Chengdan's cultivation talent was also remarkable, stalled at the 2nd level of weapon refinement for 4 years. He was initially thought to possess mediocre aptitude, Yet according to reports from Chen Chen, during those 4 years, Li Chengdan had been tirelessly opening spiritual veins. Upon successfully establishing these veins, his strength surged to the 4th level of qi refinement. Moreover, Li Chengdan's talent in the alchemical arts was nothing short of extraordinary. His mastery of fire control had captivated the 3 resident alchemists of the Alchemy Hall. His prodigious abilities in alchemy not only elevated his own skills, but also significantly enhanced the alchemical efficiency of his peers. Yun Yi's rapid ascension to a first-tier alchemist was largely attributed to Li Chengdan's assistance. Furthermore, Li Chengdan's success rate in refining elixirs excelled that of typical laborers and even alchemists. At this point, Wu Qishan understood why Luo Yanran held a particular fondness for Li Chengdan. When the sect engaged in war against the Haotian sect and desperately required elixirs, had it not been for Li Chengdan's support, Luo Yanran would not have fulfilled her sect duties. The subsequent reports confirmed that Li Chengdan's successful creation of the Gathering Spirit Pill led to his elevation to alchemist, working alongside Yun Yi in the alchemical endeavors. After perusing the intelligence report, Wu Qishan was profoundly moved. He sensed that Li Chengdan was destined to become an exceptional alchemist, provided he smoothly ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. With such an ally, he would no longer need to worry about his son, Wu Yun's future. Regrettably, this reckless youth, who had finally begun to learn the art of garnering support, had met his untimely demise. Through this report, Wu Qishan's understanding of Li Chengdan deepened. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding Li's transparency, especially since Wu Yun had slain the very person who had introduced him to the path. Had he been in Li's position, forgiveness would have been out of the question, let alone attending any reconciliation banquet. However, the intelligence noted that Li Chengdan was a person of discernment, possessing both adaptability and a profound sense of introspection. His humble origins grounded his thoughts deeply. Such a person would not be foolish enough to irrevocably offend a foundational master. Perhaps Wu Yun had seen through this complexity, prompting him to ally with Li Chengdan. Alas, it would be prudent not to disturb Li any further. An investigation into those who had departed and returned to the Qingqing sect yesterday was imperative. No detail should be overlooked. After concluding the analysis of the report, Wu Qishan sighed heavily, arriving at a definitive judgment. Both Li Chengdan's movements and the circumstances surrounding Wu Yun's death indicated that this matter bore no connection to Li. Continuing to pursue Li Chengdan would not only be a waste of time, but could also alienate those in Li's circle, individuals of considerable standing, thus unworthy of enmity. Indeed, Sun Yueming, perplexed, nodded in agreement as he accepted the documents handed by Wu Qishan, perusing them with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Li Chengdan possessed such remarkable potential. After securing the intelligence materials, Sun Yueming imparted a few instructions to the disciples of the enforcement hall present before departing alongside Wu Qishan. "Brother Shan, how do we proceed with the investigation? There's not even a trace left," grumbled one disciple of the enforcement hall as he watched Wu Qishan and Sun Yueming exit. The inferno had consumed everything, leaving only a jade token behind, devoid of any clues. Investigating those who entered and exited the Qingqing sect was yet another endeavor fraught with potential conflict. "Never mind," replied Sun Yushan. "Wu Yun has made numerous enemies in the outer sect, his actions ostentatious. We shall pursue this angle. Ultimately, the outcome will either point to a robbery or the remnants of the Haotian sect at play." Sun Yushan shook his head, observing that the outer sect of Qingqing saw thousands of comings and goings daily. How long would it take to scrutinize each individual? Such acts of robbery occurred countless times each year within Qingqing, and the results were invariably the same. Ding. Today's fortune, exceedingly auspicious. Wealth and prosperity pour upon me, as I behold the blossoms of Chang'an in their entirety. In the alchemy chamber, Li Chengdan resumed his crafting of spirit-gathering pills. After a month of silence, the system's fortune notification chimed once more. Today's fortune was splendid, yet another auspicious omen. A smile graced Li Chengdan's lips as he observed the system panel, and he continued his alchemical pursuits. In the subsequent 4 batches, his yield remained at an impressive 80%, producing 2 mid-grade spirit-gathering pills per furnace. Coupled with the earlier concoctions, Li Chengdan had successfully refined 2 superior-grade pills, 10 mid-grade pills, and 52 low-grade pills, totaling 64 pills. "Brother Changming, Sister Qiling, I have not failed in my mission." Li Chengdan meticulously organized all the elixirs according to their grades and handed them over to Zhuge Changming. However, his technique still bore a hint of awkwardness, resulting in not a single premium-grade elixir. Indeed, the Gathering Spirit Pill was challenging to concoct. Even with the enhancement of his focused intent, which improved his success rate by 50%, his lack of finesse led to the absence of a single superior-grade pill. Yet, this was still quite commendable. Zhuge Changming beamed with joy as he gazed at the elixirs in his hand. A single authentic elixir represented a generous token of gratitude for his mentorship, especially considering that the gathering spirit pill was exceedingly rare even within the inner sect. Here, junior brother, take these. We shall not burden you with any spirit stones, Liu Chengdan said, grabbing 2 mid-grade gathering spirit pills and a generous handful of low-grade ones to give to Li Chengdan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Li Chengdan replied without hesitation, accepting the elixirs. It was customary for alchemists to receive a processing fee for their concoctions, a tradition that must not be disregarded. Observing Li Chengdan accept the elixirs, Zhuge Changming swiftly divided the remaining elixirs into 2 portions and stored them away in a spatial pouch. Well then, your matters are resolved. Let us gather in the Gungzi courtyard. Long Kuei stepped forward and surveyed the group. Their assembly this time served dual purposes, to request Li Chengdan's expertise in alchemy and to enjoy each other's company amidst the crowd. Despite some unforeseen incidents along the way, everything had proceeded relatively smoothly. Of course, but where shall we go? Zhuge Changming nodded and glanced at the others, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Shall we repeat our previous outings? At that moment, Zhang Hu stepped forward, suggesting to the group. During their leisure time in the Gungzi courtyard, they often embarked on picnics. With Li Chengdan as the chef, they would enjoy the picturesque landscapes while savoring spiritual cuisine, creating some of their fondest memories during that period. Zhang Hu. You seem like an honest fellow, yet you possess quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Long Kuei remarked, his surprise evident, followed by a chuckle. Nevertheless, I concur. You truly do not wish for junior brother Chengdan to have a moment's respite. Liu Chengdan laughed. Going on a picnic, with Li Chengdan as the chef, was quite the task, especially since he had just spent the entire night crafting elixirs and was now being troubled again. I'm fine with it. A brief rest is all I need. Li Chengdan shrugged nonchalantly, turning to Li. Could I trouble senior sister Li to procure a first-tier demon beast from the treasure pavilion for me? Certainly, no problem. Li readily agreed. Having observed Li Chengdan's alchemical process that evening, she gained considerable insight, and this small task was insignificant in comparison. Then, in that case, let us take a break and head to Peach Blossom Creek outside Wangxian City this afternoon. Zhuge Changming nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Peach Blossom Creek, located outside Wangxian City, was a gorge adorned with wild peach blossoms, renowned for its breathtaking scenery. After resting for half a day in the small courtyard, and once the first-tier demon beast arrived from the treasure pavilion, the group from Gungzi Courtyard set off directly toward Peach Blossom Creek. Young master, the law enforcement hall has reported that Wu Yun's corpse was incinerated by fierce flames, leaving no clues at the site of his demise. Wu Qishan has determined that this matter bears no relation to Li Chengdan, focusing instead on the rogue cultivators and the remnants of the Haoyan sect. After Li Chengdan and Zhuge Changming departed, an individual stealthily entered the small courtyard, seeking out Yun Yi to deliver a piece of intelligence. Is someone assisting junior brother Chengdan? No wonder Shinju feels so at ease. The intelligence indicates that the assailant is remarkably skilled, leaving no trace behind. But who could he be? Yun Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed as he scrutinized the information. Young master, this matter should pose no concern. You need not worry about Li Chengdan. It is time for you to begin addressing that issue. Time waits for no one. The messenger glanced at Yun Yi and reiterated. Chapter 57. The Gathering at Gingzi in the enchanting Tao Hua Creek. The water flows gently, surrounded by wild peach blossoms nourished by mystical energies, in bloom throughout the year. Here, many disciples of the Shangqing sect gather. Some come to release their pent-up frustrations, while others rendezvous after dusk. Yet, more often than not, groups like Li Chengdan's gather to enjoy a secluded picnic, sharing food and drink to foster camaraderie. As they entered Tao Hua Creek, Long Kuei, drawn by the fragrance of the flowers, led the group ahead. Naturally attuned to plants, Long Kuei possessed an innate ability to sense their vitality. Previously, during a picnic outside the Gungzi courtyard, he had guided the way, always discovering scenic vistas. This time was no different. How is it here? He exclaimed. The spring emerges silently, the creek flows, and the peach blossoms are in full bloom, showering like pink rain. Long Kuei leapt onto a flat boulder, hands on his hips, beaming with pride. Beneath the boulder lay the spring of Tao Hua Creek, where crystal clear, sweet water bubbled forth, forming a winding stream. Surrounding them were the resplendent wild peach blossoms, and as the gentle breeze swept by, pink petals danced gracefully through the air, creating a picturesque scene. It is indeed beautiful, mused Liu Chengdan, though the poetic expression felt oddly out of place coming from her junior. Shrinking back slightly, she admired the scenery, which paired with the melodious verse, held a certain charm. Yet, seeing Long Kuei's smug demeanor gave her goosebumps. This shall do. The scenery is splendid. Zhuge Changming nodded with a smile. Joining Long Kuei atop the boulder, Both dressed in white robes of the outer sect, their contrasting auras were immediately apparent. One exuded the elegance of a jade-like gentleman, while the other, although somewhat awkward in manner, radiated a carefree charm. This is the spot. Zhang Hu followed suit, leaping onto the boulder. He surveyed the surroundings, producing a flask of wine and taking a satisfying sip, resembling a triumphant general surveying his conquered territory. Lu Qiling also leaped onto the boulder, appearing like a red sprite birthed from the peach blossoms. As she landed behind the boulder, she transformed into a stunning fairy, pursued by a flurry of pink petals. Li Chengdan observed the others with a gentle smile, retrieving cooking utensils as he too ascended the boulder. In comparison to his companions, he appeared more ordinary, his demeanor lacking the refinement of Zhuge Changming, the commanding presence of Zhang Hu, the effortless grace of Long Kuei, and the beauty of Lu Qiling. Yet, as Li Chengdan joined the group, their diverse auras enveloped him, rendering his ordinariness more profound, creating a refreshing dynamic. Li Chengdan smiled faintly, taking out seasonings and spirit wood from his storage pouch, and drew clear water from the spring to begin his culinary creations. Regarding the few individuals from the Gengzi Institute, Li Chengdan did not hold back. He directly presented a gathering spirit elixir and prepared an exquisite 6-course meal, consisting of 5 dishes and a soup. Remarkable indeed. It is said that centuries ago, a 4th-tier spirit chef sold a single 4th-tier spirit dish for 100 low-grade spirit stones. To partake in such a feast today is truly worth it. Long Kuei was the first to reach out, grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth, astonished as he gazed at Li Chengdan after finishing. If the spirit chefs from the Zhou Square were to witness Chengdan's achievements, they would undoubtedly swell with pride. Li Qiling nodded in agreement. However, as soon as the words left her lips, her expression changed, and she looked at Li Chengdan with a hint of regret. Zhou Feng had only passed away a month prior, and at this moment, Li Chengdan was in mourning. My master has always been proud of me. Li Chengdan replied with a radiant smile, addressing Li Qiling. Even when he was stuck at the 2nd level of qi refinement in the Alchemy Hall, Zhou Feng still regarded Li Chengdan as his pride, and that sentiment remained true even now. It is rumored that a 4th-tier spirit chef, upon reaching the pinnacle of their craft, can incorporate 9 1st-tier elixirs into a single dish. Is that truly the case? Zhang Hu, while sipping wine and savoring the spirit dishes, casually shifted the topic. 9 elixirs? Just the spiritual energy from one gathering spirit elixir is sufficient for me to cultivate for a month. What would it be like with 9? Upon finishing, Long Kuei reached for more meat, but was sharply rebuked by Li Qiling, who then handed him chopsticks with a beautifully disdainful glance. Embarrassed, Long Kuei smiled sheepishly and eagerly accepted the utensils, skillfully picking up a large piece of meat. Currently, I can only manage to incorporate 2 elixirs into a single spirit dish. Li Chengdan nodded, acknowledging the need for further practice. Chengdan, it is commendable to pursue the path of a spirit chef, but do not neglect your alchemical studies and cultivation. Especially cultivation. Your alchemical skills are already commendable. If you advance to the 9th level of qi refinement and become a 2nd-tier alchemist, you could establish yourself within the inner sect. Zhuge Changming advised Li Chengdan. In the myriad arts of cultivation, the true path remains the alchemical way, talismans, and artifact forging. With your innate talent for alchemy, you must not squander it. Indeed, following the battle of Haoyan sect, there are significant vacancies in the inner sect. It would be wise for Chengdan to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Li Qiling also cautioned Li Chengdan. I am aware of that. Li Chengdan promptly nodded. I see it differently. Chengdan should spend a few more years in the outer sect. Much like Yun Yi, concealing his abilities while honing his alchemical skills. Zhang Hu interjected, setting down his wine jug to address the group. Precisely. There are considerable vacancies in the inner sect, which are currently being filled by those with connections. Chengdan does not have the same advantages as you two. One is descended from a 9th-level ancestor, and the other is a talisman master. Your families can facilitate your entry. Long Kuei added, nodding in agreement. Long Kuei could also enter the inner sect, but he was not in a hurry. For him, family legacy meant overseeing the medicinal gardens. And entering the inner sect would not change that, except that the herbs would be of a higher grade. Currently, the major powers within the inner sect are still vying for these vacancies. It will take several years for the competition to subside. At this time, those without a background entering the inner sect would merely become fodder. It would be wiser to wait a few years. Zhang Hu, have you reached the 9th level of qi refinement? Zhuge Changming inquired, nodding before turning to Zhang Hu. Hee. Zhang Hu replied with a simple grin, lifting his wine jug for another sip, avoiding a direct response to Zhuge Changming's question. In our Gengzi courtyard, the most preoccupying thought revolves around that big, foolish tiger. Sister Qiling, you ought to keep your distance from this fellow. Otherwise, you might find yourself sold off, while helping him count his profits. Long Kuei playfully made a face at Zhang Hu, inching closer to Lu Qiling. Lu Qiling retaliated with a light kick at Zhang Hu. Rolling her eyes, "That's still better than you. When I sought you out at the Spirit Herb Peak, everyone looked at me oddly, and later, a junior brother remarked that you were cultivating aphrodisiac herbs there, utterly shameless. Only Long Kuei could pull off such a mischief, haha." Zhang Hu burst into laughter. Zhuge Changming nodded in agreement, recalling the peculiar glances he received when he visited Long Kuei at the Spirit Herb Peak, only to learn later that everyone thought he was there to procure herbs from Long Kuei, accompanied by a charming junior sister. "Sister, please don't speak nonsense. I was merely responding to market demand and filling a gap," Long Kuei asserted, sitting up with a serious demeanor. "Only you, Long Kuei, can commit misdeeds with such audacity." Li Chengdan chimed in, grinning brightly. "Chengdan, you've gone bad. I wanted to involve you," Long Kuei remarked, his expression turning glum. "You mustn't lead Chengdan astray," Lu Qiling retorted, preparing to reprimand Long Kuei once more. After all these years, his nature had not changed a bit. "Ah, missed." Long Kuei reacted swiftly this time, leaping up to snag a piece of meat with chopsticks before bounding away from the table. Laughter erupted again, and the atmosphere grew lively. "By the way, Chengdan, shall we venture into the cloud platform's secret realm together? Let us invite Uni and the others too." After dinner, as the moon rose, Zhang Hu addressed Li Chengdan. "The cloud platform's secret realm? Count me in. I've long wished to explore that place, but this past year, tending to the spirit herbs left me no time." Long Kuei interjected eagerly. Upon hearing the name Cloud Platform's secret realm, Li Chengdan frowned. It was a place Wu Yun had mentioned, intending to take him there, indicating its significance. However, Li Chengdan had never heard of it before. "Chengdan, you don't know about the Cloud Platform's secret realm?" Zhang Hu exclaimed, surprised. "It's a benefit for the outer sect. Every outer disciple should be aware of it." "Ah, Chengdan has yet to officially enter the outer sect. He is already a Dan master, and chose to become a free agent upon entering the Alchemy Peak. Thus he is unfamiliar with the outer sect affairs," Zhuge Changming explained. Zhang Hu nodded, realizing that since entering the outer sect, Li Chengdan had not participated in any outer activities, leaving him unaware of the situation. "Let me elaborate on the Cloud Platform's secret realm," Zhang Hu began after a moment's thought. The Cloud Platform's secret realm was established by the founder of the Qingzong sect. A small space abundant in spiritual energy, teeming with spirit beasts and medicinal herbs. Merely cultivating within it yields 3 times the benefits of current Qingzong practices. Yet, the most crucial aspect lies in the medicinal materials and opportunities within. It is said that the first patriarch of Qingzong left behind a legacy within the secret realm, which remains undiscovered to this day. As an alchemist, it would be a paradise for you, brimming with all manner of herbs. In order to gain entry, one must elevate their strength to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Zhang Hu swiftly recounted the circumstances surrounding the Cloud Platform's secret realm. Once the outer disciples reach the 8th layer of qi refinement, they are granted an opportunity to enter the Cloud Platform's secret realm for a duration ranging from 3 months to half a year. They can choose to leave at their discretion or remain until the realm itself transports them out after the allotted time. Hearing Zhang Hu's description, Li Chengdan, currently at the 6th layer of qi refinement, felt quite stirred. However, he realized that elevating to the 8th layer would require time. During this period, Li Chengdan had not extracted any experience, leaving him uncertain as to when he might ascend to the 8th layer. Zhang Hu, a reincarnated Golden Core cultivator, found it relatively simple to advance within the Golden Core realm thanks to his past memories. Li Chengdan, however, did not wish to impede Zhang Hu's cultivation speed. There was no rush. After all, he had at least 2 years remaining in the outer sect, which should suffice. Previously, when he observed his junior brother refining pills and attaining a state of mental clarity, he believed that within half a year, his junior brother's strength would certainly increase. Zhang Hu smiled faintly at Li Chengdan, exuding confidence. Mental clarity? Zhuge Changming and the others were taken aback, revealing disbelief in their expressions as they regarded Li Chengdan. The state of mental clarity serves as a profound aid to both cultivation and the myriad arts of immortality, leading them to understand why Li Chengdan had such a high success rate in refining gathering spirit pills. It seemed that maintaining such a mindset would make it relatively easy for Li Chengdan to ascend to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Then I shall leave it to my senior brother to wait. Li Chengdan nodded, tacitly agreeing. I am not in a hurry. After all, guarding the spirit herb garden is no different for me than being in the inner or outer sect. Long Kuei shrugged. However, regarding senior brother Uni, I cannot guarantee anything. Li Chengdan remarked, glancing at the others. Uni's identity is peculiar. He is fine in the outer sect, but once he enters the inner sect, there are many more considerations. Currently, Uni is diligently refining pills in Wangxian City. Based on Zhang Hu's words, It seems that Uni is cultivating a secretive technique similar to his own, likely with further plans in mind. Therefore, Li Chengdan found it difficult to ascertain whether they could join forces with Uni. Rest assured, he will come. I will invite several disciples from Weidao Peak to accompany us. As you are all alchemists, our presence will ensure greater safety. Zhang Hu asserted confidently. The cloud platform's secret realm, while alluring, is fraught with danger, where acts of violence and treasure-seeking are commonplace. In such instances, protective strength is essential, and naturally, Weidao Peak boasts the strongest combat capabilities within the entire outer sect, especially following the recent battle that led to the downfall of the Haotian sect. Zhang Hu shines as the most prominent figure among them, and with Li Chengdan's connections, Uni would surely agree to join. Fear not. My ancestor is solely focused on farming and tending to spirit herbs. The internal sect disputes do not involve my family and will not affect me. Long Kuei replied nonchalantly. The status of an alchemist is indeed esteemed, yet the role of a spirit herb cultivator is irreplaceable, particularly for those at advanced levels, who are treasures to the sect. Without spirit herb cultivators to nurture the herbs, even the most skilled alchemist can only lament before the alchemical furnace and the formulas in hand. Very well. I will return and speak with senior brother Uni. Li Chengdan nodded, acknowledging the agreement. Subsequently, the 5 members of Gengzi Courtyard continued their conversation, exchanging thoughts and experiences. With this parting, they would indeed be embarking on separate paths, uncertain of when they might reunite. Thus, they engaged in deep discussions late into the night, parting reluctantly only at dawn. Yufu Peak. Master. Lu Qiling bounced into the grand hall of Yufu Peak, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the elder seated regally within. With a radiant smile, she presented a jade vial, exclaiming, "This is my token of gratitude for your teachings this past year. Junior Sister Qiling. You have entered the inner sect. You need not call me master any longer. Simply refer to me as brother." The elder, He Chaoyang, the peak master of Yufu Peak, accepted the jade vial with a smile illuminating the many wrinkles of his face. One cannot say that, were it not for your guidance into the realm of talismans, my rise in strength would not have been so swift. Lu Qiling shook her head, and in that moment, she began to grasp the relationship between Li Chengdan and Zhou Fang. Without He Chaoyang's meticulous instruction over the past year, she would not have advanced to a second-tier talisman master so quickly, successfully completing her family's task to enter the inner sect. You, indeed, He Chaoyang remarked, shaking his head as he held the jade vial, filled with emotion. Once you are in the inner sect, refrain from such exclamations to avoid ridicule. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Qiling nodded eagerly, then urged He Chaoyang to open the vial. Master, do see what is inside. Very well, let me take a look. He Chaoyang nodded. Accustomed to receiving various tokens of gratitude throughout the year, most of which were materials required for talisman crafting or elixirs like the one Lu Qiling presented. Most of these elixirs were first tier, so He Chaoyang held no expectations. However, upon opening the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating his spirit with just a whiff. This is a high-quality elixir, one of considerable grade. Quickly, He Chaoyang set aside his previous indifference and poured out the elixirs. Inside the vial lay 3 elixirs. But upon examining their types and grades, astonishment crossed He Chaoyang's face. Spirit gathering pill? Trembling, he picked up a greenish elixir adorned with a red stripe. Gazing incredulously at Lu Qiling, is this truly a genuine elixir? The spirit gathering pill was a first-tier elixir that was invaluable and rare, typically only appearing at outer sect auctions, where it fetched astronomical prices. Even as the peak master, He Chaoyang could only acquire a few inferior spirit gathering pills each year through connections. Mid-grade spirit gathering pills were even rarer, with only a handful available annually within the inner sect. Genuine elixirs were nearly impossible to encounter. Acquiring them required bartering with alchemists capable of producing such treasures. A genuine spirit gathering pill could be considered a rarity among rarities. No, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Observing Lu Qiling's joyful smile, He Chaoyang swiftly suppressed his desire and returned the genuine spirit gathering pill to her. Master, please accept it with peace of mind. This elixir was concocted by a junior brother of mine at Chuxiafeng's small courtyard. The successful concoction this time relied entirely on a second-tier alchemist to wield the true flame on his behalf. Once he ascends to the rank of second-tier alchemist, I shall seek him out again. Lu Qiling waved her hand and directly addressed He Chaoyang. You are the disciple of Chu Xiufeng? He Chaoyang was taken aback. He had heard of Chu Xiufeng's reputation as one of the 4 prodigies of the Gengzi Academy, yet none of them were alchemists. Thus, He Chaoyang perceived this as merely a pretext for gifts from Lu Qiling. If what she claimed were true, an outer sect disciple capable of refining the gathering spirit pill should have already gained renown in the outer sect. Truly remarkable. Do you remember the spirit chef disciple I mentioned to you before? He is also from my Gengzi Academy. His alchemist examination involved refining the gathering spirit pill. Should our master desire such a pill in the future, he need only seek him out. His success rate in pill making is exceptionally high, achieving at least 2 mid-grade pills from a single furnace. Lu Qiling proudly gazed at He Chaoyang, excitedly proclaiming the achievements of Li Chengdan. The lad who refined the gathering spirit pill for the alchemist examination is him? He Chaoyang was momentarily stunned. He had indeed heard of Li Chengdan. The peak master of the alchemy peak, Shi Guangyi, had a close relationship with him and had previously lamented about not retaining a 6th-layer qi refining disciple capable of concocting the gathering spirit pill in the alchemy workshop. He had thought the old man was merely boasting. Yet now, upon hearing Lu Qiling's explanation, he was convinced the old man had spoken the truth. Master, please accept this. I truly do not deceive you. Lu Qiling continued with joy. If that is indeed the case, I shall accept. He Chaoyang promptly returned the gathering spirit pill to the jade vial, carefully storing it in his storage bag. With this genuine gathering spirit pill, his hopes of ascending to the foundation establishment stage seemed to flicker to life. Such events were also transpiring within the sutra repository of the transmission peak. Are you saying this genuine pill was refined by that Li Chengdan from last time? The withered wood Taoist asked with a complex expression, gazing at the genuine gathering spirit pill in his hand. Indeed, it was Li Chengdan from the last visit. Zhuge Changming promptly responded with a respectful gesture. The withered wood Taoist held a profound impression of Li Chengdan, not merely because Zhuge Changming often spoke of him, but also due to the remarkable impression Li Chengdan left on that day. Having spent years in the sutra repository, he had witnessed countless individuals transcribing scriptures. Yet none could rival Li Chengdan, who completed the transcription of all techniques and martial arts in under 2 hours. This lad possesses such extraordinary talent in alchemy? The withered wood Taoist furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise crossing his face. It was indeed peculiar that such a gifted individual was released from the alchemy peak. Indeed, Fairy Luo had previously recommended Chengdan to his master, who, it seems, has caught the attention of an inner sect alchemist. After Zhuge Changming and Li Chengdan departed, he undertook 2 tasks. One was to investigate the aftermath of Wu Yun's death, and the other was to leverage his family's connections to look into Li Chengdan. This led to 2 astonishing discoveries that provided him some insight into Wu Yun's demise. The law enforcement hall located the site of Wu Yun's death, yet it had been subjected to a spell of incineration, leaving no traces behind. It could only be inferred that it was the work of rogue cultivators or remnants of the Haotian sect lurking within the Qingzhou. Consequently, it was likely to become a cold case. Though Luo Yanran had presented Li Chengdan to her master did not take Li Chengdan as a disciple. Instead, one of Luo Yanran's senior uncles exhibited considerable interest in Li Chengdan. This individual was also an alchemist, a rather unique one within the inner sect of the Qing dynasty. Thus, everything began to make sense. The Gengzi courtyard truly is a remarkable place. I initially thought that producing 4 exceptional talents was commendable, yet I had not anticipated the presence of another hidden gem. Very well, I shall accept this genuine spirit-gathering pill. In the future, if I require more spirit-gathering pills, may I directly seek your junior disciple? The Kumu Taoist accepted the pill and then turned to Zhuge Changming, inquiring, Of course, I have already spoken with Master Chengdan. You just need to prepare the necessary medicinal materials, Zhuge Changming replied, presenting the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. The absence of your presence in the scripture pavilion will certainly cause me some concern. Now that you have entered the inner sect, exercise caution. The inner sect is fraught with treachery and deception. Better to be safe. The Kumu Taoist sighed heavily as he regarded Zhuge Changming. The 2 years Zhuge Changming spent here were undoubtedly the most leisurely for the Kumu Taoist. He hardly had to manage any affairs, focusing solely on his cultivation in the main hall. Now, with Zhuge Changming about to depart, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at the thought of the remaining disciples in the scripture pavilion. Thank you for your guidance, master. Zhuge Changming immediately nodded. In the outer sect's alchemy hall, Chen Chen curiously gazed at the 2 jade vials held by senior brother Shun, asking, What are these? These vials are specifically designed for storing elixirs, a common item for alchemists. However, what is extraordinary is that these 2 jade vials were gifts presented to Shinju, who appeared quite delighted upon seeing them. What sort of elixir could bring such joy to a second-tier alchemist? This piqued Chen Chen's curiosity. Spirit-gathering pills. Shinju replied with a slight smile, revealing 1 mid-grade and 5 low-grade pills in both vials. Mid-grade spirit-gathering pills? Who crafted them? There are hardly any capable of producing mid-grade spirit-gathering pills in the outer sect, Chen Chen exclaimed, surprised, and understood why Shinju was so elated. Even he lacked the confidence to concoct spirit-gathering pills at this moment. Li Chengdan. He crafted the spirit-gathering pills at the Gengzi courtyard, and I assisted him in refining a batch using true fire. This is a token of gratitude from the Gengzi courtyard. Shinju smiled again, briefly explaining the situation but refraining from mentioning that Li Chengdan had produced genuine-grade pills, deeming it too shocking to divulge for now. No way. Li Chengdan has just become an alchemist and was previously entangled with matters concerning Zhou Feng. When did he master the crafting of spirit-gathering pills? Chen Chen gazed at Shinju in disbelief. While he acknowledged Li Chengdan's alchemical talent and firmly believed in his ability to forge spirit-gathering pills, he was certain it could not have happened at this juncture. The alchemical assessment was precisely based on the crafting of spirit-gathering pills. The Alchemy Peak feared offending junior sister Luo, which is why they did not dare to inform us, Shinju remarked, glancing around and speaking softly. What? The Alchemy Peak actually allowed junior brother Chengdan to use the crafting of spirit-gathering pills as an assessment question? Just as Shinju finished speaking, a voice like a wind chime shrieked nearby. Upon hearing this voice, both Shinju and Chen Chen felt a chill run down their spines. It was Luo Yanran. Luo Shimi. When did you arrive? Chen Chen had yet to process the content of the alchemical assessment conducted by Li Chengdan, which involved the refinement of the gathering spirit pill. However, upon seeing Luo Yan, an ominous feeling washed over him. It was likely that the Alchemy Peak would be bustling today. Humph. I shall pay a visit to the Alchemy Peak. Luo Yan lightly huffed, turning away with her azure skirt swirling gracefully as she departed. Ha! Shinju erupted into laughter. Were you doing that on purpose? Chen Chen furrowed his brow at Shinju, sighing as he watched Luo Yan's retreating figure. Luo Shimi possesses remarkable talent in alchemy. Yet this young lady's temperament requires some tempering. Oh, I recall that the temper of my junior brother was not so mild in the past. He has dealt with quite a few errant disciples. Shinju gazed at Chen Chen with curiosity. Had he not encountered Li Chengdan back then, Chen Chen would have certainly been enraged. Yet now, he merely sighed. Chen Chen had undergone significant changes. Even he himself could not discern the cause. On this day, one individual left a profound impact on both the peak of Jade Talismans and the peak of Transcendence within the Shanqing sect. The name of Li Chengdan, a sixth-layer qi refining alchemist, began to circulate among the outer sect. Naturally, the most astonished were those at the Alchemy Peak. On this day, an irate Luo Yan shattered her sweet exterior, revealing her true nature as a young lady of privilege, causing chaos at the Alchemy Peak, a scene of delightful bedlam. Following his success in producing the gathering spirit pill during the previous alchemist assessment, Li Chengdan's name once again resonated throughout the Alchemy Peak. The next day, in the small courtyard of Wangxian City, Chengdan Shidi, you have become renowned. Cloud E remarked with a smile as he looked at Li Chengdan. What is the matter? Li Chengdan, preparing to refine alchemical concoctions, suddenly changed expression, gazing at Cloud E with curiosity. Luo Xinzi caused quite a stir at the Alchemy Peak yesterday due to your alchemical assessment, leaving the elders of the peak with a headache. Li commented while selecting the necessary herbs for alchemy, her gaze fixed on Li Chengdan. This information was something Li had overheard earlier that morning while visiting the Baibao Pavilion. Now, the entire outer sect and Wangxian City were abuzz with this matter. Oh, Luo Yanshiji has such a side? What did she do at the Alchemy Peak? Li Chengdan was taken aback. In his memory, Luo Yan was an exceptionally gentle and cultured young lady, sometimes appearing rather naive. He never imagined that she would exhibit such a side, leaving the elders of the Alchemy Peak at a loss. She claimed that she had indeed written to you, yet the Alchemy Peak deliberately made things difficult for you. Looking down upon her, she threatened to starve herself to death at the Alchemy Peak. You know of Luo Shiji's status. The elders of the Alchemy Peak were left with no choice but to plead for mercy. Li chuckled, covering her mouth. That indeed sounds like something Luo Shiji would do. Li Chengdan laughed heartily, finding it quite in line with his understanding of Luo Yan. What happened next? How was the matter resolved? What else could be done? The peak master of the Alchemy Peak directly sought out Luo Shiji's master, dispatching a senior brother to escort her to the Alchemy Hall for refining. Li continued. Upon hearing the term senior brother, Li Chengdan's brows knitted together. He already knew who that senior brother was, and he shook his head, hoping that the disciples of the Alchemy Hall would remain unharmed. However, given Luo Yanran's proficiency in alchemy, nothing adverse should occur. Chengdan, shall we head to the Alchemy Peak this afternoon? It has been nearly a month. It is time to submit our tasks. Yuan Yi suggested, casting a glance at Li Chengdan. Indeed, Li Chengdan nodded in agreement, realizing that he had been at the Alchemy Peak for a month now, and it was indeed time to report his tasks. Ding. System settlement complete. Due to the excessive extraction of experience, please prepare adequately and allow sufficient time to review the extracted experience. What does this mean? Surprised by the long-unseen system notification, Li Chengdan gazed at it in astonishment. Gradually, his initial surprise transformed into sheer shock as he beheld the system panel. Chapter 60. What does it mean to attain supreme fortune? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a benevolent bond with the foremost poison master of the Eastern region. Gaining General Cultivation Experience X 50,000, General Alchemy Experience X 50,000, Great Fire Summoning Technique Experience X 50,000, 5 Elements Fire Control Technique Experience X 5,000, Aroma Identification Technique Experience X 5,000, 5 Elements Fire Manifestation Technique Experience X 5,000, Heavenly Mechanism Shadow Concealment Technique Experience X 5,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a malevolent bond with Wu Qishan, a 9th-level inner disciple of the Confronting sect, obtaining General Cultivation Experience X 10,000, Basic Martial Arts Experience X 10,000, Sword Control Technique Experience X 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a malevolent bond with Sun Yueming, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Outer Sect, acquiring General Cultivation Experience X 8,000, Basic Martial Arts Experience X 8,000, Sword Control Technique Experience X 800. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully understood a malevolent connection with Wu Yun, an outer disciple of the Confronting sect, garnering General Cultivation Experience X 500, Basic Martial Arts Experience X 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a benevolent bond with the second-tier Dan Master Shinju, extracting General Cultivation Experience X 5,000, General Alchemy Experience X 500, Great Fire Summoning Technique Experience X 1,000, 5 Elements Fire Control Technique Experience X 5,000, Aroma Identification Technique Experience X 5,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a benevolent bond with Zhuge Changming, a prodigy of the Eastern region, obtaining General Cultivation Experience X 10,000, Basic Martial Arts Experience X 10,000, Haoyan Technique Experience X 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a benevolent bond with Liu Qingling, a prodigy of the Eastern region, garnering General Cultivation Experience X 10,000, Basic Martial Arts Experience X 10,000, Haoyan Technique Experience X 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a benevolent bond with Long Kuei, a prodigy of the Eastern region, extracting General Cultivation Experience X 10,000, Basic Martial Arts Experience X 10,000, Haoyan Technique Experience X 10,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully forming a benevolent bond with the Golden Core Reincarnate, Zhang Hu. You have successfully extracted Universal Cultivation Experience X 20,000, Basic Martial Arts Experience X 20,000, Haoyan Sword Technique Experience X 20,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully forming a benevolent bond with the Child of Destiny, Yun Yi. You have successfully extracted Universal Cultivation Experience X 10,000, Universal Alchemy Experience X 500, Haoyan Technique Experience X 10,000. Such an abundance of cultivation experience? Upon reading the series of notifications, Li Chengdan was utterly astonished. Additionally, there were extraction details from Li, Yao Shanmin, Guisu, and Hu Kuei. However, apart from Li, who provided 1,000 points of universal cultivation experience, the others only contributed 500 points each. Li Chengdan suppressed his inner astonishment. He did not choose to merge immediately. Ding. System notification. The mid-grade 5 elements spiritual root has accumulated a daily extraction of 10 points of cultivation experience for 30 days without extraction. Would you like to extract and merge? The system's notification chimed once again. Unfortunately, this time he did not extract any spiritual roots. Li Chengdan closed the system panel with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, the experience extracted this time, in both quantity and quality, was astounding. He could only wonder how much it would elevate his strength. With this thought, Li Chengdan grew increasingly excited. Throughout that day, he spent the entire morning in the alchemy chamber refining pills. It was only in the afternoon that he, along with Yun Yi and the others, departed the small courtyard and headed toward the alchemy peak. We are here to submit our sect tasks. Yun Yi presented his identity token and submitted 15 bottles of low-grade qi nourishing pills. The disciples at the alchemy peak's task hall immediately verified his name and, after inspecting the pills, registered Yun Yi's submission. Subsequently, Li, Yao Shanmin, and the others also submitted their tasks. To Li Chengdan's surprise, Hu Kuei and Zhou Su also submitted pills, albeit only 5 bottles of low-grade qi nourishing pills, indicating it was likely an arrangement made by Yun Yi. Li Chengdan. Are you Li Chengdan? Upon reaching Li Chengdan, the task hall disciple paused while holding his task token. Senior brother, what is the matter? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow, inquiring curiously at the task hall disciple. And nothing. The disciple quickly completed the registration for Li Chengdan. Junior brother Li Chengdan. The alchemy peak has issued you a new task. From now on, You are not required to submit 15 low-grade pills each month. After finishing the registration, the disciple hesitated before returning Li Chengdan's identity token. Really? Li Chengdan was taken aback, looking curiously at the task hall disciple. However, you must submit 10 low-grade gathering spirit pills to the Alchemy Peaks task hall each month. If you submit mid-grade gathering spirit pills, it will count as 2 months of sect tasks. Of course, the materials for refining gathering spirit pills will be provided by the Alchemy Peak. The task hall disciple turned to fetch the 5 sets of materials needed for refining gathering spirit pills, eagerly awaiting Li Chengdan's response. 10 gathering spirit pills? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. This task was not particularly challenging for him. He could accomplish it with ease. Is that acceptable? Noticing Li Chengdan's silence, the task hall disciple asked with a hint of unease. Yesterday, due to Li Chengdan, Luo Xinzi created quite a stir atop the Alchemy Peak for an extended period. Although the concoction of the spirit-gathering pill posed no challenge for Li Chengdan, and the Alchemy Peak provided all the necessary herbs, very few individuals in the outer sect possessed the skill to craft such pills. Once Li Chengdan submitted the pills to the Alchemy Peak, it would inevitably influence his future sales of spirit-gathering pills in the outer sect. Indeed, Li Chengdan nodded, recognizing that, from any perspective, he had not incurred any loss. On the contrary, he stood to gain. Thank you, junior brother. The disciple from the task hall sighed with relief as he returned the herbs along with the identification token to Li Chengdan. Truly impressive, Master Chengdan. This has significantly alleviated the pressure on me. Li gazed at Li Chengdan with deep envy. She was well aware of Li Chengdan's current success rate in producing spirit-gathering pills. He could easily craft 10 low-grade spirit-gathering pills in just 2 furnaces. All the remaining herbs now belonged to him. This is splendid, Yuan Yi remarked, nodding in agreement before addressing Li Chengdan. Master Chengdan has also secured time for cultivation. Strive to elevate your power to the 8th level of qi refinement within 3 months. Are you preparing to enter the Yuntai secret realm, senior brother Yun? Li Chengdan quickly grasped the implication and inquired. Indeed, Yuan Yi responded, momentarily taken aback before affirmatively nodding at Li Chengdan. In that case, it's fortuitous. Senior brother Zhang Hu and senior brother Long Kuei asked me to extend an invitation to you to join them in entering the Yuntai secret realm. Senior brother Zhang Hu from Wei Dao Peak mentioned he could rally the brothers from Wei Dao Peak to accompany us. Li Chengdan promptly relayed Zhang Hu's request. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before nodding in agreement. That sounds excellent. With the brothers from Wei Dao Peak present, we shall be secure. Wei Dao Peak had recently undergone real combat, gaining invaluable experience. Their combat prowess was arguably the strongest seen in the Qingzong sect in nearly a century. He had heard of Zhang Hu's reputation, and given the circumstances surrounding Wu Yun, it was evident that Zhang Hu and Li Chengdan shared a commendable rapport, making him trustworthy. Then it's settled. Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion for a month. I feel a breakthrough is imminent, Li Chengdan declared decisively to Yuan Yi. Very well, Yuan Yi replied, nodding. The sooner Li Chengdan advanced, the better for his plans. Upon returning to the small courtyard in Wangxian City, Li Chengdan immediately retreated to his room. The experience he had gathered this time was substantial, and once assimilated, his strength would assuredly surge. In recent days, there had been no signs of fortune. It seemed he was indeed blessed with auspicious luck. Li Chengdan observed the system panel, his face brimming with excitement. What a bountiful reward indeed. However, who exactly was this poison master? The experience he provided was overwhelmingly abundant. Moreover, the hidden shadow technique was a spell for concealing one's cultivation level, precisely what he needed. Li Chengdan gazed at the information on the system panel, his expression filled with exhilaration. Extract and merge, he declared, promptly choosing to extract and merge all the experience indicated on the system panel. Chapter 61, 8th level of Qi Refinement Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and merging generic cultivation experience X138300, including the unmerged cultivation experience X1000 from the previous extraction of Zhuge Changming. Your current power has elevated to the early stage of the 8th level of Qi Refinement 123004200. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and merging 6000 units of Universal Alchemy experience, elevating your current strength to the late stage of a First-Order Alchemist, 500. Note: advancement can only continue upon reaching the 9th level of Qi Refinement and obtaining True Fire. The function to extract Universal Alchemy experience has been temporarily disabled. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting and merging 950 units of Foundational Martial Arts cultivation experience, bringing your basic martial arts to the pinnacle of perfection, 900. 100,000. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Li Chengdan beheld his strength finally ascend to the initial stage of the 8th level of Qi refinement, simultaneously enhancing various techniques and martial skills. He promptly closed the system notification panel and accessed his character attributes interface. Host, Li Chengdan, spiritual roots, gold, pseudo-spiritual root, wood, superior. Water, pseudo-spiritual root, fire, high quality. Earth, medium quality. 5 elemental spiritual roots, medium quality. Providing the host with 10 points of universal cultivation experience daily. Bloodline, physique, primary Qinja body 0. 50. Note, each time damage is sustained, corresponding enhancement experience is gained. Lifespan, 20, 100, strength. Initial stage of the 8th level of Qi refinement. 1, 230, 042, 000. Spiritual veins, Qi C, 9, 999. Profession, late stage first order alchemist, 2, 500. Fourth order spiritual chef, 500, 1000. Techniques, primary technique. Haotianju pinnacle of perfection, 22, 150, 100, 000. Auxiliary technique. Xiao Dan Fa, pinnacle of perfection, 38, 000, 100, 000. Martial skills, basic martial skills, pinnacle of perfection, 50, 820, 100, 000. Haotian sword technique, minor completion realm, 1, 501, 000. Sword control technique, minor completion realm, 950, 1000. Spells, 5 elemental fire control technique, pinnacle of perfection, 37, 950, 100, 000. Great fire induction technique, minor completion realm, 37, 250, 100, 000. 5 elemental fire transformation technique. Major completion realm, 11, 505, 000. Heavenly mechanism shadow cover technique. Major completion realm, 11, 505, 000. The system prompt indicates that the host's primary technique has accompanying martial skills, triggering a passive effect that increases the power of the Haotian sword technique by 30. Each time the Haotian sword technique is executed, it provides 100 points of cultivation experience for Haotianju. Note, the amount of cultivation experience provided is determined by the level of the Haotian sword technique. It appears that senior brother Zhang, who has also encountered fortuitous events, the Haotian sword technique and Haotianju complement each other, with the power of the sword technique enhanced through the operation and release of Haotianju. Furthermore, executing the Haotian sword technique also nourishes the cultivation of Haotianju. Reflecting on the system prompt, Li Chengdan sighed in admiration. Zhang, who truly deserves admiration as a reincarnated golden core cultivator, possessing such vital knowledge in his grasp. Simultaneously, Li Chengdan resolved to refrain from executing the Haotian sword technique in front of Zhang, who to avoid revealing his capabilities. After extracting and merging cultivation experience, Li Chengdan continued his practice within the confines of his room. The host successfully operated Haotianju for a day, earning 200 units of universal cultivation experience and 200 units of Haotianju cultivation experience. Moreover, Li Chengdan discovered that he could now gain experience by cultivating Haotianju. However, this experience pales in comparison to the extraction of experience, progressing at a much slower pace. If I were to rely solely on arduous training, it is uncertain when I would break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. It seems that extracting experience is indeed the true path. Observing the meager amount of experience, Li Chengdan shook his head. For the next 20 days, he devoted himself to solitary cultivation in his chamber. Oh, I have not yet opened the storage bags gifted to me by Master Shun and Sister Luo. On the 25th day, Li Chengdan opened his eyes and suddenly recalled something significant. Upon departing from the alchemy hall, Chen Chen, Xinju, and Luo Yinjin had presented him with a storage bag, filled with gifts for him. However, due to the matters in Zhoufang, he had yet to open them. Thus, Li Chengdan promptly unsealed all 3 storage bags. Once opened, he was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warmth in his heart. Each bag was filled with elixirs, the Peiyuan pill crafted by Luo Yinjin, the Xingyuan pill made by Xinju, and the Huijing pill concocted by Chen Chen. Among them were 10 high-grade elixirs and 30 mid-grade ones. With not a single low-grade elixir in sight, such a quantity was indeed quite precious. Li Chengdan, being adept in fire alchemy, understood that this amounted to nearly 1/3 of what the 3 had produced. Additionally, the storage bags contained various tomes, encompassing both alchemical knowledge and martial techniques. It could be said that all the essentials for Li Chengdan's entry into the outer sect were present. Ding. Successfully extracted the martial technique layering waves, sword technique. Do you wish to learn it? Learning. Li Chengdan found a book on sword techniques among the martial tomes and immediately opted to learn it. Ding. Congratulations. Host has successfully mastered the layering waves sword technique. Your current proficiency has reached the entry-level realm 050. He carefully stored the remaining books. And once he had gathered his thoughts, Li Chengdan opened the door and made his way to the alchemy room. Junior brother Chengdan? Upon his appearance, everyone present was momentarily stunned. They had been contemplating that Li Chengdan, after such a lengthy retreat, would surely emerge, yet they were astonished by his prompt return. Junior brother Chengdan, have you reached the 8th layer of qi refinement? Li was the most perceptive, quickly noticing the enhancement in Li Chengdan's power. The others, equally taken aback, displayed expressions of astonishment towards him. To ascend from the 6th to the 8th layer of qi refinement in merely 25 days was an astonishing feat. The clarity of thought has accelerated my advancement beyond my expectations. Li Chengdan smiled faintly and then spoke. As they listened to Li Chengdan's account, the others nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed Li Chengdan's prolonged frustration over the Zhoufang incident. Now, with the inexplicable demise of Wu Yun, Li Chengdan had avenged his grievances. And his mind was naturally clear, though none anticipated that such clarity would lead to his rapid elevation to the 8th layer of qi refinement. At this moment, within the alchemy room, all present, including Li Chengdan, had attained the 8th layer of qi refinement, significantly bolstering the strength of their alchemist alliance. Very well, junior brother Chengdan. For the next month, focus on solidifying your strength. I shall inform Zhang Hu and Long Kuei and make the necessary arrangements for everyone to proceed to the Yuntai secret realm. Yun Yi beamed with excitement, for he had anticipated that Li Chengdan would require at least another 2 months to ascend to the 8th level of qi refinement. To his astonishment, Li Chengdan's prowess had advanced at a remarkable pace. Indeed, Li Chengdan nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Chengdan, during your recent seclusion, the outer sect has been abuzz with news about you. Many have come seeking your alchemical expertise, but since you were in closed-door training, we refrained from disturbing you. Li, her eyes sparkling with joy, approached Li Chengdan after casting a glance at Yun Yi, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. My affairs? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow, pondering that he had not engaged in any notable activities of late. It concerns the gathering spirit pills. The treasure pavilion at my home wishes for you to supply them with these pills for sale. Additionally, numerous elders and disciples from the outer sect have sent requests, all of which I have declined. Yun Yi elucidated the situation directly. Of course, I can accommodate that. Li Chengdan nodded affirmatively and turned to Li, stating, isn't our purpose in collaboration to sell elixirs and accumulate spirit stones? I also have superior and medium-grade enhancement pills, nurturing pills, and rejuvenation pills. Let us entrust them all to the treasure pavilion for sale. While elixirs could provide Li Chengdan with cultivation experience, the gains paled in comparison to what he could achieve through forging connections and extracting resources. As his strength increased, the required experience for advancement grew substantially, rendering the experience from elixirs rather meager. Very well, leave it all to me. Li responded with delight. Given the scarcity of gathering spirit pills among outer sect alchemists, their presence in the market would only enhance the treasure pavilion's standing, especially if they could offer these pills monthly. By the way, brother Yuni, when does the black market in Wangxian City open? I wish to acquire a longsword. Li Chengdan inquired, directing his attention to Yuni. A longsword? Quite right. Now that you're at the 8th level of qi refinement, it is time for you to possess your own weapon. The black market operates daily, but fortuitously. There is a larger market outside Wangxian City tonight, hosted by intersect disciples, where you should be able to find what you seek. Yun Yi reflected briefly before providing his response. Excellent, Li Chengdan affirmed, then approached his alchemical furnace, retrieving the necessary ingredients for the gathering spirit pills. Preparing to commence his crafting. The rest of the individuals in the alchemical chamber exchanged excited glances, their eyes fixed upon Li Chengdan, eagerly awaiting his forthcoming demonstration. As an alchemist's strength increases, so too does their skill in the art of alchemy. A higher level of power correlates with a greater reservoir of spiritual energy, allowing for a more nuanced control over the refinement of materials. Previously, at merely the 6th level of qi refinement, Li Chengdan had exhibited an impressive success rate in pill production. Now, having reached the 8th level, his abilities would only be further amplified. Upon reaching the alchemical furnace, Li Chengdan promptly seized the spiritual wood, employed the grand ignition technique to warm the furnace, and, after regulating his breath, began the alchemical process. With 9 qi seas within him, his reservoir of spiritual energy surpassed that of the average cultivator. Following his recent elevation, the density of his internal energy had intensified, allowing him to refine elixirs with remarkable swiftness. Incorporating his previous experience in refining the spirit-gathering pill, Li Chengdan's speed in producing the elixir has significantly increased. In less than half an hour, The first batch of spirit-gathering pills was successfully completed. The aroma of the pills was incredibly rich. Even before the alchemical furnace was opened, Yun Yi and the others caught a whiff of the refreshing fragrance, instantly turning their gazes towards Li Chengdan. Eagerly anticipating the yield of his concoction, Li Chengdan extinguished the alchemical flames, deftly opened the furnace, and retrieved the spirit-gathering pills within. An impressive success rate of 90% was achieved, yielding 2 medium-grade pills and the rest being of lower grade, yet all of exceptional quality. Yao Shanmen, who had already finished his own concoction, stood beside Li Chengdan, exclaiming in surprise as he observed the pills being taken out. 90%? Upon hearing this, Li, who was still engaged in her own alchemical process, nervously adjusted her pace while casting a surprised glance at Li Chengdan. The refinement of the spirit-gathering pill is exceedingly complex, involving intricate techniques and precious materials. A minor misstep could lead to the complete failure of the batch. Thus, the success rate for such pills has always been low. Even a late-stage first-tier alchemist achieving a 50% success rate is considered remarkable. Yet now, Li Chengdan's success rate stood at an astonishing 90%, with 2 medium-grade spirit-gathering pills among them. It seems that his alchemical skills have reached the level of a late-stage first-tier alchemist. Yun Yi hastily concluded his own alchemical endeavor, disregarding his own success rate, and approached Li Chengdan to inspect the spirit-gathering pills, expressing his admiration. In the realm of first-tier alchemy, the classification of an alchemist is generally determined by the success rate and the variety of formulas they master. Currently, Li Chengdan has only refined the qi-nourishing pill and the spirit-gathering pill, which, by strict standards, would classify him as a novice first-tier alchemist. However, his remarkably high success rate, especially with the spirit-gathering pill, widely regarded as the most challenging first-tier elixir to produce, suggests that if he were to master additional formulas, advancing to the late-stage first-tier alchemist would pose no difficulty. Truly impressive. Yao Shanmen gazed at Li Chengdan with admiration. He himself had only mastered the production of 3 types of pills, maintaining a success rate around 40 to 50%, with the qi-nourishing pill hovering at about 70%. Compared to Li Chengdan, the disparity was staggering. Furthermore, the alchemical furnace used was not even Li Chengdan's exclusive one. Should he utilize his personal furnace, the success rate would undoubtedly rise further. Li Chengdan had thoroughly mastered the spirit-gathering pill. He felt quite satisfied with the yield, and now aimed to refine the entire process, optimizing the details to enhance the success rate. Subsequently, he continued warming the furnace and resumed his alchemical work. Observing the flames reignite, Li also concluded her own refinement and approached, attentively watching Li Chengdan's techniques. Since witnessing Li Chengdan's production of the spirit-gathering pill previously, her understanding of alchemy had deepened significantly, leading to remarkable improvements in her own refinement of the qi-nourishing pill. Although her success rate did not match Li Chengdan's extraordinary level, occasionally achieving 90% was a significant leap compared to before. Once the success rate for lower-grade pills reaches 100%, producing higher-grade pills becomes merely a matter of time. The price difference between lower-grade and higher-grade first-tier pills is astronomical. This sentiment was shared not only by Li but also by Yun Yi and Yao Shanmen. As for Hu Kuei and Zhou Su, they naturally gained some insights. However, their innate talent for alchemy was rather lacking. Nevertheless, they developed considerable new understandings in the realms of fire mastery and control, which led to notable advancements in their techniques during this period. Li Chengdan still had 4 sets of materials for the gathering spirit pill, and with ample time before dusk, he directly refined all 4 sets into the pills. In the subsequent 3 batches, Li Chengdan consistently maintained a success rate of 90%, and the visible quality of the pills improved significantly, with each batch yielding 2 medium-grade pills. In the final batch, Li Chengdan was especially focused, correcting numerous actions and habits, and his control over spiritual energy became increasingly adept. A perfect success rate. When Li Chengdan extracted the pills, all present were momentarily stunned, soon breaking into joyous smiles. Achieving a perfect success rate for the gathering spirit pill had never occurred in the outer sect before. Even second-tier alchemists found it challenging to refine the gathering spirit pill to such an extent. 4 medium-grade pills. Astounding, simply astounding. Yao Shanmen gazed in disbelief as Li Chengdan retrieved the gathering spirit pills one by one. With a perfect success rate yielding 4 medium-grade pills and the remaining 6 being high-quality low-grade pills, it was evident that they were merely a step away from being upgraded to medium-grade. Should Li Chengdan continue to refine the gathering spirit pill, there was even a possibility of achieving a miraculous batch with a perfect success rate, all comprising medium-grade pills. In the realm of alchemy, Brother Chengdan was truly a prodigy, destined to carve a place for himself within the inner sect in the future. Yuan observed Li Chengdan with eyes brimming with excitement. Alchemists, as the most esteemed practitioners among the myriad arts of cultivation, are regarded as the most valued profession within the sect, and the sect would spare no effort in nurturing those with talent. This is especially true for the Qingshan sect, a grand sect with a legacy spanning 100,000 years. Indeed, Brother Chengdan had chosen a remarkable name, reflecting his achievements in alchemy. Li gazed at Li Chengdan with enthusiasm. The gathering spirit pill was already rare in the outer sect, often priced, but seldom available, appearing only at auctions. If the Baobao Pavilion provided sufficient materials for Li Chengdan to fully dedicate himself to refining the gathering spirit pill, both the Baobao Pavilion and they would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. With this thought, countless excited stars sparkled in Li's eyes. Li Chengdan placed the gathering spirit pills into a pill box, retaining 10 for himself while handing over the rest to Li. All matters pertaining to the sale of pills and the procurement of herbs for their alliance were entrusted to Li. And given that Li Chengdan had not been diligently refining pills recently, this would serve as his compensatory contribution. Holding the pill box, Li was filled with excitement. Knowing that the emergence of the gathering spirit pill would undoubtedly stir significant waves in Wangxian City. After completing the refinement of the gathering spirit pills, evening fell. And after dinner, the group, led by Yuan, stepped outside. Li delivered the gathering spirit pills to the Baobao Pavilion. And then the 6 of them proceeded directly to the black market outside Wangxian City. This black market was larger than the one within the city, surrounded by disciples of the Qingshan sect, who were at the 10th level of qi refinement, patrolling the area. Entering the black market required an entrance fee of 3 low-grade spirit stones per person, with no room for negotiation. 3 low-grade spirit stones. How ruthless these inter-sect brothers were. After Li paid the entrance fees for the group, she felt a pang of regret. However, that amounts to 18 low-grade spirit stones. Enough to buy a bottle and a half of low-grade qi-nourishing pills. Currently, all expenses and income of the group are managed by Li. So witnessing such expenditure of spirit stones causes her considerable distress. After all, that is a significant sum, 15 spirit stones. The usual practice? Entering the black market. Li Chengdan glanced eagerly at the stalls, then turned to Yuan, asking with palpable excitement. Indeed, Yuan nodded, conjuring a magical gesture that emitted a glimmer in his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. The qi observation technique? It appears that senior brother Yuan has concealed his true capabilities. Li Chengdan observed Yuan's actions, somewhat astonished. This was clearly the application of the qi observation technique, a skill that can only be wielded by those who have reached the 9th level of qi refining and have developed spiritual awareness. Junior brother, it's a familiar face. Yuan suddenly smiled, pointing towards a stall. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Li Chengdan followed his gaze and soon spotted a middle-aged man, battered and bruised. Lo and behold, it truly is a familiar face. Is that not He Qingyi, the one who sold him the alchemy furnace last time? Chapter 63. The passing fortune god at this moment. He Qingyi was covered in wounds from blades and swords, and compared to their last encounter, his injuries were evidently more severe. Li Chengdan and Yuan exchanged glances, both sharing a knowing smile, before making their way toward He Qingyi. Junior brother, what happened to you? Yuan was the first to speak, his face displaying surprise as he scrutinized He Qingyi. Upon approaching, Li Chengdan was equally taken aback. From a distance, he could only see the wounds on He Qingyi. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that He Qingyi's condition was dire. His original strength at the 7th level of qi refining had now plummeted to the 6th level due to his injuries. It's you two, brothers. He Qingyi quickly recognized Yuan and Li Chengdan, having remembered these 2 unfortunate souls. However, he was taken aback upon seeing Li Chengdan again. In less than 3 months, Li Chengdan's strength had remarkably ascended to the 8th level of qi refining, surpassing even his own peak. Yet, upon recalling Li Chengdan's reputation, he swiftly accepted this revelation. A practitioner capable of refining a gathering spirit pill at the 6th level of qi refining is certainly no ordinary person. Oh, spare me the details. I have been extraordinarily unfortunate lately. Upon seeing familiar faces, He Qingyi relaxed, squatting on the ground with his arms crossed, starting to complain. About half a month ago, I ventured with several outer sect brothers, claiming there was a tomb of a foundational stage master in the Misty Mountains. Turns out, it was a graveyard for corpses. Out of the 7 or 8 of us, I was the only one to escape unscathed. Surviving a great calamity surely brings future blessings. The fact that you returned alive is already fortunate. Yuan immediately offered words of comfort. I don't know what has been happening lately. I've just been so unlucky. This latest expedition was no exception. However, my brother says that there must be blessings ahead. Good fortune is on the horizon. Look, despite the dangers, I've brought back some good items. He Cheng's expression shifted as he excitedly pointed to his stall. At He Cheng's stall, the items were scant: a dilapidated incense burner, a rusted iron sword, and a tattered map. Observing these items, Li Chengdan frowned. They were nothing more than a pile of junk. If he were alone, he would never spare a second glance. However, the one who has come here is Yun, the son of fortune, who has even employed the art of divination. Surely, these items must possess some merit. Disciple Chengdan, what have you set your sights on? Yun inquired, turning his gaze towards Li Chengdan with directness. I am in need of a weapon for our expedition to the cloud platform secret realm. Yet upon glancing at He Cheng's stall, Li Chengdan shook his head in disappointment. This weapon pales in comparison to the alchemy furnace I purchased earlier, which at least serves as an ornament. You intend to venture into the cloud platform's secret realm? He Cheng exclaimed with excitement, seizing a rusted iron sword from the ground, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Do not be deceived by its appearance. This sword was once placed at the heart of a foundation-laying master's tomb, and it is undoubtedly a quasi-artifact. Alas, I am not a weaponsmith. Otherwise, I could refine it to unleash its true potential. The cloud platform's secret realm is fraught with peril. All you need is to have this weapon refined by a weaponsmith. Is it truly that remarkable? Li Chengdan was genuinely skeptical of He Cheng's claims. Disciple, you do not intend to treat us as mere sheep, do you? Yun frowned slightly, his expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. The alchemy furnace I previously purchased from you has already attracted quite a crowd. I assure you, I am not deceiving you this time. I am offering it at a fixed price of 50 low-grade spirit stones. He Cheng, momentarily flustered, hastily crouched down to gather the dilapidated incense burner and tattered map from his stall, presenting them to Li Chengdan as a gesture of friendship. Gazing at the three useless items before him, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow and looked to Yun for assistance, as he had not anticipated that He Cheng would so swiftly propose a price. Yun, taken aback, observed He Cheng's anxious demeanor and began to question his own judgment. What are senior brother Yun and disciple Chengdan up to? Yao Shanmin inquired, glancing at the individuals beside him with a furrowed brow. These two fools are putting on a charade to deceive another fool, and now they find themselves in a predicament. Li sighed, casting a glance at Yao Shanmin and his companions before striding towards Li Chengdan and the others. It seems I must intervene. This stall owner is finished. When it comes to spirit stones, no one can rival senior sister Li, Zhou Su remarked, casting a sympathetic look at He Cheng. Yao Shanmin nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this sentiment. Disciple Chengdan, senior brother Yun, what are you two up to? Li approached them with an air of indignation. Are you making reckless purchases again? Have you forgotten the debacle with the alchemy furnace? You are now the subject of ridicule in the alchemy hall. Let me see what you intend to buy this time. Li Chengdan and Yun exchanged bewildered glances, surprised at Li's sudden appearance, only to see her wink at them. Senior sister, please take a look. Li Chengdan promptly understood, handing over the three items He Cheng had provided. Meanwhile, Yun averted his gaze, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, his demeanor suggesting that he was not acting. How much do these worthless items cost? Li's expression darkened as she scanned He Cheng, her piercing gaze causing him to retract his neck in fear, prompting him to pile the items back before Li Chengdan. 50, Li Chengdan stammered, genuinely intimidated by Li's presence. 50 spirit stones for these worthless items? Li exclaimed loudly, dragging three objects around for everyone to see. Can you believe these things are worth 50 spirit stones? The merchants in the vicinity chuckled at the sight. Being fellow stall owners, they were somewhat familiar with the market's fundamentals and were well aware of the true value of such items. Senior sister, I found these from the tomb of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It took the lives of 7 or 8 brothers to retrieve them from the main chamber. He Cheng hurriedly explained, visibly anxious. He feared that Li's loud voice might complicate his chances of selling them later that evening. What? A Foundation establishment cultivator's tomb? Didn't you just say it was a corpse-rearing site? Li questioned, eagerly awaiting He Cheng's response. It is indeed a tomb of a Foundation establishment cultivator, as well as a corpse-rearing site. He sought immortality and transformed himself into an iron corpse. He Cheng's voice faltered under Li's relentless scrutiny, revealing his unease. Oh, so this junior brother is quite impressive. An iron corpse, no less. You managed to enter his tomb, take these items, and escape unscathed? You must have quite the reputation in the outer sect. May I ask your name? Li sneered, regarding He Cheng with disdain. Actually, I may have exaggerated a bit. I only took these items from the entrance of the tomb while escaping, He Cheng admitted, regretting his earlier bravado, fearing the repercussions if his name were to be known. Taking them while escaping, right at the tomb's entrance? Li laughed brightly, though her radiant smile was more chilling than comforting. Under Li's pressure. He Cheng nodded slightly, So, these are merely the remnants of a failed intruder in a Foundation establishment cultivator's corpse-rearing site. And you think you can deceive me into believing they belong to a pill-refining junior brother? Do you know who he is? You certainly have quite the audacity. Don't be fooled by my junior brother's humble demeanor. He is the one who assisted Fairy Luo in her alchemical pursuits. A genius who successfully refined a spirit-gathering pill during the Pill Master Assessment at the Alchemy Peak. You might inquire at the Alchemy Peak about the uproar Fairy Luo caused last month on his behalf. Believe me, if this matter reaches Fairy Luo's ears, you could find it difficult to survive in the outer sect, Li declared, holding the 3 items in one hand while placing her other hand on her hip, exuding an imposing presence. All right. I have indeed heard of this senior brother's exploits. How about you name your price? He said, his expression strained as he pleaded with Li to cease her tirade. 5 spirit stones, plus the location of that Foundation establishment cultivator's tomb, Li asserted, stating her offer plainly. 5 spirit stones. He's expression shifted dramatically, astonished by Li's audacity. This girl was ruthless. Not only he, but Li Chengdan and Yun were also taken aback, staring at Li in disbelief. Her bargaining skills were exceptionally fierce. What's wrong? Do you think that is too much? Li questioned, her dissatisfaction evident as she scrutinized He could only smile wryly at Li, feeling as though he had stepped out without consulting a fortune teller. He had already been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately. Having previously endured 9 catastrophic failures in alchemical refinement, I had entirely relinquished my aspirations of becoming an alchemist. Accompanying several fellow disciples on an expedition, I witnessed the tragic demise of my closest companions. Upon returning to the Shangqing sect, battered and bruised, I sought to sell some salvaged items to recuperate my losses and unexpectedly encountered an old patron. However, to my astonishment, I faced Li, senior sister. How could it possibly be 5 low-grade spirit stones? After much deliberation, He finally summoned the courage to retort against Li. Though the tomb of that Foundation establishment master may serve as a resting ground for the dead, it is still a tomb of a Foundation establishment master, and surely it harbors numerous treasures. This information alone is worth a considerable sum of spirit stones. The tomb of a Foundation establishment master, albeit a resting ground for the deceased, contains many valuable items, and the price for this information cannot be trivial, he continued. You yourself have stated it is a resting ground for the dead. With iron corpses present, who would dare to purchase such information? Li scoffed. Ahem, senior sister. This junior brother is quite honest. My previous transaction with him was rather amicable. Li Chengdan, having discerned Li's tactics, stepped forward to interject. Li winked at Li Chengdan with a look of approval, but her expression abruptly shifted as she angrily approached him. How dare you bring up our last encounter? What about that alchemical furnace you purchased? I felt embarrassed even to have it displayed. So that alchemical furnace was also a deception you pulled on my junior brother? You truly have some audacity to continuously deceive my naive junior brother. Li cast a half-smile, half-sneer at He. That provocative and mocking gaze sent shivers down He's spine, yet he gritted his teeth and declared, at least 15 low-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I will incur significant losses. At the very least, provide me with some spirit stones to purchase healing medicine. 10 stones. Li raised her chin, letting out a cold laugh. 14 stones. It truly cannot be less. He was on the verge of tears. 10 stones, it cannot be more. As Li spoke, she prepared to discard the items in her hand. 13 stones. Seeing her movement, He quickly intervened, proclaiming the final offer. It truly cannot be less. After deducting the booth fee, 13 spirit stones are barely enough for me to acquire healing medicine. Deal. Chengdan, take the items and pay. Li smiled with satisfaction, handing everything over to Li Chengdan before turning to leave. Damn it, what a steal. Watching Li's radiant smile, He's expression shifted, cursing under his breath. Li Chengdan swiftly accepted the incense burner, rusted iron sword, and tattered map, hastily stowing them in his storage pouch. He then produced 13 spirit stones to hand over to He, anticipating the latter's revelation regarding the tomb of the Foundation establishment master. This senior sister is truly ruthless. He sighed, reluctantly accepting the spirit stones and retrieving a sheepskin map from his storage pouch to present to Li Chengdan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing a benevolent connection with the transient god of wealth, He. You have successfully extracted fortune from He. Fortune, financial luck 1. Upon receiving the sheepskin map, a system notification appeared before Li Chengdan. Gazing at the notification, Li Chengdan's expression shifted as he looked at He in astonishment. This individual possessed such fortune. Yet, why did he enjoy the favor of a god of wealth, while he himself was merely a transient god of wealth? A transient god of wealth retains no fortune, merely a scatterer of wealth. It appears that this individual harbors secrets. Younger brother, I am Li Chengdan. Should you require my assistance, feel free to seek me at the small courtyard in Wangxian City. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengdan addressed He Qingyi. That sounds splendid. I am He Qingyi. He Qingyi nodded, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke to Li Chengdan. As a disciple of the pill refining peak, he was certainly aware of Li Chengdan's esteemed reputation. Thus, upon hearing those words, his previously despondent expression transformed entirely, replaced by an exuberance. With Li Chengdan's assurance, he felt certain he would not lack for spirit stones in the future. Chengdan, let us go. Do not let him deceive you again. Li turned back to glance at Li Chengdan, calling out with conviction. Coming. Li Chengdan quickened his pace, catching up to Li. Subsequently, Yun-Yi also bid farewell to He Qingyi with a clasped fist and followed suit. Sister Li is remarkable, Li Chengdan remarked sincerely as he observed Li. Indeed, Sister Li is renowned for her shrewdness in matters of finance. This time, he is fortunate. Otherwise, not only would he receive these items for free, but he would also have to pay spirit stones. Do you believe it, Chengdan? Yao Shanmin, who had known Li the longest, regarded Li Chengdan with a smug expression. He was well acquainted with this young lady of the Baibouch. Generally amiable, she transformed entirely in the presence of spirit stones. You two are utterly inept at acting. Had I been there last time, I could have procured your alchemy furnace for just a few spirit stones. Li, undeterred by Yao Shanmin's words, raised her head proudly, her face radiating confidence. In the realm of bargaining, she never conceded defeat, be it in the black market or the open market. I believe it. Observing Li's prior demeanor, Li Chengdan was utterly convinced. Yun-Yi, trailing behind, remained silent, merely shaking his head. Brother Yun-Yi, let us continue our search for treasures. I intend to recoup the 18 spirit stones entry fee entirely. Li ordered, turning to face Yun-Yi. Very well. Yun-Yi nodded, employing the Qi observation technique to survey the surroundings once more. Under Yun-Yi's guidance, they swiftly identified a target. Subsequently, Li demonstrated the art of haggling to Li Chengdan, providing him a glimpse into the fierce nature of commerce. Chengdan, you must remember, in the marketplace, the buyer is invariably at a disadvantage. As long as the seller is willing to part with their goods, they stand to profit. To negotiate a lower price, you must uncover the various flaws of the product and the shortcomings of the vendor, then strike decisively. While haggling, Li elucidated the market rules that Li Chengdan was previously unaware of. Witnessing the vendor's expressions of despair and resignation, Li Chengdan nodded, committing her words to memory. The six of them roamed the black market for quite some time, and when night fell and there were no worthwhile items left, they opted to return to the small courtyard. Upon returning, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest and examine their purchases from the day. This cannot possibly be treasure? Li Chengdan frowned as he scrutinized the rusted iron sword in his hand. No matter how one looked at it, the sword appeared to be utterly useless, having succumbed to rust, with no trace of spiritual energy emanating from its blade, which was marred by corrosion. However, this was purchased under the guidance of the fated child. Yun-Yi. Given Yun-Yi's destiny, he would never direct one towards something worthless. Moreover, the seller, He Qingyi, is a transient fortune bringer, suggesting that this item should not be an ordinary one. Is it necessary to establish a blood bond? Li Chengdan's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the rusted long sword, forming a conjecture. If that were the case, everything would make sense. Without further hesitation, Li Chengdan bit into his fingertip, smearing his vital blood onto the blade of the sword. With a resonant hum, the long sword in Li Chengdan's hand began to tremble incessantly. The rust quickly fell away, revealing a lustrous silver long sword before him. The frostless sword? As the blade revealed its true form, a name surfaced in Li Chengdan's mind. It must be the name of this sword. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a magical artifact. Li Chengdan stared incredulously at the frostless sword in his grasp. Magical artifacts are exceedingly rare weapons, capable of doubling the power of spells and sword techniques wielded through them. Such artifacts can only unleash their full potential when nurtured to possess spiritual awareness, typically at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Although Li Chengdan was only at the 8th level, possessing a magical artifact would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. This weapon was perfectly suited to him. Truly, it was worthy of being associated with the fated child and the transient fortune bringer. It was indeed extraordinary. Gazing repeatedly at the frostless sword, excitement filled Li Chengdan's eyes. The sword's entire body shimmered in a silvery hue, exceptionally beautiful. The blade occasionally flickered with a chilling glint, exuding an air of magnificence. Since this rusted long sword was a magical artifact, the other items should not be lacking either. Li Chengdan immediately turned his attention to the dilapidated incense burner and the torn map. He picked them up, eager to investigate what they might be. Chapter 65. Gathering spirit pills unfolds waves. However, to Li Chengdan's disappointment, these two items seemed to be mere scraps. The ruined incense burner showed no reaction when he applied his vital blood. Its tattered exterior revealed nothing unusual, just a broken incense burner. The map was no better, appearing to be nothing more than a fragment, with its information too faded to discern what it recorded. Faced with this reality, Li Chengdan could only concede defeat. Having acquired the frostless sword was already a considerable gain. In the following month, Li Chengdan and Unearthing, along with others, busied themselves either with alchemy or honing martial techniques in preparation for entering the Yuntai secret realm. With the frostless sword in hand, Li Chengdan dedicated a month to mastering the wave-cresting sword technique to a novice level, and combined with his sword control technique, he had gained a measure of self-defense. Haha, Chengdan, my junior brother. After 2 months, did you miss me? One day, the voice of Long Kuei echoed outside the small courtyard. Brother Long Kuei. Upon hearing Long Kuei's voice, Li Chengdan immediately opened the door to the courtyard, welcoming him inside. Where is Zhang Hu? Is it just you? Li Chengdan inquired curiously. Noticing Long Kuei alone, he'll be delayed for a few days. He had to request leave from the Wei Dao Peak, which took some time. The people I brought this time are all from the main force of Wei Dao Peak, so it requires some coordination. Long Kuei stretched lazily. And what about you? Have matters at Ling Yao Peak been resolved? Li Chengdan asked with curiosity. Although there are fewer matters at Spirit Herb Peak, the troublesome aspect is that one cannot easily leave the Spirit Herb Garden, as the medicinal materials within must be meticulously safeguarded. I merely needed to inform the other junior brothers, as my herb garden is almost ready for harvest. It is nothing of great concern, hence my early arrival. Tell me, how did you manage to accomplish this with such speed? I heard you elevated your prowess to the 8th layer of Qi refinement in just 25 days. Long Kuei scrutinized Li Chengdan repeatedly, as if searching for something. With a clear mind, one's strength naturally ascends swiftly. Li Chengdan shrugged and replied succinctly. Oh, you've grown up, harboring secrets, have you? Long Kuei chuckled mischievously, placing one hand on Li Chengdan's shoulder while the other playfully punched his abdomen. Alas, senior brother Long Kuei, you're damaging my dantian. I shall report you to the law enforcement hall. Li Chengdan exclaimed dramatically. Junior brother Chengdan, prepare to head to the Alchemy Peaks task hall to submit this month's and the next half-year's tasks. At that moment, Unearthing emerged, exchanging a knowing glance with Long Kuei, and they both nodded in unison. Very well. Upon hearing Unearthing's voice, Li Chengdan quickly ceased his playful antics and turned to Long Kuei, inquiring, will you join us, senior brother Long Kuei? What? Long Kuei, with a hand on Li Chengdan's shoulder, tossed his head back and exaggeratedly tousled his hair. Junior brother still cannot part from his elder brother and requires my care? Not at all. The small courtyard houses a plethora of precious herbs, along with numerous valuable elixirs. I worry that senior brother Long Kuei may not have clean hands. Li Chengdan gazed earnestly at Long Kuei. Oh, you've gone bad, Li Chengdan. Why must you voice my innermost thoughts? Long Kuei feigned indignation, wrapping an arm around Li Chengdan's neck. Unearthing hastened to notify the Outer Sect's law enforcement hall. The Spirit Herb Garden's cultivators are tarnishing the reputation of the Qingzong by committing murder and theft in Wangxian City. Li Chengdan dramatically rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue, appealing for help from Unearthing. Unearthing watched with a smile, his face brimming with envy. Due to his status, he had lived alone since childhood. Although he was discreetly cared for by disciples of the Yunlan sect hidden within the Qingzong, he still felt a profound solitude. Ha ha, junior brother Chengdan, how delightfully childish you are. At that moment, Li, accompanied by Yao Shanmin and others, stepped forward, momentarily taken aback by the raucous scene of Li Chengdan and Long Kuei. To them, Li Chengdan had always appeared earnest and somewhat rigid, yet they were surprised to discover this lively side of him. Hee. Li Chengdan chuckled, giving Long Kuei a gentle push, thus ending their playful antics. Oh. The little junior brother has grown up, aware of saving face before the fairer sex. How embarrassing. Long Kuei glanced at Li Chengdan and then at the relatively attractive Li, making a teasing and juvenile gesture with his finger across his face. Ahem, let us proceed to submit the tasks. Li Chengdan cast a sheepish glance at the group and then spoke. Let us go. Unearthing immediately took the lead, guiding the others toward the Alchemy Peak. Sister Li, you would do well to keep your distance from senior brother Long Kuei for the time being, Li Chengdan advised as he approached her. Long Kuei is a good fellow, but he possesses quite the tongue. Are you aware of the esteemed brother Long Kuei? I certainly am. Chu Xiufeng is the least favored man. Li chuckled softly, casting a reassuring glance at Li Chengdan. Sister, do you know this? Li Chengdan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Li. Of course. That voting campaign was initiated by me and a few of my close friends back in the day. Li declared confidently, raising her chin with delight, and whispered to Li Chengdan, "Thanks to that, I earned quite a fortune in spirit stones." Hearing this, Li Chengdan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and shaking her head. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Peak's task hall, the group quickly submitted their assignments. After the disciples at the task hall recorded their tasks, Li Chengdan and her companions did not depart immediately. After exchanging a knowing glance with Yun Yi, Li Chengdan approached the disciple once more and presented 10 mid-grade gathering spirit pills. The disciple's hands trembled slightly at the sight of so many mid-grade pills, and he looked at Li Chengdan before swiftly signaling to the elder in charge of the task hall. The elder, Zhang Cheng, was an old acquaintance of Li Chengdan, having been one of the examiners during her alchemist assessment. 10 mid-grade gathering spirit pills? Have you truly mastered their refinement? Zhang Cheng scrutinized Li Chengdan's offering, glancing around cautiously before covering the pills with a nearby ledger. As Li Chengdan revealed the pills, Yun Yi and the others instinctively shielded her with their bodies, ensuring that onlookers could not discern the quality of the pills in her possession. Elder Zhang, might we consider these 10 gathering spirit pills as fulfillment of the 6 of our tasks for the next 6 months? Li Chengdan promptly articulated their request. Given the excessive number of qi-nourishing pills required over the 6 months, which would equate in cost to the refinement of 10 mid-grade gathering spirit pills, Yun Yi and Li Chengdan had conferred and decided it would be more prudent for Li Chengdan to directly refine the gathering spirit pills as a substitute. Over this period, Li Chengdan's success rate in refining mid-grade gathering spirit pills had significantly improved, rendering this task relatively effortless for her. Are you planning to venture into the Yuntai secret realm? Zhang Cheng finally noticed that Li Chengdan had ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement, his expression shifting in surprise. How swiftly you have progressed. Without further deliberation, Zhang Cheng acquiesced. Firstly, the value of 10 mid-grade gathering spirit pills indeed sufficed to cover the task quotas for all 6 individuals for 6 months. Secondly, Li Chengdan had the esteemed Luo Yanran backing her, who had previously vowed to starve at the Alchemy Peak over Li Chengdan's alchemist assessment. Should another incident occur due to Li Chengdan, Luo Yanran as protector, Zhou Dan, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Make sure to record their 6-month tasks. Zhang Cheng instructed the disciple before turning to Li Chengdan. As for the materials for refining gathering spirit pills over these 6 months, we shall not provide them. Thank you, Elder. Li Chengdan promptly waved her hand in gratitude. Indeed, the Yuntai secret realm is exceedingly perilous. Exercise caution. Zhang Cheng advised Li Chengdan before discreetly storing the gathering spirit pills in his storage bag. 10 lower-grade gathering spirit pills and 10 mid-grade ones. This would certainly make the Alchemy Peak an intriguing place. As he watched Li Chengdan and the others depart, a radiant smile flickered across Zhang Cheng's lips. How could the price of the gathering spirit pill have plummeted so drastically? On the Alchemy Peak, Yang Xiao, a late-stage pill master of the 11th layer of qi refinement, wore a gloomy expression as he glared at those seeking to purchase the gathering spirit pill with evident displeasure. Only a handful of practitioners on the Alchemy Peak possessed the ability to concoct the gathering spirit pill. Although the inner sect's alchemists could produce it with ease, the pills they crafted were exclusively reserved for the inner sect and would never be distributed to the outer sect. This exclusivity was precisely why the gathering spirit pill commanded such a high price in the outer sect. Well, the Baibao Pavilion in Wangxian City now sells a low-grade gathering spirit pill every day, and by the end of the month, there will be a mid-grade gathering spirit pill available as well. I heard that the task hall of the Alchemy Peak has also received some gathering spirit pills, which is why the price has naturally dropped, murmured one of the buyers of the gathering spirit pill. Chapter 66. The commercial war triggered by the gathering spirit pill. What? Yang Xiao stared incredulously at the newcomer. Had it not been for their long-standing cooperation, he would have suspected that the individual was deliberately trying to suppress the price of the gathering spirit pill with such statements. There were only a few capable of crafting the gathering spirit pill in the outer sect, who could be disrupting the market. After a while, many faces flashed before Yang Xiao's mind, but he dismissed each one in turn. The materials required to concoct the gathering spirit pill were exceedingly costly. Even though the sale price was high, if the success rate of producing the pill did not exceed 40%, it would be exceedingly difficult to recoup the investment. There were 532 late-stage alchemists in the outer sect, yet fewer than 1/5 of them could craft the gathering spirit pill, less than 10 individuals. Among those 10, only 2 had a success rate exceeding 40%. He, Yang Xiao, and Gu Tianqing. However, Gu Tianqing had no interest in alchemy. His focus lay solely on cultivation. As for the ability to produce mid-grade gathering spirit pills, that was even rarer. Even if someone could, they would likely be conscripted into the inner sect for alchemical work. Given this, it was indeed improbable that anyone in the outer sect could concoct the gathering spirit pill. Rumor had it that there was a free agent in the Outer Sect's alchemy peak named Li Chengdan. The examination he underwent to become a pill master involved concocting the gathering spirit pill, the newcomer commented, contemplating Yang Xiao. Li Chengdan. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten about that young man? As an elder of the Outer Sect's alchemy peak, Yang Xiao was well aware of Li Chengdan's existence and had heard his name a year prior. At that time, Li Chengdan had gained renown on the alchemy peak for his mastery over fire control techniques, which purportedly enhanced both the success rate and skills of alchemists. Yang Xiao had intended to seek him out for guidance. However, he later discovered that the young man was under the protection of Luo Yanran and chose to abandon that pursuit. Recently, this fellow had once again made a name for himself on the alchemy peak. First by successfully concocting the gathering spirit pill with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, and then by inciting a commotion at the alchemy peak 2 months ago. All due to Luo Yanran's fervent defense of him. Yang Xiao vividly recalled the indignant expression on Luo Yanran's face at that time. She had truly been furious. Thus, the fluctuation in the price of the gathering spirit pill was indeed a relief, the newcomer continued. In the past, Yang Xiao monopolized the concoction of spirit-gathering pills at the outer gate, but the tides have shifted. Now, Li Chengdan has also mastered the art of crafting these pills, and his grade of low-tier spirit-gathering pills surpasses Yang Xiao's in quality, leading to a significant decrease in the price of Yang Xiao's concoctions. It seems that behind the Baibao Pavilion stands the Li family, does it not? Convey a message to them, urging them to cease the sale of spirit-gathering pills. Yang Xiao frowned. While he could not lay hands on Li Chengdan directly, he could certainly target the Baibao Pavilion, despite its considerable business. The most formidable member of the family is merely at the 10th level of qi refinement, indicating that it is a minor sect in the realm of cultivation. That might not be feasible, the newcomer sighed, shaking his head. Why not? Yang Xiao's displeasure deepened as he regarded the visitor. Li from the Li family is currently accompanying Yun Yi, came the reluctant response. Naturally, he had approached the Li family regarding the matter of the spirit-gathering pills, but they showed no fear of his threats. Yun Yi, that illegitimate child? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow. He dared not provoke Yun Yi. Despite being the illegitimate son of the sect leader Yun Haoshan and a remnant of the Yunlan sect, he still held the title of the son of the Qingqing sect's leader. For the sake of unity within the Qingqing sect and to maintain the leader's dignity, it was prudent to avoid any confrontation. Why do these youngsters always have powerful backers? Yang Xiao felt a headache coming on. The fact that they had formidable support, particularly those he was wary of, left him feeling utterly helpless. Very well, this shall be the price, he declared with resignation, glancing at the visitor, and sighed before making a decision. Return in a few days. Elder Yang Xiao, are you planning to use true fire for pill concoction? The visitor's expression brightened. Yang Xiao, a master at the 11th level of qi refinement, was capable of operating true fire for pill crafting. True fire, as opposed to mundane flames, significantly enhances the quality of the elixirs. If employed for the spirit-gathering pills, the results would undoubtedly be superior. Indeed, if they dare to encroach upon my business, I must impart a lesson. Yang Xiao sneered coldly. This matter transcended mere competition. The fact that a mere outer disciple, Li Chengdan, could produce superior spirit-gathering pills compared to an elder was a blow to his pride. Unable to confront Li Chengdan directly, he resolved to demonstrate his true prowess. Very well, I shall prepare in advance for you. The visitor's face lit up, and he eagerly turned to leave. As long as Yang Xiao's spirit-gathering pills surpassed those of Li Chengdan in quality, the market for these pills would remain firmly in the hands of their esteemed pavilion. Li Chengdan, meanwhile, remained oblivious to the happenings outside. He spent his days either wandering within the enchanting city of Wangxian with Long Kuei or concocting pills in the alchemy chamber. With these pills, we have enough to meet the Baibao Pavilion's needs for half a year, Li Chengdan declared as he handed dozens of vials of elixirs to Li. Although they were preparing to enter the Yuntai secret realm, the external pill business could not be neglected. Thus, they had meticulously planned and produced a substantial quantity of elixirs over the past few days, with Li Chengdan efficiently crafting all the necessary pills for the Baibao Pavilion's half-year supply. Brother Chengdan is indeed reliable. Li gazed at the array of pills before her, her eyes sparkling. These were all spirit stones. Regrettably, she would never have the opportunity to witness the entire transformation of these elixirs into spiritual stones. Little did Li realize the tumultuous waves the elixirs would soon create in Wangxian City. The following day, Zhang Hu arrived as scheduled, accompanied by 2 individuals, Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao. Zhang Hu promptly introduced them to the group. Wei Ziki was a refined young man with a hint of scholarly demeanor, while Zhang Qichao was a robust figure with slightly flushed skin. Both possessed formidable strength, each at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yunyi. These individuals are members of the Alchemist Alliance organized by your senior brother, all of whom are first-tier alchemists. This is Long Kuei, whose grandfather is one of the esteemed inner sect elders, a formidable figure in the realm of spiritual plants. He resides in a modest courtyard at Chuxiafeng. And lastly, this is Li Chengdan. Do not be misled by the seemingly modest prowess of Chengdan. He is not only a 4th-tier spiritual chef, but also possesses unparalleled talent in alchemy. Previously, with the assistance of 2nd-tier alchemist Shinju, he successfully concocted a genuine spirit-gathering pill. He is also from our Gengzi courtyard. Zhang, who subsequently introduced Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao to Li Chengdan and the others. Long Kuei, senior brother, and Yunyi, senior brother. The two quickly greeted Long Kuei and Yunyi. They were already aware of Long Kuei's reputation as one of the 4 prodigies of Gengzi. Although they did not recognize Yunyi's status, they could sense that he concealed great strength. So, you are the esteemed Chengdan. After Zhang, whose introduction, Wei Ziki scrutinized Li Chengdan with keen interest. Thus, the spirit-gathering pills circulating in Wangxian City are crafted by you, junior brother? Gengzi Courtyard truly has an abundance of talent. Zhang Qichao also focused his attention on Li Chengdan. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists hold a high status, and those capable of producing high-quality elixirs are revered even more. Therefore, upon hearing Zhang Hu's introduction, both Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki understood that Li Chengdan was not only trustworthy, but also a key player in their upcoming expedition to the Yuntai secret realm. Now that everyone is gathered, let us embark. After exchanging greetings and familiarizing themselves with one another's appearances, Yunyi led the group directly towards the Yuntai secret realm. Just as Li Chengdan and his companions departed from Wangxian City, an individual within the precious goods pavilion delivered a vial of elixirs to the owner, Song Gaojia. Excellent, excellent, excellent. For some time now, the Baibao pavilion has been suppressing us. It is time to prepare our counterattack. Song Gaojia gazed at the jade vial before him, his eyes brimming with excitement. This time, Yang Shao utilized true fire to concoct the spirit-gathering pills, ensuring their quality was beyond reproach. Merely the allure of true fire alchemy would suffice to overshadow the spirit-gathering pills from the Baibao pavilion. Master, should we first inspect the goods? The newcomer hesitantly inquired. The quality of the spirit-gathering pills crafted by Li Chengdan is exceptional. Even the inferior ones are remarkably close to the quality of mid-tier elixirs. It is precisely this excellence that has drawn many to the Baibao pavilion in a fervent rush to purchase them. Ha. These are indeed the spirit-gathering pills crafted with true fire. How could their quality be lacking? Song Gaojia laughed heartily, confident that with the true fire-crafted spirit-gathering pills in hand, he had no cause for concern. Chapter 67. This cannot be the case. As Li Chengdan prepared the spirit-gathering pills in the treasure pavilion, he and his companions, under the guidance of Yunyi, had already arrived at the Yuntai secret realm. Is this truly the Yuntai secret realm? Observing the scene before him, Li Chengdan furrowed his brow. The Yuntai secret realm is situated in the very heart of the outer sect of the Haotian sect. A mere step forward leads to the inner sect. Here, Li Chengdan could sense an abundance of spiritual energy, far more intense than that of the outer sect. However, what captivated him most was the entrance to the Yuntai secret realm. Contrary to his expectations, this entrance was neither a complex array nor a mysterious spatial rift. Rather, it was an unremarkable cave, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations except for the protective formation surrounding it. Outside the cave, 2 outer sect elders at the 11th level of Qi refinement sat guard, while dozens of outer sect disciples at the 8th level of Qi refinement patrolled the area. The price to enter the Yuntai secret realm was either 10,000 contribution points or 100 inferior spirit stones, with a time limit of 6 months. Before anyone could elucidate the situation to Li Chengdan, the guarding outer sect disciple addressed them directly. 10,000 contribution points? Li Chengdan was taken aback by this revelation. Such a price was exorbitant. An outer sect disciple would only earn a few dozen contribution points for completing tasks, making it inconceivable how long it would take to accumulate such an amount. Here are 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Please verify, senior brother. Li stepped forward from the group, producing a pile of spirit stones and presenting them to the guarding outer sect disciple. As the counting ensued, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Soon the 2 outer sect disciples began tallying the stones. Upon reaching 1,000, they found a surplus of several stones. A total of 1,000 inferior spirit stones. This seems accurate, Li remarked with a smile at the 2 individuals before her. The 2 outer sect disciples exchanged glances, accepted the spirit stones, and retrieved 10 wristbands to hand to Li. The count is correct. These wristbands serve as proof of entry into the Yuntai secret realm. They will unlock the seal for your entrance, and you will be teleported out after 6 months. To exit directly, simply infuse them with spiritual energy. One of the outer sect disciples casually instructed Li. Thank you, senior brother. Upon hearing this, Li felt a surge of joy, realizing her extra spirit stones had been used to purchase information regarding the Yuntai secret realm. After distributing the wristbands to everyone present, they promptly entered the cave, officially stepping into the Yuntai secret realm. In Wangxian City, at the Treasure Pavilion, a significant number of visitors had gathered today, all drawn by the spirit-gathering pills refined by Yang Xiao. The spirit-gathering pill is priced at 20 inferior spirit stones? No way. This price is higher than that of the Baibao Pavilion. Everyone was momentarily stunned at the price displayed by the Treasure Pavilion. The Baibao Pavilion offered a single inferior spirit-gathering pill for merely 15 inferior spirit stones and of exceptionally high quality. Is the Treasure Pavilion overly confident in their pricing? Although spirit-gathering pills had previously been quite rare in the outer sect, they could only be encountered at auction events in the Treasure Pavilion. However, now at the outer sect of the Qing dynasty, one can also procure contribution points, and the Treasure Pavilion offers the spirit-gathering pills for sale. Although only one is available each day, the number of individuals who can afford such high-quality elixirs is inherently limited. Thus, a single pill suffices to saturate the market. Under these circumstances, it is perplexing that the Treasure Pavilion dares to set such exorbitant prices. Indeed, the cost is so steep that one might as well purchase from the Treasure Pavilion. The number of people capable of affording spirit-gathering pills is already scarce, and such elevated prices inevitably incite a commotion among onlookers. Dear friends, please remain calm. This batch of pills is far superior to those available at the Treasure Pavilion. They are crafted by Master Yang Xiao using true fire, boasting a quality that far surpasses that of the Treasure Pavilion's offerings. The shopkeeper of the Treasure Pavilion stepped forward confidently, addressing the gathered crowd. Indeed, it seems that way. Pills refined with true fire are inherently superior to those made with mundane fire. In the entire outer sect, only Master Yang Xiao possesses the means to invest such resources into refining first-grade pills. As the shopkeeper elaborated, the atmosphere buzzed with lively discussion once more. I shall take 2. I have faith in Master Yang Xiao's alchemical prowess. A patron stepped forward and addressed the shopkeeper of the Treasure Pavilion. Alas, the spirit-gathering pills are exceedingly precious. We sell but 1 per day? The shopkeeper replied with a smile, shaking his head in explanation. 1 will suffice. Allow me to compare it with the spirit-gathering pills from the Treasure Pavilion. If it proves superior, I shall cease my visits to the Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the patron frowned slightly, retrieving a vial and 20 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch. The spirit stones were intended for the purchase of the spirit-gathering pill, while the vial contained the spirit-gathering pill refined at the Treasure Pavilion. Rest assured, the quality of our spirit-gathering pills will undoubtedly exceed that of the Treasure Pavilion. The shopkeeper joyfully accepted the spirit stones and handed the patron a vial in return. The entire staff of the Treasure Pavilion held Master Yang Xiao's alchemical abilities in high regard, particularly in the crafting of spirit-gathering pills, for there were hardly any who could rival him in the outer sect. A mere fire attendant, barely capable of producing spirit-gathering pills, could hardly compare to an experienced alchemist. Very well, let me witness the disparity between pills refined with mundane fire and those crafted with true fire. The patron accepted the vial and poured out the spirit-gathering pill within. Hiss! What a delightful aroma! The fragrance of the pill is abundant, and the spiritual energy is potent, truly deserving of the title spirit-gathering pill. As the pill was revealed, the entire hall was enveloped in a rich, fragrant essence, astonishing the onlookers. Such high-priced, high-quality elixirs rarely grace the eyes of common folk. The overwhelming aroma and spiritual energy, far more intense than that of the qi-nourishing pill, left many exhilarated. What do you think? This is the true quality of a spirit-gathering pill, is it not? The shopkeeper gazed with satisfaction at the astonished expressions in the hall, his eyes gleaming with pride as he observed the patrons acquiring the spirit-gathering pills. The shopkeeper's hopeful gaze rested upon the patron, eagerly anticipating words of praise. However, upon meeting the patron's gaze, he was met not with the shock and excitement he had envisioned, but rather with a visage marked by despair and fury. Smack! Is this truly a spirit-gathering pill refined with true fire? Is it truly the case that your esteemed Treasure Pavilion would deceive us in such a manner? A customer, visibly irate, slammed his palm upon the counter, glaring at the shopkeeper. What is the matter? The shopkeeper was taken aback, utterly perplexed as to why the man was so incensed. The gathering spirit pill he had sold was indeed more potent, richer in aroma, and of superior quality than the previous concoctions. He had personally verified its excellence, so why was this customer now so furious? Come look at this. This is the gathering spirit pill crafted by the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The customer hastily opened the vial he had retrieved, pouring forth a vibrant green pill. As the gathering spirit pill tumbled out, a wave of richer pill fragrance enveloped the hall, and merely inhaling it imparted a surge of medicinal potency. Without the need for meticulous examination, one could discern that this was a superior quality pill. Observing the pill, the shopkeeper's expression darkened. Just a glance revealed that this gathering spirit pill possessed greater efficacy and quality than the one crafted by Yang Xiao. Though he had encountered numerous gathering spirit pills before, he had never seen one of such remarkable quality. The aroma, hue, and the inherent medicinal power of this pill surpassed that of Yang Xiao's creation. Is this truly the gathering spirit pill from the 100 Treasures Pavilion? The fragrance seems more intense, and the potency greater. Indeed, just look at the color. Clearly, the 100 Treasures Pavilion's gathering spirit pill is more visually appealing, possessing a lustrous sheen, indicative of superior quality. Is the gathering spirit pill from the Treasure Pavilion truly crafted by Master Alchemist Yang Xiao using genuine fire? How can it possibly be of lesser quality than one made with ordinary fire? Soon, the onlookers within the Treasure Pavilion erupted into animated discussion. Though few had encountered gathering spirit pills, they were well acquainted with medicinal concoctions, which were essential for their daily cultivation, and thus possessed the ability to discern the quality of such pills. Please hold on, I shall exchange it for you. The shopkeeper swiftly reclaimed the previously sold gathering spirit pill and began opening the remaining vials, searching for one of superior quality to match that of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Failure to do so would spell disaster for their establishment. How could this be? After examining all the vials, the shopkeeper's countenance turned ashen, cold sweat beating upon his brow, overwhelmed by dread. This time, Yang Xiao had delivered over 20 gathering spirit pills, all crafted with genuine fire. Yet, to the shopkeeper's astonishment, not a single pill within the vials could rival the quality of the 100 Treasures Pavilion's gathering spirit pill. The shopkeeper's face drained of color, his mind a blank slate. Hurry, please. The customer's expression darkened further. Do not waste my time. If my spirit stones are not refunded, I shall take my business to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. It was over. Upon hearing those words, despair washed over the shopkeeper. Their treasure pavilion was doomed. Regrettably, the quality of our gathering spirit pills pales in comparison to that of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Gritting his teeth, the shopkeeper, with a sorrowful countenance, returned the 20 inferior spirit stones, still cold to the touch, to the customer. What? Is it truly so? If the treasure pavilion is not deceiving us, does it imply that Master Alchemist Yang Xiao's gathering spirit pills, crafted with genuine fire, are of lesser quality than those made with ordinary fire at the 100 Treasures Pavilion? What kind of prodigy in the alchemical arts could possibly concoct such a remarkable elixir? The crowd gathered was utterly astonished, never anticipating this turn of events. In the courtyard of the Treasure Pavilion, the manager returned with haste. Ah, back so soon. Was the response favorable? He laughed heartily. Does the Li family truly believe that by aligning with a mere illegitimate child, they can rival our Song family? What of the gathering spirit pill? Behold the elixirs forged by true flame. Song Gaojia remarked with a smirk while observing the manager's return. However, the manager, despite the evident pride in Song Gaojia's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. What troubles you? Noticing the manager's unusual expression, Song Gaojia quickly sensed something amiss. Could it be that something has gone awry? Our gathering spirit pill lacks the quality of those from the Baibao Pavilion. Today's batch failed to sell, the manager sighed, revealing the unfortunate incident to Song Gaojia. What? How is that possible? These gathering spirit pills were crafted by Yang Xiao using true flame. They cannot possibly be inferior to those from the Baibao Pavilion. Song Gaojia's countenance darkened as he rebuked. The gathering spirit pills from the Baibao Pavilion, although of lower grade, possess exceptional quality, nearly reaching the mid-grade standard. The manager lamented. He had heard of the high quality of the Baibao Pavilion's pills, yet he never imagined they would surpass even those crafted by Yang Xiao using true flame. Is this some sort of jest? Song Gaojia, now standing from his seat, declared. I shall personally seek out Alchemist Yang Xiao. No, first procure a gathering spirit pill from the Baibao Pavilion. I will take their pill to Alchemist Yang Xiao. After a few steps, Song Gaojia turned back to the manager, acknowledging his earlier miscalculation. Should this situation circulate in Wangxian City, not only would the reputation of the treasure pavilion be at stake, but Yang Xiao's name would also suffer. Thus, he resolved to obtain a gathering spirit pill from the Baibao Pavilion, hoping to present it to Yang Xiao for comparison. Understood. The manager, upon receiving the directive, swiftly set about his task. What is happening at the Baibao Pavilion today? There are so many people. Someone curiously inquired, observing the bustling crowd. The Baibao Pavilion, a prominent establishment in Wangxian City, had never attracted such a throng of visitors before. Could there be some significant event taking place? They're all here for the gathering spirit pill. Soon, An informed individual, noticing the commotion, remarked with a grin. The gathering spirit pill? Why come to the Baibao Pavilion when one could purchase it at the Treasure Pavilion's auction? Another person asked, intrigued. In the outer sect of the Qingjing sect, the gathering spirit pill is a rare commodity, typically available only through the auctions at the Treasure Pavilion. Have you not heard? Now, if one wishes to acquire a gathering spirit pill, they must come to the Baibao Pavilion. The knowledgeable individual replied with a mysterious smile. What exactly is going on? Please, enlighten us. Upon hearing this, many people gathered around, eager to learn more. Indeed, wasn't it previously stated that there was a batch of gathering spirit pills crafted by alchemist Yang Xiao using true flame? Why not purchase them from the Treasure Pavilion? The crowd, now captivated by the peculiar circumstances, expressed their curiosity. The Treasure Pavilion previously invested considerable effort to promote the spirit convergence pill, meticulously crafted with true fire. However, the outcome appears to diverge entirely from their expectations. It seems that the quality of the spirit convergence pill produced by the alchemist Yang Xiao, utilizing true fire, pales in comparison to that crafted by the Baibao Pavilion with mundane fire. This morning, as the crowd gathered, those privy to the situation did not dampen their enthusiasm, but instead recounted the events that transpired within the grand hall of the Treasure Pavilion. How could it be that a spirit convergence pill, forged by an 11th level alchemist using true fire, is inferior to one created with ordinary fire? The assembly was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. True fire is the method employed to concoct second-tier pills, and it is a fundamental tenet of alchemy that pills made with true fire surpass those made with mundane fire. Yet now, one claims that a spirit convergence pill crafted with ordinary fire exceeds the quality of one made with true fire. This is no trivial matter. The spirit convergence pill is renowned as the most challenging first-tier pill to produce. If one doubts this, they are encouraged to visit the Baibao Pavilion. The storyteller offered a sardonic laugh, asserting that the individual responsible for the spirit convergence pill at the Baibao Pavilion is no mere mortal. Oh, there is more to this tale? The implication suggests that the one crafting the spirit convergence pill at Baibao Pavilion possesses some formidable background. Brothers, do continue. We seek to be enlightened. The crowd swelled with curiosity, their faces alight with intrigue. It is said that the master of the spirit convergence pill at the Baibao Pavilion is named Li Chengdan, who ascended from the mortal realm and was previously a fire attendant at the Alchemy Hall, entering the path of cultivation through the spirit kitchen. The residents of Zhoufang are likely familiar with him. He is the sole disciple of the master of Zhoufang. It is rumored that his skills in fire control are exceptional, having successfully concocted the spirit convergence pill during the alchemist assessment. The name Li Chengdan stirred recognition among the listeners. He is the fire attendant chosen by the illustrious Luo Xianzi from the Alchemy Peak. It is said that he has even been granted to her master by Luo Yanran. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's name, many began to connect the dots. Indeed, I seem to recall that Luo Xianzi once caused quite a stir at the Alchemy Peak over a fire attendant from the Alchemy Hall, an incident so significant that it even reached the inner sect. More voices joined in affirmation. Yes, it is he. Furthermore, it was revealed that Li Chengdan resided in the Gengzi courtyard while at Chuxiafeng. The informant dropped yet another bombshell. The Gengzi courtyard? My heavens! Is it the same Gengzi courtyard of the Four Talents? What kind of extraordinary fate does the Chuxiafeng Gengzi courtyard possess? Previously, it was home to the Four Talents of Gengzi, and now emerges another Li Chengdan, a small courtyard hosting 5 prodigies. The Four Talents of Gengzi are renowned as the most celebrated figures of this generation at Chuxiafeng. Among them are the gifted Zhuge Changming, the talismanic prodigy Lu Qiling, the foremost combatant of Weidao Peak, Zhang Hu, and the seller of vitality elixirs, Long Kuei. Their extraordinary talents have garnered immense fame in the outer sect. Now, with the appearance of Li Chengdan, is it not astonishing? The 4 Talents of Gengzi may soon be recognized as the 5 Talents of Gengzi. At this moment, someone surveyed the attendees and quietly remarked. No one present dared to refute. As an aspiring first-tier alchemist, Li Chengdan, upon entering the inner sect, successfully concocted the spirit-gathering pill, surpassing Yang Xiao, thus justifying the renowned title of the 5th prodigy of the Gengzi Academy. From this moment forth, the 4 prodigies of Gengzi officially became the 5 prodigies. In the mysterious realm of Yuntai, Li Chengdan emerged from the cave, furrowing his brow at the scene before him. This Yuntai secret realm, originally established by the founding ancestor of the Qing dynasty, resembled more of an underground world than a celestial haven. Before him lay a gorge abundant in spiritual energy, yet he was certain this was not a small world, but rather a vast subterranean expanse. The ceiling above glimmered with a layer of luminous silver powder, casting a brilliant light across the surroundings, starkly contrasting with his expectations of the Yuntai secret realm. The spiritual energy here was significantly richer than that of the outer sect, providing an accelerated cultivation pace. Indeed, this was the small world created by the ancestor, a true underground realm. Long Kuei approached Li Chengdan, gazing at the gorge as he spoke. Chapter 69. Entering the Secret Realm originally. This was a subterranean cavern near the spiritual vein of the Qing dynasty, hence the abundant spiritual energy. Though initially small, the ancestor utilized divine powers to expand the cavern thousands of times, transforming it into the Yuntai secret realm. Yun Yi smiled slightly, elucidating the situation to Li Chengdan. Now it made sense. Upon hearing Yun Yi's explanation, Li Chengdan comprehended the nature of this place. Let us hasten, for we must reside here for half a year, and much awaits us. Zhang Hu urged from the side. I shall lead the way, Long Kuei declared, surveying the surroundings before positioning himself at the forefront of the group. To enter the Yuntai secret realm, they first needed to descend the mountain into the gorge and then seek a suitable campsite within for rest. Under Long Kuei's guidance, Li Chengdan and the others ventured down the mountain, traversing the vast underground world for several hours before discovering an appropriate campsite. At this moment, the illumination of the secret realm dimmed, akin to the onset of twilight. It was then that Li Chengdan noticed the silvery powder on the ceiling beginning to fade, indicating that this realm had its own cycle of day and night, nearly mirroring that of the outside world. Upon reaching the scene, Yun Yi promptly led Yao Shanmin and the others in erecting tents, retrieving supplies from their storage bags. Zhang Hu, meanwhile, patrolled the vicinity with Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao, hunting down any lurking beasts. Long Kuei disappeared into the surrounding underbrush, engaged in some unknown task. Observing everyone engrossed in their duties, Li Chengdan decided to prepare dinner for the group. The Yuntai secret realm primarily focused on hunting beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, seeking hidden legacies, or even entering seclusion for cultivation. Our main objectives this time are to hunt beasts and gather spiritual herbs. You and Li should assist Yao Shanmin in alchemy, primarily concocting healing potions. Of course, should we uncover any legacies, we must act together. As Li Chengdan busied himself with dinner, Yun Yi approached him and whispered, Legacies? Brother Yun Yi, do you have a lead? Li Chengdan inquired curiously, gazing at Yun Yi. Yun Yi nodded, remarking that the timing was not yet ripe, and they should focus on enhancing their strength and gathering medicinal herbs for the moment. After a while, Zhang Hu returned with Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao, the three of them carrying several beast corpses. They handed one of the corpses to Li Chengdan for cooking, while they stood guard nearby. Hey, Chengdan, look what I've found. Soon, Long Kuei rushed over to Li Chengdan, proudly displaying two medicinal plants. First-grade fire spirit grass and first-grade stone heather? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow upon seeing the herbs in Long Kuei's hands. These are first-grade elixirs, and there are demon beasts guarding the area. How did you manage to collect these alone, Brother Long Kuei? Demon beasts? What demon beasts? I have no idea. Long Kuei's gaze flitted nervously, and he shook his head in denial repeatedly. Brother Long Kuei, why did you attract two first-grade demon beasts? Just as Long Kuei finished speaking, Zhang Hu's furious and urgent voice echoed alongside the roars of two beasts. Come help. Two first-grade demon beasts are difficult to handle. Zhang Hu's cry for help followed swiftly. Yun Yi drew his sword from his storage bag, setting aside his current task, and immediately rushed towards Zhang Hu. The others in the camp also equipped their weapons, preparing for defense. Brother Long Kuei? Li Chengdan glanced at Long Kuei, realizing that the sudden appearance of the two first-grade demon beasts was evidently due to him. Don't worry. They are merely two first-grade demon beasts. We can handle them. Though Long Kuei spoke confidently, there was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he handed the herbs to Li Chengdan, deciding it was best to assist them. With that, he pulled out a hatchet from his storage bag and followed closely behind Yun Yi into the fray. Li Chengdan smiled faintly, continuing to stand by the cooking equipment. Using his spiritual energy to nurture the ingredients in the pot, focused on preparing the spiritual dishes. Chengdan, aren't you going to take some precautions? Li observed Li Chengdan, who remained engrossed in cooking, as she led Yao Shanmin and several others to his side. First-grade demon beasts possess strength comparable to the late stages of qi refinement, and now there are two of them at that level. Zhang Hu, Long Kuei, and Yun Yi. Although they have concealed their powers, it won't be an easy battle. Rest assured, they will be fine. Li Chengdan calmly handed a first-grade elixir to Li. Long Kuei may be a bit reckless, but he knows how to conduct himself. The two first-grade demon beasts were intentionally led here by Long Kuei, with a straightforward aim, to assess the strength of this temporarily assembled team. After all, they were in the Yuntai secret realm, rife with opportunities and dangers. If one did not comprehend their teammates' capabilities, all subsequent plans would be in vain. Moreover, to secure greater influence and resource allocation in future endeavors, Revealing one's strength for others to witness was imperative. These two first-grade demon beasts served as the perfect litmus test. I understand. Accepting the two elixirs. Li glanced at the distant battle and nodded at Li Chengdan. Then, addressing Yao Shanmin and the others, she instructed, prepare these herbs. We must not let others look down on us. Seeing that Li grasped his intent, Li Chengdan's smile grew even brighter as he continued to cook, all the while casting a curious eye towards the distant battlefield, faced with a first-tier demon beast. Those possessing merely the initial strength of the 9th level of Qi refinement are naturally no match, relegated to the role of supportive observers. The primary combatants against the two first-tier demon beasts are Zhang Hu and the later arriving Yunyi. Their auras, no longer concealed, suddenly emanate the formidable power characteristic of the late 9th level of Qi refinement. Their weapons flash with countless lights, forcing the two demon beasts to retreat repeatedly. The instigator, Long Kuei, rests a chopping knife upon his shoulder, watching the duel with a beaming smile. Ah, these two fellows are quite adept at hiding their true strength, which rivals that of the seemingly serious and sister Qi Ling, yet they remain reluctant to reveal their capabilities. The battle concludes swiftly, within the span of less than a tea's brew, with Yunyi and Zhang Hu successively slaying the first-tier demon beasts. They exchange a glance and proceed directly toward Long Kuei. Zhang Qi Chao and Wei Zi Qi, in perfect harmony, step forward to process the carcasses of the demon beasts, expertly skinning them and extracting the inner cores with remarkable speed. Brother Long Kuei, you possess impressive skills, managing to harvest spiritual herbs from these beasts and emerging unscathed. Zhang Hu approaches Long Kuei, wiping the blood from his blade with a light-hearted smile. Indeed, you are worthy of being from the foremost spiritual cultivation family of the Qing dynasty. I am truly impressed. Yunyi also flicks the residual blood from his sword, sheathing it with grace. Haha, you two juniors are not to be underestimated. I had no idea that both of you have already reached the late stage of Qi refinement. You have truly broadened my horizons. Long Kuei, still gripping his chopping knife, beams at the two with a thumbs up. Now that everyone's strength has been revealed, let us discuss our plans moving forward, Zhang Hu states directly, casting a glance at the others. In 3 months, the Yuntai Secret Realm's inheritance trial will commence. We must prepare ourselves during this time. Long Kuei's demeanor shifts from casual to serious. Yunyi, upon hearing this, remains composed, as if he had been aware of the matter all along. Really? Hasn't no one ever acquired the inheritance within the Yuntai Secret Realm? Zhang Hu inquires, somewhat astonished. No one has succeeded. But that does not mean they have not found it. The inheritance was discovered millennia ago, yet not a single individual has passed the assessment over the years. Yunyi elucidates to Zhang Hu. This information is known only to a select few within the inner sect. Yunyi's awareness stems from the influence of the Yunlan sect, which has infiltrated the Qing dynasty. Zhang Hu's knowledge comes from his family's communication. Given this, why haven't senior brother Chongming and sister Qi Ling attempted it? Zhang Hu asks curiously. Zhuge Chongming and Lu Qi Ling possess the highest talents within the Gengzi courtyard. Even Zhang Hu, reincarnated from a golden core cultivator, cannot match them. Zhang Hu was once stuck at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and had it not been for Li Chengdan gifting him half a cultivation pill, he might have remained there for a considerable time. His subsequent rapid advancement was also due to fortuitous encounters during his expedition to the Haotian sect. They have already attempted it and failed the assessment. Each individual is granted but one opportunity, which is why they have directly entered the inner sect this year. Long Kuei shakes his head. Are you saying they were unable to pass the inheritance assessment? Zhang Hu frowns upon hearing this, realizing the high difficulty of the trial. Wait, when did you two become so close? Zhang Hu suddenly changes expression, looking incredulously at Yunyi and Long Kuei. When Long Kuei mentioned the inheritance of the Yuntai Secret Realm, he sensed something amiss. Their synergy was too seamless. Let us set aside that matter for now. We have a significant predicament to address. Long Kuei and Yunyi exchanged knowing smiles before their gazes shifted to the distance, where Long Kuei spoke with a note of caution, roar. Before Zhang Hu could inquire further, a thunderous, beastly roar reverberated from afar. Chapter 70. The Azure-Scaled Python, a late-stage first-tier demon? Li Chengdan, who was in the midst of preparing a meal, felt a chill run down his spine. He promptly withdrew his spiritual energy, retrieving several pieces of firewood from the cooking pot, leaving just enough to maintain the temperature. Swiftly, he extracted the frostless sword from his storage bag and leapt towards Long Kuei. Li and the others, engaged in processing spiritual herbs, also heightened their vigilance. After exchanging glances, they followed Li Chengdan, rushing forth. A late-stage first-tier demon possesses power comparable to a late-stage 11th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Brother Long Kuei, what is happening? Zhang Hu furrowed his brow, brandishing his long knife towards the source of the roar, turning to Long Kuei. The master of this region seems to have been attracted by the previous battle, Long Kuei explained. It is unavoidable. This area is rich in spiritual energy, undoubtedly drawing powerful beasts. Let us slay it. Yuan Yi unsheathed his sword with determination. Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki ceased their actions, retrieving their weapons from their storage bags and moving to stand before Zhang Hu. One wielded a sword while the other held a spear, their spiritual energy already circulating, prepared for battle. Brother Long Kuei, you have gone too far this time. Li Chengdan arrived just in time, casting a glance at Long Kuei. If my spiritual dishes are ruined this time, you shall find yourself without dinner tonight. Brother Chengdan, your arrival is fortuitous. Let us together vanquish that serpent demon. Long Kuei swiftly redirected the conversation, gesturing towards the direction of the roar. What kind of demon is it? Li Chengdan inquired directly. It is a late-stage azure-scaled python, and it is venomous. Long Kuei replied. This area spans 100 miles of its territory. Even if it does not appear today, it will surely come to trouble us in the future. The azure-scaled python. This will be no easy foe, Zhang Hu remarked, glancing at the others behind him. If it were just he, Long Kuei, and Yuan Yi, defeating the creature, though difficult, would be manageable. However, with a group of 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioners present, including 4 alchemists devoid of combat experience, the challenge became formidable. Alchemists are recognized for their lack of combat prowess. They typically spend their time in alchemy chambers concocting elixirs, rendering them vulnerable in real combat. It approaches. Just as Zhang Hu pondered their next course of action, Yuan Yi's voice rang out. Bang, bang, bang. As Yuan Yi's words fell, towering trees in the forest before them crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. By the looks of it, they were faced with a colossal creature. Goodness, what a size! As the dust settled, a massive serpent head emerged before them. This head alone was 3 men high, with a tongue extending 2 to 3 meters long, and the sight of its towering fangs sent a shiver through Li Chengdan. During his ascension to the 4th-tier spiritual chef, he had encountered many 1st-tier demon corpses, but he had never laid eyes on such an enormous serpent head. Is this truly a late-stage 1st-tier demon? As agreed. This colossal creature stretches 100 meters long. There should be no withholding of strength. Upon entering the secret realm, a life was lost. The news of such a misfortune would be quite embarrassing. Long Kuei emerged, brandishing a machete, and addressed Yuan Yi and Zhang Hu. He had discerned during their earlier skirmish that the two had not exerted their full strength and were concealing their true capabilities. How, one might wonder. Did Long Kuei manage to circumvent the creature's detection and lure 2 first-tier beasts? Zhang Hu, unfazed by Long Kuei's provocation, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he could not achieve such a feat. We shall mount a joint assault, with Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao assisting from the flanks. Li Chengdan, you and your comrades must remain at a distance to provide support, but do not draw near. Yuan Yi raised his longsword, promptly organizing their strategy. Upon hearing his directives, the individuals present exchanged glances and commenced their preparations. Roar. The azure-scaled python unleashed a fierce roar, coiling its immense 100-meter-long body in confrontation with the group. A gray-clad elder on a distant mountain, miles away from Li Chengdan and the others, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. How intriguing. These youngsters possess quite the audacity to encamp within the domain of the azure-scaled python. He mused. The creature's prowess was formidable, teetering on the brink of advancing to the 2nd tier. Even foundational practitioners would find themselves in a precarious position against a 2nd-tier beast. Among them were 3 promising youths. Slaying the beast would not pose a significant challenge. Beside the elder stood a white-bearded Taoist, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Which one have you set your sights on? Last year, you barred those 2 exceptionally talented youths from passing the assessment. If we miss out on these 3, who knows how many years we may have to wait. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the white-bearded Taoist. While their potential is commendable, passing the assessment remains a daunting task, the Taoist replied, his weathered visage revealing a sense of regret. But there appears to be a chef among them. I believe he carries your legacy. Suddenly, the elder's gaze fell upon Li Chengdan's cooking utensils, observing the flames dancing within and the warm spirit vegetables simmering in the pot. Licking his lips in anticipation. Though the utensils were unattended, the fire was masterfully controlled, not too hot, nor too cool, maintaining the perfect temperature for the ingredients. Judging by the scattered remnants of charred wood, it was evident that the cook had departed in haste, yet there was a sense of calm in his hurried actions. The flames were managed with exceptional skill. A promising alchemist in the making. The white-bearded Taoist shifted his focus, nodding in approval at the flames and the simmering vegetables. Perhaps we should bestow the alchemist's legacy upon him? The elder suggested, turning to the Taoist. That is not permissible. The sect's heritage must be entrusted to one of great fortune. The white-bearded elder sighed, firmly rejecting the notion. This is unacceptable. For millennia, we have refrained from selecting a successor. What shall we do when the day arrives? The elder complained, discontented with the Taoist stance. Precisely, we must proceed with caution. The white-bearded Taoist reasoned, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Ah, that young man seems promising. A late bloomer with abundant fortune, a fine prospect indeed. Suddenly, the Taoist's attention was drawn to a battle-scarred middle-aged man, miles away, whose murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope and excitement. The elder in the tattered robe turned his gaze towards the location of the white-clad Taoist upon hearing those words. Not far from Li Chengdan and his companions, a small team had set up camp. One could only hope that this time they would not face annihilation again. Injured and weary, He Qingyi glanced at those around him and sighed. At this moment, He Qingyi bore an array of injuries, seemingly more severe than those he had sustained during the last encounter in the black market. However, this time, the wounds had already healed, indicating he had consumed healing elixirs. His strength had not only been restored, but had also ascended, reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. Together with a few others, they entered the Lingtai's secret realm in search of opportunities for breakthrough. Yet, gazing at his companions, He Qingyi was filled with apprehension. Although he was a person of great fortune, there was something peculiar about his fate. Despite his immense potential, he seemed to be in dire straits. Had something gone awry? The elder in the tattered robe scrutinized He Qingyi repeatedly. Despite his advanced age, He Qingyi appeared to be in a state of disarray, hardly resembling someone destined for greatness. When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment their spirit, exhaust their muscles and bones, starve their body, and deprive them of all comforts. After such trials, fortune will follow, the white-clad Taoist remarked nonchalantly. Do as you will, the elder sighed. But I still believe the 2 youngsters from last year, and the 3 lads currently battling the azure-scaled giant python, are quite commendable. If all else fails, there's always that chef. The white-bearded Taoist smiled silently, his gaze still fixed on He Qingyi, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the azure-scaled python had coiled its massive body, its enormous head raised high, fully prepared for battle. Under Yun Yi's command, Li Chengdan and his companions also entered a state of combat readiness. Yun Yi, Long Kuei, and Zhang, who formed a triangular battle formation, swiftly advancing towards the azure-scaled python, while Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki followed closely, ready to support the trio's offensive. Li Chengdan, Li, and others divided into 2 teams, flanking the azure-scaled giant python, poised to strike as soon as Yun Yi and the others initiated their attack. Engage. With Yun Yi's furious shout, the battle commenced. Chapter 71. The fortunate He Qingyi. Yun Yi was the first to unsheath his sword, thrusting it forward. With a whoosh, countless sword shadows flew forth, aimed directly at the azure-scaled python's head, instantly marking its body with numerous gashes. Roar! The azure-scaled python bellowed in agony, its bloodied form retaliating against Yun Yi, the essence of all growth. Long Kuei channeled his spiritual energy, emanating layers of greenish light, while simultaneously casting forth countless seeds. These seeds took root upon hitting the ground, rapidly growing into an array of vines that ensnared the azure-scaled python. Haotian blade technique. In contrast to the elaborate assaults of Yun Yi and Long Kuei, Zhang, whose attack was sheer and unadorned, cleaving with a sword. His spiritual energy manifested as a blade 100 meters long, striking precisely at the python's vulnerable spot. With a hiss, the azure-scaled python's flesh was cleaved, exposing deep wounds that revealed bone beneath. Impressive. Li Chengdan's spirits soared at the sight. This time, Yun Yi, Zhang Hu, and Long Kuei showcased their full strength. Such combat prowess certainly marked them as a lead among those at the late stages of the 9th level of qi refinement. With a sigh, Li Chengdan exchanged a glance with Yao Shanmin beside him, and they tacitly launched an attack on the azure-scaled python. Meanwhile, Li and her companions also commenced their assault. However, the attacks from the 5 of them paled in comparison to those of Yun Yi and his 2 allies, failing to even breach the python's protective scales. Yet, their efforts were sufficient to disrupt the azure-scaled python's perception, affording the primary attackers more opportunities to strike. Target its weak point. Observing the bleeding wound at the python's 7-inch mark, Yun Yi swiftly advanced with his sword drawn, ready to strike. Long Kuei and Zhang, who closely followed suit, rushing towards the azure-scaled python. At this juncture, the python had been ensnared by vines, unable to break free, and with its injuries compounding, it could only writhe in agony. The trio of Yun Yi surged forward, eager to reach the python. Long Kuei, the fastest among them, swung his machete down towards the python's 7-inch mark. This location represented the vulnerability of all serpents, being the heart's position. A successful strike here would spell doom for even the mightiest snake demon. Just as Long Kuei's machete was about to descend, a flying sword surged forth, penetrating the python's 7-inch wound before swiftly exiting from the opposite side. With that single strike, the azure-scaled python collapsed, motionless. Damn it, the sword cultivator is truly impressive. Why is it that my ancestor is merely a spirit plant master? Long Kuei retracted his machete, casting an envious glance at Yun Yi. Moments ago, they had been competing for the leadership of their small team, and it was evident that Yun Yi had triumphed through his mastery of sword techniques. Truly remarkable, senior brother Yun Yi. Zhang Hu sheathed his weapon and bowed respectfully. Clear the remains and prepare for a meal, Yun Yi commanded with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki exchanged puzzled glances before turning their gaze to Zhang Hu. Seeing Zhang Hu nod, they retrieved tools from their storage bags to begin their work on dismembering the beast's corpse. Li and Yao Shanmen, accustomed to Yun Yi's directives, promptly commenced their tasks following the python's fall. Chengdan, retrieve some meat and start cooking. Yun Yi directed Li Chengdan, nodding in acknowledgement. Li Chengdan extracted a piece of flesh from the python's abdomen before departing to continue the cooking process, the fire still crackling at the stove. The pot at an optimal temperature. In a concealed corner near He Qingyi's team's camp, the white-bearded Taoist and the elderly figure in a hemp robe appeared one after the other. Are you giving it directly without assessment? The elderly figure scrutinized the jade slip in the white-bearded Taoist's hand, his brow furrowing. This was one of the rewards for the Yuntai Secret Realm's inheritance assessment, which, by tradition, should be awarded only after disciples of the Qingjing sect underwent the evaluation. Yet, the white-bearded Taoist seemed intent on offering it outright. Isn't this a breach of protocol? With his strength, can he even qualify for the inheritance assessment? The white-bearded Taoist shook his head, having made his decision. The inheritance assessment would not commence for another 3 months, and the legacy contained within the jade slip was sufficient to aid He Qingyi in rapidly enhancing his strength. Proceed as you wish. If that brat Yun Haoshan finds out, he will undoubtedly come seeking trouble with us. The elder in the tattered robe sighed deeply, clearly aware of the optimal choice before him, yet perplexed as to why this old fellow had fixated on such a hapless individual. For the sake of the sect, the white-bearded elder promptly cast the jade slip from his hand. The slip transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring directly towards He Qingyi, who was vigilantly patrolling the periphery of the camp alone. Suddenly, a crisp roar from a beast drew his attention. As he turned to locate the source of the sound, a sharp pain struck his head. Something was hurtling towards him. Ouch! He exclaimed, quickly bending down to discover the object that had struck him. It was a pristine jade slip, resting at his feet, distinctly different from the surrounding stones. What could this be? He picked up the jade slip and began to examine it, but after a thorough inspection, he found no discernible clues. It appears to be something valuable. Yet it cannot be utilized. It must be akin to the previous trinkets I've collected, mere refuse. However, I could certainly use it to swindle someone when I set up my stall. That fellow, Li Chengdan, would be ideal. He has spirit stones and is easily deceived. As long as his senior sister isn't around, I could sell it to him at a premium. Soon, He Qingyi reached a conclusion about the object and stowed it away in his storage bag, feeling resolute. He then dashed back to the camp to discuss the beast's roar with his team members. Oh dear, this fool, this fool. The white-bearded elder, witnessing this scene, was so agitated that he began to stomp his feet, even plucking a few strands of his beard in frustration. He had never anticipated that He Qingyi would be so ignorant as to fail to recognize such a fine item. This jade slip, with a drop of blood essence, could unlock an inheritance. With that legacy, one could defy fate itself. Yet, this fellow mistook it for trash and intended to use it to deceive others. Oh, ha ha ha. Oh dear, I find myself rather fond of this lad. The elder in the tattered robe chuckled nearby, relishing the misfortune. No matter. I shall guide him further. The white-bearded elder, still unwilling to concede, cast an impatient glance at the elder in the tattered robe, contemplating how to enlighten He Qingyi. One cannot defy destiny, the elder in the tattered robe reminded. However, the white-bearded elder paid him no heed, continuing to fixate on He Qingyi, pondering methods to awaken his understanding. Meanwhile, at Li Chengdan's side, when Yun Yi and the others returned, he had already prepared the spirit dish. The meat of the azure-scaled python had been transformed into a 4th-grade spirit dish, into which he had tossed a low-grade gathering spirit pill. After the recent battle, everyone had expended considerable spiritual energy. Although the secret realm was replete with spiritual essence, absorption required time. This 4th-grade spirit dish was just what they needed to expedite their recovery, ensuring that everyone could better assimilate the surrounding spiritual energy during subsequent cultivation. Brother Chengdan's culinary skills have improved remarkably. This dish made from the azure-scaled python is far superior to what he prepared 2 months ago. After the meal, Long Kuei patted his round belly and exclaimed, Thanks to Li Chengdan's spirit dish, his spiritual energy had nearly fully recovered. And the fourth-grade dish had imbued him with a substantial amount of latent energy awaiting digestion. For the ensuing month, he need not concern himself with matters of cultivation. Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki were equally astonished. They had only heard of the formidable power of fourth-tier spiritual herbs, yet they never anticipated their actual might. The efficacy of the gathering spirit pill had been fully absorbed, without the worry of any toxic repercussions from the elixir. Regrettably, the fourth-tier spiritual herb could only be consumed once a month, as excess would yield no benefit. Moving forward, it would be prudent to concoct more first-tier healing elixirs. For within the secret realm, numerous beasts with the prowess of the azure-scaled python lurked. At this juncture, Zhang Hu cast a glance at Yun Yi. Upon hearing Zhang Hu's words, Yun Yi turned his gaze to Li and Yao Shanmen, his expression turning grave. "What troubles you?" Zhang Hu inquired, noticing the change in Yun Yi's demeanor. "Well, senior brother Zhang, we have never concocted healing elixirs," Li replied awkwardly. Although they had been refining pills daily in Wangxian City, they had exclusively produced the most sought-after qi-nourishing pills from the Qingqing sect, never once attempting to create healing potions. Zhang Hu stared at the group in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, this is utterly amusing. You four first-tier alchemists cannot even concoct a healing elixir?" Long Kuei interjected, laughing heartily. Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki's expressions shifted, realizing they had unwittingly boarded a sinking ship. First-tier alchemists incapable of crafting healing elixirs were little more than mere ornaments in this ethereal realm. Noticing the change in the crowd's expressions, Yun Yi swiftly turned his attention to Li Chengdan. Chapter 72, The Terrifying Alchemical Prowess. Yun Yi's original plan was to have the Alchemist Alliance master the crafting of 37 types of first-tier elixirs. However, he had not anticipated that, despite possessing alchemical talent, mastering such a multitude of concoctions at once would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the timeline for the Secret Realm's inheritance assessment had been unexpectedly advanced, catching him off guard. Initially, Li Chengdan was his greatest hope, yet unforeseen complications involving Zhou Feng and Wu Yun, coupled with the gathering spirit pill matters, had monopolized Li Chengdan's time over the past few months, leaving no opportunity to focus on other elixirs. Still, Yun Yi looked upon Li Chengdan with hope, for his alchemical aptitude was evident to all. "I shall give it a try?" Li Chengdan responded with a nod. "Then I entrust this to you, Chengdan." Upon hearing Li Chengdan's affirmation, Yun Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Hu glanced at Li Chengdan before looking back at Long Kuei, conveying a questioning gaze, to which Long Kuei merely shrugged. Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki's expressions continued to fluctuate. Time within the secret realm was precious. They had believed that Zhang Hu's connections would save them considerable time. Yet, it seemed they had been somewhat misled. Li and Yao Shanmen, however, exhaled in relief, confidently regarding Li Chengdan. Before long, Li Chengdan stowed away the stove into his storage pouch and retrieved the alchemical furnace, commencing his craft. Among the first-tier elixirs, those that enhanced strength were most plentiful, with a total of 20 varieties, including those that solidify and nurture one's foundation. Of the remaining 17, 10 were dedicated to healing elixirs, while the last 7 served to amplify various beneficial effects. This time, Li Chengdan was concocting the simplest and most effective healing elixir. The healing elixir, upon ingestion, swiftly restores bodily injuries, proving to be remarkably effective and exceedingly simple to prepare, making it ideally suited for battlefield use. After a brief glance at the formula, Li quickly collaborated with Yao Shanmen and others to select the necessary herbs, which they presented to Li Chengdan. As the furnace heated up, Li Chengdan promptly added the various herbs into the alchemical furnace in succession. Despite it being his inaugural attempt at crafting the healing elixir, Li Chengdan's pace was not slow. He successfully produced the elixir in merely half an hour. What do you suppose the success rate will be? Zhang Qichao's demeanor softened considerably. He perceived that Li Chengdan's method was systematic and his techniques adept, unlike someone attempting the healing elixir for the first time. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical about the elixir's success rate. 30%, perhaps a remarkable 40%. Wei Ziki sighed softly and offered his assessment. Achieving a 30 to 40% success rate would indeed be commendable, yet this quantity would likely fall short of their consumption needs. Subsequently, within the Yuntai secret realm, the most consumed potion was the healing elixir. Zhang Qichao nodded and quickly turned his gaze back to Li Chengdan. With a pop, as the furnace was opened, a fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the air. "How many? Let me see how many." Long Kuei approached eagerly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Alas, it is ultimately my first attempt at the healing elixir, so the success rate is not high," Li Chengdan confessed, a hint of disappointment crossing his face as he retrieved the healing elixir from the furnace. Although his recent practice with the spirit-gathering pill had significantly honed his alchemical skills, he had been particularly cautious this time. Yet, as it was still his first endeavor with the healing elixir, some errors were inevitable, resulting in a lower success rate than he had hoped. As expected, Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao exchanged wry smiles, realizing that their exploration of the Yuntai secret realm would not be as effortless as they had initially anticipated. What? Junior brother Chengdan, a 60% success rate is considered low? Long Kuei's sharp voice interjected. Indeed, too many minor mistakes. Brother Long Kuei, allow me to practice more. Striving to produce several mid-grade healing elixirs by tonight. Li Chengdan replied, shaking his head. What is he saying? Striving to concoct mid-grade healing elixirs tonight? It is known that during battles against the Haotian sect at Weidao Peak, we disciples on the front lines rarely encountered mid-grade healing elixirs. Is it possible for Li Chengdan to produce them overnight? Furthermore, a furnace success rate of 60%, and he deems it unsatisfactory? What success rate would suffice? With these thoughts, Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki grew intrigued and took their seats beside Li Chengdan's furnace, eager to witness whether he was indeed boasting. The ensuing 2 hours became the most unforgettable moments of their lives, as Li Chengdan produced 5 batches of healing elixirs, each with a higher success rate than the last. The yield of the second batch of elixirs reached an astonishing 80%. Though they were all of inferior quality, the vibrant healing pills were plump and potent. As disciples of Weidao Peak, Zhang Qichao and Wei Ziki were momentarily taken aback by the exceptional quality of these healing pills, having never encountered such excellence before. In the third batch, Li Chengdan's yield soared to 90%, producing 2 medium-grade healing pills. In that moment, they were convinced that Li Chengdan was indeed truthful. He possessed the genuine ability to concoct medium-grade elixirs. Yet, their astonishment did not cease there. On this day's fourth batch, they finally witnessed a satisfied smile grace Li Chengdan's face. The yield reached an unprecedented 100%, yielding 3 medium-grade pills, with the rest being of inferior quality. The quality of the inferior pills was impeccable, nearly identical to the previous batch. This time, they were left numb. They began to understand why the normally reserved Zhang, who placed such importance on Li Chengdan. It was not merely because they hailed from the same Gengzi courtyard, but rather that this junior brother was truly talented. The fifth batch mirrored the fourth, only the medium-grade healing pills were of even higher quality. By the time the sixth batch emerged, Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao had become utterly desensitized. The yield remained at 100%, with 4 medium-grade healing pills among a plethora of superior quality inferior pills. The alchemical talent of their junior brother was indeed terrifying, surpassing even his previous feat with the spirit-gathering pills. Zhang Hu, from a distance, inhaled the fragrant aroma of the pills and exclaimed in admiration. It seems we need not worry about the healing pills any longer. Long Kuei laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. Our junior brother truly lives up to his name as a master alchemist. Zhang Qichao rose, noting that the 6 batches of elixirs they had produced today would suffice for several days' needs. Wei Ziki's gaze toward Li Chengdan gradually transformed into one of admiration. With such monstrous talent in alchemy, he was bound to carve out his own path in the realm of cultivation. Tomorrow, we should aim for an entire batch of medium-grade or higher healing pills. Brothers, please bear with me for now. However, Li Chengdan's next statement left everyone present in stunned silence. A batch entirely composed of medium-grade healing pills, or even higher. This indicated that, building upon today's yield, he aspired for an entire batch of medium-grade healing pills, with the possibility of including superior ones. Junior brother, have you now reached the late stage of a first-tier alchemist? Observing the astonished expressions of the others, Yun-Yi grinned and directly inquired of Li Chengdan. Not quite. The number of pills produced is still too few, but my alchemical skill should have reached that level. Li Chengdan pondered for a moment before responding. The collective gasp of everyone echoed in the air, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Li Chengdan. A late-stage first-tier alchemist at the 8th level of qi refinement? Surely, Li Chengdan must be unique. They had never anticipated his talent could be so formidable. Truly, our junior brother is remarkable. Yun-Yi sighed, feeling a twinge of desire to relinquish his alchemist identity and devote himself entirely to cultivation. Should they ever find themselves in need of pills in the future, they would simply seek out Li Chengdan. Yet, with 4 years of experience accumulated in the alchemy hall, reaching the second-tier alchemist stage would likely not come as swiftly. Li Chengdan shook his head. Chengdan, the disciple, displayed remarkable humility, for he is the one who has forged the genuine spirit-gathering pill using the true fire of others. It seems that his journey as a second-tier alchemist is merely the dawn of his illustrious career. Yao Shanmin gazed at Li Chengdan with envy, pondering how fortunate he would be if he possessed such extraordinary talent. A genuine spirit-gathering pill. Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao, who had already been rendered numb by Li Chengdan's previous feats, found themselves astonished once again. On the following day, while inspecting the safety of the surroundings, He Qingyi encountered a white-bearded Taoist of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Upon seeing He Qingyi, the Taoist eagerly called out to him, "Brother, do you know what this is?" Chapter 73. Is this not a fortune god passing by? He Qingyi regarded the white-bearded Taoist with suspicion, drawing his long sword from his waist and smirking coldly. "Who sent you as a spy, having been a cultivator for 30 years?" He Qingyi quickly deduced that this individual was either a spy or a fraud. "Do not be alarmed, brother. I am but a disciple of the Shangqing sect, wandering alone in this secret realm. My supply of elixirs has run dry, and I wish to exchange this jade slip for some spirit stones or medicinal pills. I kindly ask for your assistance," the white-bearded Taoist implored, presenting the jade slip with both hands. "Is this truly a jade slip?" He Qingyi scrutinized the Taoist, concluding that he was indeed a charlatan. Who would be foolish enough to sell wares in a secret realm? A jade slip, by its very name, is a treasure. Indeed, it is a transmission jade slip. By pricking your finger and letting a drop of blood fall upon it, you may use your spiritual sense to perceive the contents within. The Taoist explained eagerly, nodding in delight. At last, he divulged the method to utilize the jade slip to He Qingyi, assuring him that by following his instructions, he would unlock the secrets contained within and subsequently experience a transformation in power, leading the Shangqing sect to prosper for millennia. Such a marvel? He Qingyi furrowed his brow, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "You think to deceive me? This old fool must not be aware of my reputation as a black market merchant." "Indeed, brother. Do give it a try," the white-bearded Taoist urged, eagerly handing the jade slip to He Qingyi. "Very well." He Qingyi nodded, accepting the jade slip and pricking his finger to let his blood fall upon it. Soon, a convoluted sword technique materialized in his mind. What nonsense is this? I cannot comprehend it. He glanced briefly and quickly realized he could not decipher it at all. His years of experience in the black market taught him that the more sophisticated something appeared, the more likely it was to be a ruse. With increasing certainty, he concluded that the old man before him was indeed a con artist. "Name your price. How many spirit stones?" He Qingyi inquired of the white-bearded Taoist. 100 low-grade spirit stones, or ideally, the equivalent in medicinal pills. The Taoist replied promptly. "What? Are you trying to deceive me? No more than 1 low-grade spirit stone." He Qingyi scoffed, adopting an expression that suggested he had seen through everything. "1 spirit stone? Very well." To He Qingyi's surprise, the white-bearded Taoist hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. By heavens, what a loss. He Qingyi glanced at the carefree white-bearded Taoist and silently cursed under his breath. Soon, the two completed their transaction, and the white-bearded Taoist departed swiftly. He Qingyi continued his leisurely stroll, surveying the surroundings. A low-grade spirit stone, what a loss. However, its appearance is quite impressive. I could package it nicely and sell it to Li Chengdan. After some contemplation, He Qingyi, feeling pleased, tossed the low-grade spirit stone into his storage bag. Wait a moment. Did I not pick up a jade slip last night? Could it possibly be something of value? Suddenly recalling the jade slip he had obtained, He Qingyi hurriedly retrieved it from his storage bag, using the residual blood on his finger to activate it. Almost immediately, a wealth of new information flooded his mind. Alas, still incomprehensible, it must be yet another concoction of someone else's imagination. After a cursory glance, He Qingyi tossed the jade slip back into his storage bag, resolved to sell it to Li Chengdan. Even if Li Chengdan's senior sister were present, he felt unperturbed with these 2 items. He could at least procure a few more low-grade spirit stones. Hold on. Am I being led into a trap? First, they give me a jade slip, and then someone explains it to me, luring me into a scheme. Damn it, this is akin to a scam. Suddenly, a flash of realization illuminated his mind, and he slapped his forehead in alarm. Oh dear, haha, this foolish lad is truly amusing, quite entertaining indeed. Meanwhile, not far away, the elder in coarse robes sat on the ground, clutching his belly with laughter. His formidable strength allowed him to discern He Qingyi's every thought and action with a mere sweep of his consciousness. After witnessing the entire sequence of events, the elder found the situation increasingly intriguing, eagerly anticipating its subsequent developments. "Humph, this blockhead," the white-bearded Taoist landed, puffing with indignation. He had never anticipated that He Qingyi's thought process would be so peculiar. "No matter, I have my own methods." The white-bearded Taoist's expression darkened as he waved his hand, summoning a thick fog around them. "Hey, old man, you might as well give it up now. Don't end up sewing clothes for someone else." The elder in coarse robes promptly stood to advise. Yet, the white-bearded Taoist paid him no heed. Today, he was determined to enlighten He Qingyi, come what may. In the days that followed, Li Chengdan dedicated himself to alchemy. Li and Yao Shanmin also joined him in concocting healing elixirs. As Li Chengdan had mentioned, by the following morning, He had successfully refined 3 batches of elixirs, each yielding mid-grade healing potions. By evening, the yield from one batch under optimal conditions produced 2 or 3 high-grade healing potions, with the remainder being mid-grade. Subsequently, Li Chengdan began to focus on crafting other healing elixirs. He mastered higher-tier healing and protective potions, such as the Bone Renewal Elixir, Heart Protection Elixir, and Meridian Consolidation Elixir. After 7 days, the quality of the elixirs provided by Li Chengdan was predominantly mid-grade, even reaching high-grade on occasion. Yunyi, Zhanghu Longkue, Zhangqichao, and Wei Ziki ventured out to hunt demon beasts. Thanks to the elixirs refined by Li Chengdan, they ventured deeper into the secret realm, reaping bountiful rewards. Nearly every day, they returned laden with spoils. Longkue even discovered numerous first and second-tier spiritual herbs, amassing a significant collection of spiritual herb seeds. In the camp, a medicinal field was established and cultivation commenced. It was at this moment that Li Chengdan realized the astonishing talent Longkue possessed in the realm of spiritual plants. The spiritual herbs, once planted and nurtured with Longkue's ethereal energy, sprouted within 3 days. In merely 7 days, a vast expanse of lush medicinal crops flourished within the camp. These herbs exhibited exceptional qualities, making them highly suitable for alchemical refinement. Alas, Li Chengdan was not yet a second-tier alchemist, and could only watch longingly at these precious herbs. Junior brother Chengdan, we have to concede this day. Li sighed as she approached Li Chengdan after he had completed his alchemical concoction. Despite the invaluable experience gained from observing Li Chengdan's alchemical practices, their success rate in producing healing elixirs after a week was a disheartening 30%. The potions they crafted paled in comparison to even a fraction of what Li Chengdan produced, both in quality and efficacy. Thus, after much contemplation, Li decided to abandon their current endeavor and explore other opportunities for their skills. How about this, senior sister Li? Why don't you assist me with the fire control? I wish to attempt refining 3 furnaces simultaneously. Li Chengdan proposed after a moment of thought. Li's eyes sparkled at his suggestion, and her face instantly lit up with delight. She understood well that Li Chengdan's remarkable alchemical prowess stemmed not only from his innate talent, but also from his mastery of fire control. If she assisted him, it would surely enhance her own fire control techniques and elevate her alchemical skills. All right, I shall speak with Yao Shanmin and the others at once. Li exclaimed, hurriedly making her way toward them. Senior brother, save me. A distant voice cried out for help, causing Li Chengdan's expression to shift as he lifted his gaze toward the source. His brows furrowed in recognition. The voice was eerily familiar. Senior brother, Li Chengdan, please save me. As the voice grew nearer, the figure became clearer, revealing a face that bore a look of joy upon recognizing Li Chengdan. Isn't this the wandering fortune teller, He Qingyi? Li Chengdan quickly identified the individual, surprised at the sight. The state of He Qingyi was far worse than when they last met. As He Qingyi approached, Li Chengdan observed the numerous injuries adorning his body, sword wounds, burn marks, and bruises, making his previous condition from the black market seem trivial in comparison. The only difference was that he had seemingly regained his strength, now standing at the 8th level of qi refinement. Brother Chengdan, please save me. I encountered old glass. He Qingyi cried, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the familiar figure of Li Chengdan. Since acquiring the jade slip, his life had become increasingly arduous. His companions who had entered the Yuntai secret realm with him had vanished, leaving him with unresolved injuries and new wounds to contend with. Li Chengdan was momentarily taken aback. After casting another glance in the direction from which He Qingyi had come and confirming that no one was around, he turned his attention to He Qingyi. Oh dear, senior brother Chengdan, I have been enduring such misfortune lately. I encountered an old man who lured me into his scheme with a jade slip, using some mysterious means to separate me from my companions in a thick fog, attempting to deceive me into purchasing his jade slip at an exorbitant price. Though I am no stranger to the black market, his little tricks were transparent to me. As He Qingyi vented, tears streamed down his face. You can't really call him an old fool, can you? Li Chengdan mused, momentarily puzzled. The jade slip seemed rather extraordinary. Although he had never directly encountered one, he was aware that such items were typically utilized for recording immensely important techniques, and they were not even found in the outer sect's scripture repository. Wait, could it be that He Qingyi had experienced some fortuitous encounter? A spark of realization lit up Li Chengdan's eyes as he considered He Qingyi's serendipitous fate. And there's more. That old fool, using some method I cannot fathom, devised a trial of fortitude that left me battered and bruised. He then pretended to emerge triumphantly, claiming I had passed his assessment, and presented me with another jade slip, insisting he had something to impart. You should have seen the look in his eyes, senior brother Chengdan. It was as if he wanted to devour me. I am no fool. I snatched the jade slip from him and fled, running for 2 days before finally encountering you. He Qingyi sighed, then turned to Li Chengdan. Upon hearing He Qingyi's account, Li Chengdan was now certain that this young man had indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous event. Yet, the nature of this encounter struck him as peculiar, almost as if it had been orchestrated by someone with intent. Junior brother, worry not, rest here for a while. We are in good company, and you shall be safe. Li Chengdan promptly reassured He Qingyi. He Qingyi nodded, casting a glance around Li Chengdan's camp, which was well positioned and bustling with people. Nearby, there was a meticulously tended medicinal herb field, suggesting that Li Chengdan's team was well equipped. Hey, senior brother Chengdan, are you truly using this alchemy furnace to concoct pills? He Qingyi suddenly noticed the furnace beside Li Chengdan, his eyes brightening with curiosity as he inquired. At this, Li Chengdan's expression changed, his mind racing as he pondered how to respond to He Qingyi's question. Li Chengdan, why have you brought out this alchemy furnace again? Was yesterday's explosion not enough? Are you planning to send us all away today? At that moment, Li Li's voice rang out nearby. Startled by her voice, He Qingyi instinctively shrank back, hastily seeking refuge beside Li Chengdan. I'll put it away right now. Li Chengdan quickly stowed the alchemy furnace. Casting a discreet glance at Li Li, she immediately understood and stepped forward to address He Qingyi. So, young brother, are you here to deceive our senior brother Chengdan again? Senior sister Li Li, he is here seeking refuge. Li Chengdan interjected promptly. Yes, I shall leave shortly. He Qingyi affirmed. All right, but do not bring any trouble upon us. Li Li nodded slightly, then turned and left, pulling back Yao Shanmin and the others who had been approaching. What is senior sister Li Li up to? Yao Shanmin and the others had intended to assist Li Chengdan with alchemy, but upon seeing the sudden appearance of He Qingyi, their curiosity was piqued. I am merely delivering items to junior brother Chengdan, Li Li replied with a gentle smile. Yao Shanmin nodded in understanding. The alchemy furnace and the frostless sword currently in use had been purchased at a low price from Yao Shanmin. Although he was curious about how Yao Shanmin had managed to regain his strength and enter the cloud platform's secret realm in such a short time. As long as there was no danger, it was acceptable. Senior brother Chengdan, how many times has this furnace exploded? As Li Li walked away to attend to other matters, He Qingyi emerged from behind Li Chengdan, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he inquired. Don't mention it. Just yesterday, the furnace exploded 3 times, nearly jeopardizing the entire supply of medicinal pills for the team. Li Chengdan sighed, shaking his head at He Qingyi's flickering gaze. It was merely a decorative piece. By the way, junior brother Chengdan, do you possess any healing elixirs? I can exchange these items for them. He Qingyi said, licking his lips as he produced 3 jade slips and handed them to Li Chengdan. Jade slips? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow, realizing that this fellow was indeed a passing benefactor, were it not for his own system, which allowed him to perceive He Qingyi's fate. Li Chengdan would have genuinely suspected that He Qingyi possessed a system of his own, perhaps one akin to a wealth-giving system or a tenfold return system. Indeed, these are transmission jade slips. A drop of blood will reveal their contents. He Qingyi nodded vigorously. How many spirit stones? Li Chengdan inquired directly. 100 low-grade spirit stones, plus a vial of healing elixirs. He Qingyi stated his price without hesitation, glancing nervously at Li Chengdan. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Junior brother, are you not deceiving me? Did you not say these jade slips were a trap set by someone else? Although Li Chengdan felt tempted, he still regarded He Qingyi with suspicion. Well, it is a trap, but the jade slips are authentic. In the realm of cultivation, jade slips are exceedingly precious. 100 low-grade spirit stones is truly not exorbitant. He Qingyi quickly defended, for these 3 jade slips had cost him an entire low-grade spirit stone. I think I will consult senior sister Li Li first. After pondering for a moment, Li Chengdan looked at He Qingyi and said, hearing that Li Chengdan intended to call for Li Li, He Qingyi immediately grasped his arm. Senior brother, no, please don't. These are jade slips. There is no need to involve anyone else. How about this? 50 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of healing elixirs. That is my lowest offer. He Qingyi promptly extended a discount to Li Chengdan. 50 low-grade spirit stones? Li Chengdan stroked his chin, deep in thought, his gaze resting on the jade slips in He Qingyi's hand. Ding. Discovered auxiliary cultivation technique, cloud platform transformation technique. Function: nurtures the spiritual platform, warms the energy sea, and under its assistance can foster a perfect golden elixir. Discovered martial skill gentle breeze sword technique. Level: 4th tier. Discovered 6th tier alchemist inheritance. Description: a complete record of all experiences and methods of a 6th tier alchemist. Truly remarkable treasures. Li Chengdan quickly formed a judgment. These items were indeed highly suitable for him. The 50 low-grade spirit stones were exceedingly worthwhile. Yet, at the same time, He grew curious about why the person behind the scenes chose to bestow all these treasures upon Li Chengdan. Could there be some hidden entanglement? Senior brother, if you have no use for them, I shall depart the secret realm and sell them outside, he said, observing Li Chengdan's dilemma. Junior brother, I am genuinely tempted, but if I purchase them, will that old glass not trouble me? Li Chengdan directly inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Chengdan immediately felt he had revealed too much in his previous panic. This could potentially lower the price further. What are you afraid of, senior brother? Your team appears formidable. Why should you worry about that old glass? He is merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Li Chengdan quickly reassured him. Very well. Li Chengdan nodded, promptly retrieving 50 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, and casually produced a bottle of healing pills to hand to Li Chengdan. All right, here are the items. I shall take my leave. Li Chengdan accepted the goods, glanced around, and swiftly dashed off towards the opposite side of Li, quickly vanishing from sight. What a good person, Li Chengdan remarked as he watched Li Chengdan's departing figure, while others were concerned about his well-being. Only Li Chengdan seemed to worry that he might miss an opportunity. Chapter 75. What a fool. Ha ha, I am indeed a cunning merchant, Li Chengdan exclaimed joyfully, counting the spirit stones he had taken from his storage pouch and examining the healing pills. What a windfall. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the healing pills in the bottle. There were only 10 pills. Yet one was of high grade, while the others were of medium grade. Healing pills were not inexpensive. A single high-grade healing pill could be sold for 35 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed that Li Chengdan had made a mistake, he mused gleefully, directly channeling his spirit energy into the ring on his hand and leaving the Lingtai secret realm without delay. What a fool, what a fool. The white-bearded Taoist was so enraged that his beard bristled, looking at Li Chengdan and Li Chengdan concluding their transaction with a face full of exasperation. He had invested considerable effort in Li Chengdan these past few days, separating him from his teammates and even orchestrating a small assessment to make him believe he had truly acquired something valuable. Yet, to his astonishment, the moment the fellow obtained the jade slip, he fled. Not only did he run away, but he also sold the items directly to Li Chengdan. Ha ha. Some people truly cannot recognize jade inlaid with gold. Even windfalls cannot be retained. The old man in tattered clothes laughed until tears streamed down his face. Guarding the Yuntai secret realm was exceedingly tedious, and he had not witnessed such an amusing event in quite some time. Are you not going to retrieve him? Seeing Li Chengdan leave, the old man in tattered clothes immediately reminded the white-bearded Taoist. Retrieve him for what? Do you truly wish to drive me to madness? Go keep an eye on that lad who obtained the jade tablet. The old man with white beard's expression darkened. He had grown weary of Li Chengdan. Oh, what do you intend to do? The old man in a patched robe appeared intrigued. Li Chengdan's talent is quite commendable. He seems to be a pill master as well. With this inheritance, he should be able to accomplish remarkable feats. What should we do? We must devise a way to retrieve the inheritance. Otherwise, if a prodigy passes the assessment and we cannot present the inheritance, it would be quite the spectacle. The old man with the white beard snorted coldly and turned to walk towards Li Chengdan. Chengdan, what treasure have you acquired? After Li Chengdan departed, Li curiously approached Li Chengdan and inquired. A jade tablet, which contains a supplementary cultivation method to enhance the Dantian. Li Chengdan concealed the existence of the other 2 jade tablets. That junior brother is truly fascinating. He always possesses valuable items, yet I cannot discern their nature. Li smiled faintly. Sister Li, let us first call for brother Yao Shanmen. I will attempt to refine 2 batches of pills. Li Chengdan nodded and then spoke. Very well. Li promptly agreed and called Yao Shanmen over, simultaneously instructing Guisu and Hukuei to check on the medicinal herb field nearby. Soon, Li and Yao Shanmen excitedly approached Li Chengdan, setting up the alchemical furnace and preparing to assist him in refining pills. Both were alchemists and had previously learned considerable fire control techniques from Li Chengdan, so their cooperation was quite harmonious. During the initial endeavor of refining pills with 2 furnaces, Li Chengdan made some mistakes, yet the yield was not low. Both furnaces produced pills at a 70% success rate. Although not a single mid-grade healing pill was successfully refined. Nevertheless, the quality of the pills was satisfactory, and with continued cooperation, their quality could be enhanced further. Throughout the day, Li Chengdan, along with Li and Yao Shanmen, utilized the 2 furnaces for pill refinement, while Guisu and Hukuei oversaw the herb field and assisted in selecting materials. By evening, both of Li Chengdan's furnaces achieved 100% yield, with at least 2 mid-grade healing pills produced from each. Despite Li Chengdan possessing 9 Qi Cs and abundant spiritual power, the consumption from refining 2 batches of pills was still immense. Fortunately, the abundant spiritual energy within the Yuntai secret realm, coupled with the aroma pill technique, allowed Li Chengdan's spiritual power to recover swiftly, enabling him to barely keep pace. That lad, something is amiss. From a distance, the old man in the patched robe furrowed his brow as he observed Li Chengdan, turning to the old man with the white beard. The white-bearded elder also regarded Li Chengdan with a furrowed brow. Alas, old fellow, this lad is evidently following a path derived from the inheritance. Can you discern any clues? Seeing the white-bearded elder remain silent, the old man in the patched robe urged him further. The aroma pill technique has reached an extraordinary level of perfection. His alchemical skills are at least equivalent to that of a second-tier alchemist. The two assisting him in controlling the flames are competent, yet they are unable to fully unleash their capabilities. However, his adaptability is remarkable. He compensates for the gap through his techniques, indicating that he must possess at least a fourth-tier culinary skill. Observing his precise control and guidance over the alchemical fire, it is evident that his mastery of the 5-element fire control technique has also reached the pinnacle of perfection. The expression of the white-bearded elder darkened. His eyes filled with incredulity. How has this individual cultivated to such a level? Typically, alchemists aspiring to reach Li Chengdan's caliber must attain at least the status of a third-tier alchemist. How astonishing! How peculiar! During our previous exploration, we failed to uncover such an existence, remarked the elderly figure in a robe, his brow furrowing, eyes wide with astonishment. With their prowess, it was nearly impossible for anyone in the Yuntai secret realm to conceal their strength. Yet, last time, they had not realized that Li Chengdan possessed such formidable capabilities. After reaching the pinnacle of perfection, one enters the legendary realm of transformation into divine essence. Li Chengdan, merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, had cultivated both the smelling pill technique and the 5 elements fire control technique to such an extraordinary extent. What an exceptional alchemical talent he must possess. Wait a moment. This young man has also practiced my celestial concealment technique, at least to a significant degree. It can obscure the probing of celestial secrets. No wonder things felt amiss. The elderly figure's expression darkened as he regarded Li Chengdan with an increasingly peculiar gaze. What business does a mere 8th level qi refinement practitioner have with the celestial concealment technique? This technique is most effective only when mastered by those at the golden core stage. It is no wonder that the fool could not retain his fortune. After scrutinizing Li Chengdan once more, the white-bearded elder sighed. What shall we do now? The elderly figure stroked his chin, his curiosity piqued. Let us observe for now. After a moment of contemplation, the white-bearded elder sighed again, feeling equally perplexed. A person he had favored could not hold on to his fortune, while Li Chengdan, who had retained his fortune, felt profoundly unsettling. He was at a loss as to the appropriate course of action. Oh, has that unfortunate soul from the black market returned? Upon Yun Yi's return, Li Chengdan recounted the events concerning He Chengyi. After hearing Li Chengdan's account, Yun Yi was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that He Chengyi would reappear, bringing gifts for Li Chengdan. Indeed, that junior brother seems to be caught in a strange twist of fate. Li Chengdan remarked, shaking his head. If one were to say he is unlucky, how could he possibly recover his strength after sustaining such severe injuries? Conversely, if one claims he is fortunate, how could he fail to grasp the opportunities presented to him? Since it is a supplementary cultivation technique, particularly one that nourishes the dantian, you should simply practice it, Chengdan junior brother. Yun Yi replied, merely shaking his head. By the way, brother Yun Yi, starting today, I intend to refine 2 batches of pills, and I may even prepare 3. Thus, the quality of the healing pills produced in the coming days may not be optimal. After a moment's reflection, Li Chengdan informed Yun Yi, not to worry, we still have plenty of high-grade and medium-grade healing pills. Yun Yi nodded. Zhang Hu and Long Kuei possessed considerable combat prowess, hence the consumption of healing pills was minimal, and their supply remained ample. That is reassuring. Li Chengdan nodded in agreement. 3 batches of pill refining? Chengdan junior brother's alchemical aptitude is indeed formidable. Wei Ziki and Zhang Qichao, overhearing this exchange, shook their heads in disbelief. Had it been anyone else, they might have harbored doubts, but the speaker was Li Chengdan. They still had high-grade healing pills crafted by him in their possession. The mere thought of Li Chengdan refining 3 batches, leveraging his astonishing alchemical talent, promised results that would undoubtedly astonish all. After finishing their meal, everyone prepared to rest. At that moment, Li Chengdan took out a jade slip, ready to commence his cultivation of the techniques contained within. However, why had he not triggered a connection with He Chengyi this time? Could it be that the matter concerning He Chengyi was not yet resolved? Li Chengdan furrowed his brow, gazing at the jade slip before him as he spoke. During this period, he gained a certain understanding of the system's triggering mechanism. To initiate a trigger, one must establish a causal relationship with another person, and one must wait for the event to conclude. Furthermore, only individuals with a special destiny can establish a causal link with Li Chengdan. Although He Chengyi came into contact with Li Chengdan this time, he did not trigger a fateful connection, likely because the matter remains unresolved. After all, the person who bestowed such an opportunity upon He Chengyi would not simply allow him to claim these rewards effortlessly. Contemplating this, Li Chengdan immediately bit his fingertip, smearing his blood onto the jade tablet. Ding. Successfully extracted supplementary cultivation technique, Yuntai transformation technique. Would you like to extract and merge? As the system's prompt sounded, the entirety of Yuntai transformation technique surfaced in Li Chengdan's mind. Without hesitation, he chose to extract and merge it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully extracting and merging Yuntai transformation technique. Your current level of Yuntai transformation technique is beginner 050. With the system's notification, Li Chengdan's mind expanded with the complete knowledge of a supplementary cultivation technique. He promptly began his practice, following the memories in his mind. Soon, he felt the profound essence of Yuntai transformation technique. Each time spiritual energy traversed through his dantians, a strand would nourish them. Although currently feeble, this nurturing effect would strengthen as Li Chengdan's prowess increased. In the future, when his dantians birthed golden elixirs, this enhancement would also amplify. Yet, Li Chengdan possessed 9 dantians. Witnessing the spiritual energy nurturing each one, he pondered whether he was destined to refine 9 golden elixirs. Is this truly the beginning of practicing Yuntai transformation technique? The old man in a patched robe regarded Li Chengdan in disbelief. The cultivation difficulty of Yuntai transformation technique is considerable. Otherwise, over the years, many would not have failed the assessment. The final hurdle of the inheritance examination is to comprehend Yuntai transformation technique, a feat no one has accomplished within the fixed time frame for millennia. But this Li Chengdan merely glanced at it and mastered Yuntai transformation technique, executing it flawlessly. Is this talent excessive? I refuse to misjudge, yet what is happening this time? At this moment, the white-bearded Taoist also looked at Li Chengdan with a grave expression. That night, Li Chengdan spent his time in cultivation, deeply studying Yuntai transformation technique. After a night of exploration, he discovered that once Yuntai transformation technique commenced its operation, it would function autonomously within his body, nourishing his dantians. In just one night, Li Chengdan felt his dantians solidify significantly, his spiritual energy increased, and even the recovery speed of his spiritual energy improved. The following day, Uni and the others set out early to hunt demonic beasts. While Li and the others prepared the medicinal herbs required for today's alchemy, Li Chengdan took out 2 more jade tablets and dripped his blood onto them. Ding. Successfully extracted martial technique Qingfeng sword art. Would you like to extract and merge? Successfully extracted complete inheritance memory of a 6th rank alchemist. Would you like to extract and merge? Prompt. Based on the current strength of the host, only the memories of a 1st-tier alchemist can be integrated at present. Extraction and fusion. Li Chengdan did not hesitate and directly chose to extract and fuse. Subsequently, 2 memories were added to his mind, the most profound being that of the newly fused 1st-tier alchemist. Li Chengdan's foundation in alchemy stemmed from the spirit chef, while his subsequent experience was drawn from the alchemy hall, relying on the experiences of others extracted through the system. However, he had never encountered a complete alchemist heritage before. Now, he felt that many of his questions regarding alchemy had been answered, and he had gained new insights, even enhancing his alchemical techniques. Come, senior sister Li, senior brother Yao Shanmen, let us practice alchemy. Seizing the clarity of his newly fused memories, Li Chengdan sat beside the alchemical furnace and began preparing for the process. All right. Upon hearing Li Chengdan's words, Li and Yao Shanmen swiftly sprang into action, quickly arriving before him to ignite the fire and prepare for alchemy. As the furnace temperature rose, Li Chengdan immediately commenced his work. This time, Yao Shanmen and Li quickly detected a problem. Li Chengdan's alchemical skills had significantly improved. After assisting Li Chengdan in controlling the fire for a day, both Yao Shanmen and Li gained profound insights and understood why Li Chengdan's abilities had grown so rapidly. Mastering the fire during alchemy not only required control over the heat, but also demanded continual synchronization with the progress of the elixir's refinement. Aligning with the rhythm of the alchemist, this proximity allowed them to observe the entirety of the alchemical process closely. Consequently, both were acutely aware of Li Chengdan's transformation. What a remarkable young man. He has managed to grasp the entirety of the 1st-tier alchemist heritage in an instant. The elder with the white beard also noticed the change in Li Chengdan's methods at that very moment. These were evidently the techniques of an alchemist's legacy. It is widely believed that a 1st-tier alchemist must master the refinement of 37 types of elixirs. However, a complete alchemist heritage dictates that a 1st-tier alchemist must command the crafting of 69 types of elixirs, encompassing 3,600 techniques and over 18,000 alchemical skills. To assimilate all of this thoroughly would typically require at least 3 years. Yet, Li Chengdan had nearly grasped it all with just a glance at the alchemist heritage. The elder with the white beard had witnessed Li Chengdan's alchemical endeavors just yesterday and recognized that his abilities were quite commendable. However, today, Li Chengdan's state of alchemy was entirely different, clearly indicating that he had fully mastered all the skills of the first-tier alchemist heritage. Is this young man truly so formidable? The elder in the patchwork garb's expression shifted as he remarked in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the previously overlooked little chef possessed such potential. It remains to be seen how his martial talent fares. If his martial aptitude is decent, holding on to this heritage would be a stroke of fortune. It seems his name is Li Chengdan. Chengdan suggested destiny for alchemy, far superior to Chengyi. The elder in the patchwork garb glanced at the elder with the white beard, hinting at his thoughts. Chengyi is a fine name, implying the achievement of great righteousness. Yet it appears that what Chengyi has accomplished thus far is merely the righteousness of others. Let us observe further. The elder with the white beard watched Li Chengdan with a complex gaze. If it were someone else, they might have allowed events to unfold. But before him stood Li Chengdan. He could sense a trace of worldly aura emanating from Li Chengdan, and if his judgment was correct, he did not hail from the realm of cultivation, but rather from the mundane world, having ascended to immortality. Should he fail to sever the worldly ties surrounding him, his aspirations for greater heights would be fraught with difficulty. The elder in the guise of a fortune teller shook his head, yet a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. The alchemical furnace hummed with life as Li Chengdan concluded his alchemical process. Yao Shanmin and Li Li promptly gathered firewood to extinguish the furnace, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the alchemical apparatus. This time, they observed a notable enhancement in Li Chengdan's alchemical prowess, and the fragrance emanating from the furnace was markedly richer than the previous day. With a success rate of 10 out of 10, all produced mid-grade elixirs. When Li Chengdan retrieved the elixirs from the furnace, Yao Shanmin gazed at him in sheer astonishment. He was aware of Li Chengdan's improvement in alchemical skills, yet he had never fathomed that Li Chengdan's abilities could reach such a terrifying level, far beyond his imagination. Achieving a complete success rate in one furnace was something even a proficient late-stage first-tier alchemist could accomplish. Yet, Li Chengdan had achieved this in 2 furnaces. According to the rules of alchemy, the quality of the elixirs should diminish with increased production. Could it be that now Li Chengdan could craft healing elixirs of superior quality from an entire furnace? Li gasped, covering her open mouth in disbelief. If that were the case, it would be utterly astounding. We can begin with 3 furnaces. Sister Li, please ask Hu Kuei or Brother Guisu to come here, Li Chengdan said, satisfied as he admired the elixirs in his hands. Certainly. Li nodded and waved to Hu Kuei. Among the two, Hu Kuei displayed slightly better talent in alchemy. Soon after, Li Chengdan began his work with 3 furnaces. Ha, Brother Chengdan, come quickly to see the panda people. In the evening, Long Kuei approached Li Chengdan with a broad smile, pointing behind him. At that moment, Li Chengdan had just completed his alchemical endeavors and turned to follow Long Kuei's gesture. Soon, he beheld Yun Yi and the others. What has happened to my fellow brothers? Li Chengdan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yun Yi and his companions appeared quite disheveled, clad in black, their attire smeared with soot or charcoal, leaving only their bright eyes visible, creating a rather comical sight. Brother Long Kuei, have you fled again? In contrast, Long Kuei remained immaculate in his white robes, the hems untouched by dirt. Reflecting on Long Kuei's previous antics, Li Chengdan began to formulate a reasonable conjecture. This time I did advise them. That Fire King turtle was unbeatable, but they were simply too skeptical. Long Kuei turned his face away, expressing his displeasure. We encountered a formidable second-tier fire turtle that blocked our path, sighed Yun Yi. The others wore expressions of despair, their spirits dampened. Is there no way around it? Li Chengdan turned to Long Kuei, aware that their objective was the inheritance within the secret realm, and slaying the beasts was merely a means of exploration. Long Kuei shook his head. I can concoct fire-dispelling elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengdan declared,